Morning everybody, welcome to day 2 of the Walter Hayes Trophy here at Silverstone, the 25th anniversary of a fantastic weekend of largely Formula Ford action, but with the support races today also giving us lots of variety, from Ginettas to single-seaters through the Monoposto Racing Club, and the very mixed bag of closed-wheel cars in the all-comers Mutton Grand Prix, more of which anon. We're going to start the day though with Formula Ford and with a race before we then worry about a couple more qualifying sessions, and it's going to be the progression race. So the drivers in this are those that yesterday finished 19th or lower in their heats, and we're looking for the top 16 to go through. Cars all in the assembly area, they're going to be released now, and they will get 2 green flag laps because the road is a bit damp this morning. They're going to be given 2 green flag laps round to the grid. The grid I'll give you in a second. Let's just very quickly rattle around the Silverstone National Circuit. The cars are coming out of the assembly area through the stadium and out of Woodcote Corner up towards the grid. They'll not stop there this time. They'll go through for these 2 formation laps down towards Copse Corner, disappear from my view. This is David Addison talking to you from Woodcote, but they disappear towards Beckett's and into the site of today, a warm and snug Paul Truswell.
Very warm and snug at the moment, David. Yes, it's bright and sunny, maybe pretty chilly outside. I think the car was telling me it was 8 degrees, but beautiful sunshine at the moment. Let's hope it stays that way. And a great view here at Beckett's as well. A good place for overtaking. Well, overtaking happens everywhere at Silverstone, but Beckett's is one of the places where you can overtake, and looking forward to the day, David.
Indeed so, and it's going to be an interesting race this, with the road slippery and damp to start with. In fact, very wet offline, just looking at a bit of spray being generated, but hopefully it will dry swiftly. Let me give you the grid then, and then you'll know who starts where and who are the people to look for. There might be a few gaps on this as well, but 73, Adam Quatermain is going to start on pole position on the outside of the front row, and Australian John Blanchard, the supercar team owner and father of Tim Blanchard that we saw racing Formula Ford in this country at least 10 years ago, he's going to line up alongside. On the second row, 472, Dominic Shepherd, and 125, Chris Porritt. The third row, number 2, the redoubtable Rick Morris, and 25 is Matthew Smith. On the fourth row, 52 is Anthony Denham, and 191, Bob Hawkins. On row 5, you've got 141, Paul Unsworth, and 114, Neil Hunt. The sixth row of the grid, number 6, Michael Fitzgerald, number 190, Henry Campbell. Row 7 is where you find 167, George Townsend, and 62, Remy Brooks Johnson. On the 8th row of the grid, 177, this is Kuhn Barretta, having his first outing at the Walter Hayes, and 130, Dominic Mooney. The 9th row, 49, Tim Fitzgerald, 55 is Luke McShane. Row 10, 157, Jeremy Kane, and 69, Alan Slater. On the 11th row, number 79, Leanne McShane, and 24, Wayne Rushworth. Row 12, 41, Nigel Smith, hopefully, because I've got a feeling he retired with damage yesterday, and 133, Cal Bennett. The 13th row, 135, John Svensson, he should be one to watch because he was well placed on his heat grid but ended up in the gravel in the first heat. And 27, Stephen O'Connor, who picked up damage yesterday. On the 14th row, there's 122, Vincent J, and 83, Mattia Tremolada. The 15th row, 58, Jamie Perry, and 82, Alex Walker. Very definitely one to watch because he ended up with broken suspension after contact very early on in his heat, having been in the leading battle. And then the grid completed by, if he's there, 277, which is Peter Hanlon with a deuce. But I've got a feeling that that car may have retired hurt. Next up, before we go much further, is to say good morning, Ian Titchmarsh, who's not switched his microphone on, so we can't yet hear from Ian Titchmarsh. I can, because he stood behind me, but nobody else can. So a button's going to be pressed, a mouse runs around its wheel, power is generated, and
good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Ian, welcome back.
Yeah, it was just you mentioned John Svensson, and I've been in race admin, and they tell me that he's not going to be starting.
Oh dear.
He's gone back to Belgium, apparently.
Well, the beer is good. I don't blame him.
Right, okay,
yes.
So that was all I wanted to chip in, but I had learned, this is for the benefit of Paul as well, how to operate the mute button, but you have to have it on to mute it.
Yes.
You can't mute something that isn't switched on.
This is true.
Yeah.
This is true.
Anyway.
This is a bit like a Robin Bradford line of years ago at an equivalent winter warmer meeting where there was a minute silence because it was Remembrance weekend.
Right.
And although we hadn't done anything during qualifying, so the PA wasn't switched on, Robin suddenly bustled off and said, I've got to go, I've got to announce the silence. I kind of knew what he meant, but it was a very Robin-esque thing.
Yes. Okay. Right. Well,
right, so I'll cross out John Svensson.
Yeah, we've got 1 or 2 quick drivers in this. We've got Rick Morris, for example, haven't we?
Yeah. Who is going to start on the third row. But 82, Alex Walker, up from the back of the grid is going to be one to watch. As I say, he got tangled up yesterday with Alex Ames in his heat and did some damage to the suspension. So the cars now are coming to the grid. We'll check any gaps in a moment as the field slots into place.
The track was, of course, damp when they were out qualifying yesterday, wasn't it?
Well, for some, yes.
For the first.
Yeah, but not everybody in this
yeah.
is in that qualifying session. So, yeah, 1 or 2 had a damp track, but to make it fair for everybody, and it's probably damper today, actually, than it was yesterday morning, everybody being given these 2 formation laps. So, the grid is taking shape, and try and peer down to see, as I say, if there are any cars absent. 41 Nigel Smith, I don't think I can see, but we kind of feared that anyway. John Svensson's demise we'd already heard about. Stephen O'Connor in 27 is there at the back. There's 122 of Vincent J. There's hopefully, 83 Mattia Tromonada. Jamie Perry is there, Alex Walker is there. Now Peter Hannum has changed car. So research needed here, as 277 Peter Hannum has arrived in something completely different. So the green's use has gone home. Lotus, we reckon.
If it's red and gold, if it's red and gold kind of Lotus coloured, then that car blew its clutch yesterday, which is why they were using the Zeus.
Right.
Further than that, I can't tell you.
Okay, Alistair is about to offer a thought.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Alistair. Sorry, Alistair Douglas, good morning. Right, okay, well, this.
Where Paul Trustwell is warm and cosy, I shall be slightly cooler today in the pit lane. Just looking at Peter Hannum's car, as you've got ready to go, aren't we?
Yes.
It looks like a very early Formula Ford Lotus, doesn't it?
It does. Right, we'll come back to that in due course. Lights are red on the gantry because the progression race is go, and everybody slithers away from the grid. Not everybody, because there's one car, Stephen O'Connor, who doesn't get away, hand in the air, so he's stalled on the grid. But the cars do go down towards Copse Corner there, with Dominic Shepherd, I think, making the best of starts in number 472 as they go through Copse for the first time. Stephen O'Connor's still stranded on the grid, but everybody else making their way safely up towards Beckett's for the first time.
Yeah, and a good deal of spray being kicked up by them as well as they head towards Beckett's, indicating what you were saying, that it is wetter than it was yesterday. In the lead of them is John Blanchard, actually, in the all-blue car. Tucked in behind him is Dominic Shepherd. And then, I wouldn't like to say who's in 3rd place. But as I say, up at the front it was John Blanchard, who's had a very good start. Don't think he's from either Australia or America, but he's certainly one of our overseas visitors.
Yeah, Blanchard's the Australian. Spearhead in this, having raced Formula Ford down under, having run a V8 supercar team. His son Tim, we used to see racing Formula Ford in this country, as I said early on. So the cars now come out of Luffield for the first time, many of them going wide, looking for a bit of grip. And as they come into Woodcote, the door is opened for the charging number 73 to come through to take over the race lead, Adam Quatermain. So he gets through on the inside with John Blanchard then going after him as they head into the spray down towards Copse Corner for the second time. Adam Quatermain versus a rather twitchy Blanchard as they turn their way through the corner back to the inside line. I think, in fact, goes Blanchard, and Quatermain runs way wide, so he's got to be careful not to do that repeatedly, otherwise track limit penalties will fly. You've got Dominic Shepherd in 3rd, Chris Porritt 4th, Anthony Denham 5th, and Neil Hunt 6th.
Yeah, here they come for the second time. The top 4 cars, well, the top group of cars, very close together indeed. No separating them at all, with, I think, John Quatermain just making a bit of a break now. Then it's side by side between John Blanchard in 2nd place, Dominic Shepherd alongside him as they leave Beckett's and head back down the Wellington Straight underneath the bridge once again. Still the spray being kicked up. The temperature's so cold that dry line taking a little while to form here.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? So the drivers at the moment having to cope with a still slippery track. I think I said 8 laps, it's 10. Apologies for the progression race. As now we've got a battle on between Dominic Shepherd, number 472, and also going after him, Neil Hunt, up from the 5th row of the grid. The leader, though, is about to emerge again from Luffield, and pretty much on his own now, I think, is 73, Adam Quatermain. May not have been a great start, but he's responded well. Blanchard is 2nd, Shepherd is 3rd, 4th is Hunt, and a bit of a gap back now to Chris Porritt in 5th place as they go down towards Copse Corner once again. So Adam Quatermain now leading by just under a 1.5 seconds. A rather sideways Dominic Shepherd gets himself crossed up there going down towards Copse, but he manages to hang on to it. Shepherd doing a good job here in one of the older cars in that leading group, that car dating back to 1978.
all on his own. Out in the lead now is Adam Quatermain. He's made a good little break. Blanchard in second place, getting caught up there under braking as he went through. Beckett's is 125. Let's see, Porritt manages to get going again. However, there is a yellow flag at Beckett's for something, which I can't quite see what has caused that, but looking having to look directly into the sun, not something I'm complaining about. Top 16 go through, so that's the cut-off mark to go through into the last chance race. So anybody in the top 16 still in the race.
And one that we didn't have start, sadly, Rick Morris. Now the leaders are coming up towards the end of lap number 3. The battle is on for 3rd, 4th, 5th places now, with number 79, the next one to be making decent progress, this being Leanne McShane. The leader goes by, pulling away all the time now, Adam Quatermain, from John Blanchard in 2nd place. Leanne McShane is up to 3rd now. Dominic Shepherd is down to 4th. In 5th place, you've got Chris Porritt and Anthony Denham. Rounds out the top 6, and Dominic Shepherd spins, going into Copse Corner. Then the car suddenly snapped away from him, and as he tries to rejoin, it spins again. He floored the throttle, and it just completely looped around on him. So that shows how slippery it still is. Dominic Shepherd's going to tumble down the order, but Leanne McShane going for 2nd.
And making it into 2nd as well, then up on the inside of John Blanchard as they went into the braking area for Beckett's. That's all left Adam Quatermain way out in front of the rest of the field. Leanne McShane, for my money, has not only got past John Blanchard, but is going to pull away those two. And then the next one up is Alex Walker. No, it's not. It's still Dominic Shepherd in 4th place.
Oh, okay. I think Shepherd had the spin.
Oh, yeah, so I think it's Alex Walker next up in 4th.
Right, well, he's going very good from the back of the grid, but also Leanne McShane started 21st, so she's had a remarkable drive, and Alex Walker up from 30th, and you're right, he is now in that mix. So Alex Walker doing a very, very impressive job, as we kind of expected, because we knew he was quick, but Adam Quatermain is about to emerge and complete 4 laps on his own now from Leanne McShane in 2nd place, and then up into 3rd, Alex Walker. So 30th he started, 3rd he runs as the cars go down now towards Copse Corner once again. Certainly 2nd place is on the cards for Alex before the end of this race. He's now just 4.5 seconds back from the race leader, and lapping quicker as well.
We're not even at half distance yet, so every opportunity for Alex Walker to close the gap between himself and Adam Quatermain. It's over 3 seconds right now, but now he's not yet past McShane, so he may be guilty of counting chickens there. So, but certainly Alex Walker going strongly in 3rd place. Blanchard still in 4th. Tidy distance behind him in 5th place is Chris Porritt. Then in 6th place is number 130, Dominic Mooney, who's the next one up, and then Cal Bennett in 7th.
Also making good progress as the leaders come out of Brooklands then, or leader singular out of Quatermain. Alex Walker is up into 2nd place, so he's got ahead of Leanne McShane. So 2 very impressive drives here. Dominic Shepherd, I never quite got to say before he had the spin, but that was one of the older cars being helped by, as is often the case, the damp and cold conditions on the Sunday morning. So the progression race often favours the older cars, but it was Dominic's spin that's rather been his undoing. Leader goes through. Adam Quatermain now puts 4 laps in the book, and chasing after him is Alex Walker. The gap is 2.8 seconds. Alex Walker has just done the fastest lap of the race. It's game on now between the two of them. So 5 laps in the book, 5 to go, and 2.8 seconds the margin as they go through Copse Corner. In 3rd, it's Leanne McShane. John Blanchard is 4th. Porritt and Mooney round out the top 6.
And Dominic Shepherd, recovering from his spin, currently 17th. So he's still with him shouting distance of getting through into the last chance race. The gap 1st to 2nd has come down a bit, I reckon 2.3 seconds, according to my watch, as they come through Beckett. So Walker chasing down Quatermain. They are over half distance now and heading back towards you once again. Quatermain not feeling the pressure just yet, but fastest lap going to Alex Walker inevitably.
Indeed so, and the pressure is going to be felt shortly, isn't it, because that gap is coming down through Luffield. Alex Walker and Adam Quatermain, in fairness, going right to the far outside of the right-hander of Luffield, almost onto that motorbike penalty line, so they can find a bit more traction. There's still spray being generated, though, by Adam Quatermain as he comes from Luffield through Woodcote over the timing line. 2.8 seconds was the gap, and this time around it's 9/10 of a second. So Alex Walker is on for a win here, is he not? Barring any dramas, given the pace that he's got. Leanne McShane in 3rd place. John Blanchard is still 4th, and then the next wave of cars, 5th is Chris Porritt, but Cal Bennett up into 6th now.
And right behind, going to battle for the leaders. They come up towards Maggots this time as Adam Quartermain finds Alex Walker right in his wheel tracks. I thought Alex Walker had gone missing when I first saw them come over the brow of the hill because he was tucked right in behind Quartermain's car. But heading down the Wellington Straight, Walker still just tucked in there in second place. Those two having drawn substantially away from Leanne McShane. Still in third place, Blanchard fourth. In fifth place is Chris Porritt. They're all pretty much separated from one another, and then Cal Bennett is the next one up in sixth, at the head of a little group of three.
Sorry, we've just had a spin coming out of Woodcote, rather unusually. Alan Slater, brother of broadcaster Steve Slater, he's had a spin, but no damage, he's carried on. The leaders come out of Luffield then now, with Adam Quartermain having lost that advantage to Alex Walker, so the leader is 82, Alex Walker at the end of the lap, so 30th to the win, potentially. That's a very, very impressive drive from Alex, and he's still got a lot of hard work to do as the day progresses, but this is a great start. So Walker leading, Quartermain second, Leanne McShane is third, in fourth place John Blanchard, fifth still Chris Porritt, and Cal Bennett sixth, with another hard charger now up to seventh, Matteo Tremolada from, where was he on the grid, 28th, he's now up into seventh place.
He's gone well, hasn't he? Because I was wondering whether he was going to qualify in the end there.
And one off, I'm afraid, number 49 has had a spin, that's going up to Luffield, Tim Fitzgerald, and he's thankfully able to dig himself off the wet grass.
Just looking down at best laps, Alex Walker's best lap very nearly 2 seconds quicker than anybody else out there. So good performance to come up through the back of the field, but hardly surprising given his potential pace. And he now leads already down at Brooklands, heading towards you for the 8th time, this time out of 10.
So through they will come as one of the other back markers runs on wide coming out of Woodcote. The leaders are about to emerge then to complete the lap, and Alex Walker, having hit the front, now set to pull away. Adam Quartermain was out on his own earlier on. He's been caught and passed and has just watched Alex Walker disappear up the road. For third place, Leanne McShane, really impressive drive this as well in the Furman. And then it's quite a long wait before a huge battle arrives for fourth place coming out of Woodcote, where a sideways John Blanchard suddenly found a bit of moisture on the road and the car snapped sideways. He managed to hang on to that to fend off Porritt, and then Tremolada up into sixth place now.
Going very well indeed as the leader arrives at Beck. It's not a wheel put wrong here by Alex Walker. As you say, that will stand him in good stead, but all it will do is to enable him to progress through to the last chance race, where he'll have to do it all again. And I just wonder, the track continues to dry out, how much he'll have learned from being out in these conditions, but it'll do him no harm. There goes that big group that you were describing, David, which is 6th, 7th, 8th, actually 7th, 8th and 9th place, isn't it? It's Cal Bennett at the head of that group in 7th place, and now 16th and final qualifier is Vincent J. Dominic Shepherd is 17th, just outside the bubble.
And Matteo Tremolada has had a moment at Brooklands and gone wide as he tries to rejoin. That almost causes mayhem for John Blanchard, because Tremolada has then had a proper spin at Luffield. So he was wide at Brooklands. Let's worry about the leaders. They've gone through for a moment. Walker ahead of Quartermain to start now the last lap. In third place, Leanne McShane, but all the kerfuffleage means that Blanchard is fourth, Cal Bennett is fifth, Chris Porritt is sixth. In seventh place now is number 130 Dominic Mooney, and Matteo Tremolada is yet to come through, and he could have just spun himself completely out of progression here because he's yet to come by.
Yeah, it looks like he has, doesn't he? Alex Walker's already had to deal with a bit of back marker traffic in the shape of car number 62, Remy Brooks-Johnson, but he's dealt with that successfully. Heading down the Wellington Straight once again, comfortably in second place, Adam Quartermain, equally comfortable in third and fourth, Leanne McShane and John Blanchard. Having said that, is Blanchard... Actually, Blanchard is coming under pressure there from Cal Bennett making his way up. So Cal Bennett putting the pressure on John Blanchard on this final lap, David.
But they just need to be sensible about this and survive, don't they? The race leader is about to emerge from Woodcote, so a fantastic drive by Alex Walker from 30th to the race win. That's blown the cobwebs away. Alex Walker wins the progression race, but the day only just starts for him, really. 73, Adam Quartermain takes second. Third is going to go to Leanne McShane, one of her better drives at the Walter Hayes Trophy. She's been a regular visitor over the years. And then we wait for fourth, which is about to emerge, and it's going to go the way of Cal Bennett in 133. Fifth is John Blanchard. Sixth to Dominic Mooney. And 7th will go the way of Chris Porritt for 8th place. It's going to be number 167, and that is George Townsend for 9th place, 191 Bob Hawkins, and 10th. We didn't really latch onto this, but Stephen O'Connor, who stalled on the grid and had to be assisted into the start, he takes 10th. Now, Tremolada has just gone through in 18th place, so that spin did dump him out of progression, and he wasn't able to get himself back into the mix. So Mattia Tremolada, I'm afraid to say, does not go any further in the competition, but Alex Walker does after a really impressive drive there. 30th to 1st.
And equally impressive, actually, Stephen O'Connor, you highlighted that, David, came through at the end of lap 1, 28th out of the 30, so did well to get up to finish 10th.
Yes, I think the car, I failed to spot whether the car was given a push from the grid or had to go to the pit lane, but either way, it was not only a delayed start, but a badly delayed start, because it took a long time to get the car going after everyone went into Cott's Corner. Alex Walker, then the race winner from Adam Quatermain and Leanne McShane in 3rd. Cal Bennett 4th, and John Blanchard in 5th. Dominic Mooney for 6th, ahead of Chris Porritt, with George Townsend, Bob Hawkins and Stephen O'Connor to round out the top 10. Neil Hunt, Paul Unsworth, Henry Campbell, Vincent Jay, Michael Fitzgerald and Dominic Shepherd, despite his spin, are the other qualifiers. Right, we've got certainly 2 of our top 3, and a 3rd place, Leanne McShane, has now arrived. Ian Titchmarsh is there.
Yes, and so are the top 3 finishers. Stephen O'Connor, yes, he started effectively half a lap behind on the track, but without a push. He got the car eventually to start up. So Alex Walker climbs out. James Beckett is here to present Alex with the progression race trophy. We do it against the backdrop of the Walter Hayes Trophy. Alex, if you'd like to go there, and James will hand you the trophy. So he's looking pleased with life now, Alex. It's one hurdle overcome. Well, that was a storming drive in the tradition of people like, who have we had over the years? We've had 1 or 2 drivers come through from the back of the grid on the Sunday to get through into the final. So that's part 1 of your objective achieved. Was it hard work?
Yeah, I mean, it's always tricky, these cars in the wet. No matter what pace you're driving, you know, there's no grip at all. Yesterday was obviously tricky, hence why we're in this race to start with, but
yeah, can you enlarge on that a little for the benefit of those who weren't here yesterday?
Yeah, just an incident in the heat on lap 1, which meant I couldn't finish the race, so I had to start the back here. But you know, it's a new day, and we're looking forward to, or I'm looking forward to, having to overtake quite a few people and do lots of racing today. Well,
that's right. You've got to do it all again. You'll end up having overtaken probably more people than anybody else. But overtaking you in Formula Ford is quite possible, isn't it? As long as you get a good slipstream.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, especially when it's a bit wet. You know, it opens up some more opportunities. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty back-to-back, these races. So we've got to get going and probably not change too much on the car and go again in an hour's time.
Was there much damage that needed fixing after yesterday?
Yeah, quite a bit.
And you had to help with the work?
Moral support, I think, more than lifting up a spanner. I don't think anybody wants me to do that, unfortunately. So yeah, just fueling them with bacon and beers.
Well, it's a spectacular start of the day for you, Alex, and all the best for the rest of the day.
Oh, thank you.
So Adam Quatermain in 2nd place. Hello, Adam, a regular at the Walter Hayes Trophy. He'll tell us in a moment for how many years. Congratulations, Alex. Yeah, Adam, at one stage it looked as though things were going your way, but then along comes Alex. But
I saw his nose coming. I saw it coming.
You knew it was going to happen.
I hoped it wouldn't, but I kind of thought it might. Yeah.
Well, you've been doing the Walter Hayes Trophy for as long as I can remember, a long way back.
I have, and this is the 25th year this year. Yes. It's probably my 10th year actually doing it, and I think I started back in 2008. So a fantastic event, and really, really pleased to be here today.
So for your second, the last chance race, what are your prospects there, do you think?
If it stays like this, good.
Well, it'll gradually dry out, but it'll probably still be damp, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we've had the advantage of a few laps around here now, right? So we know where the grip is, but it's very different starting at the back to the front. So it'll be a fun day.
Well, you've got a few cars to overtake. That'll be the fun of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, all the best, Adam, for that, and well done so far.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
And Leanne McShane in 3rd place. That was pretty impressive. Come and take place behind the backdrop, the Walter Hayes backdrop, Leanne. So, from a long way back on the grid, I got a note here, it was
21st on the grid to P3.
Was that what you were expecting?
We expected to be in the top 5. Obviously, podium's a bonus, especially in those conditions.
Yeah, tell us what the conditions are like from your point of view.
Exit at Copses, you can't see the edge of the curb because the sunlight's in the way, so it's quite hard to judge the edge of the track. And then coming through the pack, the visibility was horrendous, so it was quite difficult to judge where cars were, but we got through.
You judged it well, yes. And how many Walter Hayes trophies have you done? You've been a regular, I think.
I think this is like my 8th one. Second one in a modern car. I normally drive older cars, so it's been a challenge.
Well done. You've got another challenge facing you. Predictions for the last chance race?
We just need to get through.
Just get through it.
Yep.
Yeah, well, all the best for that.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Leanne. Congratulations on third place. And back to David for a qualifying session, is it we have next?
We are next going to turn our attention to single-seater qualifying. You're quite right. The Monoposto Reprise IT Tiedemann Trophy is going to be next. The cars for which we'll take to the circuit shortly, once we've got any errant Formula Fords out of the way and possibly even a bit of barrier repair work just going on over at Luffield. The Monoposto Tiedemann Trophy is a kind of winter series, and it will come to a conclusion this weekend. There are quite a few extras for this, and there's also a bit of a saga before we go any further. I'll do the extras, then I'll do the saga. Paul, don't let me forget the saga.
No, and then I can tell you about points.
Oh, please do.
Plenty to talk about. Go on.
You're fine. Right, first up, the extra cars. 15 is, there are lots of them, 5 to squeeze in. Number 15, Cameron Fenton, who goes into the 1800cc class. Cameron Fenton, entrant driver. The car is a Reynard SF79. It's got a Ford engine, 2 litre, 1979 is the year. 22 is an extra. That goes into F3B. It is Tom Dackins, and the car's a Dallara F302. It's a Renault engine car, 2000cc, 2002 the year. We also have 27 that goes into F3A. This is Kirsty Mansell. The car is a Dallara F308, an F308. We don't know the engine make, but Alistair is charged with finding this out for us. The car is 2000 cc's, and although it's an 08 build, it was run in 2010, so it goes as a 2010 year. We have number 49 to go into the 2000 cc class, Amnon Needham, Amnon A-M-N-O-N, Needham. He drives a Van Diemen RF99 with a Zetec engine, 2000 cc's, 1999. And we also gain number 61 that goes into the 1800cc class, and 81 is Julian Hoskins, and he drives another Formula Ford car of the era, a Vector, V-E-C-T-O-R type Vector TF93Z with a Ford Zetec engine, 1800cc's, and 1993 is the year. Then also 77, Nigel Davies, he goes into class F3B. The car morphs from being a Jedi to a Dallara F302. Engine make we're working on, 2000 cc's, 2002 is the year. That, I think, is that. Now, the saga of Charles Boniface is the next one to get out of the way. Although he wasn't required to be here yesterday necessarily, he was. And while everybody else was out qualifying, he decided he would go and test the clutch on that car. And in so doing, drove up and down the runway and was deemed to have done so in a manner that was incompatible with general safety. The driver of car 14 was observed the day before qualifying by an incident officer as driving at speed up and down the Copse runway. Driver was spoken to, and he admitted he was testing his clutch. The driver will be disqualified from the results of qualifying and will start at the back of the grid. So he's going to be out in the session, but no matter what the lap times are, they're going to be irrelevant, because for his misdemeanour in the paddock, he's going to be forced to start at the very back. So that's the entry sorted out. That's the saga of Charles Boniface dealt with. Now, please everybody yawn with your mouths closed, as Paul Truswell is going to talk points.
It's important if you're at the front. So the Monoposto Reprise IT Frank Tiedemann Trophy currently is a tie. There's 2 rounds here at Silverstone this weekend, but there is a tie between Kyle Wallace, driving in the 1600cc class, car number 13, and Matthew Horton, who drives car number 24 in the 1 litre category. They have 74 points each. And in third place in the championship, not very far adrift, is 32 Terry Clark, who's in a different class again. He's in the 2 litre class. He's got 70 points, but tied with him for third place on 70 points is the classic entry, number 57 of Edward Guest. So everybody is scoring points in different classes. So we'll have to keep on top of that come the races, or at least do the sums afterwards. But hopefully between us we'll be able to work out who the champions are. But the ones to watch: Kyle Wallace, number 13 in the 1600cc class; Matthew Horton, number 24 in the 1000cc class; Terry Clark, number 32 in the 2000cc class; and Edward Guest, number 57 in the classic class.
And you get a point for your class pole position as well, don't you?
You do.
Yes.
And so that's important. You also get a point for starting. Actually, you don't get a point for pole. No, there is no point for pole. There's a point for fastest lap in each class. And you also get a bonus point for every starter there is in your class, which is an interesting way of handicapping those who have an easier time with it because there aren't many starters in their class, and encouraging those who have more cars in their class and giving them more points for it. So an interesting little way of doing the points there. So bonus points for every starter in your class, which I'll try to keep on top of, but I might have to wait until Monday morning before I actually get the results.
Yes, there's one slightly quirky line in the regs that says there's 1 point for each finisher for the number of entries in the class as at the qualifying session. But this number of cars deemed to have taken part through the qualifying race.
So is Charles Boniface deemed to take part in the qualifying session?
Yes.
He does, right?
He does take part in it when his laps aren't counted, so he will be on the track and will take part. Anyway, back to the plot, such as it is. Not only do you have some relatively recent single-seaters, of course, from Formula 3 and Formula Renault, but 1 or 2 are in, if you like, period colour schemes, Red Bull or Racing Steps Foundation. And we've got one that's in the gravel already, I'm afraid. Jamie Malloy has put his Tatius FR2000 Formula Renault chassis in the gravel over at Cops Corner, I'm offering you that as. And the marshals are trying to dig him out of there, but I think, because it's wet gravel, he's probably quite well stuck. The fastest lap thus far has been done by number 24, Matthew Horton, the driver from Oldham, with the Jedi Mark 7. And he's one of those drivers, as Paul's just been explaining, in the championship fight. So we've now got a red flag, not surprising, I'm afraid, with this car in the gravel down at Cops Corner. Red flag being displayed. So everybody will have to come round to the pit lane. We'll have to get the Jamie Malloy Renault engine Tatius out of the gravel bed. And then we will try again. It had been number 24 then, Matthew Horton, the fastest. He'd done a 1 minute 9.906. Number 15, Cameron Fenton, was fastest, second fastest rather, topping the 1800cc class. And then third, number 9, Tony Bishop, with his Dallara F311 to be fastest in F3A. So red flag, and we'll see whether we get the full remaining 12 minutes. This red flag possibly also is so everyone can come down the pit lane and Alistair can go and research people's engines for us out of those changes of Dallara chassis. But it's not taken long, I'm glad to say, to get Jamie Malloy out of the gravel. Number 66, as I say, that's a car in sort of pseudo Racing Steps Foundation, red, white and blue colours. So he's back on the tarmac, and once the car is fired up, it will probably be able to be driven away. So won't take long, I don't think, to get this session back underway. And the restart will be over the full remaining time, which is 12 minutes and 13 seconds. But now I think that he's, although been pushed out of the gravel, Jamie Malloy has a bit of difficulty getting the engine fired up. He's done it now, he's got away. So the wait, if you like, is largely for people to come back to the pit lane. The championship looking after a great miscellany of single-seaters, as always it has, but inevitably the more modern cars now have the upper hand for a long time. It was the mainstay of early 80s Formula 3 cars. Now, from the pits, Alistair Douglas.
Yes, thank you, David Addison. I have with me Michael O'Brien, Michael of GT Racing and also excellent in historic racing. They're just running the one car today, but he's just told me something which is very interesting. Michael, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, how are we?
We're fine. We like the sunny weather. You've kept it round your home for us. You've just told me that you should have been out this year in the Walter Hayes, never having done it before, but it didn't happen. What's happening next year?
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel like we've been saying that for a long time, or should do it every year, probably for about 5-6 years now. But over the last few months, speaking to James and how good the event is and always sort of trying to support him, see it come together, we were speaking about running and getting the Van Diemen, the RF78 back out and up and running, which is his Black Beauty, as he calls it, which has been driven by some Walter Hayes legends over the last number of years. So we were speaking about it, planning it. Didn't quite come together for this year, but hopefully next year, as we stand here in the pit lane, we'll have it behind us and be able to showcase the car and have it back out on track.
It's somebody asked me this morning about the Walter Hayes Trophy and Formula Ford in general. Where does it lead? And I said, well, not necessarily anywhere. It's for fun. Am I right from a driver's point of view?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think I might be a bit biased, but I think this is the best event of the year to see the amount of cars they're able to get together, the quality of the racing, the different classes of Formula Ford that all get assembled. It's an amazing place to be. Everyone's enjoying themselves. Silverstone in November, and it's still a lot of fun. So, yeah, it's best event of the year for me. And I think, obviously, some of the modern guys, they are trying to pursue a career and get into more of a single-seater route. But fundamentally, if you're here racing at Silverstone in November, you've got to be enjoying yourself.
I think it was Callum Grant, when Paul Trustwell interviewed him yesterday, said very much that. He's tried a few other things, but he keeps coming back to Formula Ford.
Yeah, I mean, this is the pinnacle, isn't it? I mean, look at the entry, for example. It's where else do you get 105, 106 cars with such a good quality of driver? It's a testing format. You know, you've always got to stay in contention. You've got to be consistent. You've got to not make any mistakes. And yeah, there's so much to be said for the guys that are winning this. It's a real credit to them.
And talking about consistency over a season, we've got a car coming in. Let's just move. Just briefly before, I think the green flag's just flown, but briefly before I let you go, you've had a very successful year in the McLaren Trophy this year.
It has been good, but this is the ultimate test. So I need to stop talking about it and actually come and do it.
Well done. Thanks very much, Michael O'Brien, who of course has raced GT racing and historics over many years. Thanks, Michael.
Alistair, thank you very much. Yeah, Michael O'Brien, along with Jaden Kelly, McLaren Trophy Europe champion this season. And so we see Michael back on GT grids in the future. The green flag has been waved, so we're back up and running for the resumption of this qualifying session. And I think the lap that I was telling you about, people's times from, had been discounted because everything had gone back one further lap. And so fastest had been 89, James Williams with his Dallara F308 and a 68.9 pretty much the time. But I think that's going to come down as although they're on wet tyres, the road is drying a little bit. It seems slightly odd to have the sun shining and yet people on wets, but there's a fair amount of self-preservation required at the moment on a treacherous track. And even though we've had a race, still late in that, we saw people getting sideways or even spinning. And coming out of Woodcote is not a place where you see people go off all that often, so proof of how treacherous it was. 93 in the Red Bull colours, Mark Harrison's Dallara F312 goes by. That car heading into Copse Corner now and turning through with the third fastest time, a 66.0. And we've got one, I'm afraid, up against the barriers. That's coming out of Luffield, I think, and it's gone quite a long way off the road. Looks like it might be Bryn Tootle, number 26, who's got it wrong coming out of Luffield and gone all across the grass, which of course if you get onto the grass this morning it is going to be very treacherous indeed, very friction free. So that car has slithered towards the barrier, but he's got it going and he's about to limp down the pit lane, so the road remains clear with 9 more minutes on the clock. Fastest now goes number 79, Andrew Pryke, in the F3A class with his Dallara F305, and Bryn Tootle's down the pit lane as the session continues. So Andrew Pryke the quickest by only a tenth then now from number 89 James Williams with his Dallara F308, who goes across the timing line now, in and amongst the traffic, and therefore doesn't go any quicker. The lap times of Charles Boniface non-existent, even though he's out there. He's not being recorded, I don't think, with those lap times. Road, Paul, looking at it, still very, very wet. A lot of spray still being generated.
Yes, as I said earlier on, I think the cool temperatures are meaning that even though we do have sunshine, the track taking a long time to dry out. Although, if you were going to put anything out on them in these conditions to try and dry the circuit, then single-seaters with big wings on them, giving them plenty of downforce, is probably as good a thing as any, apart from some Lamborghini Super Trofeos or something like that. But I think this may well help to dry the circuit out. But of course, even though the sun is shining, it's not overhead, it's kind of a low sun at the moment.
Yeah. Just going back to your championship situation, both Carl Wallace and Matthew Horton at the moment leading their respective classes. So although they're not going to be perhaps fighting for outright race honours, they will be competitive in their individual categories.
Yes, what's going to be the ultimate difference, assuming that they can both win and take fastest lap, is going to be how many cars there are in their respective classes, which will determine the number of bonus points. So we need to start counting cars in the 1600 class and the 1000 class, which is where Kyle and Matthew are participating.
Right, well, it's two each, I reckon. There are two in the 1600 division, and there are two on the timing screen in the M1000 division. Now, what class do I put Charles Boniface in? I put him into M1000, so that would make it 3-2 in terms of starters, wouldn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Assuming they all survive. So the laps being counted so that we know that Charles Boniface has done his 3, but he's going to start at the back of the grid. In terms of pole position, it's Tony Bishop now the fastest. He's done a time at 62.450, so the road is drying. I know it's not the warmest of days, but the sun is helping a little bit, but it's offline where it's still treacherous. Number 75 just goes through, looking rapid. That's Tom Hill with his Dallara F302. And number 49 chases after as well. That's Amnon Needham's Van Diemen RF99. So that car now in effectively Formula 4 2000 spec with a big rear wing on the back, which the regulations allow you to do. The cars don't necessarily have to be totally as they were. It's not a historic class as such. It's always been a category where the engineer can come through. You don't have to run a Formula 3 car with an existing engine. You can put a motorbike engine in it, for example. And that's another part of this that has always stimulated good grid, allows people to be a bit more creative. 66 then out of the gravel, Jamie Malloy going through, and 13th fastest he is now. Robin Dorr, I notice, who's been a mainstay of monoposto racing for decades with Formula Vauxhall machinery. This one of the later cars, one of the Schubel-built chassis, the more bulbous shape. They were Formula Vauxhall Lotuses originally when Reynard built them, and then Schubel took over from 1992 onwards, and they were bigger and, as I say, a slightly more bulbous shape. Robin Dorr has had one of the early cars, now one of the later cars. And in the classic class, Robin Dorr 8th overall, with still 5 more minutes on the clock. We haven't really touched on Neil Harrison's March Formula 2 car, the 772, but we ought to, because it's a car that, certainly in the dry, could well be worth watching, number 94. But I think at the moment the conditions not really conducive to that car's pace. He's only 16th as Andrew Prite comes down towards Brooklands, trying to improve from second. Now Andrew Prite, number 79, the Dallara, coming up towards the timing line now, and he's down in both of the sectors, so I don't think there's going to be an improvement for him. He goes by, and Andrew Prite currently 1.9 seconds back from Tony Bishop. That lap slower again. 4 more minutes of the session to go as the Formula Renault of Carl Wallace goes by, the FR92. Carl Wallace, remember, is, although it's a 1700cc engine, in the 1600 class. Spin at Luffield, number 32. That's Terry Clark's Van Diemen RF00 that's gone around. but gets going again. So the road is clear. Terry Clark circulates once again. Only got another spinner now, which is 67, is it? Andrew Wheels with his Dallara F3057. He's gone around over at Luffield as well, so I think he's going to be able to rejoin, but that's going to affect people's lap times. Still the spray being generated as cars come over the timing line.
It certainly seems that Luffield seems to be catching them more out more of them than Beckett's, for example. The Beckett's hairpin having been dealt with. I mean, shouldn't have opened my mouth, should I? We now got a spinner at Beckett's. Until that point,
yes.
It seemed to be Luffield more than Beckett's that was catching them out. The one that went off at Beckett's that time around was car number 9, the chap who's actually fastest in the session so far, Tony Bishop, pushing on a little bit too hard.
I think still we have a yellow flag zone because there's a green flag waving at Woodcote, so yes, there is a car still trying to rejoin.
Yeah, and a car rejoining at Beckett's as well.
Right.
Having had a moment of its own. 61 is Julian Hoskins in the Formula 3 Vector. Don't see very many of those.
And my spinner was Amden Needham. So, yeah, the Vector, which is a Formula Ford for ZTEC purposes car, wasn't it? Robin Dorr comes down the pit lane in the 92 Tubal chassis, Formula Vauxhall as it's known. And the flag is about 2 minutes away, so I think the road is clear over here, but relatively few improvements. Now, that might be because of the yellow flags. Certainly not that the track has deteriorated. In the Wendy Wolves livery, going over the line, Neil Harrison in the March 772. Wendy Wolves sponsored Special Salute Racing Championships for many years through the late Peter Griffin, who was a long-serving BARC official, but also the man behind Wendy Wolves, and that car in Wendy Wolves livery. More variety coming out of Beckett's from the Cameron Fenton Reynard SF79 Formula Ford 2000 chassis. So the next activity on the track, he says, just thinking about the spray, is going to be another race rather than qualifying, the Italian Intermarque Alfa Romeo race, and some big powerful cars in that, with a greasy track surface with which to contend. Tony Bishop, the fastest man in the session, has just gone through again, but has not gone any faster on that lap, so I think he's still safe for pole position, but not going any faster. Amongst the motorbike engine cars, which you might have anticipated to be going really well in the wet, Matthew Horton is 9th and heading the M1000 class, and of course he's involved in that championship battle, whereas Kyle Wallace, now in the 1600 division, has fallen to 2nd because the class pole has been taken by Phil Chappell with his Swift FR92 Formula Renault chassis. The March 772 rather sedately through Copse, and I have a horrible feeling is about to pull off. Yes, it is. So problems for Neil Harrison's March. That car pulls off at Copse Corner. It's not going to affect life particularly because the checkered flag is imminent anyway, but it does, I'm afraid, offer concern. Neil Harrison then with a problem. That brings out a yellow light on the way down the pit straight. And it's the car that David Franklin was the British Hill Climb champion with, apparently, a car of Neil Harrison. We understand that it is the car's first ever circuit race, so it's been a hill climb car, but potentially its first circuit race, which is quite something given its vintage. Right, so flag out, and Tony Bishop the fastest on a 62.450 from then 79, which is Andrew Pryke, and then third, number 89 of James Williams. They're the top 3 within the F3A class, and indeed fourth, number 27, Kirsty Mansell, going very well, also in F3A. Fifth quickest, number 93 to head the invitation class, Mark Harrison. Sixth fastest, number 56, Tom Wheatley in F3B, and that gives him pole position in the class over 75, Tom Hill. Eighth is number 34, heading the classic part, fact, he's the only classic entrant now, Robin Dorr. 9th fastest 24, Matthew Horton, and he heads M1000. 10th, number 15, is Cameron Fenton's Reynard, and that heads the 1800 class. And 11th fastest, Anya Garner, number 62. 12th quickest was 68, Malcolm Scott in F3B. 13th, despite going into the gravel and triggering the stoppage, Jamie Malloy, number 66. 14th, number 26, also who had an off, Bryn Tootle. 15th, number 22, one of the extras, Tom Dackins, with his Dallara F302. 15th he was. 16th, number 94, before the car stopped, Neil Harrison in the March 772. 17th, number 77, switching car, Nigel Davies, now with his Dallara. 18th fastest, number 49, also a car that was off the road, Amnon Needham's Van Diemen. 19th fastest was number 32, that was Terry Clark's Van Diemen. And 20th, number 67, which I think also had a moment, Andrew Wheel's Dallara. 21st was number 13, that being Carl Wallace, who in the end got himself back onto pole in 1600, ahead of 52 of Phil Chappell. And then 23rd fastest, number 12, Phil Davis with his Van Diemen RF98. 24th quickest was number 61, Julian Hoskins Vector. And 25th, number 31, Charlie Locker with his Speeds. That means that everybody in the entry was there. Charles Boniface, number 14, being the one whose lap times were not recorded. So that sorts out the times provisionally in Monoposto qualifying, and they will have their 2 races during the course of the day. The first one being around about 11:25, and the second this afternoon after lunch, just after 1:30. And both of those races will be affecting Paul Trustwell's spreadsheet in terms of the outcome of the championship. Right, from then for single-seaters to saloon cars in a moment. First, Alistair in the pits.
Yes, I'm with Tony Bishop. He's sitting here in the car with his helmet still on because it's nice and warm, in the sunshine, sunning himself. But he's got an interesting comment about the circuit. Tony, well done. First place on the grid for the race this afternoon. But you've just told me a little bit slippy out there.
Yeah, it was strange. After about that 4 or 5, the circuit just seemed to get slower and slower. In the end, I could barely do a corner with keeping it on. And I didn't wait for the checkered flag. I just came in because I knew I was only going slower.
You think maybe something dropped on the circuit?
There must be, because it was an instant change and everybody's spinning. Yeah, everybody's struggling. Yeah.
Thanks, Tony.
Thank you.
Let's hopefully, well, there's plenty of cars going to be out there before you get out for your race, so hopefully it'll all be cleared up by then. Tony Bishop, once again on pole for the Monopostos. Let's see if we've got time. I shall seek out Andrew Pryke, who is somewhere here. Lovely, lovely grid of Monopostos, isn't it? Wonderful. The assembly area pretty full. If I can't find him immediately, I'll hand back to you and then grab him when I do find him.
All right, no problem. I'll let you go and do some engine hunting as well, if you can peer into engine bays of Formula 3 cars. Alfa Romeos, though, are going to be next, and they will get 2 green flag laps for a 20-minute race. The grid is based on the results of yesterday's, although we've got one withdrawal. I'm afraid number 6, John Griffith's car, is not going to be a starter. So on pole position is number 40, Jamie Thwaites, who won yesterday with his Giulietta.
I'll
fire on the grid.
Dive in, if I may, with Andrew Pryke. Second on the grid.
Second? Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't know?
I'll take that. That was slippery. Really, really slippery. I was just coming through Luffield, the back was twitching. Couldn't get the power down, and so I had no idea where I was. So much traffic, but I'll take second, yeah.
Well, Tony Bishop mentioned that the track was very slippery as well, so it's not just you.
Did Tony get it first, did he?
He's on pole. You're alongside.
Yeah, like I say, I'll take that. That's a decent result given the conditions, and look forward to the race.
Well, we're looking forward to it as well. It's a wonderful entry. It's really good, very colourful down here.
It's a great grid, Monoposto, great championship. Really enjoyed this year.
Thanks, Andrew.
Cool.
Well done. There's a happy man, second on the grid. Thanks, David. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's get back to the grid because the cars are imminent. 40 Jamie Thwaites on pole position with the Alfa Romeo Giulietta TCR. 87 Jack Berry with the 4C alongside, although that car, having arrived in the presentation area yesterday, happily at the end of the race, left at the end of a tow rope, so there was something, I think, that was affecting the car, and its pace was a bit up and down during the race yesterday. Jack Berry then hopefully for the outside of the front row. The second row, 57 Barry McMahon in his Giulia, and number 1 Toby Broom, who has taken the championship already with this delectable 147 GTA, for which there used to be a one-make championship in Italy. The third row, number 30 Stacey Dennis in a Giulietta, and number 14 Andy Page with the earlier shape Giulietta. It's an extra car in the entry, the 2-litre turbo engine car that he's had and had a lot of success with for many, many years. On the fourth row, 79 Dave Messenger in his 156 GTA, and number 18 Nathan Bignell in one of the older cars, the 33, which they used to be hordes that dominated the old Alfa Romeo Owners Club Championship. On the fifth row of the grid, 22 Chris McPhee in a Fiat Punto with its Abarth badges, and number 59 Mark Skeggs Giulietta. Row 6, number 104 Mark Purcell's 155, and number 9 Richard Ford's 156. On the seventh row of the grid, 42 Ian Wolfenden, who elected to start at the back yesterday, and then the car staggered off the grid, but when it got going it went very well, evinced by the fact that he got it up into 13th place, and alongside him is 23 which is Jamie Ford with his 156. On the 8th row, 68 Steve Godfrey with the GT, and 53 George Warren's 156. On the 9th row, 19 rather, number 19 is David Pickup, and he drives a 156. 165 is Andy Winterton in a 156. The 10th row, number 2 Tom Laudage with his modified Mito that was a bit smoky yesterday, but it's a new build car. And number 8 Tom Pringle, son of Silverstone's chief executive Stuart Pringle, having his first race weekend in the oldest car on the grid, the Giulia Super. On the 11th row, number 12 Ian Fennick, who has a 147 that yesterday had the bonnet fly open, which was rather alarming. And 34 George Osborne with the 75 is next, and the grid completed by 156, which is Scott Austin's 156, another car that sadly retired quite early on yesterday. So the cars now being released out onto the circuit. They will get 2 green flag laps. Yesterday Jamie Thwaites was somewhat dominant, but it had been explained by Alistair earlier on, who's seen more of these races than Paul and I have, that quite often he makes a slow start and then the car sort of warms up, as it were, but the Giulia, which is going to spin coming up towards Woodcote at walking pace, and he's now facing the wrong way. The Giulietta from pole position of Jamie Thwaites has just had the most ludicrously low speed spin. It's a car from TCR Racing, so perhaps it's not totally blessed doing standing starts, is Alistair's theory about that. So he's got it back in the right direction, but literally that was at, I would have said, no more than about 10 miles an hour, and I thought for a moment the angle was he was trying to weave to get warmth into the tyres, and then suddenly it just swapped ends on him. Jamie Thwaites has got going again then, and thankfully didn't fall to the back of the line, so he can take his pole position, but that was the weirdest of spins, that. Anyway, everybody being pretty sedate as they come out onto the circuit, and they will tiptoe their way around for 2 warming up laps. But Paul, good news is we've got all the leading drivers from yesterday.
Well, yes, and I'm just slightly alarmed by Jamie Thwaites' antics, as you've described. Well, he's worked his way back to the front. I think that is he. Yes, it is. So he's worked his way back to where he should be, taking things a little bit easy, perhaps, bearing in mind the need to warm things up. But yeah, as you said, they've certainly been very cautious around here. And just picking up on what was said earlier on by the Monoposto driver, I just wonder if there is some oil down mixed with the water, which of course is going to be very difficult to see indeed.
And it would sort of make sense, wouldn't it? Because we were discussing in the session how the lap times were not coming down, and you'd identified spinners at Beckett's, and we had a few at Luffield. So I think what Tony Bishop was saying is borne out with the evidence, yeah. So now,
so safely around the first of 2 formation laps.
Yeah. At race pace, let's see what they do.
Jamie Thwaites has to negotiate Luffield once again.
This is true. Yes, yes. Luffield was fine. It was honestly, it was Woodcote, and he sort of slowly came into Woodcote, and I thought, oh, he's just weaving left and right to get warmth in the tyres, which may have been the initial plan, but then the back went, and we did have at least one spinner in the progression race, the Formula Ford race at the start of the day, and spinners at Woodcote aren't that common. Anyway, another warming up lap to be done. Now, we couldn't let an Alfa Romeo race pass, could we, without Ian Titchmarsh joining in. I'm just going to sit down and
well,
let
no,
you crack on, I think.
you like Alfa Romeos as well, although you have sort of abandoned ship and gone off and... Oh, you still got the Spider, haven't you? Yes, my old Spider.
Yeah.
Now, I think we'll find 14 is at the back. I was just watching them as they come out. Andy Page...
Ah, okay.
I saw was last away onto the first of the green flag laps.
Right.
Just checking them out. We're getting to that area now. There's 12, and what's that?
34.
Oh, it's 34, not 14. Sorry, I can't.
It's George Osborne.
George Osborne,
75.
yes. Not the former Chancellor.
No, indeed. Now, Scott Austin's 156
Yes.
was in the assembly area, because I saw it on the pictures, but it's not driven past us. So there's a question mark over that car.
156,
retired
yes.
yesterday, the silver.
Appropriately numbered car.
156, yeah, exactly.
Yes. Having loved Alfa Romeos for so long, it really is an attractive grid, this, isn't it? They've all made a big effort to get their cars beautifully turned out. There's no sort of old banger type Alphas. They all look superb. The sun rewarded them by shining. I suppose a damp track we could do without, but we hope there aren't going to be too many caught out by spins. Has Paul ever had an Alfa Romeo? Do we know?
Of course I have.
I thought you were going to tell us.
No,
You've had a Sud?
I had 2 Suds.
Sud, yes.
I liked the first Sud so much, I decided to upgrade to a 1500 after that. So I had a 1300 and 1500 Sud.
And you still remember the pleasure they brought you?
Oh, yes. No, if it weren't for you and Addison and various other people lauding Alfa Romeos, I would be an Alfa Romeo fan myself, but I have to kind of introduce a bit of balance back to other things.
Just a minute, David spotted the spinner again.
Well, I've spotted Andy Page for you, but he's had a spin, and that's Paul between Brooklands and Luffield, so it is desperately treacherous out there. I know that's a turbo car, and Andy Page possibly just with a little bit too much right foot, but it wasn't really coming out of the corner. It was midway between Brooklands and Luffield.
That's an old style Giulietta, isn't it?
It is.
Yes,
yeah,
which is rear-wheel drive, therefore. Yeah. I remember the shock horror when Alfa started producing front-wheel drive cars. I mean, they're meant to be rear-wheel drive, hang the tail out cars. Anyway, yes, sorry, you were saying?
No, I was going to say they're always very lively as front-wheel drive. Andy Page has had his spin, and Paul was talking about balance, so that he's got an Abarth or something now, so he's kind of in the club again.
I got rid of the Abarth as well, I'm afraid.
Oh, what?
Got rid of the Abarth as well, I'm afraid.
Oh, have you? What's outside then?
It's a Jaguar.
Oh, I thought you still had an Abarth.
No, I've decided to be loyal to the country I was born in and support Jaguar.
Wonder whether Father's watching young Tom.
Oh, I'm sure he is. He was here yesterday, acting as team principal. Right, so to the grid they come. So there's no Scott Austin, and down the pit lane, by the look of it, is coming in Wolfenden, whose car, this is number 42, yesterday elected to start at the back. Today, if it starts at all, I think it's going to start from the pit road. And so the last couple of cars trickling into position. This race is going to be over 20 minutes. I do fear that there might be 1 or 2 dramas in this, but we will see, given how treacherous the track has been on the formation laps.
Caused by the weather, not by the cars.
Absolutely,
yes.
Absolutely. The last row is now trying to grid up.
Look at that lovely size on the screen.
Which is the Giulietta on pole position and the 4C alongside. Back of the grid is sorted, and we are good to go. Jamie Thwaites then in the Giulietta may not necessarily make the best of starts, but he's got Jack Berry in the 4C alongside him. You've got Barry McMahon and this year's champion Toby Broom on the second row, and the 147 GTA, which is the one I really wish I bought over the year. We had a twin spot, but never a GTA. The back of the grid is now formed. The green flag can be shown. The 5-second board is being displayed at the front of the grid, and so the final round of the high-tech Alfa Romeo and Italian Intermarque Championship is good to go. In the sunshine at Silverstone then, the lights go red on the gantry, the engine notes will rise, the best start is about to be made by whom as they accelerate away. Good getaway by Toby Broom in the 147 GTA, 1 or 2 being a little bit cautious. Barry McMahon has got away nicely in the white Giulia, as he did yesterday, to lead into Copse Corner from the second row. Jack Berry is second in the blue 4C, third is Toby Broom in the red 147 GTA, and then in fourth place, another slow start from yesterday's winner, Jamie Thwaites.
But it's Barry McMahon that leads towards Maggots for the first time, and I'll say comfortably so. He's got a couple of lengths advantage on Toby Broom, who's in second place. In third place is the 4C of Jack Berry coming through there. In fifth place is 22 Chris McPhee's Punto coming up from a long way back. And then behind him, but taking things extremely gingerly, was Jamie Thwaites.
Yeah, who's now just about to try to get past Chris McPhee, who can brake so much later in the Punto coming down towards Brooklands. Chris McPhee goes back ahead and actually pulls away by a couple of lengths. So these conditions really playing into the hands of the front-wheel drive hot hatch as the leaders are about to wriggle their way out of Luffield for the first time. How far up the order can we get Chris McPhee before the road dries out? He's got past Jack Berry's full C coming out of Luffield, and Jack Berry gets sideways, it goes left, it goes right, has a huge tank slapper, but he hangs on to it then. So it is Barry McMahon leading at the end of lap one. Toby Broom is second, Chris McPhee is third, a brown trouser Jack Berry is in fourth place, in fifth over the line is Jamie Thwaites, and Dave Messenger is in sixth place, Paul.
And a great lead being built up by Barry McMahon here. Put the stopwatch on it as they reach Beckett's, but it's got to be 5 seconds at least. What does the watch say? 5.7 seconds first to second then. Back to Toby Broom, who is in second place, and the Punto is still third, taking Beckett's a little bit gingerly, but he's comfortably ahead of the 4C of Jack Berry, which is still in fourth place. The TCR car of Jamie Thwaites coming under pressure from Dave Messenger as they came through Beckett's there. Dave Messenger quicker through the corner, but once they got out onto the straight, Jamie Thwaites trusted the grip of the Giulietta to take him past, so he's got back ahead. So Jamie Thwaites still in fifth place, but coming under a little bit of pressure on that lap from Dave Messenger.
And as over the line has gone Barry McMahon, the race leader, Marcus Pye telling us that both he and Toby Broom have started on wets. Not surprising, but I'm perhaps surprised that more haven't, because they've got a monster advantage. But Ian, Chris McPhee in this little Punto for third place, doing a great job.
Mighty, yes. Is he one of the ones on slicks, on wets?
Possibly.
Yeah. Right. So, Barry McMahon, the son of Big D's sponsor, Derek McMahon, was the father of Barry McMahon, who's raced Alphas of one sort or another. He's now got the latest sort of Alpha, the Alpha Giulia, which I said to him yesterday was a bit of a big car to go racing and compared with the Giulietta, but he was happy. David's grinning all over his face because he's seen something. Go on.
No, I was agreeing with you, but also watching poor old Andy Page dropping back. There was a three-way battle going over the line. Barry McMahon, another inveterate Alpha racer, and leading comfortably now, as Paul was saying. It's 9 seconds the gap over Toby Broom's 147 GTA.
Over 10 seconds now.
Right.
At least as they parted from me last time around. Just looking back, Jamie Thwaites coming under pressure from Dave Messenger. Dave Messenger, number 79, getting right up behind Jamie as they came through Beckett's. But again, the Giulietta just having a little bit more power that it can use as they get out onto the Wellington Straight.
What's that lead now, David?
That lead of Barry McMahon is 13.7 seconds.
Yeah, I agree. It's surprising that others haven't gone for the wet option because it's still cold.
Yeah. And the way that Andy
slippery.
Page has been dropping back, we've seen him have a spin on the formation lap. Jamie Thwaites, for example, goes through and the car twitches coming out of Woodcote, and he has to try to get it all back under control. Jamie Thwaites was in fifth place, but he's still lapping in the 1:16s. Barry McMahon's last lap was a 1:08. Toby Broom a 12. Chris McPhee a 1:15. Nobody's catching the Punto, never mind the top two.
And yesterday, the fastest lap on a dry track was a 1 minute 0.3 by Jamie Thwaites.
So it shows you, doesn't it, what a difference the weather has made, and in some cases the wrong choice of tyre. Andy Page being ever so cautious in his earlier Giulietta. Paul, though, with you.
Already passed me back towards Brooklands once again with the first to second gap up now to 16 seconds. At least it was as they went out of my sight and the exit of Beckett's. So I think, Barry McMahon absolutely walking this one, but Chris McPhee, may not be spectacular here at Punto, but it's a great performance in third place, number 22.
Yeah, he was spectacular on that first lap, getting back ahead of Jamie Thwaites. I tell you, Barry McMahon then way clear in the race lead, and he's now 17.7 seconds ahead. He's at least 4 seconds a lap quicker right now than Toby Broom. Chris McPhee doing this hugely impressive job in the Punto in third place goes by. Then Jack Berry fourth in the 4C. being humbled by a punto, honestly. And then Jamie Thwaites 5th, and a rather sideways Dave Messenger's understated 156 GTA going through next in 6th place. How's Jamie Thwaites doing for a lap? 116.7. So only now is he starting to catch Jack Berry, but he's still not doing anything about the punto. While Barry McMahon is nearly into next season. He's that far ahead.
Chris McPhee actually was 9th yesterday in dry conditions. That's the difference in relative performance. So, yes, great to see. But that's a lovely looking car, isn't it, the 4C?
It is. Jack Berry coming out of Beckett's. And again, the car has a twitch then as he, partly by running onto the wet curb, but also getting the power down. It very nearly gets away from him. Paul?
Don't think Jack Berry's closing on Chris McPhee. I was about to say that the times in general improving, whether that's just drivers getting braver or conditions getting better, probably a little bit of both. But Chris McPhee to Jack Berry on my stopwatch as they went through that time was still 3.5 seconds behind. Berry was 3.5 seconds behind Chris McPhee.
But it's Berry to Thwaites that's the one to watch, because that was down by a couple of tenths last time. So Jack Berry, I think, is being caught. Chris McPhee going through the wet part of the road now. Gosh, in the punto. So that last lap that he has just done, still a personal best, 1:15. He's still quicker than Jack Berry. And then Jamie Thwaites goes through, and Jamie, yes, definitely now is closing on Jack Berry. So whether it's wet or dry, the Giulietta, the TCR spec car, number 40, Jamie Thwaites, has the advantage over Jack Berry. So when they get to you this time, I think you'll find the gap between the 4C and the Giulietta, Paul, has come down again.
Right, I'll keep an eye on that one. Here they come now. Coming to my there's a little line across the track which gives me the chance to time 3.5 seconds, the gap now between Berry and Thwaites. And as they crossed the line with you, it was 4 seconds. So, yes, definitely coming down.
Yeah. As already across the line has gone Barry McMahon. And we await second-placed Toby Broom in the 147 GTA that sings its way past the pits, having put a lap on Ian Wolfenden's 156. For third place, then, is Chris McPhee.
And the lead gap is?
About a week.
Give or take a couple of pages. What? Sorry?
25 seconds.
25 seconds.
Yeah, nearly 26. Chris McPhee goes through in third place, and Jack Berry for fourth. Now, the gap between them, we wait, is 3.8 seconds. Yeah, Jack Berry's just done a personal best lap, but there's a yellow flag zone starting at Copse, and we've got Tom Lordage's Mito that's had a spin at Copse Corner.
Yeah,
number 2.
Looking down there, that's earlier Copse. And I can see... yeah, it's kind of in the middle of Copse, isn't it, where he's come to grief. Jack Berry going through, still holding on to fourth place now, but Thwaites looming ever larger in his mirrors. The gap having come down with me that time around to 2.8 seconds now.
And also, we've still got 11.5 minutes to go. So, as the road is starting to dry and the confidence is improving, so there is a chance for Thwaites to gain a couple of places. Barry McMahon, by the way, has just done an absolute best first sector on this current lap. In second place, Toby Broom goes through 28 seconds adrift.
Close between 30 and 34 heading down the Wellington Straight. That's number 30, Stacey Dennis, with 34, the Alfa Romeo 75 of George Osborne just behind him. And I fancy that George Osborne has sights of moving up a place there.
Right, Chris McPhee is driving as hard as he can in that little punto, and his last lap was a 15.3, but now Jack Berry is certainly closing, and he's taking Jamie Thwaites with him, because Jamie has now done a 1:13. So finally, Jamie Thwaites at Copse Corner, now number 40, in 5th place, lapping quicker than the 2 ahead of him, but he goes very wide, and he's the wrong side of the curb then on the run-off tarmac at Copse Corner. And if he does that regularly, of course, then track limit dramas start to apply.
Yes, and he continues to close on the 4C, 2.8 seconds now, the gap between Berry and Thwaites. As, Thwaites is going to have to look out for, yes, as you say, track limits, but also hopefully keeping the car on the road, because, as you said, the track conditions are, well, they are improving, but just going through once again, Barry McMahon passed me, David, and as he came out of Beckett's, he just went off the line, and suddenly huge amounts of spray coming from the back of the Giulia.
Yeah, he's still wet offline, and as I say, he was really pushing a lap ago, so we've got the top 2 having just gone past us now to put 8 laps in the book. McMahon and Broom, 32.9 seconds, and a flying lap as a best for McMahon is a 68. He's going to lap probably up to and including third place the way that he's going. He's looking very, very impressive. For third place, though, Chris McPhee now 1.6 seconds ahead of Jack Berry, who is 3.2 ahead of Jamie Thwaites. Let's see whether Jamie gets Copse Corner right this time. And he's being ever so cautious, isn't he, as he goes through. But yeah, for third place now, the pesky Punto is being caught by the blue 4C.
Yeah, so it's third, fourth and fifth place, isn't it? Getting ever closer to one another in one of those handicap type situations. Chris McPhee having to thread the Punto between a couple of back markers there, one of which is Tom Pringle's elderly Julia, but gets through.
Elderly but immaculate.
Oh, absolutely. No, I wouldn't suggest it was anything other. But
no, I
looking...
wasn't saying that. I was just stressing the fact that it's a beautifully turned out car.
Indeed, and as they all are, but nice to see the slightly older shape Alpha as well, with so many modern shape cars out there.
Which one are you talking about, the Julia?
Yeah, Tom Pringle's car.
Yeah.
Old and beautifully maintained, just like his father. Up towards the timing line, Chris McPhee comes through then just ahead of Jack Berry, with the gap coming down and down all the time. 1.6 seconds a lap ago. It's down to just over a second now. Jack Berry definitely has designs on that third place. The last lap for the Punto was a 15.3. The best out of the full C last time, a 14.8. So the gap most definitely is coming down. Chris McPhee generating a bit of spray out of Copse.
Where's George Osborne climbed up to from starting at the back, didn't he?
Yeah.
In the number 34.
At the moment.
Seventh place.
In the 75.
He's just got past Stacey Dennis, so yes, he's up to seventh.
They're increasing in value these days, 75s. A really immaculate 75 is worth good money.
And this is a well-driven one as well.
Although heavily modified.
Yes, true. He's on a 75. Change for third place. 4C goes ahead of Punto down to Brooklyn. So Jack Berry has finally done it. And that gives rise, therefore, to the 4C being able to get past the Punto. But then he has to brake ever so early for Brooklyn. So that brings Chris McPhee back into the equation to the outside line coming into Luffield. And he's going to try to go all the way round the outside. Chris McPhee is no respecter of reputation in all of this as he comes right round the outside. Brilliant move. The Punto back ahead of the 4C. That wasn't in the plan, thought Jack Berry, so he did it on straight line speed. But then Chris McPhee all the way around the outside at Brooklands. Great drive, but they're about to be lapped down to Copse Corner. Look who is behind them. Barry McMahon is about to lap the fight for third place. They're nose to tail into Copse, and the leader Paul is bearing down on them. With you in a minute.
Yes, I was impressed by Barry McMahon last time around because he got past Jamie Thwaites, and that was a sight to see. Just so much more confidence that Barry McMahon has. And yes, they all land in my lap at Beckett's, trying to get past Tom Lodage, number 2, who's much slower than any of them. They give Lodage a little bit of room, and so they all end up in positions as they were before. But if anything, I would say that Chris McPhee's Punto has actually used that to his advantage, but of course he just doesn't have the pace down the Wellington Straight.
No, so Jack Berry is ahead by the time they get to Brooklands, and you think, well, it's game over. But then Chris McPhee comes charging back towards the tail of not only the 4C, but also the Julia of the leading Barry McMahon that's in between them. Now Barry McMahon tries to go the long way round on the outside and do a McPhee at Luffield, and Chris thinks, well, it worked last time, I'll have another go, and he's done it again! Right round the outside he goes. So Barry McMahon puts a lap on the 4C. Chris McPhee was alongside, but he's not quite got the grunt in a straight line. They're nearly side by side coming out of Woodcote. The 4C does go ahead finally, but Chris McPhee has driven a great race here. And as they head into Copse Corner, the 4C now in the hands of Jack Berry has to negotiate in Wolford, and back on the inside goes Chris McPhee at Copse Corner. Great opportunistic move. There was a back marking 1.56 ahead. Jack Berry hesitated, and through went Chris McPhee. Back with you.
Excellent stuff. Doesn't he know he's in a Fiat for a race that's supposed to be for Alfa Romeos? I know it's for Intermark as well, but yeah, certainly holding up the reputation of Fiat there as he goes back around the outside as they go through Beckett's as well, using the back marker traffic very effectively. So McPhee ahead as they left my sight, but the 4C just storms past using the extra power as they go back out of my sight under the bridge.
And that's exactly what's happened, and I think possibly this time Chris McPhee's going to be a bit too far back to challenge at Luffield, but he's given it a red hot go in this race and deserves a big round of applause at the end of it.
Carl Hamer, where are you with your Driver of the Day trophy?
Well, exactly, because he'd definitely be a candidate for it. It's been a mighty effort. He's not done yet, of course, as they come out of Luffield. Barry McMahon, lest we forget, race leader, goes through. And for second place, Toby Broom will be with us. Third and a lap down is Jack Berry, who has now seen off Chris McPhee to the tune of 11/10ths of a second. And then behind them is Jamie Thwaites, having a much tougher time today than yesterday in the wet. He is closing a fraction, but not by a huge amount. Still waiting for anybody to be second, but you've got the leaders.
Yes, Barry McMahon, the leader in a class of his own here at Silverstone, or in these conditions, having done a best lap of the race, which is some 3 seconds quicker than anybody else. Toby Broom's done a great job in second place, but the battle continuing as they turn through Beckett's between the Fiat Punto, and they're now being closed between the Punto and the 4C, but they're being closed in upon by Jamie Thwaites' Giulietta, number 40, yesterday's winner, but running a lap behind the leader.
So Toby Broom in second place has gone by. The race leader has just under 4 minutes to go. Barry McMahon is about to emerge from Woodcote, and he is 22.3 seconds behind Toby Broom on the road. In other words, if he can find 22 plus seconds in just under 4 minutes, he can lap everybody in the race. I'm not sure it's quite doable, but it won't be far off. So now, Paul, the gap is second to first, if you see what I mean, to see whether or not Barry McMahon can lap everybody before the checkered flag.
I wouldn't be surprised if he does, but as you say, time is running out, and then we've got, what, 3.5 minutes of the race still to go. The leaders have gone through. Just looking back for the battle between McPhee and there he comes down. In fact, McPhee having dropped to the back of the group, Jamie Thwaites having got himself into the in between them. So Jamie Thwaites is now closing in upon Jack Berry, and I think those three will have an interesting battle, because I think as soon as Jamie Thwaites get off the racing line to try and get past Jack Berry, he's going to struggle.
Another one just to keep an eye on. I know we've discussed Andy Page's relative lack of pace. He's also got the bonnet flapping open now. The pin seems to have broken on the left front corner, so you'll find the air getting under that and making life a little bit tough. Jamie Thwaites now onto the back of Jack Berry. Leader has gone through, by the way, 2.5 minutes to go, and he's about 4 seconds a lap quicker is Barry McMahon than Toby Broom, who's not really had a playmate. For third place, though, it's game on. Jack Berry versus Jamie Thwaites. Now, if those two start holding each other up, this might give Chris McPhee a chance, but it's Jack Berry just ahead then as they drop down towards Copse Corner this time, and Jack a bit hesitant in the traffic there. That means Jamie Thwaites comes up to the outside, so you've got third, fourth and fifth, Paul, all heading towards you.
Yeah, with back markers to be overtaken as well. Thwaites is on the inside line for Maggots as they go onto the brakes for Beckett's. He's just ahead. Is he going to be able to hang on around the outside? I think he is, but he's going to have to be careful as it does so. That Punto has so much more grip. Thwaites struggles. Jack Berry goes round the pair of them and disappears off. So Jack Berry may have been briefly back in fourth place. Jamie Thwaites got ahead of him. But Thwaites is now back ahead of Jack Berry with Chris McPhee, no doubt grinning all over his face, but enjoying this enormously.
Yeah, Berry back ahead of Thwaites, in fact, the 4C ahead of the Giulietta. So, yeah, Chris McPhee is able to close up through the twiddly bits, and when there's traffic in the way. Jamie, I think, is a bit braver in traffic than is Jack Berry, who possibly because it's a pretty valuable car, the 4C, is a little bit more nervous, and it's quite a handful on a wet road. He's got a 1.56 up the road, in fact, to get past a George Warren. So Jack Berry third goes through now with just over a minute to go. Right on his tail is Jamie Thwaites heading down towards Copse Corner, and then Chris McPhee, who doesn't really need to brake, just throws the car in, but he's dropped a couple more lengths. So I think he has now fallen off the back of that little group as the race leader is on to lap number 17. You've got the fight for third, fourth and fifth. He's still there, Chris McPhee.
He is, but as you say, he's needs a little bit of misfortune to befall those two ahead of him. But he does indeed throw the little Fiat Punto around. But again, Jack Berry, rear-wheel drive, presumably the 4C, against the front-wheel drive of the TCR spec Giulietta of Jamie Thwaites. So interesting to watch those two struggling with the different aspects that the conditions are throwing at them.
Jamie Thwaites to the inside, coming down Wellington Straight, but Jack Berry is able to fend him off as they get to the braking zone and claim the line for the corner. So the 4C goes through Brooklands. They've also got to just sort out the 33 of Nathan Bignell, one of the older cars, not the old S, but one of the older shapes on the grid. There used to be hordes of 33s that dominated the 1500cc class in the old Alfa Romeo Owners Club Championship days, but good to have one on this grid. As the clock has hit 0, the fight for third has got another lap to go. It's Berry, Thwaite, McPhee down towards Copse.
Barry McMahon just going underneath the bridge over the Wellington Straight at the moment onto the brakes for the left-hander at Brooklands, so he'll be with you, I think, before the third place battle reaches me at Beckett's.
All right, I'll get him over the line. I think Toby Broom, therefore, is just going to be able to hang on, isn't he, to be unlapped. And it's close, it is marginal, because he is coming through Woodcote now, Toby Broom, and he goes onto his last lap. And if I look the other way, here is Barry McMahon then. He's just going to miss out on lapping everybody, but it's a dominant win as Barry McMahon wins the second race of the weekend for the High-Tech Alfa Romeo and Italian Intermarque Championship.
And Jack Berry is going to hang on to third place. He's got 4 or 5 lengths of an advantage over Jamie Thwaites as they head down towards Brooklands for the last time.
Right, Jamie Thwaites sorting out the traffic then. So Jack Berry, who's been understandably cautious. I think for many of them it has been a really challenging track surface, this. The 4C ahead of the Giulietta. They're coming up towards the line. Count a couple more across ahead of them, including Tom Pringle and also Mark Skeggs. They take the checkered flag. Andy Page is rather battered. Giulietta goes by. Jack Berry very, very happy, I think, with the result. Punching the air as he came across the line because he's seen off Jamie Thwaites, and then in 5th place Chris McPhee, who was one of the stars of the race, wasn't he, with a little punto. A really, really good drive there. A class win as well as the overall win for Barry McMahon. Of course, Toby Broom won his class. Other class winners were James Ford in the Twin Spark battle, and in the Turismo class Nathan Bignell's 33 coming out on top. So the conditions perhaps giving us a very different sort of race from what we might have anticipated from yesterday. Barry McMahon the race winner, Toby Broom taking 2nd place, and Jack Berry finishing 3rd. For 4th, Jamie Thwaites ahead of Chris McPhee, Dave Messenger 6th with George Osborne, Stacey Dennis, and the Fords, James ahead of Richard, rounding out the top 10. It seems rather unfair that Chris McPhee didn't even win his class out of all of that, but Toby Broom was the class winner. But Chris, I think, was one of the absolute stars of that. Had it been a 15-minute race, maybe the podium would have been his, but it was just later on, wasn't it, that he finally ended up losing pace. And all the cars have, I understand, headed to the scrutineering area rather than to the presentation point, so it's going to be a little while, I think, before we are able to hear from drivers, with it being the last round of the championship potentially. I know, they're just arriving now, are they? So yes, the cars are going to be waved all the way down. With it being the last round of the championship, I think scrutineering has become of import. So Barry McMahon waved down the pit lane, and we will hear from him in due course. We've got another race, of course, still to come for the Walter Hayes Trophy next, after which this is the last chance race coming up next. Then we turn our attention to Ginetta Juniors. After that, Monoposto. After that, qualifying at just before 12 o'clock for the Mutton Grand Prix, don't ask, and then the 2 semi-finals before lunch.
More evocative than the pumpkin smash.
Sorry?
More evocative than the pumpkin smash.
True, true. It's all something to do with local sheep farmers laying out a course here in 1947 and it being dubbed the Mutton Grand Prix. So even before it was officially a circuit, there was a race here.
You can read all about it when you go into the Silverstone Museum, David.
Is that right?
There's a special little, what do you call it, little area where it's described. And yes.
Well, there you are. The museum will be open throughout the winter. It's highly recommended. Also, Escapade over at Beckett's is open during the week, and whether you want to come and stay or just come for lunch, it's well recommended. But also at Escapade there are Grand Prix watch parties, and these take place during the Grand Prix itself. It's £45 a person, which includes Sunday lunch, drinks and analysis from Steve Deeks, racer and instructor at Silverstone, and Brendan Lee, Formula 1 sim racing world champion, who you will see in the Walter Hayes Trophy races during the course of the day. So there is still the Brazilian, the Qatar and Abu Dhabi Grand Prix to come. Brazilian Grand Prix next weekend. So from 5 o'clock the race, but 4 o'clock until 7 is the watch party over at Escapade. and it's, as I say, well worth going to, whether it's to watch a Grand Prix or not. Escapade is available whether it's to stay or just to go and use for food and for something to drink. And the Grand Prix parties for the remaining 3 races of the season, £45 per person. Right, congratulations then to Barry McMahon, Toby Broom and Jack Berry. And after a bit of a hike, I think Alistair Douglas is with them.
Yes, I've taken off my crampons and climbing gear. Barry, well done. A win. Is that the first win for this car?
No, I the season at Snetterton on the 200 circuit, and since then we've just had a few little niggles that have hindered our performance, but it's great to be out there in the wet, a little bit slippy. I think we chose the right tyres, so yeah, it was a good victory.
You were on wets, I guess.
I was, yes.
I don't think everybody did choose wets, did they?
No, I think Jamie and Jack both decided on slicks, and I thought, well, I had nothing to lose. They had more pace than I had, so I just decided that I need to do something different, and I'm glad I did.
And I heard yesterday you were talking to Ian about developing this car over this season. Are you continuing with that over next season?
Yes, definitely. We're going to try and get about 200 kilos out of it, and maybe look at increasing the horsepower and increase the handling ability. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Excellent. Thanks, Barry.
Thank you.
And as Ian and David were saying on race comms earlier, the McMahon family very involved in motorsport for many years, and Barry's been racing in Alphas for a long time. Now, Toby Broom, I'm guessing that Ian Paul will tell me that Toby is the champion this year again.
Was before we came into this weekend.
Thought so. Okay, let's go and talk to Toby. Toby, you were champion before you came into this weekend. In fact, I was here 2 weeks ago when you took the championship. But you've come out for the final race of the year. You enjoyed yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. It was great fun. Bit of both, obviously, with the wet, and I think everyone enjoyed themselves today, regardless of their tyre choice.
What were you on?
I went full wet in the end.
Yeah. Probably the right choice.
I think it was, yeah. Although I lost the grip towards the end, but other than that, they were really good.
So you hold on to the number 1 for next year?
That's right, yep, looking forward to it.
Thanks very much. Toby Broom, who won the championship 2 weeks ago here at Silverstone, but great to see him out. Not every championship winner will come out for the final race if they don't need to. Jack Berry, if I've got time or not, David?
Go for it. No, go for it.
OK, let's go and talk to Jack. Here's Jack.
How we doing?
Yeah. You don't stand out in that bright red suit. Jack, you brought the 4C out for the race. What tyres were you on?
We were on slicks, and that was a very bad choice, to be fair. I was battling with the McPhees in this Punto. Like, he was just driving around the outside of me at the corners, and obviously I got a little bit more power on the straights, but that was really, really good fun, and I was laughing my head off, to be fair. And then I could see Jamie coming from behind me. He was on slicks as well. He did overtake me, but managed to just squeeze him out and stayed in front to the end. So. But yes, it was like driving on ice. It was exciting, to say the least. Yeah.
Well, you might like to know that your battle with Chris McPhee brought out a proper touring car commentary from David Addison and Ian Titchmarsh in the box.
Oh,
they were really into it.
Oh no, it was great, and I'll get the onboard out, and there will be some good watching. Fair play to Barry as well. We made the right shout on wets, so yeah, he came round and lapped me. Fair play to him. But no, it was brilliant. It was brilliant. It was fantastic, and I'd like to thank Jamie and my family and all of the team to give me the opportunity to do this year. It's been absolutely fantastic, and yeah, I couldn't want for more.
No, it's great and lovely to see the car out. We do like it.
Yeah, no, it's as I said yesterday, it's the prettiest car on the grid. It's always so well presented, and Jamie put so much heart and soul into it, and it's really good to see it out, and great to have another podium from this weekend. So
thanks very much. That's Jack Berry, who took third place in the beautiful 4C. Jamie Thwaites has stood by me. It wasn't quite the conditions for you, Jamie.
No, I mean, we've got slick tyres on. We had the wets, and Barry made the right choice. We were looking at the blazing English sun, thinking it was going to dry up, but it didn't seem to dry up much at all, so I couldn't get any heat in the tyres, and as of such, it was a pretty hairy 20 minutes.
Well, these conditions are high summer from where you come from, aren't they?
No. No, you're risking everything, but in November. But, I mean, you can't ask for better weather than this, can you, for the time of year?
Wonderful. Thanks very much. Jamie Thwaites, who didn't quite get the win in that one after starting on slicks, which I can see there are just as cold as they were when they came out of the van. Thanks, David.
Alistair, thanks very much. Good to hear from our drivers then at the end of the Alfa Romeo and Italian Intermarque race. While all that's been going on, the last chance cars are for the Walter Hayes Trophy on track, and they're doing 2 green flag laps. On pole position for this is 117 Neil Tofts and 67 Stuart Adam on the front row with him. Row 2, 80 James Colburn and 19 Ben Sims ahead of number 91 Ben Turner and 119 Mark McKenna on that third row. The fourth row of the grid, 50 Dave Porter, 151 Adam Fathers. Row 5, 188 Nigel Thompson and 199 Connor Willis. The sixth row, 94 Simon Hadfield in the ex-Stephen Richards Australia Van Diemen and 56 Matt Taylorson. Row 7, 75 and 74. 75 Harrison Morrow, 74 Grace Parkington. Row 8 is 14 and 13. 14 Gerhard Hausschulter, 13 John Hayes Harlow. On the 9th row, 31 and 32. 31 Robbie Allen, 32 Gary Newsom. The 10th row, this is where we're into those from the progression race. 82 Alex Walker, GT4 racer, and 73 Adam Quatermain. The 11th row, 79 and 133. 79 is Leanne McShane. 133 Cal Bennett. The 12th row, 38 John Blanchard, 130 Dominic Mooney. The 13th row, 125, 167 Chris Porritt, George Townsend respectively. On the 14th row, 191 Bob Hawkins, 27 Stephen O'Connor, hoping to get it off the line better this time. The 15th row is 114 Neil Hunt, 141 Paul Unsworth. Row 16, 190 is Henry Campbell, 122 Vincent J. The penultimate row has 6 Michael Fitzgerald and 472 Dominic Shepherd ahead of 157 Jeremy Kane and 98 of Leon Frost. So up to the grid they come. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. First 3 rows are all good. Dave Porter is there. Adam Fathers likewise, just making sure that we don't have any gaps. These are the cars that did at least finish slightly better in their heats.
Yeah, they finished in positions 14 to 18 in their respective heats.
But we don't have Simon Hadfield, notice, or at least we
That
don't
will
have him
allow
yet.
the first of the reserves in, which should be car number 83 who's the first reserve.
Right, is 31 there as well. Question mark over Robbie.
83 is Matteo Tremolada, being the 17th place finisher in the progression race.
Yeah, because he spun himself out of natural progression, if you like, didn't he?
Yeah.
191 Bob Hawkins is there, Stephen O'Connor, Neil Hunt, Paul Unsworth is there. We've got Henry Campbell, I can see, Vincent J, Michael Fitzgerald creeping into position, Dominic Shepherd, Jeremy Kane, yes, 98 Leon Frost, yes. I reckon we've got Hadfield missing and Robbie Allen missing, which is why we are going to have 25 and 83 as the 2 reserves. So you're going to get Matthew Smith as well, but they are not yet gridded up into a proper order. Great to see such a long grid now, stretching all the way back around Woodcote Corner.
Yeah, full grid of 36 cars. Top 20 is what you need to be in to get through into the semi-finals.
Right.
And that's what Alex Walker will be targeting. He's got good value for his entry fee, hasn't he?
Yes, the grid has been gridded wrong in as much as Leon Frost has been put to the wrong place, and Matthew Smith has been given a row further than he should have done. But anyway, we are good to go, and so Matteo Travelard at the back, and Matthew Smith, the other reserve, as I say, has found himself a row further up than he really should be. Away they go, with 1 or 2 being a bit more keen on their toes than others, but the race gets underway now down towards Copse Corner, and a good getaway made by Neil Tofts then to head the pack as they go into Copse for the first time, with Stuart Adam trying to go with him, and the others to watch. Alex Walker then finding the grip on the outside line at Copse. He runs wide, but gets himself back into the pack. Leaders heading up towards you for the first of 10 times.
Yeah, Toft it is then who does lead the way, with Stuart Adam in behind him. Then it's Sims, I think, in 3rd place. Going through there is Ben Timms. Ben Turner is well up as well. And as they head back towards you, Connor Willis is also up in the top 6.
Right, so let's unravel them at the end of the lap as 1 or 2 heroes trying to go 3 wide, coming down towards the braking area then. And that doesn't quite pay off. They stay on the road, but don't necessarily gain places. The leader at the end of the opening lap then should be Neil Toft's drama at Luffield there. I'm afraid we've got one into the gravel and out of the race. Number 67 it is that has gone off the road, Stuart Adam. He made a bad start, and now there's more mayhem as lots of people have spun. We've lost Chris Porritt, who has collected a car in the gravel. There are others on the road. This, I fear, may end up being red flag because we've got quite a heap of cars now over at Luffield. So the leaders come through. It was Neil Toft ahead, Ben Sims in second place, James Colburn third, Ben Turner fourth, Connor Willis fifth, and then Harrison Morrow in sixth place. But as I say, over at Luffield now, there are quite a few cars that are in the gravel, and there's one part on the road.
As you suggested, red flag would be the resolution of it. So disappointment there, I would think, for Ben Sims, who had a good start in the Jomo and managed to work his way on the opening lap, well, from the second row of the grid up to second place. And Ben Turner from third on the grid, a third row of the grid, up to fourth place before the red flag was shown.
The first part of it, as I say, was 67. Stuart Adam, who'd got it wrong and was in the gravel, and then there was another skirmish that put people into the gravel. Chris Porritt collected him. Neil Hunt is in the gravel, and then there was another car, which I'm trying to identify, that got caught up and was stranded on the tarmac. But there are three in the gravel on the outside, and this is where I refer. It might be Dave Porter, actually, number 50. Yes, it is. Who's the other one? His is the car that's on the inside of the circuit. So Dave Porter also out.
Although, will they be allowed to participate in the restart? Although they caused the red flag, the race restart will be as if the first race never happened.
Probably. They had all... The result had... Try this again as a sentence in English. The red flag was shown after
the
one lap.
Of lap one, yeah, okay.
So we are, I think, awaiting confirmation. Nobody is being allowed onto the grid as yet. The marshals are, I think, going to go to the original grid sheet. Slightly concerning when a scrutineer walks onto the grid and stares at cars. Don't think the front have got any damage, but...
David.
Alistair, hello.
Yeah, red flag come out. That gives us an opportunity to talk to someone who's doing the presentation for this race, but we wouldn't have had chance to talk to other than with the red flag in the race. And that's Andrew Wilkins. Andrew, you've got your Walter Hayes Trophy shirt on.
I have indeed. Good morning, Alistair. Good to be with you. It's freezing at Silverstone, but it's wonderful to be here in the sunshine. Sorry to see the red flag, but nobody hurt. Unfortunately, nobody hurt.
Well, hopefully, yes. Quite a few cars, according to David's commentary, in the gravel, but it happens at Walter Hayes, doesn't it?
Yes, I mean, the conditions are really tricky at the moment, aren't they? Sort of wet, dry, mostly wet by the sound of it, so ever so tricky. I'm glad I'm not in one of these Formula Ford cars, and I'm standing safely in the pit lane, to be honest.
Well, you did the commentary for this meeting for quite a few years, and we see you every year doing the presentations. Do you get out and about watching other races?
Yes, indeed. I'm back full circle, Alistair, to my picnic chair, my paper of sandwiches and my programme, and I just love it. And I can listen to the commentary without being stressed out. It's wonderful.
Are you a programme filler? You sit there with your programme and your pen?
I'm afraid not, no.
Oh.
Not like David. I know David has got a whole library of programmes. I've got the library, but they're not filled in, I'm afraid. No.
Well, I've got a friend who I met strangely at Cadwell Park, although he lives just down the road. He's here today. He's a programme filler. And he comes to meetings and he goes through his boxes and finds a programme and he brings it along and says, hey, Alistair, have a look at this one. Do you remember this meeting? And you think, wow, that's great. It brings back all the memories.
It is wonderful, isn't it, to reminisce, really, and all the wonderful moments, all the funny moments, all the serious moments as well. I remember long time ago, I got mixed up with Robin Hooker's car, which was, I've forgotten the name of the series now, but I wrongly identified it as a Ferrari, and I was waxing lyrical about the sound of this Ferrari engine. In fact, it was a Cosworth engine, and so it was an embarrassing moment, but a very funny moment as well. And for some reason, I still can't explain, I lapsed afterwards, after my error, into Frankie Howard's, oh, no, 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 don't sitter, no. And goodness knows why I did that, but it's just one of the funny moments I can recall, Alistair.
Yeah, I think everybody that was there had forgotten that moment, but they all remember it now.
Yes, probably did. And I can remember at Thruxton, you were out at the complex and I was in the main box, and the frantic action in this particular race was so frantic, I said, oh, I can't watch. And fortunately, you picked up the action brilliantly, as always. And yeah, wonderful, wonderful memories.
It's certainly, yes, Formula Ford, I've mentioned this already today. It was a chat this morning with someone who said, where do you go from Formula Ford? What drivers, why are they doing it? And I said they're doing it because they enjoy it. There is no progression from here. The one person I mentioned who I met here 2 years ago when he came third, and then last year when he was second, is Andrew Rackstraw, who's moved on to being Porsche Carrera Cup GB champion this year. But it isn't a route to anywhere, is it?
No, it used to be, of course. It was Formula Ford. I can remember the days of Jeff Lees when he won all the major Formula Ford titles all in 1 year in 1975, I think it was. And yes, it was Formula Ford, Formula 3, Formula 2, and then hopefully Grand Prix racing. But no, you go nowhere after Formula Ford these days. It's a shame, isn't it?
It is a great shame, but it was Callum Grant yesterday in an interview with Paul Truswell that said, I'm here because I enjoy it. I've tried a few other things, but I keep coming back to Formula Ford because it's the best racing.
Yeah, it's pure. There's no downforce. It's all mechanical grip. Everybody's got the same engine, more or less, same tyres. I know lots of different chassis, but it's so equal. And there's a lead change several times every lap, and you never know what's going to happen. It's just wonderful.
Andrew, always great to talk to you. Lovely to see you here, and thanks for coming once again to present the awards for this race. We'll see you in, well, hopefully about 20 minutes' time.
Yeah, it's a pleasure and an honour, Alice. Good luck with the rest of the meeting.
Thanks very much. Andrew Wilkins, those of you who haven't been to a race meeting for a few years, Andrew's been retired for a few years now. He was one of our main commentators around the country for many, many years. So lovely that he comes out to support the Walter Hayes each year. Thanks, David.
Alistair, thanks. Yeah, great to hear from Andrew. Great enthusiast, and still, as he was saying, able to come and enjoy himself on the spectator banks, but pressed him into action to present awards. Now, as far as
remember doing Andrew Wilkins lap charts for him at the Birmingham Super Prix in the probably the first ever Birmingham Super Prix, and we were stuck in a hut on the bridge overlooking the roundabout up at the top end of the circuit. There were no side windows to this, so my lap charts were a masterpiece of bulldog clips and paper clips holding them all together.
Such was technology of the time. Yes. The race is going to be the full distance, by the way. It is, as far as I can therefore tell, the original grid, but we have lost now Stuart Adam, that car, broken suspension, damaged bodywork. So there were two incidents. He'd spun into the gravel, that was part one, and then it was Dave Porter, having seen a replay, who got sideways. And as others tried to avoid him, he was collected by some, and others went into the gravel, and some of those in the gravel collected Stuart Adam. So it wasn't one enormous incident, it was two that sort of merged. So we've lost 67 from the front row. Neil Hunt, number 114, was caught up in it. So he's not going to be 29th on the grid. 67, I've mentioned. 125, Chris Porritt's car was also involved, and I don't think that's going to be able to take the restart, he says, looking down the grid.
Alex Walker, though, presumably he
was okay
through scot-free, because it all happened a bit behind him, didn't it?
The other one is number 50, Dave Porter. Chris Porritt's car's on a recovery vehicle being brought back to the pit lane. Dave Porter's car will be gone as well. So that means we've got, 6 cars from the original grid missing. We'd gained 2 reserves, and now we'll see where they're going to line up, because there was confusion last time at the back with the reserves being in the wrong place, or one of the reserves being in the wrong place. This time I think we've got the chance to get them in the right place, so we'll try again.
Any chance of other reserves being allowed in?
Well, possible. How many more would you like? 58 was the second reserve, Jamie Perry, but he didn't get in. 25 did, and after that you would be looking at Alan Slater, number 69. So again, rather confusingly, 25 as the third reserve is being brought ahead of 98, which is Leon Frost. So even though Leon Frost...
That's what I started before, I'll start there again.
Well, exactly. This time it's being pushed there by the team. I was rather hoping it might mean that common sense broke out, but no, he's still being put in the wrong place.
Are you talking about Leon Frost?
98, Leon Frost is again being put behind the reserves.
Yes, I spoke to Michael O'Brien off air when I interviewed him this morning, and Leon, and they decided to put the car at the back. They're concentrating on the main race for them.
Right.
And this is just, if you like, a bit of fun. Not that it's all fun, not fun, but that's the reason he's at the back.
So they want to keep out of trouble?
Yes, right. Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Yes, that was the advice from Mike and Michael, and Leon happy to take that advice.
Right, so what we now end up with, therefore, is 4.72 on the 17th row. The 18th row is now going to be, what, a gap this time. And so Jeremy Kane on his own, and then you're going to have the two reserves together, 25 and 83 on the outside, 25 on the inside, and then 98 to start at the very back. Right.
The other bit of news I haven't had a chance to relate to you is that the reason Rick Morris didn't appear in his first planned race, well, it wasn't planned. We thought he was going to be in the race earlier on. He chose not to take the start because he's also concentrating on his trophy race.
Right.
Trophy final. So there were no problem with Rick's car. It's absolutely fine.
Okay, that's good to know. Alistair, thank you. It was also a bit early in the morning as well, wasn't it? To go racing at 9 o'clock. So we have got quite a few gaps, and as I say, the back of the grid now kind of stops where you had Jeremy Kane. Then you've got the two reserves, and then number 98 starting at the very back to keep out of harm's way. Engines have fired up, so mechanics now being ushered from the grid. So there's no number 114 Neil Hunt just working forward. There's no 125 Chris Porritt. We didn't have 31 Robbie Allen anyway. We didn't have 94 Simon Hadfield. There's no number 50 Dave Porter, and there's no 67 Stuart Adam from the front of the grid. Illustrates, doesn't it, given where those gaps are now, how the incident or incidents plural had caught out people. So you had one driver from the leading group spinning, then you had others from midfield getting it wrong, and then others trying to avoid the right at the back, and that's why you've got these gaps now from the front row all the way down the field. It will be the full 10 laps though, so
if we've got, I hear the buzzers going, so we're probably going to start, but I've got Don Hardman with me. Don, you're an absolute legend of Formula Ford. It's great to see you back here once again with Joey. What's changed in Formula Ford over the last 150 years?
Quite a lot, actually. It's got far more competitive nowadays, and it's the best racing in the world. It teaches people to drive cars properly. So, no, pleased to be still here.
Yes, I mean, when you say teaches people to drive cars properly, no aero, very little grip, probably more power than grip, and no slick tyres.
Absolutely spot on, yeah. It teaches you car control. The cars move around under you, so you can catch them and steer them. And, no, absolutely superb racing.
Well, we think so. It's great. And thank you, Don. They're all underway now, so we'll hand back to the commentary team. Don Hardman, thank you very much indeed.
No problem at all.
Alistair, good to hear from Don Hardman himself, not only a legend in terms of running Formula Fords, but also racing them with great success as well. And the cars, as Alistair was saying, have now been released onto the final formation lap. They just get the one this time, and then we can go racing. So the road getting a little bit drier, but still, as we have just discovered, Paul, quite treacherous offline.
Yes, and that's going to make overtaking difficult, isn't it? What you need is either a completely dry track or completely wet track, but when you have this dry line forming, then people are very tentative about going off the line. It's not the fastest warming lap, green flag lap, give it its correct name, in the world, but lots of weaving being done from side to side, maybe many gaps on the grid, but there's still plenty of them coming round the leader down. Probably almost out the back of view at sight out of the rear window there. Brooklands, whilst the tail end is still making their way through Beckett. So still a very full grid of cars. It's the top 20 which will go through into the last 5 rows of each semi-final. So again, looking at what progress Alex Walker's going to have to make from the 10th row of the grid. Of course, he's got a few gaps ahead of him where positions will automatically come into him. So he should be a qualifier indeed for the semi-final. It's going to be a question of how far back he starts on the semi-final grid.
Yes, and just reminders, we're looking at the top how many?
Top 20 will qualify.
Okay, and then they get themselves onto the back of those 2 semi-final grids. There is one car possibly with a little bit of damage sustained from earlier on that's heading to the grid, but you're right in saying it is not the fastest of warming up. That's Neil Toft's trickling into place. His son Jacob was a winner of the opening heat yesterday. Neil was very successful in club level Z-Tech Formula Ford for a number of years, and has been a regular, not racing but in the pit lane at Porsche events this season. Jacob being a Cayman Sprint Challenge racer, but Neil getting the rust off and coming racing once more, which is good to see as the cars then now make their way to the grid, and we will be good, I think, to go racing very shortly. Alex Walker, having won that progression race, the man to watch. If he can win from 30th, what can he do from 19th? Well, to an extent, the opposition's a little bit tougher, but also, Paul just made the point about overtaking offline being difficult. He's on a better track surface now than he was at the start of the day.
And he's had the experience of that race earlier in the day, just to get himself properly warmed up.
That's true. Leanne McShane also went well in that earlier race. Adam Quartermain should be in the mix as well. I'm also intrigued to see what we can get out of number 83 this time around, hopefully without a spin. Mattia Tremolada, the driver from Monza, who was going well in that progression race and then had his spin at Luffield. He gets in as a reserve and got to get into the top 20, which again, Paul, now is fractionally easier given that we've lost a handful.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Certainly finishing in the top, well, just getting, if you're in sort of 10th row and back, you're in with a chance.
Indeed. Green flag shown at the back, 5-second board shown at the front. So the last chance race, take 2, the full 10 laps, and the lights go red then. So on his own on the front of the grid, Neil Tofts accelerates away as the lights change. The cars all away cleanly go down towards Copse Corner. Leon Frost at the back, keeping out of trouble. And as they dive into Copse for the first time, it is going to be Ben Sims, I reckon, through on the inside line again. Greasy conditions, older car, perfect mix. Alex Walker, modern car, mid-grid, round the outside of many at Copse, making good progress.
It is Sims, but Neil Tofts doesn't like that. Neil Tofts thinks he can get the lead back again. He tries on the inside at Maggots, wasn't able to do it. Then he finds himself on the outside line when they get to Beckett, so has to kind of stay there. So it's Sims who leads, Tofts in second place, and then in third place was James Colburn in number 90, so he was third on the grid anyway, going through there. Mark McKenna's gone up well in the crosslink 119. He's up to fourth, and then Colin Willis in the black, that even is fifth.
And as they dive down to Brooklands, lots of them go really wide into Brooklands, again to try to find the extra grip on the outside line. Now accelerating up towards Luffield, and as they come through at the end of lap 1, it is going to be Neil Tofts in the lead, Ben Sims second. For third, it looks like being James Colburn, but he's coming under attack, in fact, as the field comes into Woodcote for the first time. So it is Tofts in the lead, Sims second, third over the line is Colburn, and then fourth, number 199, Connor Willis, up from 10th on the grid. In fifth place, Mark McKenna, 6th is Ben Turner, and Alex Walker is 10th already from 19th. So the McLaren GT4 race from seasons past going very nicely indeed.
And staying out of trouble, more importantly, as they all did. We had a brief yellow flag at Beckett, didn't quite see what had caused it, but it was all cleared away again fairly tidily. In fourth place there, coming under pressure, James Colburn, and being overtaken, in fact, by Connor Willis. So Willis is up into third place, Colburn back to fourth place. In fifth place is Ben Turner in 91. Alex Walker comes through. You said he was 10th. I think he's only made one more place. I think he's 9th now.
Okay. but again, he's in the right zone to progress. So, yeah, the higher up the order he goes, the better his grid position, but he's also putting himself in more jeopardy by gaining places. As for the race lead, they're starting to concertina a little bit now, and it is 199 Connor Willis then up from 10th on the grid, sitting on the back of Neil Tofts for the race lead. Ben Sims then in third, trying to go all the way around the outside. The leaders are going to overlap with Connor Willis on the inside line, coming into Woodcote, going ahead. So Willis leads at the end of lap 2. Tofts is second, Sims is third, Colburn is fourth, in fifth place over the timing line now, number 91 Ben Turner, and sixth is Alex Walker going down towards Copse Corner. So he's done it, he's gained another couple of places on that lap. Alex Walker sixth, and that means he's now 2.5 seconds away from the race lead. He's certainly got the potential to win this race.
Yes, Connor Willis though has also got the potential, because he's, as you say, having got himself ahead of Neil Tofts, is looking to try and break the slipstream if he can. Ben Sims still going well in the older car in third place there. In fourth place is Coburn, fifth is Ben Turner. Behind him is Alex Walker, as you say, yes, in sixth place now. Alex Walker heading back down the Wellington Straight. But as I say, Connor Willis, to me, trying to break away from Neil Tofts in the lead.
And he's got the benefit of clear track ahead of him, hasn't he? Whereas still Alex Walker is having to wriggle his way through traffic. But he's going to be able to get past another couple, I think, before much longer. The leader has not yet broken away by a massive margin, which is good news for Walker. Up towards the line then comes Connor Willis, who was quick yesterday. Kind of begs the question, why is he in the last chance race? In second place is Tofts, and third is Sims. Fourth and fifth are almost together, with James Colburn just ahead of Alex Walker, who feints to the inside line going down towards Copse, but I don't think it's really on that move. They go into the corner now, so Alex Walker still in fifth place, and the gap first to fifth is now 2.6 seconds.
Yes, and going to the outside line there, Coburn, and Willis just dives through on the inside of him, almost like Coburn let Willis through. So Connor let Alex Walker through. So Willis leads, Tofts in second, third is Ben Sims. Walker now up into fourth place, and James Coburn, who's back to fifth. In sixth place, being strung out a little bit there, Ben Turner. Seventh now the Crossley of Mark McKenna, and then eighth place is Harrison Morrow. Adam Quartermain is next one up. He's ninth.
Having been the runner-up earlier on in the day in the progression race. So the race leader, Connor Willis, did do the fastest lap of the race last time around. No real surprise. Ben Sims in third place. He's about to come under attack from Alex Walker, who accelerates now wide up the curb, coming out of Luffield, but into Woodcote. Connor Willis the leader then, clear of Neil Tofts. Ben Sims third, Alex Walker is fourth, and he might even make a move going down towards Copse. Yes, he does, from a relatively long way back, Alex Walker, but as they dive down to the corner, I think he's done it on the inside line. So Alex Walker does go through then into third position, and he has also now done, Alex, the fastest lap of the race. He's done a 69.9. It is still game on this for the win.
Yes, he's going through there in third place, but as I say, up in the front, Connor Willis is trying to put as much daylight as he possibly can between himself and Neil Tofts, but a bit of a mistake there from Walker as he came into Beckett's, ran very wide indeed, almost allowed Ben Sims to come back at him up on the inside. So Ben Sims gaining on Walker, if anything, on that lap, or at least on that half lap from Copse up to Beckett's. He's now right back on terms though with Neil Tofts. They come back into your sight, David.
And a 5-second penalty for Dominic Mooney, presumably for track limits, as the cars come up now through Luffield. So Alex Walker sitting on the back of Tofts, Connor Willis the race leader. Alex Walker is almost there. The fastest lap of this race, a 69.9. It was a 1:11 in the earlier race, so it proves how much drier the road now is, of course, as the leaders go by. First to third, 2.1 seconds, as up the inside line goes Walker into Copse Corner and easily gets ahead of Neil Tofts. So now Connor Willis still leads the way, but he's got Alex Walker with another fastest lap of the race last time around, a 69.3, hunting him down for the lead.
Hunting him down indeed. The gap first to second between race leader Connor Willis, Alex Walker in second place with me, 1.9 seconds. So no different really than it was as they cross the start-finish line. Battle continues between in third place there, Neil Tofts and Ben Sims in fourth. The pair of them having been overtaken earlier on by Connor Willis, and Alex Walker now having got past them, but they're still indulging in a great little battle. Neil Tofts in 117, Ben Sims in number 19.
We had a spinner at Copse at the start of that lap, so somebody would have gone tumbling down your lap chart. Number 130, Dominic Mooney, had a 5-second penalty for track limits. He's now got another 10, so it's all unravelling for him, sadly. The attitude of I've paid my entry fee, I'll explore Silverstone doesn't kind of wash. Leaders go through. Connor Willis ahead of Alex Walker. So for the race lead, the battle now, 1.7 seconds. Alex Walker doing another best lap at 69.1. He has certainly got better pace than Connor Willis. He's now starting lap number 7 out of the 10 as they go through Copse Corner. Behind them, Tofts is 3rd, Sims 4th, Colburn 5th, Ben Turner 6th, Quartermain, McKenna, Morrow and McShane round out your top 10.
Coming up towards Beckett's, and as you say, on the 7th lap this time, 1.8 the gap first to second, so it may well be that Alex Walker decides to settle for second here because he's not closing in just yet on Connor Willis. With just 2 laps to go at the end of, 3 laps to go at the end of this one, may well be that it's not quite time to do it. Good battle going on a little bit further back in the top, 6th place, Adam Quartermain getting ahead of Ben Turner. And Mark McKenna next up. Those 3 very close together as they came through. Ben Turner just behind Quartermain, just ahead of Mark McKenna in the Crossley.
Good battle also for 3rd place. Neil Tofts versus the redoubtable Ben Sims in the Jomo. They're together as the leaders come by. So let's see, 1.7 last time, Willis to Walker. And this time as they cross the stripe, 1.7. It's only thousandths gained by Walker, but it is another best lap of the race. He's now into the 68.947. So he's edging closer. You might be right about him having to settle for second, but I don't think he's going to do that by choice. He is still pushing. Tofts 3rd, Sims 4th, Colburn 5th, and Adam Quartermain up to 6th now.
Yeah, I think Ben Sims in the Jomo is the answer to Alistair's question about what's the difference in Formula Ford between the 1970s and the 2000s, because the Jomo is such a different looking car, but manages to nip past Neil Tofts there as it gets to Beckett. So Ben Sims up into 3rd place ahead of Neil Tofts, who's 4th. Still Alex Walker, Connor Willis in the lead of the race.
And for 3rd place, it remains Tofts ahead at the end of Wellington Straight. We just had another spinner at Copse, but I think he's got going again. Neil Tofts doing a good job here of hanging on to that 3rd spot as the leaders are about to emerge again from Woodcote Corner. This will put 8 laps in the book when they come across the timing line at the end of the lap, and it will be Connor Willis ahead. Alex Walker is edging closer. He's not storming up onto the tail in that sort of pseudo-Duckham's livery, but he has got the gap down a little bit further. It's down to 1.5 seconds now. Connor Willis continuing to lead, so Walker, yeah, he may have to settle for second, but he is still pushing as hard as he can. Tofts 3rd, clear of Sims by about a length and a half.
Yeah, Alex Walker certainly hasn't given up, no question of that, but Connor Willis at the moment still has that useful margin. The battle of the race still on for 3rd place, as once again Ben Sims dives for the inside line at Maggots, leaves his braking that little bit later than Neil Tofts does, so goes through once again, and in fact has opened up 3 or 4 lengths of an advantage as they head back down the Wellington Straight for the 9th time this time. So Sims once again is ahead of Tofts, then Coburn, and then absolutely together is Adam Quartermain in 6th, Mark McKenna 7th, Ben Turner is 8th. Those 3 easily changing positions before the end of the race.
Currently shown as 20th is number 472, and that's a car that's just got a track limit penalty. That is Dominic Shepherd, who had a spin, you might remember, in the first race of the day. The leader has just gone across the line, so Connor Willis ahead of Alex Walker, and the gap has gone up. That time around, Willis responds and does the fastest lap of the race at 68.7. So that's the first indication, really, of Willis responding to the Walker challenge, and that might now, as they start the last lap, tell us that it is game over, and Connor Willis is going to be able to hang on in there. But Walker, still a good effort from, where was he on the grid, 19th up to 2nd place.
Yes, indeed, but I don't know, my speculation would be that Alex Walker's settings were slightly more conducive to the damper conditions, a little bit softer perhaps, to get him through the traffic, and now the track is drying out a little bit more, he's struggling a little bit more, but it's going to be a win, I reckon, for Connor Willis. Yellow flags being shown down at Brooklands, now taken away again as they reach that part of the circuit for the last time.
Indeed so. That was a car that was up against the barriers, so the car of Connor Willis, which has slightly dominated the race, is going to come through to win the last chance race. Another good drive by Alex Walker, so they come up towards the line. It is going to be a Connor Willis win in the last chance race. He goes across the line victorious. Alex Walker then takes 2nd. the margin widening towards the end, and Ben Sims on his own for third in the end, well clear of Neil Toffs, who takes fourth. In fifth place across the line, it's going to be number 80, James Colburn. Sixth, Adam Quatermain. In seventh place, it's Ben Turner, Mark McKenna behind him, and then ninth, number 75, Harrison Morrow. The top 10 rounded out by Leanne McShane. Then you've got Bob Hawkins through in 11th place. Still they come. A change at the line because Stephen O'Connor goes ahead then for 12th place, ahead of Grace Parkington, and then Dominic Mooney in 14th. Vincent J coming through for 15th. I'll try and get all the qualifiers done. 16th to number 32, that being Gary Newsom. In 17th place, another good one up from the back, Leon Frost. He might have been trying to keep out of trouble, but he got 17th place. That was quite a drive. 18th, 151, Adam Fathers. 19th, 188, Nigel Thompson. 20th, 190, Henry Campbell. They are the ones that will go through. So a really good effort that, again, by Alex Walker, but a good drive by Connor Willis. And the next activity that we're going to come to is going to be the Ginetta Junior Championship showdown. I kind of do that partly to check the timetable, because I look down towards the presentation area and I noticed that one of the competitors in the Mutton Grand Prix is still in civvies taking photographs, because Jacob Ebury, who is entered in the Mutton Grand Prix, ace photographer, is having to worry about the day job first by snapping, or whatever photographers do. And once he's done that, then he can get himself into race mode. Top three have arrived in the presentation area. We'll hear in a moment from them with Ian Titchmarsh.
Right, well, we got, as billed, Andrew Wilkins to do the honours with the presentation. Greeting old friends, wearing his, as Alistair's already said, his Walter Hayes Trophy polo shirt. Hello, Alistair. Hello, Andrew, good to see you.
Hello, Ian, good morning.
Good morning. Is it still morning, or we're maybe to the afternoon now?
No, it's still morning.
Still morning, very good. Right, well, we need the winner of that. Connor Willis. Connor, could you come and collect from Andrew Wilkins your splendid trophy? Well done. We'll have a. We'll get the other two for the podium. So in second place, it was Alex Walker. So, Alex, could you come and Alex? All right, we'll speak. Connor, we'll speak with Connor.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you're having to give it back, are you?
Yes, I think so.
Anyway, as far as the race went, why were you this far back anyway, given your speed? You should have been straight into a semi-finals, didn't you?
Yeah, it was a little incident in the heat 4 I was in, and qualified 6th and made it up to 2nd, and we were running well, had some good pace, but yeah, there was a lot of hard racing and stuff, and unfortunately I finished 16th, which brought me to this race. But the team gave me a great car today, and yeah, we kept with it, had some pace, and were able to finish with the win.
I was going to say that because, of course, it gave you the chance to overtake lots of cars.
It was so much fun. With the red flag, it made it even more interesting. It put me back further, and so I had to pass them all again. But yeah, it was a good time, just kind of picking the different areas, and as well as the track drawing. So having to learn the track, learn the different drivers. So it was good fun adapting.
Is this your first Walter Hayes?
This is my second. But last year I didn't able to finish the race with engine failures and things, but I'm actually able to finish now thanks to the great team and everything.
You could have some lunch or just go away, think about how you're going to win the semi-final.
Yeah, go review some data, go look at some things and see how I can best get through the pack for the semi-final as well.
Well done, Connor, so good so far. Thank you very much. Right, okay, right, and we have the other... Right, so Alex Walker in front of the board. He's got his medallion. So you didn't quite get to the front, but you nearly made it.
Yeah, almost. I was just trying to keep the tyres in good nick. We're doing a lot of races on this one set of tyres now, so just trying to keep the car in one piece and get through to the next stage, really.
So is that the set you're going to have to use for the rest of the day?
Until the final, so hopefully, if we get there. But yeah, definitely the next race we'll use the same set, and obviously qualified on it and did the heat yesterday as well.
What were track conditions like now compared with how they were earlier?
Definitely drying. It's more patches. There's not a full dry line yet. but definitely close to the inside of the corners on a more traditional line. It's definitely getting drier. Probably next time we go out in a couple of hours, there'll definitely be a line and maybe a bit more.
It'll be a bit colder because I think the sun may stay with us, but it's getting a bit nippier.
Yeah, it's too cold already.
Okay, well, go back to your transporter and have a think about how you're going to win the semi-final.
Yeah, I will. I think long and hard.
Okay, Alex, right. And in third place, who do we have third? Oh, Ben, another of his demon starts and brought the old Jomo through. You love that car, don't you?
It's a lovely little bit of kit, it really is. Yeah, very surprised to be here, to be quite honest with you, but it was a case of find the dry bit of track and drive on that, and that seemed to just give me a little bit of an advantage so I could keep up with these boys.
Where did you find the dry bits?
So there was a dry line on the inside of Copse, but everybody was going wide. Right. So that was gaining me about 3 car lengths. Then the Beckett's complex, it was dry on the inside there. Yeah. And if you drove from the dry line on the inside to the dry line on the outside, you could catch a couple more car lengths there. And then Luffield, I was pretty much following through Luffield, but it was all good. Yeah.
How many races have you won at Silverstone over the years? Because you race in so many single-seater categories and win so much.
I have no idea.
You don't keep count?
Not a clue, no, not a clue, no. We just keep trying.
Well, you keep trying very successfully. Well done, and we'll see you in the semi-final.
I guess so.
Yeah, you will. Right, well done, Ben. Thanks very much. So, back to you, David.
Ian, thank you very much. Good to hear as ever from our winning drivers, and we'll see them again later on in the day. Whether we hear from them rather depends on how much they can charge their way through the semi-final grids. However, that next Formula Ford race isn't for a little while yet. We have got 3 more sessions on track, one of which will be qualifying for the Mutton Grand Prix. That follows the Monoposto Reprise IT Tiedemann Trophy, and that follows the Championship Showdown in the Ginetta Winter Series, the cars for which are heading out onto the grid. I'll do the grid first up, and then I'll let Paul explain what's going on in the Championship, because he has been crunching numbers with 1 or 2 revisions also. We had Josh Watts excluded from a race yesterday, race 2, which compromises his point score and puts him to the back of the grid for this race as well. So that was for causing a collision, incidentally. Pole position, number 55, Jarrett Clark, who won race 2. And with him at the front of the grid, 75, Colin Cronin, this grid based on the results of the second race. The second row, 73, Harry Bartle, and number 4, Lewis Goff. On the third row, 18, Torin Byrne, 26, Jess Phillips. On the fourth row, 3 and 11, 3 Raoul Nazaren, and 11 is Henry Cameron. On the fifth row of the grid, 46, Jacob Ashcroft, and 8, Jamie Ambrose. Row 6, number 74, Kai Veach, and 54, Riley Cranham. The seventh row, number 5, Emma Scarborough, and 36 is Sebastian Leuch. On row 8, 67, Vlad Tomenchuk, and 13, Savo Solonchenko. On the ninth row of the grid, you've got 17 and 95. 17 is Luke Walton. 95, Noah Young, who went pretty well from memory in the first race, got 4th place. So should be one to watch. 83, Revy Lake had a big off yesterday. Quite a bit of frontal damage. He's 19th on the grid and then put to the back through being excluded from the second race yesterday. 22, Josh Watts, who like many comes from a good racing line. His mum Fiona used to race touring cars. His grandfather Malcolm Leggett used to be a mini racer. Father Danny Watts, class winner at Le Mans, and indeed previous competitor in the Walter Hayes Trophy. So that's how they're going to line up. The championship is at stake, and Paul can explain all.
It's a 3-round championship which started yesterday, and then we had the second race yesterday. Yesterday's first race was won by Lewis Goff, with Jarrett Clark, birthday boy, winning the second race. But it means in total that Lewis Goff has 58 points, Jarrett Clark has 56. Torin Byrne is third in the championship with 51, and there are 35 points available to the race winner, 30 points available to second place. So a 5-point difference between first and second in terms of the number of points that you can score. So it's very much a case of whoever finishes at the front is going to win the little mini championship that we have, this winter series of 3 races really to give an opportunity for drivers to practice for next year in many cases. One or two having their last hurrah in the Ginetta for this year, but most of them will be looking forward to what they can do next season until they break through the 17-year-old barrier, and then they're not allowed to do Ginetta Juniors anymore. They have to move up to something. But good news is there's plenty of things to do. You can either stick with Ginettas and move up their academy, or go off to various other things. And good to see that junior racing still extremely popular.
Yeah, I mean, there was a fear, wasn't there, when Ginetta Juniors went away from touring car package to GT package, that the entry would suffer, but it's certainly been as buoyant as ever. And every year, when you start to look at yet more alumni coming through and succeeding, whether it's in touring cars or sports cars or Formula One, because of course Lando Norris and Isaac Hadjar came out of Ginetta Junior Racing, to name but two, then it continues to illustrate just how relevant a category this is. It's pretty much winner take all, isn't it? As you say, 5 points between finishing first and second, and 2 in the championship between Lewis Goff and Jarrett Clark. It's going to be a fascinating fight between them. So we'll keep one eye on the race and one eye on the championship computations, and it's sort of advantage Clark in terms of him being on the front of the grid, but Lewis Goff starting on the second row number for the other driver to watch. Third in the championship, as Paul's been explaining, Torin Byrne, who needs to effectively win the race and get a couple of cars between him and the championship leader Lewis Goff. The final 20 minutes then of what's been a busy Ginetta season about to get underway then. The final round of the Winter Series comes to the grid now. 1-2 cars just needing to get themselves in the right place, including number 17 by the look of it, which is Luke Walton. So 20 minutes on the clock. Both of the previous races have had safety cars, and fingers crossed that isn't going to affect things here. You've got the point for the fastest lap to factor in. There was a point for the overall pole for the first race, but as this is the result of yesterday, we can discard that as the drivers now get set to go racing. The lights go red on the gantry, the lights go out, it is blast off then, and a good getaway is made from pole position by Jarrett Clark. Not a great start by Lewis Goff, but that's a bit like we saw yesterday, and he's already made contact, I'm afraid, with Torin Byrne, who seemed to make a good getaway, and as he went up the inside, there was a bit of hip and shoulder between the two. So Lewis Goff, then the championship leader, has been shuffled back into 5th place already. We've got one car that's had a spin going through Copse for the first time, that being number 74 of Kai Veach. But Paul, you've got the leaders. Yes, and it's Jarrett Clark with a length of an advantage over Colin Cronin, who's in 2nd place. In 3rd place is Harry Bartle. 4th, Torin Byrne, number 18. In 5th place is Lewis Goff, so not completely out of it. Jess Phillips is next up in 26, he's 6th. And then the next one was 3, Rouse and Zarin. Nose to tail down the Wellington straight back towards you. And they're going to be side by side in the pack, because we've got Colin Cronin trying to go round the outside of Jarrett Clark for the race lead. They lean on each other. Colin Cronin goes all the way round the outside. Fantastic move coming into Brooklands, and that opens the door for a bit of contact, I'm afraid, into Luffield, and Clark gets tagged sideways by Harry Bartle. He's managed to keep it in the right direction, but he's now dropped behind Lewis Goff down into 5th place. So bad news for the championship battle for Jarrett Clark. Not only has he lost places, he's lost the impetus against Goff. He's also trying to keep at bay now another of the R Racing cars, 26, Jess Phillips, as they go across the line. So at the end of lap 1, it's Cronin leading, Torin Byrne is 2nd, Harry Bartle is 3rd, 4th is Lewis Goff, 5th is Jarrett Clark, 6th is Jess Phillips. Now, that's not to say that it's game over yet. Jarrett Clark proved yesterday to be a very feisty racer, and he certainly won't take kindly to the contact that has caused him to get sideways and drop down the order. No, very tricky moment for him there, but he stayed in there, trying to move up on the inside there. Lewis Goff up on the inside of Harry Bartle as they came into Beckett's, and Harry Bartle ends up being pushed a little bit wide there and loses a couple of places. So Goff up to 3rd place. Jarrett Clark goes with him. He's up to 4th, and then it's going to be the recovering Bartle. Is it, or Jess Phillips? Not sure. We're heading back towards you. I think it's probably both, actually. They're overlapping as they come down towards the braking zone, but Jarrett Clark certainly on a mission now to try to rebuild the race. He's sitting on the back of Lewis Goff, so teammates, in as much as they're coming out of the same team's awning, but it's very much every man for himself. Harry Bartle is the one that's being shuffled further and further back in the queue, making a bit of progress. In contrast now is number 3, Rouse van Zaren, who's come out of the main championship, so one of the more experienced drivers. As for the lead, it is Cronin ahead now of Torin Byrne. In 3rd place, you've got Goff. 4th, it is Jarrett Clark. So as far as the championship battle is concerned, you've got the three of them in a queue, but in a different order on track, Paul, than they are in points.
With still plenty of the race to go. So 20 minutes for the Ginetta Juniors. So it's a good long race for them, and opportunities for you say overtaking and changes to take place, but it's Cronin as they arrive with me for the third time in the lead by not quite a second. Torrin Byrne there in second place, close behind, and then we've got Goff and Clark third and fourth, as you say, but in the order with Goff, the championship leader, ahead of Clark, and then Harry Bartle recovering to fifth place, I should say, with Jess Phillips sixth.
Crude maths would suggest this would be enough at the moment to give Goff the championship, but if Torrin Byrne can get past Colin Cronin, then that would give him the title if third and fourth stayed as they are. That's unlikely, as Paul says, with 16 minutes to go, but just to prove that the calculator works up here as well. They come into Woodcote, and not only are the two leaders nose to tail, but I reckon third and fourth might be working together to get back onto terms, because the gap is coming down, and Jarrett Clark not fighting Goff this time, but Cronin having to go very defensive down towards Copse then, moves to the middle of the road to try to defend from Torrin Byrne, number 18 in the white car, with Goff and Clark getting ever closer. So we've now pretty much got four for the lead, Paul, heading out of Copse.
Very much fourth for the lead, but Cronin with the yellow car in the lead but coming under pressure there from Torrin Byrne as they came through Maggots. Byrne breaks a little bit earlier, leaves Cronin just a little bit of breathing space. Then it's 4 Goff, then 55 Clark, then a bit of a gap before we get 6th place Harry Bartle, 7th Jess Phillips, and then another little gap before we get Rouse and Zarin leading the next group with Henry Cameron close behind him.
So the leaders drop down to Brooklands, and it's still Cronin with Byrne, as you say, having dropped a little bit of time at Beckett's, getting back onto his tail at Brooklands, but he goes a bit wider, and that opens the door then for Goff to challenge coming out of Brooklands, but that's the wrong line for Luffield. So they all concertina again, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. 5th and 6th might not be that far adrift either now. Harry Bartle starting to edge a little bit nearer as the leaders again come up towards Woodcote. So Colin Cronin led last time by a 10th when he came over the line. It looks a greater margin over Torrin Byrne, who might now have to start thinking about defending from Lewis Goff, but if he is going to do that, then Cronin's got a chance to build the lead. Fastest lap of the race now done by the recovering Jarrett Clark. He runs in 4th place, and he's on the back of Goff, who's on the back of Byrne as they round Copse Corner for the 5th time.
Yes, and if you would imagine that Torrin Byrne can get himself into the lead of this race, running the what if Torrin Byrne wins and Goff and Jarrett finish where they are 3rd and 4th, then Torrin Byrne takes the championship. So this is not just a two-way battle between Goff and Clark. Torrin Byrne is right in there with an opportunity as well, although as you mentioned, David, Torrin Byrne having more to worry about Goff and Clark behind him, and Colin Cronin up at the front is getting away.
And also, it seems as though Byrne doesn't have the pace at the moment to stay with Cronin, because the gap had been opening up anyway. Now he's having to go defensive because he's got Goff and Clark right up behind him, and that plays into the hands of Colin Cronin. So, yeah, there's trying to preserve 2nd place in the race for Torrin Byrne, but really he wants to be, as you've said, and both made the point, he needs to be ahead of Cronin to win the championship, never mind just win the race. And Cronin is starting to build this gap as they come across the line. Last time he was clear by half a second, and this time the gap goes up by another few thousandths between Cronin and Torrin Byrne in 2nd place. It's Goff 3rd, it's Clark 4th, it's Harry Bartle in 5th, it's Jess Phillips 6th, 7th is Zunzaren, 8th now Riley Cranham, Henry Cameron is in 9th, and Jacob Ashcroft rounds out the top 10. This is lap 6, 13 minutes still to go.
Yes, and if they don't get a safety car, we were suggesting we might be getting 18, 19 laps out of this. Makes a move for the 2nd place, Lewis Goff, and dives through on the inside as they came into Beckett. So Lewis Goff gets himself ahead of Torrin Byrne and takes 2nd place. And whilst that was happening, Jarrett Clark just dropped back a little bit just to kind of almost stay out of the way should anything happen to the pair in front of him. But Goff then up into 2nd place. Now, is he going to be able to lead the charge to get back on terms with Colin Cronin? Because, as you say, Torrin Byrne was losing ground to Cronin.
Well, the gap to the eye is a little bit less between Cronin and Goff than it was Cronin to Byrne, but that has also, of course, with that change for second on the road, taken away any real chance of Torin Byrne winning the championship. So Lewis Goff came into this race ahead of Clark and Byrne on points. He doesn't even have to win the race now, he just has to stay ahead of his 2 rivals in order to take the title. However, he'd like to do it with a win, and Colin Cronin again has to go defensive. The Cronin family, which has elder brother Keith as a multiple British rally champion, you've got others that go circuit racing, and here's the next one in the dynasty leading the race now. Colin Cronin making that run as the leader up towards Beckett's, with, I reckon, Goff dropping Byrne.
Yes, and Goff, rather than dropping Byrne, is challenging for the lead because he goes up on the inside. That was a risky move, but he put his nose where Cronin didn't want it, and then Cronin just didn't have anywhere to go. And Goff, then with superior speed through the corner, was able to hold the car tight, didn't go off, and managed to get the lead. So in the lead of the race goes Lewis Goff.
But there is a car in the gravel at Cops Corner, and it is, I think I'm right in saying, number 17, Luke Walton, and one fears this might trigger a safety car, and if it does, then it's all bets off. As side by side for the race lead into Brooklands, it was Goff on the outside, but he's not made it stick. Cronin leads the way, and actually now he is the cork in the bottle. He's got them all stacked up behind him. It means that Byrne was back in the mix, but he's just been passed by Clark coming out of Luffield. So at the end of the lap, as they go over the timing line, it's going to be the yellow car of Colin Cronin in the lead. Second is Lewis Goff, and we go safety car. Safety car boards are out. The flags and the lights show as well, so everybody slows right down. The order is Cronin, Goff, Clark, Bartle, Byrne down to 5th when they cross the line. So the championship dream is ebbing away unless he can be a real hero on the resumption. Safety car called.
Just to confirm, it was Luke Walton.
Right.
You identified that one.
Just getting a replay of it.
Although he's got going again.
Self-induced.
Right. Yeah, so he's just come past me now, actually, ahead of the safety car. So Luke Walton isn't out. He's out of the gravel.
Right.
And he's going to be able to catch up with the tail end of the group. So the incident is cleared. Theoretically, therefore, the safety car lights could go out as they go down the Wellington Straight this time.
Which is very similar to what we had yesterday, wasn't it? With it might even have been the same driver, triggering a very brief sort of half-lap safety car period. Anyway, safety car called, and as you say, he's back in the race. Lights are out coming into Brooklyn, so yeah, half a lap of safety car, and we go back. It's almost like a NASCAR style. Imagine a bit of debris, isn't it? Just to bunch everybody up. So Colin Cronin leads, but he's now got everybody tucked up behind him. As over the line has just gone Luke Walton, trying to play catch-up. He's not going to be lapped, but he's not going to see another car, I don't think. So at walking pace, Colin Cronin comes into Luffield, and midway around the corner, does he pull the pin? Yes, just about now, coming out of Luffield, heading up towards Woodcote. So the yellow car of Colin Cronin still in the lead. Lewis Goff, championship leader, in second place with a very muddy windscreen. The same is true of Jarrett Clark behind him. The same is true of Harry Bartle and Torin Byrne next in the queue. Race back on then. Down towards Cops Corner they go. 9 minutes, 23 seconds on the clock as they round the corner. And it's still the yellow car of Cronin up front.
Yes, here he comes then, but Lewis Goff once again right in his wheel tracks as they head up towards Maggots, looks to the left, looks back to the right as they come up towards Beckett's, but closing in upon the pair of them there was Jarrett Clark, and in fact none of them actually changed places, but Jarrett Clark really did concertina his way onto the tail there. Harry Bartle isn't far adrift either in 4th place, and then the similarly coloured car from Pace Performance of Torin Byrne is next up, as you say, back in 5th place.
So for the race lead, round the outside into Brooklands goes Lewis Goff. He's done it, he's made it work. He's on the outside line looking for a bit more grip, and all the way round the outside of Cronin he has gone. So he's going to try to win the championship by winning from the front. He leads the race then with 8.5 minutes to go. Good driving this by Lewis Goff. 5th, remember, on the first lap, and he's worked his way through to the front. That was brave round the outside of Brooklands, and it worked for him. So up to the timing line. New race leader Lewis Goff ahead of Colin Cronin. It's Jarrett Clark 3rd. Harry Bartle is 4th. Jess Phillips is 5th now. In 6th place you've got Riley Cranham. So Torin Byrne down in 7th place. Yesterday the race is kind of ebbed away from him, and it's happening again seemingly as he falls down the order. There is a 5-second penalty board being readied for somebody. We'll come to that in a moment. You've got the leaders with 8 minutes to go.
Yes, and it's Lewis Goff there with Colin Cronin's car disappearing altogether behind him, and he gives a little nudge there to the back of Goff's car as they come onto the brakes for Beckett's, but no harm done. And Jarrett Clark drops away a little bit in third place. Bartle is fourth, and then, as you say, up to fifth place has come Riley Cranham in car number 54. Leader, though, is Lewis Goff, but not getting away with it at the front.
Definitely not. There are cars everywhere. 3 wide almost for the lead. Cronin up the inside, 2 wheels on the curb coming into Brooklands, and he's prized open the door. He's forced Goff wide. He's got the lead back. There's contact between the two going into Luffield. Around goes Cronin. Goff gets caught up in it as well, and so does Clark, who's got damage. There's either Bartle or Byrne in strife on the grass on the inside. There's another car that's spun in avoidance, but Cronin is stationary over at Brooklands. Mayhem has broken out, and at the end of the lap, it's number 54, who was 6, Riley Cranham in the lead. It is Ralston Zarin in second place. It's Torin Byrne up into third spot now. Fourth is Jarrett Clark with damage. Fifth is Jess Phillips. Noah Young is in sixth. Then it's Ashcroft, Cameron Leusch and Tomenchuk, who's got the penalty, 10th on the road. Goff has not yet come by. He does so now, does he? A long, long way back. So Lewis Goff trying to get back on the inside line. He's in 18th on the road.
I fear there may be toys flying around at the end of this one. Cranham then, as you say, leading the way, and comfortably so. 2 and a bit seconds he is ahead of Torin Byrne. Ralston Zarin is right behind him and he's challenging him as they go down the Wellington Straight. And then Jesse Phillips is next up with Noah Young right behind him.
Hold that thought. Replay of what went on, and it was Goff trying to get up the inside of Cronin at Luffield. There wasn't really a gap. There was contact. Around went Cronin. Goff then got caught up in it and came across the road and hit Clark, who biffed Bartle onto the grass, but then it took Goff a long time, seemingly, to find a gear. He did get going in the end, as I say, but very, very badly delayed. And now Jarrett Clark is in the gravel over at Luffield. He had damage. The front of the car has come off it. The bonnet, if you like, is up. He's in the gravel, and I wonder whether the car's going to be able to stay there. So that's another one from the championship battle who is out, and all of a sudden it's looking very promising, isn't it, for Torin Byrne, who hasn't had a race win all weekend. He's got back up into second, and he's now the best placed.
He is, yes, and also with the competition quite a long way back. Talking of being a long way back, so is the competition a long way back from Riley Cranham, because Cranham comes through Beckett's this time. We've got over 5 minutes still remaining, but the 4-way battle going on behind Torin Byrne, Ralston Zarin, Noah Young and Jess Phillips absolutely together battling over second, whilst Riley Cranham makes hay.
So safety car for the second time because of Jarrett Clark in the gravel, and 5 minutes are on the clock. Right, there's another penalty being proffered, and it is to Revy Lake, 5-second penalty for track limits. The other penalties to Tomenchuk were for track limits as well. In fact, that's the second time that Revy Lake's penalty has appeared on the screen, so there might be 2 separate 5 seconds being given. Anyway, Jarrett Clark, very, very sadly, is out of the race and out of the championship battle. It was his 15th birthday yesterday that was celebrated with the pole position and a race win, but it's not going to be crowned a great weekend with a championship success. So I'm afraid to say Jarrett Clark, the British-Australian driver, is out of the race. The leaders then, in this very different order from how it was a couple of laps back, come through. Riley Cranham ahead of Torin Byrne. Ralston Zarin in third place, looking for his best of the weekend. And Noah Young, who started 18th, is now up into 4th. 5th is Jess Phillips, who had a 3rd place yesterday. 6th is Jacob Ashcroft. 7th, Sebastian Leusch. 8th now, Vlad Tomenchuk. 9th, Henry Cameron. And 10th on the road, Revy Lake. Tomenchuk and Lake are the ones with the 5-second penalties for track limit abuses. And a late race safety car like this does them absolutely no favours at all, because it bunches up everybody behind, and they have far fewer opportunities the other side of the safety car to build up a 5-second gap, if any, because we're already at 3 minutes and 40 seconds. And Jarrett Clark's car is still in the gravel and there's nobody near it at the moment, so I'm a bit worried that this race might end under the safety car.
Yes, if they don't get it out of the way this time, then yes, I share your concern. Other than that concern, Riley Cranham must be cursing his luck, because, as I say, he had a comfortable little lead with the 4 cars battling over second behind him, holding each other up. But that said, if this does end under the safety car, then Riley Cranham won't care whether his lead was 3 seconds or half a second behind the safety car, because he'll be able to take the the race win. Riley Cranham, having been one of the participants in the Gilletta Scholarship, whenever it was, very recently, and he reached the final four of the scholarship that took place. So he'll be looking forward to a good season next year, and getting through to the final four of the Gilletta Scholarship is still something to be proud of.
Very definitely. Indeed. Right, the recovery vehicle has arrived on the scene over at Luffield. Chris Alford, the safety car driver, has gone by. 2 minutes and change on the clock, and the car is being dragged out of the gravel. Marshall's being quite careful not to risk any more damage, because, as I say, the front bodywork, which had been damaged in the kerfuffle of the previous lap, was dislodged when it went into the gravel. Whether there was contact to put Clark off or whether there was some other reason, I couldn't tell you, but the car is now out of the gravel. We might be able to get one more racing lap out of this, fingers crossed.
Yes, if they leave the safety car out this time, which I'm fearful that they will have to, then one more racing lap will be just possible, I think. Right, the safety car isn't too slow.
Yeah, the lights are still on.
Yeah, 1 minute 40 is the safety car lap time for Ginetta, so they should get round just about in time.
No.
Okay.
If it's 1 minute and 40, that's what we've got left now, so the clock will hit 0, I'm afraid. So it's going to be the last lap under the safety car, but we're not going to go racing, I'm afraid. Yeah, a 1 minute 40 is a safety car lap. The safety car will start the last lap with about 1 minute and 10 on the clock. So it's going to end behind the safety car, sadly, and it means a win will go the way of Riley Cranham, and it's going to be a championship for Torrin Byrne. Lewis Goff, of course, not really being able to fight back. He's down in 17th place, and he'll be a very, very frustrated driver indeed, because there's no opportunity to go racing again. There's less than a lap time left in the race now. So we have a champion in Torrin Byrne after a really quirky sort of weekend for him, wasn't it? Not having had a race win, but he got second in the opening race. He got 5th in the second race, but it's consistency that scores.
So often the way with championships, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whether the winter series it counts as a full championship or just but a series of championship points at least for Torrin Byrne, and I think he can be well pleased with that, and of course it will teach him, or if he doesn't know already, that staying out of trouble, keeping it on the grey bits between the white lines is the secret to success.
In fairness, you could argue that he is perhaps one of the drivers that you would have said should have won the championship, because he has done the main season, the national championship, whereas both Lewis Goff only did effectively the last 3 events, a part season, and Jarrett Clark debuting because he's only just turned 15. So Torrin Byrne, more experienced driver, but perhaps he's not been the fastest this weekend, but he's going to round it out as the champion as the cars now come up to Luffield, and a checkered flag will greet them.
Finished 9th in the main part of the championship, did Torrin Byrne. Jarrett Clark finished 8th.
Oh, sorry, yes, he did, didn't he? He finished as a 14-year-old. Checkered flag at the ready, up towards Woodcote they come. So Torrin Byrne is going to take the... now, he has just been given a penalty. So this throws everything into the mix, because we need to know for what it is, and he will come across the line, then the checkered flag is waved, and Torrin Byrne, when you apply whatever his penalty is, he's going to be in 10th place.
It's a track limits penalty.
It presumably is. Looking on the message page, it's not popped up, but I'm assuming it's track limits, but it's genuinely late coming through Woodcote that time. So Riley Cranham wins the race, Raoul Zanzaran takes second, Noah Young is given 3rd, and Torrin Byrne is 10th, Lewis Goff is 14th. What does that do to the championship, Paul?
Oh, I've got no idea. Hang on.
Right, talk amongst yourself.
Yes,
Riley Cranham takes the race win. I'll do the easy bit. Raoul Zanzaran in 2nd place, Noah Young for 3rd. Jess Phillips takes 4th. Jacob Ashcroft up to 5th. And 6th place going to Sebastian Leusch ahead of Henry Cameron. Kai Veach 9th after being tagged into the spin, Colin Cronin. 10th, Torrin Byrne. 11th, Jamie Ambrose. And 12th to Harry Bartle. 13th, Emma Scarborough, 14th, Lewis Goff. Even though he's been penalised, there's nothing on the message line to explain the penalty for Torrin Byrne. However, he ends up falling down the order to 10th place.
Jess Phillips, I reckon, will take, because Lewis Goff and Jarrett Clark, neither of them finished, did they? So
Sorry, say again.
Lewis Goff. Actually, Lewis Goff.
Lewis Goff was 14th. Yeah, Jarrett Clark was the only one that didn't finish. Torin Byrne, 5-second penalty for track limits. 22, Josh Watts, 5 seconds for track limits. The information's now coming through. And 67, 10 seconds for track limits. That's Vlad Tomanchuk. So it's 10th place with a penalty for Byrne, and 14th without a penalty for Goff.
So Goff finishes in 14th place.
Yeah.
He ends up with 65 points, but winning the championship, according to my arithmetic, and certainly not official, Jess Phillips has 66 points.
Okay.
As a result of his having finished 4th. So I think Jess Phillips is the Winter Series champion.
3rd in the first race, Jess Phillips. 6th in the second race, and 4th in the third. So it's the same cliche, consistency scores, but just apply it to a different driver. We'll await, hopefully, confirmation from Jess about all of that, but I think Paul's abacus is probably correct. And Torin Byrne now will be kicking himself for that penalty. Interesting that quite a lot of drivers over the weekend from the Walter Hayes section of the event are appealing against their track limit penalties, saying it was wet or it was slippery or there was oil down or whatever. Whether they've been successful, we don't yet know. I suspect there probably won't be. If you're off, you're off. But whether anybody tries to appeal these penalties will be interesting to see. Normally you can't, but just occasionally, if there are really mitigating circumstances, you might get away with it. However, Torin Byrne, sadly, is not going to be champion, and a delighted Riley Cranham is out of his car as a race winner, and a quirky sort of a race, but it's a win. For second place, Raul Zanzaran, and for third, it was... I lost the order for the moment. So Jess Phillips going to the team. I think the news has got through that that's the championship for Jess, and Lewis Goff's demeanour will be somewhat different. Our Racing is the go-to team in Ginetta Juniors these days. So Alistair will be down there.
Noah Young third across the line.
Thank you.
Cranham first and Zarin second. Noah Young third. Jess Phillips taking the points for 4th place to score more than anybody else.
Indeed. Well, Alistair has arrived, so he's got a champion on one side of you and a race winner on the other.
Yes, well, I've got Riley Cranham with me for winning the race. Riley, that was an up and down race, wasn't it?
Yeah, obviously starting from the back, it was a bit difficult, just kept chipping away. I was at the right place, right time, and obviously it came out and won.
And did you manage to keep yourself out of any trouble?
Yeah, most of it, yeah.
It all happened around you?
Yeah, everything happened on the inside, went around the outside, and it was all good.
Yeah, that's often the way, isn't it? If you take a slightly different line, you can miss all the mess.
It's a good thing I did.
Well done. Riley Cranham took the win for race 3 in our winter trophy for the Ginetta Juniors. And Raul Zanzaran, I've got the same problem as Paul had yesterday. Everybody disappears. Oh, there he is, I think. Just putting his helmet into the car. And all these cars, well, Raul's car particularly, covered in mud. Raul, how did you see through that windscreen?
Well, it's difficult. A guy in front go off and throw all the dirty to me, but it was hard, but we finished with a P2, so really happy.
You are, yeah, I'm sure you are, yes. And it's probably worse trying to use the wiper on the windscreen, is it?
Yeah, I tried, but it was worse. It was very dirty and I can't see nothing.
Well done. A second place in the 3rd race, and we are looking for Noah Young now, aren't we? Noah Young, there he is. Noah, well done.
Thank
Third
you.
place.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, kept out of trouble and got P3.
Yeah, and I've asked this of the other drivers. Did you manage to keep out of the trouble? Because it was quite a big mix-up in Luffield, wasn't it?
Kind of just powered through and came away in P4, and post-race penalty for Byrne got me P3, so very happy.
Yeah, did you know about the penalty during the race?
No, I didn't, so it's a nice surprise to find out I've got a podium.
Yeah, good, well done.
Thank you.
Noah Young there in 3rd, and now we're looking for our championship winner.
The nice thing about Ginetta Junior drivers is they have their names on the back of their overalls like footballers.
Yes.
So you have to stand behind them.
Some do.
Yeah.
We have found Jess.
Well done.
Well done. Champion by 1 point.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting it when I came in, but obviously we had some consistent results, and obviously Lewis got a bit unlucky there. But yeah, it played out well, and obviously I'm very happy with it.
What was your expectation coming into the weekend?
No expectations really. Just come in, maybe get one podium, but I wasn't expecting to win it.
Well, you got, what was it, third in the first race, I think sixth in the second race, and what was it, fourth in this one?
Yeah, obviously we didn't get a win, but we won the championship, and that's the main thing.
Well, it is, isn't it? I mean, yes, nice to go for wins, but in a short championship like this, particularly in these changeable conditions, it's about keeping out of trouble, and it's about just being consistent.
Yeah, exactly that. And yeah, that shows that I didn't even get a top 2, but yeah, I'm very happy.
Well, yeah, big smile on your face. Plans for next year?
We'll do this championship and then finish that off.
So you're going to do the Junior Championship next year, so we'll see you on the British GT programme.
Yes. See you then. Thank you.
We will. We look forward to seeing you, Jess Phillips. Well done. Champion by 1 point in the 2025 Winter Series for the Ginetta Juniors.
Alistair, thank you very much. Well done to our new champion then, Jess Phillips. And we've got other championships that we can worry about over the course of the day. We've sorted out Alfa Romeos, we've sorted out Ginetta Juniors, we've got Monoposto as well, which will have the equivalent of a Winter Series, the Tiedemann Trophy, to be resolved this weekend. 2 races, both today, rather than having one per day. And the first of the 2 is coming up, followed by the Mutton Grand Prix Closed Wheel Challenge qualifying session. And then we've got the 2 semi-finals to edge us towards the lunch break. This race is about half an hour behind, given that we've had earlier stoppages. So whether we actually get a lunch break is a moot point. However, let's worry about how the Monopostos are going to line up, first of all. It's going to be a 20-minute race for them. And on pole position, number 9, Tony Bishop, with 79, Andrew Pryke with him at the front of the grid. Third on the grid, 89, James Williams, and 27, Kirsty Mansell, with a Volkswagen engine Dallara. 5th on the grid, 93, Mark Harrison, and 6th, 56, is Tom Wheatley. The 4th row, 75, Tom Hill, 34, Robin Dorr, the only entrant in the Classic division with the 1992 Formula Vauxhall. Row 5 is 24, Matthew Horton, and number 15 of Cameron Fenton. Next row, Anya Garner, number 62, with her Dallara, and 68, Malcolm Scott's Dallara F305. The 7th row of the grid, 66, the Formula Renault Tatius of Jamie Malloy, 26, Bryn Tootle. Row 8 on the grid, 22 and 94, 22, Tom Dackins with his Dallara, and 94, Neil Harrison. The 9th row, 77, Nigel Davis with the Toyota engine Dallara that he's now switched to, and 49, Amnon Needham. The 10th row is 32, Terry Clark, 67 of Andrew Wheels. On the 11th row, 21st on the grid, number 13, Carl Wallace, 52, Phil Chappell alongside. Then you've got number 12 of Phil Davis and 61, Julian Hoskins. Charlie Locker completes the main part of the grid, and then starting at the back for an infringement in the paddock, effectively, Charles Boniface with a 10-second delayed start as well. He's allowed to race, but he and was allowed in the qualifying session, but his laps did not count for times, and he's going to have to start at the very back of the grid. So the field now on track and making its way around to the grid, ready for this 20-minute race, with the track surface now, Paul, a lot better than it was for them in qualifying this morning.
Indeed so, yes. And I would say, if it's not perfect, then it's not far off perfect. And certainly by the time we get the next Walter Hayes activity on the circuit, then teams are going to be looking at full dry settings, and the biggest problem I would suggest for these cars is going to be getting the tyres warmed up. You didn't tell us they were getting an additional green flag lap, so I'm assuming this is the one and only green flag lap for them. But of course, with the slick tyres and the relatively short national circuit, there isn't a great deal of time to get them warmed up.
As far as warming up laps are concerned, I am only aware of one, and I hope it's only one, because there are people stood on the grid. So
that's always a good sign.
Yeah, I'm going with that. Onto pole position is going to come Tony Bishop. Then Dallara's having always older Formula 3 cars, really, having always found a happy home in Monoposto racing. Even when MSV had its F3 Cup, I think there were probably as many, if not more, in the cheaper monoposto categories than in that. You've got the Red Bull liveried ex-Carlos Sainz chassis making its way in the hands of Mark Harrison to 5th on the grid, and the last few into place. Good to see 94 then, the Mark 772 of Neil Harrison, the ex-David Franklin British Hill Climb Championship winning car, on the grid because it stopped in qualifying towards the end with an issue. But I think everybody should be present and correct. That was about the only car we had any concern over. And as I look towards the back of the grid, yeah, Charles Boniface is there, and he will start 10 seconds after everybody else. There is a yellow flag busily waving because we've got a car in the wrong place. There may also be a gap. Is Amnon Needham's car there, number 49, question mark, but I think we might have to delay the start here because there's a car that is in the wrong place and not moving. Unless that's Amnon Needham, who needs being pushed back. So there's a yellow flag being shown. The board, I can't see from this distance, but I think it might well be saying start delayed, just while people are put into place. Yes, start delayed board. So marshals may well be required to put whichever car this is in the right place, or has it fired up? I think it might well be Amnon Needham who needs to go backwards, but can't do it on his own. So apologies for all of this. The start delayed whilst this car is trying to be put in the right place. Marshall's now come back onto the grid, but it does not seem to want to go backwards, this car. So the answer might be to have to send them round again and put him in the correct place that way. There's a mechanic that's arrived on the grid at the front, and other mechanics coming onto the grid because drivers are now, I think, having to turn off the ignition for fear of the cars getting a bit hot and bothered.
And any heat that they did have in the tyres is now completely dissipated.
Yes, yes. And
so
any
a
chance
further
of
green flag lap will be absolutely essential,
absolutely.
I would suggest.
And any chance of a lunch break has gone as well. It was 49 Amnon Needham's car then that had long overshot its grid marks, and I think because of that maybe other people have gone forward as well, so there isn't really a gap to put him in. Yeah, this might take a moment or seven.
If only you'd have had a bit of tape on the pit wall to show him where to stop.
Yeah, quite. We are going to have an 18-minute race, so it'll be another green flag lap and then 18 minutes. So apologies, but they need the extra lap, of course, to get things underway. So 18 minutes after the formation lap again. So Amnon Needham's car has been put where it should have been, and that now means that engines can fire, mechanics can leave the grid. Hopefully Amnon Needham's car is okay, because it didn't seem to want to reverse on its own, but I think with the help of 4 marshals, job done. And so that should mean that marshals on the inside of the grid can get themselves now off track, and we await mechanics off the grid, and then we can get the start countdown back underway. And there's still a mechanic, I think, wandering up the grid with a slave battery here, so it's going to take a while yet to get everybody fired up. And 18 minutes will then be underway. And it would be, wouldn't it, that the car that requires the battery to fire it up is a long, long way back on the grid. So the poor mechanics had a longer walk to get to Terry Clark's car. And that will now fire. So for the moment, we need instruction from race control, I think, that we can get things underway, and then the mechanics will fire engines and flee from the grid. But as yet, there's not much indication of that. So there's nothing else, I don't think, to retrieve. Course car has come back in. So quite what the delay is, pass. But now a marshal has gone back onto the gantry and hopefully he's about to brandish a board that might tell us something. Right, we have now finally got engines fired, and the grid is now being cleared. So we're still looking at 18 minutes, still one more green flag lap, and the cars will be released imminently. And hopefully this time everyone will stop in the right place and we'll be good to go. So yesterday rather flew through from race control. Today has been a bit more of a challenge perhaps with the early wet track and then incidents to retrieve and 1 or 2 red flags in qualifying sessions. But as I say, we are now quite a long way behind the original start time for this. As the green light goes on and the cars are released then for another go at a formation lap and another chance to get a bit of warmth into the tyres. It's going to be interesting, isn't it, to see what progress Charles Boniface can make, because without the car having been timed this morning, we've got no real indication of how quick or otherwise that may be. But from a 10-second delay as well, he's going to be up against it in the first race. But it's going to be interesting to see where he can get to.
And also to see if anybody can actually take the fight to Tony Bishop, who in qualifying this morning was 2 seconds quicker than Andrew Pike. Whether the drier conditions will lead more towards Andrew Pike's Delara or not, we'll wait and see. But say Tony Bishop's pace was somewhat worrying for everybody else in terms of who's going to win the outright race. The championship very much a case of who can do best in the classes, and in the 1600cc class, 13 Kyle Wallace, and in the 1 litre class, Matthew Houghton, the M1000 class, leading the way in that. The car is currently tied on points, and assuming that they can both win their classes, they're going to end up tied on points at the end of this year as well. And if that is the case, then Kyle Wallace will be declared champion because he's had 4 wins, whereas Matthew Houghton's only had 3.
Right, so Abacus is again at the ready.
Just to illustrate how slippy it is, Malcolm Scott, number 68, had a spin at Copse on the green flag lap.
Right, so it's still treacherous. Of course, these much more powerful single-seaters in many cases than we've had in the Formula Ford races earlier on in the day. Malcolm Scott then should be number 68 for 12th on the grid, and I think has been able to get back to his grid position. If you fall to the very back of the queue, you've got to stay there, but if you're not quite last, then you can overtake and get back to your grid position. So this time around, everybody is where they... Oh no, they're not. We've got another driver with his hand in the air, and we've got a yellow flag waving again, and there's more problems, I'm afraid to say, and marshals needed again to come to the aid of a driver. And this time it is 22 Tom Dadkins, I think, who may well have stalled. So it's going to be another delayed start, and marshals again required on the grid. Start delayed it is, and the red and white Stellara of Tom Dadkins being pushed off the grid quickly. Now, whether or not this means that we'll be able to get the race underway... Oh, hello. Number 77 has now decided to drive forward and close the gap. Right. Well, he's where he wants to be. 77, if it goes at all... Sorry, 22, if it goes at all, is going to start from the pit lane. The rest of the grid now taking up their places, because I think they'd lagged back whilst the stalled car was in the wrong place. The team have arrived on the scene now to try and attend, and the start delayed board has been shown. So what happens next? It should be another green flag lap and another reduction of a couple of minutes, I would propose. 22 then, Tom Dadkin's car is going to Tom Dakin's car is hopefully going to be pushed down the pit lane. So mechanics are back on the grid, and engines will fire up again, and we'll try once more. What time do you ferry to the Isle of Wight, Paul?
It'll all be fine.
Okay.
As long as we get a mouthful of sausage roll in between somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Between podiums. Right, so Tom Dakin's car now being pushed down the pit lane, hopefully to let it fire up, and then if it does start, it will start from the pits, but it doesn't seem to want to fire, that car. So that's in the pits. Everybody else is on the track, and we're going to have a 15-minute race once we get things underway. So 2 times delayed start and 15 minutes we're going to be. That's the best offer. Still Tom Dakin's car doesn't want to fire up, and still it is pushed down the pit lane. So there's clearly a problem with that, and I think they may have to give up on that. Mechanics back to the grid to help fire up cars. 32 again needs his mate, that is Terry Clark. And I think that is a 1-minute board in the distance that is being shown. The klaxon sounds. So fire up, get off the grid, and then we're good to go. And still Tom Dakin's car is being pushed down the pit lane, and still it does not want to fire. So increasingly coming around to the fact that that's going to be a non-starter. Right then, 15 minutes are now on the clock, and fingers crossed we might get them away cleanly at the end of this next formation lap. Oh no, hang on. Marshals are coming back to the grid. What now? Who now? This is going to be within the top 6 on the grid. I think it might be Tom Wheatley's car. 6th on the grid that's now got an issue. And that's going to have to be pushed off the grid as well. But at least that's got the gate midway down the pit straight. So 56, I'm pretty sure that car is, that's been pushed off the grid from the 3rd row into the pit lane. Yep. So we've got 22 in the pits. We've now got 56 in the pits, and we'll see whether or not they are going to be able to join in. And they've got another race to go as well. Tom Dakin's car has now been pushed as far as the gantry over the pit lane, midway down the pit straight, but it's not fired up, and the green flag is shown. Away they go again. And the car of Tom Wheatley has disappeared from view altogether. So I don't think either of these are going to make the start after all. Right, let's try again, Paul. They've set off.
Boyish optimism once again, yes. Tony Bishop must be finding it a bit frustrating, I suppose, because he's not done anything wrong, but had 5 minutes taken off the amount of time that he's going to have a chance to drive this lovely Dallara around the circuit. And so the rest of them seemingly in good order, now going round on this 3rd green flag lap. And again, the track will get just a little drier. Again, the sun's still not high in the sky, but exerting a bit more of a drying influence. And I suggested earlier it was fully dry, and then Alistair told me we had spinner at Cops, and this time I think it's even more fully dry, if that were possible. But Tony Bishop, once again, with the opportunity to show everybody his pace at the front.
Well, we hope he is.
Yes.
Fingers crossed. So those 2 cars are certainly not queued up at the end of the pit lane to join in, so it looks like they may end up being non-starters altogether. To the grid then comes Tony Bishop. So this is the end of lap 3, they're just not racing laps. Our 3rd formation lap, up to the grid he comes then, with the white car of Andrew Pryke lining up for 2nd, black and orange the colours then for James Williams. And Kirsty Mansell had rather dropped down out of position, but she's now loads another one to the pit lane. That's the March 772 number 94 of Neil Harrison. So that car into the pits as well. And everybody else has made it to the grid. As I say, Kirsty Mansell had dropped a little bit away from where she should have been, but not to the very back, so she's been okay to take a grid position. I think Neil Harrison purely wants to start from the pits and keep out of trouble. So he is already at the end of the pit lane, so he's going to start very definitely from the pits. The other two, well, we'll wait and see. Right, we've got a red light, and this time around we might get racing. We do, they're all away, and one or two are a little bit sluggish out of the blocks, like Andrew Wheels, but they all get off the line now, down towards Copse Corner, and it is going to be Tony Bishop then who will lead the way as they turn in from James Williams in second place. They round Copse, the Union flag is waved at Charles Boniface, who gets away now with his 10-second delayed start. 15 minutes of racing is underway.
Yes, and it's James Williams who's moved up to third place, and he's taking the challenge at the moment to Tony Bishop. So, actually, is it, or is it Kirsty Mansell? No, it's Kirsty Mansell who's there in second place. So, well, I'll go back to what I said first time and say it's James Williams in third place. Kirsty Mansell is a little bit further back in fifth. Or fourth. Andrew Pryke is up to third.
Change for the lead almost coming into Brooklands. Tony Bishop then didn't make a great start, but he had to go around the outside. He didn't come to anything. There's a battle on for fourth place as well. Andrew Pryke versus Mark Harrison. And so at the end of lap number 1, it is James Williams then in the lead, getting away seemingly from Tony Bishop. And a very impressive third is number 24. That's Matthew Horton, who has come storming up from 9th on the grid in the best of the bike engine cars. And we've got one in the gravel, which looks like it might be Robin Dorr. Just a glimpse of a Formula Vauxhall type shape. So the leaders have all gone by, and Williams to Bishop 0.7 of a second.
Yes, and here they come then into Beckett's for the second time then. If anything, the Jedi is closer to the back of Tony Bishop than Bishop is to Williams' car. So Matthew Horton in the Jedi going absolutely great guns. The yellow flags will greet them when they get to Brooklands. But Matthew Horton closing in on Tony Bishop at the moment, Tony not having had a great start.
Robin Dorr is the reason for your yellow at Brooklands, because the car has pulled off on the outside of the corner. So as the leader, James Williams emerges. Tony Bishop dropping back and is going to have to think about Matthew Horton, who's also looking here to win the championship, of course. Goes through in third place overall, but it's a giant killing act. In fourth place across the line is Andrew Pryke. In fifth, it's Mark Harrison. In sixth place going through now, number 75 of Tom Hill. Kirsty Mansell dropping back down the order seemingly, and behind her is the Reynard, the 1979 Formula 4 2000 chassis of Cameron Fenton. Leaders with you. This is lap number 3, 2 seconds between the top two.
Yes, and opening up that gap first and second, I would suggest, although in third place Matthew Horton just dropping away a tiny bit. Andrew Pryke goes through fourth. In fifth place is the Red Bull car, Mark Harrison, then Thomas Hill. Behind Thomas Hill is Kirsty Mansell, and then there's a big gap up to the next of the lower class cars. That's Cam Fenton in his somewhat elderly Reynard. Then a big gaggle of cars comes through next up, being led by Brian Tootle.
So the race leaders are across the line, and now I think Tony Bishop is stabilising this gap over Matthew Horton. He's 2.4 seconds off the overall race lead. There's a little battle developing lower down coming into Brooklands as the midfield fight rages on, and you've also got rather smoky 66, I think that is, the car that was in the gravel in qualifying this morning, that of Jamie Malloy. So maybe there is something else being put down on the racetrack. We'll see. Leaders with you, though.
Rugby and past me, yes, sorry. Going down to the Wellington straight already, still with Williams comfortably ahead of Bishop, ahead of Matthew Horton third, then Andrew Pryke in fourth place, Mark Harrison fifth, Thomas Hill sixth. Those cars getting nicely spread out if you want the cars spread out. And I've just realised that Charles Boniface is running in the M1000 class,
yes,
which means there's 3 cars in that
Correct.
class rather than 2, which are in the Kyle Wallace class, the 1600cc class.
So that makes life a little bit better for him in terms of scorers. The leaders have gone through with James Williams now doing the fastest lap of the race of 55.6. He's still 2.9 seconds up as there's a good fight developing lower down. Terry Clark, number 32, trying to get himself clear of traffic as they drop down towards Brooklands, but he's going to lose out, I think. Yes, he is, because ahead there on the inside of Brooklands and then losing out on the outside of Luffield goes 26, so Bryn Tootle falls back behind him.
James Williams looking good for this one, and continuing to draw away up at the front of the field. 3 seconds is the gap between himself. Matthew Horton is a further 4 seconds, 4.87 seconds behind him. And so further back, could look all the way back to the bottom half of the top 10 before we see the cars close together, which are just coming into sight now at Beckett's, and they are close together. With Charles Locker there, who's been making good progress in the back of the grid. Charles Locker in car number 31 has moved up very nicely indeed, and just moving up now past Brian Tootle. So he's got himself to the head of that little group and is nearly into the top 10.
Whereas Williams continues to build this lead overall over Bishop. Kirsty Mansell has just gone through 7th, so Williams to Bishop 3 seconds. It's Matthew Horton in 3rd place, it's Andrew Pryke 4th, Mark Harrison 5th, and Tom Hill in 6th place. 7th, Kirsty Mansell. 8th now is Cam Fenton ahead of Terry Clark. And up into 10th place now is cam number 67. Now, Andrew Wheels qualified 20th, so most definitely a drying circuit is giving us a jumbled order. And take note also that from the pit lane, number 94, Neil Harrison, is starting to side through the order. He's up to 16th place.
Yeah, leaders coming past me now on their 7th lap. Gap still going up, 1st, 2nd to 3rd. Andrew Pryke still in 4th place. Mark Harrison 5th, Thomas Hill in 6th place, and having to deal with back markers as well now, the first 2. And I would suggest they're going to be dealing with back markers pretty much the rest of the race now. James Williams and Tony Bishop, so we could see that lead gap needing to fluctuate a little bit. It's certainly come down from what it was when they left you, David. Beginning of the lap was over 2 seconds. It's now under a second and a half.
Tony Bishop is off the road coming into Luffield, so he's had a spin. I think he was partly trying to get past some traffic, but he's ended up going wide. He's on the grass at Luffield Inn, and now he's got to get off wet grass. There's also somebody's nose cone lying in the road over at Luffield, so try and find a car that's a bit shorter than it was intended to be, and you'll have the answer. 8 minutes are on the clock, and I'm looking into the distance to see whether Bishop is on the move again, and I can't see because there's a building in the way. So it does mean that James Williams is ahead of Matthew Horton, and Andrew Pryke is 3rd.
Charles Locker is the one that's missing his nose cone, David. So
okay.
He was the one involved in his own little battle, and probably wasn't necessarily aware of the car coming through there.
Right, Tony Bishop's on the way, so he's going to be a long way back, but he is circulating, and that also means that we don't have to worry about a yellow flag over at Luffield. But it's cost him dear from pole position. He was never quite in the fight for the win, and he's coming into the pit lane as well. So he's got some damage. That's partly why. Maybe he clipped the back of a slower car and ended up on the grass. But it looks to me as though the front right is slightly tweaked. Alistair might be able to go and investigate, but it does look as though there's some damage on that right front corner.
And the bodywork that you described that came off as well, is that still there?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. So that's in the road. It's not on the line, but it is, if you try to go side by side, a bit scary. So there's a yellow flag being shown over at Luffield for that reason. So 7 minutes to go, effectively halfway. And it is James Williams leading from Andrew Pryke going through Cops Corner in 2nd place. And 3rd is Matthew Horton, who's only 9/10 of a second back. Mark Harrison is in 4th place. Tom Hill is 5th, and Kirsty Mansell is up into 6th now.
Right, so the leader, as you say, James Williams, all on his own. He's down at Brooklands at the moment. Andrew Pryke now is only just coming through Beckett. So such is that the extent of that margin, 17 seconds on a lap, which is under a minute. And Matthew Horton still leading the way in the Jedi in his class, and potentially heading to the championship for the Reprise IT Tiedemann Trophy this year.
Now the race leader already long gone, James Williams, starting lap 10, 6 minutes on the clock. He's almost into Beckett's, I think, now.
He is. No, not almost. He is into Beckett's again, just scything his way through the traffic. Can only assume that Tony Bishop's problem was traffic induced as well, because he certainly wasn't looking under any pressure.
As I say, the front right corner looked like it was where the damage was, as though he just caught the back of a slower car, and that's why he ended up on the grass. So James Williams coming into Luffield now to round out lap 10 with just over 5.5 minutes to go. And There are back markers battling amongst themselves behind, including Andrew Wheels, who's got himself up into 7th place now, number 67 at the expense of Terry Clark, number 32. Leader goes through, 5 minutes still on the clock. Wheels versus Clark, they go through behind, but there's a lap down. We wait for 2nd place to emerge, and it's a very long wait now before we get a 2nd place car. Where is Andrew Pryke? Has he had a problem, or is he just a long way back? Because still he is yet to come by. Now he emerges.
Yeah, he's not that far ahead of Matthew Horton.
No, it was about 9/10 when I last looked, and now it is 3.2 seconds. That was a slow lap by Horton. I think that was traffic induced as well. Safety car is being called. Now this might be because of the bodywork that's been sitting in the road for a while, or it might be for something else. But either way, safety car with 4 3/4 minutes on the clock.
Right, so I'm sure that will be good news for Andrew Pryke in the sense that it'll enable that gap to come down, but as you mentioned, that bodywork has been there a while, and everyone will have driven past it a few times, but what's there left on the clock? 4 minutes left on the clock. Here comes the safety car out of the pit lane.
So everybody will file in behind. It's not really going to hurt James Williams' lead all that much, because he's got quite a few back markers between himself and Andrew Pryke anyway.
Yes, except that the safety car has to pick up.
Well, yes, and that's
James
going to be the
Williams
time-consuming
first.
bit. It hasn't got the leader, has it?
Not yet, but it's only 2 away, so there's 2 cars behind the safety car, being numbers 52 is... Oh,
Phil
Chappell in number 52.
Yeah.
And Kirsty Mansell is the other one.
Right, they've been
those
waved
are the
by.
2 that need to be waved past in order to allow the safety car to pick up James Williams.
That's
May have
happened.
already done that, yeah.
So you've got James Williams then, who was leading by 27.3 seconds, but it's back markers between him and Andrew Pryke that will help him now while the safety car is on track. But the benefit of this, of course, is that you end up with one line, and once the line has gone, then you can get marshals onto the track to move that bodywork. But we now need 52 Phil Chappell and 27 Kirsty Mansell to join the queue.
It may well mean that we, depending how quickly they can do it, finish behind the safety car, because the safety car is over with you somewhere.
Is at Woodcote, no
Right.
less, which is indeed over with me. And it is about to emerge. Chris Alford, I think, has been given the message to go slowly now, because he is at a sedate pace coming over the line. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 back markers between the leader and the 2nd place car. So James Williams is going to have a smaller winning margin, courtesy of the safety car, but I don't think it's going to be of any threat, because it will take a long time. Even if we get any racing laps, it will take Andrew Pryke a lot of time to get through the traffic.
But will it give Matthew Horton an opportunity, or is there anybody between Pryke and Horton? That's probably a question I shall have to answer myself, because the safety car is coming towards me. With, yes, James Williams tucked in behind him. And then how many cars do I have to count?
9.
9, yes. So behind Andrew Pryke is Matthew Horton. So that is going to be a nose-to-tail formation.
Right. So we've got just under 2 minutes to go. The safety car is on Wellington Straight and its lights are out. So we are going to go back racing. That's the good news.
But only for a lap. Oh, no, they get 2.
They might get 2 at this rate, because a lap, as you were saying earlier on, is under a minute. We've got half a minute to go before the cars get to the timing line. So it does rather depend on how slowly the resumption is done by James Williams.
Tony Bishop.
Yes.
Did you know what's happened to him? Sorry,
well,
I wasn't...
we saw him on the grass, and we saw
Right.
him come in with damage. I assume he tripped over a back marker.
Yeah, I don't actually know, because he's not here, but the car appeared. I was sunning myself out of the wind. Front right wishbone bent, so that's
Right.
probably from contact.
OK, Alistair, thank you. We've got the cars back underway with just about time for 2 racing laps, Paul. So it is Williams to Pryke, now 4.6 seconds, but with a whole heap of traffic in between them, and James Williams tries to rebuild the gap again here.
Yes, I think he should be able to do that, because, of course, the cars behind him all significantly slower. And just looking to pick up where Andrew Pryke is coming through. There he goes now. Actually, there is a car between Pryke and Matthew Horton in the Jedi, so I don't think that's going to change the race finishing order. Mark Harrison comes through in 4th place, Thomas Hill is 5th, and Kirsty Mansell is in 6th place. And those gaps suggest going out, if anything.
Indeed so. Andrew Prite's coming up towards Luffield, so the clock has 12 seconds upon it, and an absolutely charging James Williams goes through then. He's done the fastest lap of the race anyway. It was a good start from 3rd on the grid. The grid slightly jumbled with wet and whatever liquid was put down on top of that this morning in qualifying, but he's now already stretched the margin to 8.5 seconds over Andrew Prite. Matthew Horton is on target for 3rd. His championship rival, of course, Kyle Wallace, is leading his class as well.
Yes, but it's only a class of 2, so subject to whatever happens in the 3rd race, it certainly does put the advantage back to Matthew Horton, which somehow seems only fair, seeing as Horton's going so well up the race order, the overall order, although it is a class-based championship. But the lead is heading down to Brooklands for the last time, and James Williams hasn't set a foot wrong. Started 3rd on the grid, got himself into the lead, and then never looked like losing it.
Yeah, it's been a really impressive drive, this, hasn't it? So James Williams comes up to take the checkered flag to win the Monoposto Reprise IT Tiedemann Trophy Race 1. And 2nd, eventually, will be Andrew Prite, who comes through now in 2nd spot. And 3rd is going to be Matthew Horton. 4th will be Carlos Sainz, masquerading as Mark Harrison in the Red Bull colours. The ex-British Formula 3 Carlin Delara goes across the timing line now for 4th place. Mark Harrison ahead of Tom Hill. And into the pits on the very last lap comes Malcolm Scott, number 68. So he will go across the line in 18th. But I'm not entirely sure what the drama was that necessitated him coming down the pit lane, because he came down the pit lane at speed. And, as I say, has therefore taken the flag in the pit lane. Whether that classifies him as a finisher, we'll wait and see. But Malcolm Scott then came with some gusto down the pit road and did so as everybody else was taking the checkered flag on the track. So James Williams takes the win by 10 seconds, and there are only 2 laps after the safety car from Andrew Prite. Matthew Horton 3rd, and he wins his class. Mark Harrison 4th, and he wins his class. Tom Hill 5th, and he wins his class. Kirsty Mansell 6th, ahead of Andrew Wheels. Then you've got Terry Clark from Bryn Tootle and Charlie Locker to round up the top 10. Good effort by Charlie Locker, wasn't it? 25th he started and up to 10th. 11th Cam Fenton ahead of Jamie Malloy, Nigel Davis 13th, and from his 10-second delayed start, 14th Charles Boniface. In 15th spot it was number 61 of Julian Hoskins ahead of Neil Harrison in the March. It didn't make mega progress from its pit lane start, although it had done a reasonable amount early on. 17th Amden Needham, in 18th place provisionally Malcolm Scott ahead of Anya Garner, Phil Davis, then Carl Wallace winning his class ahead of Phil Chappell, Tom Dackins and Tony Bishop, and Tom Wheatley we lost early on. We lost Robin Dorr as well. So those then the provisional positions as the cars make their way down the pit lane and are not going to be stopped at the presentation area, but it will be another Douglas special over in the scrutineering bay.
Yes, it's a slightly different one because I've just been told by the scrutineers the cars have to be parked in the Parc Ferme area by the scrutineering bay, but the drivers have to exit the Parc Ferme. They can't stay with their cars.
Right.
So I am stood by the gate waiting to scoop them up as they come out. And I will, James Williams actually is just putting his, yeah, sorry, I'm rambling.
No, it's fine.
Bit of an odd arrangement, I'm not quite sure why.
So you're going to stand there like one of these people outside a shop doing a survey, you know, excuse me sir,
That's
do you have
it,
a
yes.
moment?
Yes.
Can I ask you a few questions?
That's it.
What do you think of Silverstone? Will you come back? What do you think of the Walter Hayes Trophy? And are you going to allow us to send you emails? So
Right.
James Williams is out of his car.
Yes.
And now
but
he's turned the wrong way.
Going the other way. I've had a chat with the cameraman you're watching on your live stream, and I've told him that we're going to be outside because that's what we were told, but that doesn't seem to be what's happening. So I'm quite happy to go in and chat with James. Oh no, he's being told to come out now.
Yes.
Yes, right. I will wait where I was.
Okay.
With my clipboard and pen.
Yes. And your survey starts.
And yes.
Oh, now he's being stopped because there are cars coming in, so the scrutineers won't let him out. You're not allowed in, but you're not allowed out at the moment, James.
we gave 100 drivers 100 seconds.
Right, now the scrutineer is trying to explain something.
Not really sure.
No.
None of the other drivers are coming out. I'm here.
I'll go in. Won't go in. If you have to walk out with him, you
Yeah,
walk out with him.
we'll. I'll follow my cameraman over here because he's still here. James,
how's it going?
We're as confused as you. You've won the race. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
and comprehensively as well.
Yeah, it's all right. It's a decent run. I went out on some already worn slicks, so they're straight in, and yeah, it just worked for us. So yeah, it went all right. It's dry really, so it's good.
Because Tony took the lead initially off the line, but you then came through. I think, was it lap 2 you got past him?
Yeah, lap 1, lap 2. It's a bit unfortunate for Tony because he went out on fresh tyres, so they always take like 2 or 3 laps to come in with that sort of situation. I know we had loads of green flag laps and it was a bit weird, but yeah, we can't. Yeah.
Do you get much heat into the tyres because it's cold out
here?
Yeah,
once the car's going, it's fine. There's some of the challenge with these cars. Once they're up to speed, it's no problem at all. You work the tyres quite happily, and if you drive a bit hard on them, you can overheat them even in these conditions. So, but yeah, so it's fine.
Good. Thank you, James. We'll look forward to seeing James later on the second race. Let's go because I'm going to be short of time now because I've been waiting around, but I want to get Matthew Horton because I think Paul Truswell are going to tell me he's the champion.
Not yet, because we've still got a race to go.
Oh, of course, yes. Oh, it's that close, is it?
Yes.
Right, okay. Well, I can hear cars.
It's only a qualifying session, don't worry.
Oh, well, that's true. Yes, of course it is. So Andrew Pryke is... I'll recognise him because I talked to him this morning. Now all the drivers are being... Yeah, it's the first time for everything. Right. They're being told by the scrutineer something about coming back at 1 o'clock. David, back to you. I will have a chat with Andrew when I get him, but I don't want to interrupt because he's being told something.
All right, it's like a sort of driver's briefing. I think it's all to do with Parc Fermé, and they'll say the cars are in Parc Fermé until 1 o'clock, and then you'll come back and we'll let you have your cars. We've already moved on to our next qualifying session, which is the Mutton Grand Prix closed wheel all-comers session, for which there are quite a lot of extras. Let me try and do those first of all. There's also a change of car, so you need to be adding number 40, the redoubtable but Sapra, with what else but a BMW M3, because he's got, it seems, hundreds of these that he brings out for different events, and the car is 3,000 cc's and it's from 2012. You also need to add number 42, Nicola Burnside, with her MG Ashley Midget. 42 Nicola Burnside with an MG Midget, and that car is 1293 cc's, 1966 is the year. Number 63, Matthew Sturmer, has a Vogue SP2. A Vogue SP2. That is 2,000 cc's and it dates to 1976, the sports racing car.
I have some information on that when you finish doing your updates, if you don't know yourself.
Right, bear with. 3 more to go. 83 is another addition. That's Mark Godfrey. He drives a Lotus 7. Mark Godfrey has a Lotus 7, and that's 1598 cc's, and it's from 1966. We've also got to add number 118, Nathan Bignell, with his Alfa Romeo 33, and that's 1700 cc's, 1991. That's the car that we saw in the Alfa race earlier. And 144 is the other one to add, and what this is Chris Compton-Goddard. Chris Compton-Goddard. And that is an Alfa Romeo Giulia Super TI. Supposedly, to be found in Ferraris, the Goddards. But it is 1600 cc's and it's 1965. Those, I think, are the extras. The change of car is number 29, the pseudonymed Pecora Nera. Black Sheep drives now a Lamborghini Huracan. Lamborghini Huracan of 5,200 cc's, and the car is from 2016, and it's just gone across the line, wailing its way past. Pecora Nera from Brackley. Right, Alistair, you had news.
Yes, I knew I wouldn't have to tell you what Pecora Nera meant, because you do all these European races.
Well, also because I know him, and I said to the guy,
right.
why have you called yourself Pecoranera? However, carry on.
Well, one thing he did mention to me to say, which I'm quite happy to do, it's a very much a family-run team, that.
Right.
So they've got a fabulous car, but it is a family effort. And the driver was here last year or the year before in an Audi R8. And was quick in that. Anyway, on to what I was going to tell you, which was about the Vogue.
Yes.
Ian may well have already told you about that because he probably remembers it, but I don't, so I looked it up. Did you know anything about it?
I vaguely remember it as, I think, a Sports 2000 car, or type of car.
Well, it was, yes. I've no idea whether it's got any fabulous history, but yeah, it's a car that was built 1974, and it was raced in period by Richard Genvy, who Lotus Elan fame, and did a few races here and there, raced in Interserie and 2 World Sports Car Championship races at Dijon Paul Ricard, and it reappeared in 1980 in the World Endurance Championship. I have no memory of this. Raced by David Mercer.
Gosh.
And then
all sorts of things over the years, yeah.
Ended up in Thunder Sports.
Right.
And then the Mutton Grand Prix.
Well, what a career it's had, yes. For now, Alistair, thank you. The Vogue we'll come to in due course. The fastest at the moment is another Pucker GT3 car, number 23, what else for a Nissan GTR? Charlie Kennedy at the wheel of what I assume is an ex-Team RJN car, because they were the team that ran the works ones, although JRM also, I think, had some cars, and it's that kind of a livery, who we might need to do a bit more digging. But Charlie Kennedy is absolutely flying. Pecoranera, must keep calling him Pecoranera, goes through in the Lamborghini, and that car is a long way down at the moment. Oh no, up to 4th, just improved, up to 4th fastest. Jazz Sapra is currently 2nd quickest with the BMW. Proper variety you've got here. Simon Ham's Jaguar E-Type, for example, goes through. Jasper Sapra has got one of his smarter BMWs for today. The other one we need to keep an eye to, BRDC member Jacob Ebury, photographer extraordinaire with his Porsche 944. And Jacob is, for the moment, a little further down the order. We might need to go to page 2 for this, to go and trace him. But this is a proper, good old-fashioned all-comers grid, isn't it? With a great variety of cars. Number 75 goes by, Anthony Ross, with the Spider, Alfa Romeo Spider, which looks fantastic. Got the hood up, admittedly, but looks great.
33rd is the answer to where Jacob Ebury is.
Say again?
33rd.
33rd, yes.
But they do run in classes. They have 3 classes for the Mutton Grand Prix.
Not very often that you find on a timing screen somebody with a surname of unknown, but unknown is 40th. And it's number 42, which we were told was going to be Nicola Burnside's MG Midget, but it looked very much like Nathan Bignell's Alfa Romeo 33 when it went past. So keep an eye for a number 42, if you will, Paul.
I will. And what sort of car is it, allegedly?
We were anticipating it to be an MG Midget, but it might be something else. We'll keep an eye.
Nathan Bignell is supposed to be running 118.
Yeah, I think he is. I think I've just found him. So we'll try and unravel 42. Anyway, at the moment you've got a Nissan from a BMW 1 Series, David Farrow going great guns in the 1 Series, and also adding to the variety, the latest 211 going through of Seamus Doyle. Best sounding car is Pecoranera's Lamborghini, no question. Number 144, the Junior Super TI of Chris Compton Goddard goes through. The new shape Mini is Ben Hayward's car. Sorry, Paul.
It's certainly an eclectic mix, isn't it?
Totally.
Yes, it worries me slightly because of the sheer speed differential of a lot of these cars, and also the kind of size and shape differential, because if you're in a car maybe that doesn't have great all-round visibility, and I'm thinking Lamborghini Huracan, you don't quite know where another car might be, because it could be something as little as a Lotus 7 kind of up beside you, or an Austin A35, for example, which is a very different shape and characteristics altogether. But Yes, fascinating.
Adele Hunt's Mini, I think I've just seen go past, which is very definitely not a current one, even though it's entered as such. It looks like an original Mini shape, that. Simon Ham's E-Type has come into the pit lane. The Mini drew attention to itself because it was being overtaken left and right. Another car was looking very rapid, Russell Hurd's Honda Integra. Number 42, oh, it is the MG midget. No, all is good. That is Nicola Burnside's car, so that's gone through, that's okay. And there's one that is stationary on the circuit, possibly Nigel Barnett's TDR 3000M. We may well have lost. We've got Ian McBay's Davrian going by. Charlie Kennedy is about to come booming past the pits again with 5 minutes still to go yet faster, a 57.5. Behind him on the road, Charlie Besley in the Tiger SC2 82 Sports 2000 car. Number 37 is Nick Strong's Marcos 3000 GT. There's Wayne Bocock's Clio. Nathan Bignall's 33 has gone past. Jacob Eber looking quick this time. And the Porsche goes through. And Jacob's got himself up now to 22nd. So he's gone storming onto page 1 of the times. The Sud Sprint down the pit lane is Tom Hendry's car. Slightly odd that he didn't do the Alfa Romeo races, Tom. But anyway, the Alfa Sud Sprint comes down the pit road. As number 30.
A couple of Alfa Romeos that chose not to do the Alfa race because we've got a 1750 GTV, and we've also got a Spider out there.
Yes, that's right. To the pit lane has come Jasper Sapra, who was second, but he's down to 4th now. So...
Yeah, the Nissan is very much the class of the field, though, isn't it? Charlie Kennedy's car.
Yeah, it's well driven, that car, as well. So... against, for example, an Austin A35, the immaculate car of Steve Dunn that's just gone over the line. Another slightly quirky one is Charles Angrave's Lotus Mark 6 with the very distinctive rear bodywork around the wheels on that car. Martin Ryman's Fiat 127 you don't see very often anymore. I'm trying to get a proper look at Pecora Nera's Lamborghini just to see what championship it was from, because it's still got original championship decals on it, isn't it?
No, China.
Ah, yes.
It's first time it's raced in the UK, and it was brought into the UK from the Chinese Championship.
Right, thank you, Alistair. Matthew Sturmer's Vogue goes through. That's up to 6th now. And number 226 of Nathan Sutton, the MGZR, another one adding variety. You've got Mark Davis going by with the Citroen Saxo. And number 14 of Charlie Besley still pushing on. There's Chris Snowden, I think, as well, in what else but an Alfa Romeo. He's got a GTV6, so it's another one that didn't do the earlier race. 144, the Compton Goddard Junior Super TI with the Italian Tricolore across the top of it goes by. Nick Strong's Marcos is next, Charles Angrave behind him. And then, yeah, it's an auto back sticker, isn't it, on the side of the Pecora Nera Lamborghini. Very busy, crowded circuit there as Tom Pringle's Julia Super is monstered by Clios amongst others. And you've got David Williams' Lola T492 also having just gone through. 2.5 minutes remain as Chris Snowden comes down the pit lane. So the GTV6, which he's had a bit of bother with this year, had problems with it at the park at the Gold Cup weekend, for example. The car comes down the pit lane. I think I'm right in saying, from what Chris said to me at Alton in the summer, that's an old Rob Kirby British touring car when it ran in the John West Salmon colours initially, but ran through Mike Lindsay's Alfa Romeo dealer team, stable as the teammate to the Napolina car of John Dooley. As Anthony Ross's beautiful Spider goes through, being passed by David Farrow's BMW 1 Series, but the gap between the top two in the session is now 4.6 seconds. So, yeah, to say the class of the field is almost an understatement, Paul, isn't it, against that Nissan? It's just unstoppable.
Yes, absolutely. I mentioned classes briefly. The class structure is anything 2 litres and over gets put in Class C, and then Class B is for over 1600 cc's, but up to 2 litres, and then Class A is for the up to 1600 cc class. What the class structure makes no mention of is the amount of modification or development that might have taken place on the cars, but basically anything 2 litres and up goes into Class C.
it's just good to see different cars, isn't it? I mean, it's quite nice with all cameras races, not always have to worry about classes. 44 of them are on track, or have been on track, and there are a few reserves. And in terms of variety, it's one of the best grids you'll find.
I can't think of anything, with such a great deal of such a spread, not just of age of car, but type of car, concept of car. Yes, it does really deliver on every front, I would suggest.
Yeah, I mean, you're hard-pressed to find something that we don't have, really. Charlie Kennedy comes down the pit lane then, and just planning ahead for later in the day, the second Monoposto race has become a rolling start. After all the dramas that we've had in the first one, with cars stalling on the grid, it's going to be run from a rolling start. That will be after the lunch break, assuming we get one. So Charlie Kennedy to the pit lane, and he's right at the very far end. Jacob Ebery's Porsche 944 goes by. 26, that is. It's a very, very standard car, but good low-cost racing, and Jacob wheels that out whenever he can. He did an all-comers race in it at the Bentley Drivers Club event back in the summer. Right, Cora Nera goes by, and the Lamborghini up to second. Pecora doesn't do a vast amount of racing, has worked for different teams and been involved in the administration of championships, but when he can go racing, always goes very, very well. So the flag out.
The 12.7, Ben Brain's Alfa Romeo 1750 GTV just having a moment here at Beckett's. Whether he'll come into the pits at the end, but as you say, it won't really matter because the checkered flag is anyway out. Is that Tom Pringle as well out in his older Julia?
Yeah, I think this was the first event that he entered, and then was persuaded to do the Alpha races as well, on the basis that, well, you're here, and you might as well get the experience.
Yes, why not?
Yeah.
The breakdown truck has gone off to from its station here at Beckett's to fetch something, so I fear somewhere out on the circuit somebody's broken down.
Yes, I'll tell you who. It was the 86, I think, which stopped early on. Nigel Barnett with his TVR.
Right.
He has a little warning triangle next to his name. Nigel, who gained notoriety many, many years ago when he was doing the historic rally that was doing the same stages as the RAC rally, and he put some oil down on a stage, and then when he was at the back of the entry, and when the World Championship cars came through, Tommy Mackinnon hit the oil, went off, broke his suspension on, I think it was the first stage of the event, and retired, and he was there to fight for the World Championship. So poor old Nigel became dubbed as the Beast of Bodmin for his part in Tommy Mackinnon's demise.
Wasn't his fault.
Well, no, exactly. Anyway, in the end, that was the famous rally where Carlos Sainz retired on the last stage and Lewis Moyer threw his crash helmet through the windscreen, and Tommy Mackinnon became world champion after all. He was at the airport ready to go home, and the phone rang to say, you'll never guess what, but Nigel Barnett had a big part to play in it. Anyway, that goes off a somewhat rally and muddy tangent. They're all coming back down the pit lane, and
Yes.
23 Charlie Kennedy is fastest, Alistair.
Yes, and I'm stood with him rather fortuitously. He came in, as you described, a little bit early. But they're all going straight to the paddock, so I wouldn't have caught him. So glad to talk to you, Charlie. Lovely car.
Yeah, it's been a labour of love for the last kind of like 4.5, 5 years. Been trying to selectively buy bits from across the world, Japan, America, etc. So yeah, this is the first real shakedown ready for the season next year.
And what are you doing next year?
We're potentially doing a few rounds in the GT3 Legends and the MRL, and possibly a little bit of GT Cup and Brit Car. Basically, whatever we can do and squeeze in.
Excellent. That gives everybody a good range of race meetings to go to see the car.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and there's quite a few of these now come out the woodworks in the last kind of couple of years. Now the new GT3 championships are up and running. So fingers crossed a few more get built. Obviously, there's another GT3 car in the race now, which is good. A little bit of competition. But yeah, fingers crossed it runs smoothly this year, and we're at a good place for next year.
They're really great cars, these GT3s, aren't they?
Yeah, I've driven quite a few GT3 cars. This one doesn't really like the tight corners as much as the other ones, but it is rocket fast in a straight line, so it's kind of pros and cons for everything, really.
And you're running number 23, which was the works number.
Yeah.
Nissan in Japanese is 23.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we requested for this weekend. So yeah, it's all good.
Excellent, Charlie. Thank you very much indeed. A big smile on his face. Who wouldn't have after driving a GT3 Nissan? So that's your pole position car for the Mutton Grand Prix. The others are all feeding their way through into the paddock. I might be able to catch Pecora if there's time.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, I'll just wander up because he's also at the far end.
It'd be quite. If you get a chance, just to ask him about the history and previous drivers of that car. I was also debating when you were talking to Charlie Kennedy whether he was inferring that was a car that they rebuilt or put together from bits to make a race car. I couldn't quite work it out.
I talked to the gentleman who brought it in from China, and he suggested that he doesn't know the history on it. He said it's Chinese championship. That's pretty much all I know. But I think it is a pucker car. It's not a Bitzer. Let's see if we can. He's also sat in his car. It's warmer in there. Oh, he's getting out now. I might be able to have a chat with him. Here he comes. A tall gentleman who comes out of a Lamborghini. Pecora. Great to see you here.
Thank you.
I think it's the first time I've seen you racing.
It might be, yeah.
Under this name, anyway.
I don't know what you're talking about. No, I'm just racing different places.
I think the last time I saw you was either last year or the year before in an Audi R8.
That was someone else, yeah.
A different name. But great car to bring. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, firstly, I've got to say thank you to you guys, Addison, Ian Titchmarsh in the commentary box, everyone at the HSCC, Andy de Crown, and all the guys there, and all the marshals, and James Beckett, because this is just the best meeting of the year. I love coming here. It's what I aim for every year. Didn't manage to make it last year, but we're here this year. I'm just super grateful for you all coming and putting it on for us and giving us the opportunity to race.
And a good crowd as well. We've got a lot of people up there in the Cops grandstand. The Wellington Straight grandstand's open as well. Lots of people come out to watch this race meeting.
Idiots like me drive cars like that.
Do you think you can get the better of the Nissan?
No, Charlie's an absolutely brilliant driver. He knows his way around here. The car's brilliant, and his dad Jace has done a fantastic job of prepping it. So I'm a rank amateur, and I'm just going around to have a bit of fun. And if I don't get lapped, I'll be happy.
Oh, well, that's the main thing. You've got to have fun.
Yeah, I try to.
Thanks very much. That's Pecora, who is racing the lovely Lamborghini. So I think you said second on the grid.
I think I did. The times have disappeared now because we're about to forge on, hopefully, to the first semi-final of the Walter Hayes Trophy. So, Alistair, for now, thank you very much. Good to hear from our quick drivers. And, yeah, Pecora Nera, as you would have gathered, a pseudonymed local, but going very, very well. And he's got some interesting cars that he's raced over the years. Doesn't have necessarily a collection that builds. He trades, but good that the Lamborghini is here. Right, anyway, back to the plot. The Walter Hayes Trophy semi-final 1 beckons, and the cars will be brought forward very, very shortly round onto the grid. This, of course, now starts to take us to the really serious end of the Walter Hayes Trophy, because from this, we are getting the drivers through to the final and in grid order as well. So it's the winner of the fastest heat that takes pole for semi-final 1, winner of the second fastest takes pole for semi-final 2, and then the third fastest is on the other side of semi-final 1's grid, and so forth.
And surprisingly, the fastest heat was actually heat 2, because I was expecting the heats to get faster and faster as we went through, but heat 2 was the fastest. Heat 3 was second fastest, and then heat 1 was the third fastest heat, and the slowest heat was actually heat 4.
Oh, right, okay. So hopefully now this will be quicker yet, because it's pretty much a dry road. The grid lines up thus. Pole position is going to be number 40, Andrew Rackstraw, and he was the winner of heat 2. And with him at the front, 127, Jacob Toft, who was the winner of heat 1. On the second row of the grid, you're going to have 26, Jason Smith, and he was second in heat 2. And 78, Joey Foster, who was second in heat 1. The third row, number 1, Rory Smith, last year's winner, and alongside him is 22 of Luke Cooper. On the fourth row, 64 and 189, 64 Megan Gilks, and 189 is Tom Nippers, hopefully, because that car had a bit of damage yesterday, but did still finish the race, even though it didn't have a nose cone. On the fifth row, 42 is Hugh Esterson, and number 20, Charlie Mann. Row 6 on the grid, 88, Jonathan Kotick, and 90, Anthony Amato. On the seventh row, 7 and 72, number 7 is Felix Fisher, 72 is Brendan Lee, Formula 1 Esports World Champion. On the 8th row, you've got 15 and 28. 15 is David MacArthur, 28 Tom Hawkins. On the 9th row, as the cars are now released, 148 and 51. 148 Dave Parks, 51 is Joe Ahrens. Row 10, 172 and 84. 172 Robert Walk, 84 Gaius Ginn. The 11th row, 4 and 8, 4 Pascal Montbaron, 8 Nigel Dolan. The 12th row, 81 and 17. 81 is Sam Street, 17 is Klaus-Dieter Heckel. On the 13th row, 112 and 199. 112 is Tom Gadd, 199 Connor Willis, up from the last chance race. So too is number 19, who is next, Ben Sims, and alongside him is 80 of James Colburn. On the 15th row, 91 and 75. 91 Ben Turner, 75 is Harrison Morrow. On the 16th row, 191 and 74. 191 Bob Hawkins, 74 Grace Parkington. The 17th row, 122 and 151. 122 Vincent J. 151 is Adam Favers. And the 18th row, 190 and 472. 190 is Henry Campbell. 472 is Dominic Shepherd. And we are going to have the top 18 to progress. I say top 18 on the assumption that 18 survive, but it will be the top 18 that go through, and we are up to 12 laps now. We've got to the semi-finals, so the cars coming out of Woodcote.
And the other thing which I was reminded of there is Alistair was talking to whoever it was, no, it was when Ian was talking to the winner of the last chance race, Connor Willis, is how they use their tyres, because they're limited to 2 sets across the whole weekend, and most of those at the front end are going to be saving their final set of tyres in order to be able to start the grand final on a new set of tyres, whereas those a little bit further back who may be scrabbling around to get into the top 18 will likely have put their new set of tyres on now, in the knowledge that they may not qualify for the grand final, and so they will have wasted a brand new set of tyres otherwise. Yeah, so tyre usage or strategy is absolutely crucial. On the other hand, if you do put your second set of new tyres on for the semi-final, and you can get yourself a position on the front row of the grid for the grand final, then maybe that's the best place to start. So there may be a bit of out-thinking going on from some of them.
Yes. For some, as you say, it's a kind of roll of the dice, isn't it? Go for the good tyres now and see if that's going to be the difference between getting through and not. However, Alex Walker's tyres, we'll get to him in the second semi-final, they've had quite a bit of
Absolutely, yes.
So it's all very well having to get through from a progression race, and it's nice in a sense that there is that restriction to stop people earning money at the problem, doesn't it?
Very much so, yes.
Right, the cars are at not exactly a rapid pace, making their way towards Woodcote. So Andrew Rackstraw then is the man on pole position. We were discussing this yesterday, but we'll make the point again. 2 years ago, he was third. Last year, he was runner-up in the final. By rights, he ought to be a winner, shouldn't he? This year, he's already a champion in the UK in Carrera Cup GB this season. He's recently become part of the British Racing Drivers Club's Rising Stars programme to look after young British and Commonwealth talent, and the badge adorns the side of the Spectrum chassis, the Australian-built car that heads then towards pole position. It is going to be Jacob Tofts then with him on the front of the grid, so largely white, the car for Rackstraw, red the livery for Jacob Tofts. You've got blue and white for Jason Smith, and he was the winner of the festival, and then alongside is the dark green car of Joey Foster. Quick word, Paul, about Jason Smith, because he was the winner as you watched at the festival, but ever so grumpy yesterday not to win his heat.
Well, yes, and he felt he was himself to blame, so he knows he's got work to do. Whether he is more focused as a result of yesterday's mistakes, or whether he is going to continue to be flustered remains to be seen, but he's certainly brimming with confidence. He knows he's quick once he gets to the front. The trick for him is going to be getting to the front from the second row of the grid. The difference, though, between here, the Walter Hayes Trophy, between Silverstone and Brands Hatch, is that Brands Hatch starts their races in 1x1 formation. Silverstone starts them as side-by-side, 2x2. So starting fourth on the grid would normally be a bigger problem, say, for Joey Foster, but actually Joey Foster's very strongly positioned to make some dives up on the inside of Jacob Tofts, should he be able to do so, and pole position being on the left-hand side of the circuit, heading towards Cops Corner, really does open up quite a lot, or certainly put more in jeopardy, shall we say, up at the front for close starts.
And as we've also said this weekend, the other great thing about Silverstone is the fact that it's a nice wide lap. So perhaps, unlike, say, Brands for the festival, there are more opportunities to overtake. And there's a bit more width and a bit more runoff, and that perhaps gives people the impetus to be a little bit more committed even to trying. So the last few cars now slotting into place towards the back. We've got the 75 of Harrison Morrow into position. Marshall's quickly scurrying through, because of course the only time the cars stop on the grid is when it's the start of the race. They don't get another opportunity before that to see where they need to be, so everybody needs to be put into position. The grid is complete as I gave it to you. There aren't any necessity to let reserves join the party, and so we will start with 36. We will go down to 18 that will progress to the final. Semi-final one then for the Walter Hayes Trophy is ready to get underway. The lights on the gantry will go red any moment, because the 5-second board is shown first of all. Drivers then now concentrate on that lighting gantry. The lights in a moment blink red. They do so. The engine notes rise and the lights go out, and we'll see who makes the best of the starts then as the cars accelerate away. It is a good start from pole position by Andrew Rackstraw, and Jason Smith is on his toes as well as he goes diving now down towards Copse Corner, but it is side by side for the lead with Jacob Toft on the inside. On the outside, Andrew Rackstraw, and then Jason Smith comes up to try to make it 3 abreast. Paul, heading towards you.
Yeah, hard to pick out any of them, but it's Rackstraw who just has his nose in front as they hit the brakes for Beckett's. Side by side for second place between Joey, who's that? Rory Smith, who's got up involved in that. So Rory Smith is right there with Jacob Tofts, and they're side by side as they head down the hanger straight for the first time, with Jason Smith trying to pull out of the slipstream on the right-hand side.
And goes left and then goes right and tries to find a gap where he can, as Rory Smith tries to go around the outside of Andrew Rackstraw, who's got the inside line, and Smith has a bit of a twitch and the car goes wide. He's up over the curb, so Jason Smith goes second. Tofts is sort of third-ish on the outside line, but he falls to fourth as they come out of Luffield now. So in the lead of the race is Andrew Rackstraw. In second place is Jason Smith, really applying the pressure now. In third spot, Rory Smith. Fourth across the timing line is Jacob Toft. In fifth, it is number 22 then of Luke Cooper. And sixth as they go by is Joey Foster, who's gone backwards rather than forwards on that opening lap as Jason Smith hits the front at Copse Corner round the outside of Rackstraw.
Right, let's see if he can hold it round the outside. On the exit of the corner he can, and Rory Smith trying to come up as well. No, it's not, it's Jacob Tofts around the outside. On the inside it's Rory Smith. So in the lead it's Jason Smith, Rackstraw second. In third place Rory Smith is just holding sway ahead of Jacob Tofts. In fourth place, Luke Cooper, as you say, is fifth. And then I think Megan Gilks has got herself ahead of Luke Cooper.
Rackstraw to the outside line, diving into Brooklands, gets his nose in front, goes all the way around the outside of Jason Smith. Fantastic move for the race lead. So the South African driver back into the lead of the race then. And to the inside line for second place goes Rory Smith. Jason hung out to dry on the outside, so he led into Brooklands and he's third out of Luffield. That's going to go down badly. The leader comes through then. Rackstraw leading, the Smiths are side by side, and that's for second place. Rory on the inside, Jason Smith on the outside line. They almost touch wheels as they go past the pits, but Rory Smith on the inside line is just going to be ahead as they get to Copse Corner. No, not quite. Jason's done it. Jason Smith does go round him on the outside line. He takes second place. So again, it's Rackstraw leading, Jason Smith, Rory Smith third, but no one getting away.
The answer to the question of what happened to Tom Nippers is he just put him fastest lap of the race. He is in there, and such is the battling that's going on in the front. You've got 10 cars squabbling over the lead of this race, with at the moment Andrew Rackstraw just holding sway at the front, Jason Smith behind him, Rory Smith behind him, but Jason is going to try and pop out of the slipstream as they head down the Wellington straight towards you, David.
And side by side again for the lead, it's Andrew Rackstraw on the inside, and Jason Smith can't go round the outside of him, so he's going to have to slot in behind. That's heading up from Brooklands to Luffield. Third, it is Rory Smith, and a spin in the middle of the pack, and Joey Foster gets collected and he's turned around. So Joey Foster has spun, but I think he's got damaged suspension as well. And the one that went round, I think, was Megan Gilk. So as the leaders come through, it's Rackstraw from Jason Smith, Rory Smith third, Tofts fourth, Nippers is fifth. In sixth place now, it is Anthony Amato. Hugh Esterson is eighth. Ninth is Jonathan Kotick. 10th is Brendan Lee. Side by side for the race lead, and it's Gilks and Foster we've lost over at Luffield, and with Gilks' car on the road, we might end up having to neutralise this.
Poor old Joey Foster then. Bad luck continues, but Rackstraw, until they neutralise it, Rackstraw leads. Jason Smith with Rory Smith on the inside of them as they come through Beckett's. There is no quarter being asked or given here between these two as they head down the Wellington straight again. Jason just pulls out ahead of Rory as they head down there. Rackstraw's holding sway at the front, but I think he's going to come under pressure when they get to Brooklands.
And there's a yellow flag, of course, because cars are being pushed out of the way, so Megan Gilt's car is off the road. Joey Foster's car is still in the gravel, but the race continues as Rackstraw leads. They come up now through Luffield. Everybody hopefully respecting yellow flags with marshals in the gravel bed, but the leader is Andrew Rackstraw, coming up now to the end of lap number 4, and he's about half a car's length ahead of Jason Smith, who gets a tow coming past the pit. Rackstraw goes to the inside line to defend all the way down to Copse Corner. Jason Smith tries the outside line going into Copse. They're wheel to wheel as they turn in, and they actually touch wheels then. Left rear of Rackstraw, front right of Jason Smith, and that opens the door for Rory Smith to go second.
Yeah, Rackstraw it is who hangs on to the lead though, but Rory, as you say, up into second place at the moment, and all this squabbling is allowing Jacob Tofts and Tom Nippers to get right on terms with them. Those 5 just drawing away a little bit from the 6th place man, Anthony Amato, but these 6 again heading down the Wellington Straight, get the yellow flags when they go underneath the bridge. So Rackstraw's Rory Smith, Jason Smith, Jacob Tofts in 4th, Tom Nippers 5th. Is the leading group.
And Joey Foster very definitely out of the race car, sitting in the gravel as the yellow flags still affect the stadium part of the circuit as Andrew Rackstraw comes through with Rory Smith absolutely in the wheel tracks. Well, Jason Smith did this a lap ago and it didn't really work for him. Let's see whether Rory Smith can tow himself through into the race lead, as it's 3 for the lead. So you've got Rackstraw, Smith are ahead of Jay. 4th is Tofts. In 5th place it is Tom Nippers. Anthony Amato in 6th as they go into Copse Corner, and Rory Smith is the one this time trying to go through and get past Andrew Rackstraw. As he said, racing one of these cars very, very different from Carrera Cup GB, in which he's this year's champion, and he's still just the race leader.
Yes, he is, but he's got Rory Smith on the inside line trying to get up on the inside of Jason Smith. Nippers runs very wide at Beckett's there. That allows Jacob Tofts to come up on the inside of him. So Tofts, well, he was in 4th, but he holds on to 4th. But whilst they've been squabbling, so the top 3 have just got away again. Rackstraw, Smith and Smith still just tied together by a piece of string.
Absolutely.
Yellow flags have gone.
They have indeed, yeah. So Rackstraw leading. Jason Smith is 2nd ahead of Rory Smith. Jacob Tofts 4th, almost there. And he's got Nippers and Amato and Cooper and Esterson and Kotick and Fisher. Felix Fisher, this is, all lined up behind. So the 3 leaders continue to squabble, continue to hold each other up. The next wave catching all the time. Jason Smith again gets a tow, going past the pit and going defensive to the inside line is Andrew Rackstraw. Jason Smith on the outside line going into Copse Corner, tries to get the switch back from the outside to the inside, coming off the corner, which I don't think he can do, and Rory Smith looks for the inside as well. So it's still Rackstraw leading on lap 7.
He's managing it somehow, isn't it? So over half distance, Rackstraw comes under pressure this time from Jason Smith as they come into Beckett's. Rory is tucking up on the inside of Jason and gets a good line out of the corner. He moves to the right-hand side. He doesn't necessarily want to be on the right-hand side, because when he gets to the end of the Wellington Straight, he really wants to be on the left-hand side in order to make the move up the inside there. But Rackstraw hanging on somehow. Meanwhile, Jacob Tofts and Tom Nippers right with them as well. 5 for the lead, 6 for the lead.
7 for the lead, I think, probably, because I think you've got Luke Cooper there as well. So coming up to the end of lap 7, it's still Andrew Rackstraw in the lead, with the Smiths then queued up behind him. Jason ahead of Rory, the unrelated Smiths, and then, as you say, Tofts, Nippers, Amato, Cooper, they're all queuing up behind. Rackstraw again goes through. He's got a bit of a gap as he comes through Woodcote, but because of the slipstream effect, he's got nothing at all at Copse Corner. Tofts having to defend 4th now from Tom Nippers as they go into the right-hander. 6th place Anthony Amato went well yesterday early on in his heat and then dropped back a little bit, but he's in the party right now as the 3 leaders on lap 8 go to Beckett's.
Yes, and again they're being aggressive, but it's so far still clean. Nippers tries to make a move up on the inside there of Amato and makes it stick. So Nippers is up to 5th, still 3 in the lead, 3 then battling over 4th, and then in 7th place there Luke Cooper just falling off the train a little bit. Leaders though heading down in towards Brooklands once again.
And a change for 5th place. Amato passes Nippers under braking for Brooklands, and Nippers gets all sideways, so Anthony Amato goes through. It's still Rackstraw somehow in the lead. I mean, this is pretty much like how he won his heat. He was under pressure all the way. He's been under pressure all the way in these first 8 laps, and he's not done yet. That would have won him a heat. 8 laps yesterday was the distance. It's 12 in the semi-final, so Rackstraw leads. Jason Smith in 2nd, Rory Smith 3rd. It's still that order as they go down towards Copse. Turning in, Rackstraw still ahead. You've got Tofts then in 4th, and Anthony Amato looking a little bit more menacing now, having got himself up past Tom Nippers. Paul, he's not done yet, Amato, is he? He wants another place or 2 or 3 or 4.
Well, yeah, he's going to have to get past Jacob Tofts, and Tofts at the moment holding him off. Leading 3 go through, still Rackstraw, Jason Smith, Rory Smith, the next one with behind Rory Smith is Jacob Tofts, then Anthony Amato. The 3 red cars all nose to tail there, and then the next one, Tom Nippers, having lost out again to Amato. Leaders out of my sight underneath the bridge.
3 wide, and Rackstraw drops to 3rd. The Smiths go past him on either side, and both go wide, and Rackstraw back through into the race lead. They're 3 abreast for 2nd place, and there's contact. Rory Smith has gone, Amato has gone. That was 3 into 1 that did not work. Amato is going to keep going. Rory Smith's trying to get off the grass, but he might have picked up some suspension damage. Andrew Rackstraw, with an absolutely superb move, got his lead back. Jason Smith has survived. He's 2nd. 3rd is Tofts over the line. 4th is Nippers. In 5th is Luke Cooper. 6th is Hugh Esterson. 7th is Jonathan Kotick. Felix Fischer is 8th. 9th is number 15, who's got a penalty for track limits now, that being David MacArthur. And then behind, in 10th place, it is the recovering Anthony Amato. What happened to Rory Smith? He is in 18th place. He's just, if he can hang on in, they're going to get through.
Into the final, but not with any great chance of winning, I would suggest, from that far back on the grid. Andrew Rackstraw has now opened up a big lead, very nearly a 2nd, I would say, between himself. Jason Smith, as you say, into 2nd place, but Jason coming under pressure from Jacob Tofts as they head back down towards you, complete 10 out of 12 this time.
Yeah, Jason Smith was in the middle of that last time through. He survived it, but I just wonder whether the car may have just had a little bit of a contact, which might be affecting its pace, because you're right, he's not going after Rackstraw right now as the cars then come for the 10th time through Woodcote. So it is Andrew Rackstraw ahead, Jason Smith 2nd, Tofts 3rd, Nippers 4th, small gap back to Luke Cooper in 5th, Esterson 6th, and then a little bit further back, what progress of Amato? Well, he's kind of got himself a bit stuck for the moment. 10th on the road, but the car with a penalty ahead. You can see the damage on the front of number 1, Rory Smith. It's all done to the nose cone. Rory has gone by in 16th, so he is getting himself back up the order, Paul.
Right, well, every place he can make is a grid row on the grand final, so it's worth doing. Rackstraw, though, has withstood the pressure up until now, and surely he can withstand the pressure for the remaining couple of laps. We've 1 lap to go at the end of this one. He leads Jason Smith in 2nd place, Jacob Tofts 3rd, Tom Nippers right with him in 4th.
And they're almost touching wheels, those two, Tofts and Nippers, as they come down through Brooklands up towards Luffield. Then it's the red car of Tofts just ahead, but on the outside, and up the inside goes Tom Nippers, and he's going to go through to take the place as the cars now come through Woodcote. The lead gap, I would suggest, is coming down a smidge, but it's going to be Andrew Rackstraw then onto the last lap ahead of Jason Smith. A very robust defence there from Tom Nippers, crowding Jacob Tofts over the curb on the way down towards Copse Corner. So Nippers 3rd, Tofts 4th, Luke Cooper 5th, but Jacob might feel a bit aggrieved about all of that. In 6th place behind them, it is Hugh Esterson. Last lap.
Yeah, Jason Smith has got himself well clear of the car behind, still Tom Nippers, but not yet being able to challenge Andrew Rackstraw. He's not going to be able to challenge Andrew Rackstraw by the end of the race, so Rackstraw heading down the Wellington Straight for the last time. The battle is on, though, between the 2 red cars, Jacob Tofts and Luke Cooper, as they head down the Wellington Straight to decide who's going to be 4th. And Hugh Esterson rounds out the top 6.
But the lead gap is very definitely coming down, because as they get to Luffield, they're virtually nose to tail. So Jason Smith has had a very good last lap. He might not be the race winner, but he's certainly going to be close to the back of Andrew Rackstraw. Checkered flag at the ready then. Semi-final one will go to South Africa. It's Andrew Rackstraw who wins. It's going to be Jason Smith 2nd, 3rd Tom Nippers, 4th Jacob Tofts, 5th Luke Cooper, and for 6th place Hugh Esterson, 7th just Felix Fischer, who comes across the line, getting himself ahead of Jonathan Kotick. Anthony Amato, in fact, in 8th place as well. Kotick was 9th. We've got, as I say, a couple of cars, though, to apply penalties to. Rory Smith has gone through in 15th, but there are 2 ahead with penalties. So there's another couple of rows on the grid for the final that he can gain there. So the drivers that picked up penalties, one of them was number 15 of David MacArthur. The others, 20 Charlie Mann, and there was a 3rd, was there not, number 28 as well.
That's Tom Hawkins, who finished in 24th place. So
right. That doesn't affect Smith, but the others do. They were ahead, yeah.
Fastest lap of the race going to Jason Smith on the very last. It's going to Jason Smith on the very last lap in his, as you described it, David, sudden catch-up of Andrew Rackstraw as they went on the run to the line.
So fastest lap indeed, and it's going to put him on only on the second row of the grid. Another time penalty has just filtered through the system, and it will go to 84 of Gaius Ginn. So Andrew Rackstraw wins semi-final 1 from Jason Smith. Tom Nippers taking 3rd and Jacob Tofts 4th. 5th going the way of Luke Cooper. Hugh Esterson 6th, ahead of Felix Fisher and Anthony Amato. 9th to number 172, which is the car of Robert Walk, and the top 10 rounded out by Brendan Lee. Just going back to those that got caught up in all the dramas, 14th in the end to number 1 of Rory Smith, and 8th, as I say, to Anthony Amato. Right then, winners arrive back. Jason Smith gets out of the car to go and congratulate Andrew Rackstraw. Great battle between those two, and we can hear from them in a minute with Ian.
Yes, thanks very much, David. I've got Richard Hayes with him, one of the sons of the great Walter Hayes, who's remembered by this event, and Richard loves coming to it. We'll have a quick word with Richard. Did you enjoy that race?
Yeah, no, the racing is fantastic. It's amazing how close and skillful they get,
yes.
And the incidents are remarkably few for what they're doing.
It is extraordinary the way they manage to avoid running into each other very often. You've got the trophy. Andrew Rackstraw. Andrew, can you come and join us to collect a well-earned trophy? Andrew? Is it? Yeah. So if we do it in front of the backdrop, please, Richard. There we are. So. Big smiles. He's got to do it all over again, though, in the final. If he's going to follow the sequence of 3, 2, 1. We'll have the other two as well, please. So in second place, Jason Smith from Ireland. Take your place here. We'll be up on the, when you get first or second or third in the final, we'll be up on the podium. And in third place, Tom Nippers. Where was he? Hello, Tom. Right, yes. Big smiles. You're nearly there. Thanks, Richard. Let me have a word with the winner then. It was a kind of repeat performance of the heat, wasn't it? You were able to defend, but they did get past you once or twice, particularly just before there was a bit of a coming together at Brooklands.
I didn't see that coming together. Yeah, it was a tough race, just like yesterday. I think this heat is super strong, but it's nice to race these boys because then you know where they're strong in the finals, where we are weak, and I think there are a few areas we need to work on. But KMR did a great job again, and we got another win. It's obviously nice to win these races, but it's only the final that counts. So we'll take all our knowledge that we've learned these last two races and try apply it to the final.
I know I asked you the question yesterday, but I'll ask you again. You've come out of the Carrera Cup GB this year, which you were the champion of, and a very close finish to that series. These are very different sorts of car. I suppose you don't have a preference. Both are as good as the other.
I think I'll get in trouble if I did say I had a preference, but I think they're great in their own ways. Formula Ford, there's nothing like it. It's old school racing. I honestly don't believe there's any other better form of racing. If anyone's watching, it's better than Formula One by far. There's much more action.
It's cheaper than Formula One.
Much cheaper than Formula One, and it's great racing, and it's great for everyone, the drivers, the spectators, and this is where you learn all your fundamentals, which is fantastic.
Do you see your career heading towards single-seater racing, though, rather than sports car GT racing?
No, unfortunately not. I think I'm too old, and we don't have enough money for the single-seater route, but GT... that's where I've always dreamt of going, and that's the plan.
Okay, well, all the best, and we'll see you perhaps on the podium at the end of the day.
We'll see what happens.
Thanks, Andrew. Right, in second place then we have Jason Smith. Jason, well, it was very close, but you didn't quite make it.
No, yeah, it was a bit of a weird one. I had the lead, and you shouldn't really got by me, but. Look, if I get in the lead in the final, he's definitely not getting by, so that's all that matters is the last race. So, yeah,
It was making it very difficult. I mean, he wasn't weaving around. He was just taking the lines that you wanted to overtake him.
Yeah, no. It's just all about him getting. I done a really good move around the outside, and then I just didn't have enough grip going into the complex, and he just got me around the outside. But look, we know we have the pace because as soon as I got the complex sorted underneath the braking, we just reel them in, no problem at all.
Well, you're still in with a strong chance, so we'll see what happens later.
Yeah, it's all about the final. Looking forward to it.
Well done, Jason. And Jason Smith in second place, and in third place, Tom Nippers. Tom. How about that then?
Yeah, no, it was all right. It was all right. I think it was as good as it was going to be because we were, started 8th. We didn't have we could have won our heat yesterday, but we obviously had a bit of flying bodywork, so it didn't exactly go our way. So but I think with those two up front, I think I was as good as it was ever going to be. I think I don't know what's happened, but we definitely seem to be struggling a little bit more than we usually do in a straight line. The engine's been working really, really well for the last few months. I don't know what that was. Just felt like I had a little bit less than the leaders there, but at the same time, I'm happy enough with that. We'll go back. We'll see if we can work something out in the next couple of hours and try and get the performance a little bit better.
Eat a sandwich and think through what the problem might be.
Yeah, well, I think to be fair, we don't know what it could be. I think it's pulling good revs. It just doesn't seem to have the same grunt as it did yesterday, even. So we'll have a quick scan. If we can think of if we can work out ways to make it a little bit better, we will. If not, we'll have to go with what it is, and we'll have to try and it's going to be that final looks to be like it's going to be an absolute hell of a fight. So
you predict you'll be in the top 3.
Well, God, I wouldn't say that. I'm going to try. I want to try and win it. That's the aim, isn't it? There's no point doing it. No one, no points here for second place. And it looks like it's, carnage to the front all weekend anyway. So with a bit of luck, a little bit of battling, we might get a sniff of it. But we'll give it a go.
All the very best, and have a good lunch.
That's great. Thank you very much, and you.
Great. That's in third place then, Tom Nippers. We've got the second semi-final now coming up, David.
Ian, we have indeed. Thank you very much. And the grid is going to look like this, with on pole position being Niall Murray, who was the winner of Heat 3. Andrew Rackstraw, just to make the point, is the first driver to win more than one race this weekend. So whether that's going to translate to a third win in the final, we will find out. So number 5, Niall Murray on pole position. 99, Jordan Kelly, who was the winner of Heat 4, with him at the front of the grid. Second row, 217, Tom MacArthur. And 92 of Michael Eastwell, back from Australia, where he now lives and works as a wildlife photographer, having not raced up until yesterday since the Walter Hayes Trophy of last year. Third row, 57 and 9. 57 is Ian Campbell. Number 9 is Ayrton Houck, the American driver on the fourth row. 243 and 21. 243 Callum Grant, and 21 is Alex Ames, who was a winner of one of the 2 pre-finals that we had at the end of yesterday to determine the grid for the older cars dedicated finals today. Alex Ames, number 21. Row 5, 154 Lewis Fox, 54 Doug Crosby. The 6th row, 48 and 68. 48 Ben Tilley, 68 Casey Ensor Smith, who had a spin yesterday when he was in the lead battle in his heat. So he's one to watch. So is the next man, number 3, Jordan Dempsey, who was given a track limit penalty and then was given another one. So he fell from 3rd to 7th, and he's a long, long way back on the grid. So Jordan Dempsey, a previous winner of the event, he's one to watch starting 13th. 14th, number 77, James Clark. 15th on the grid, 43, Maris Schulte. And 16th, number 29, Ricky Simpson. On the 9th row, 44, Paul Mason. 12, Drew Cameron. On the 10th row, is 171 Julian van der Watt, and 143 Jaap Blijleven, the retired KLM pilot. The 11th row, 33 and 71. 33 is Lee Newsom, 71 is Andrew Schofield. On the 12th row of the grid, 115 and 46. 115 is Benjamin Montero, and 46 is Arnaud Douce. On row 13, 89 and 18. 89 is Brandon McCocken. 18 is coffee importer for journalists of repute, Jackie van der Ende, or Jack as he now wants to call himself, Jack van der Ende. The 14th row, 82 and 117. 82 is British GT4 racer Alex Walker, and 117 is Neil Toffs. Now you're into the drivers, of course, that got through from progression and last chance races. On the 15th row, 73 and 119. 73 Adam Quartermain, 119 Mark McKenna. The 16th row, 79 Leanne McShane, and 27 Stephen O'Connor. 133 Cal Bennett, and 32 Gary Newsom next. And the back row, 188 Nigel Thompson, and 130 of Dominic Mooney, as the cars now make their way out onto the circuit for a formation lap, and then we'll be underway for 12 laps for semi-final 2. Lewis Fox, I think I touched on the fifth row of the grid. Used to be a Formula 1 mechanic for Mercedes, just down the road, and another regular over the years in the Walter Hayes Trophy. So Niall Murray, in a sense, Paul, I suppose, he's going to try and build the lead. It's watching the likes of Ensor, Smith and Dempsey get through the pack before he gets away here, isn't it?
If it's going to be anything like as good as semi-final one, it's going to have to be very good indeed. The Irish drivers once again to the fore, though. Niall Murray, Jordan Kelly, Thomas MacArthur, the first three, all heralding from the Emerald Isle. And so we'll see how they get on. Of course, the Formula Ford Festival last weekend was a 1-2-3 in the grand final for Irish drivers. Niall Murray is very eager to get his tyres up to temperature, warning them from driving from side to side as he again executes not the fastest of green flag laps, but wanting to ensure that everything is nicely up to temperature and making sure that not just the tyres but the brakes get warmed up as well. I'm told that the theory is if you get heat into the brakes as well, that helps heat the tyres because they heat the sort of the wheel from the inside, which is also a good thing to do, so I'm told. But say Niall Murray will be starting from pole position, but as you say, with one or two cars coming from further back on the grid, KC Ensor Smith from the sixth row, really looking out for him, but I think in general the stronger drivers are probably in that first semi-final, as Andrew Rackstraw intimated to Ian a moment ago. Not necessarily quite as many quick drivers up at the front of this one.
Could well be the case. Another suggestion behind me a moment ago was this is a softer semi-final, but we've still got some very quick drivers in it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be just as fast off at the front, but I think getting into the top 18 is slightly easier, perhaps.
Yes, all those we've just seen. It's not necessarily speed, it's survival, isn't it? And
yes.
A few didn't. So to the grid, then they come. It's the all-white car of Niall Murray for the outside of the front row, the blue livery of Jordan Kelly to line up alongside. The second row, Tom MacArthur in the predominantly red livery. And red, white and blue, same colours that Andrew Rackstraw just carried for Michael Eastwell. Then red is Ian Campbell's colour scheme, and Ayrton Houck, red and white, the American driver ahead of Callum Grant's Van Diemen. The yellow Van Diemen of Alex Ames next for the grid. And 12 laps are ahead of us then as the cars now all slot into position, and we get set for semi-final two. Quite a lot of stragglers, I've got to say. The first half of the grid has arrived long before the rest, so might be a few moments yet before everybody is good to go. But second half of the grid is arriving now, headed by Jordan Dempsey, almost as though he's sort of playing with Niall Murray. Well, I'll get there in my own good time, you know, and let all your temperature from your tyres ebb away. But he is now getting himself up to the grid. So most definitely want to watch Jordan Dempsey. As I say, he's another previous winner of this event. Last few cars to slot into position, and then imminently we will be pretty much good to go. Niall Murray sitting on pole, had a good race yesterday. Jackie van der Ende in the venerable Van Diemen RF78 in the Duckham's colour scheme, slotting into position. Alex Walker's going to be another one to watch, isn't he? Having won the progression race, having been second in the last chance earlier on, and admittedly, as we say, he's taken a bit out of his tyres, but even so, he will be a driver to keep an eye on, because we know how good he is adapting back from GT4 machinery to aero-free single-seaters. All right, Stephen O'Connor slotting into place further back for 32nd on the grid. That means we're nearly done, and the drivers now can concentrate on the lighting gantry. The last driver into place. And we are good to go then. Semi-final 2 is ready for this 25th anniversary Walter Hayes Trophy. The 5-second board is shown. Niall Murray, Jordan Kelly on the front row, and Now the lights go red, the lights go out, and a good getaway is made by Niall Murray, slightly in advance of Kelly as they accelerate off then down towards Copse Corner for the first time, and it is going to be Niall Murray who sweeps through ahead. Kelly second, and it looks like Tom MacArthur third as they round Copse Corner then, heading up towards Beckett's for the first time, and Murray has got away by a couple of lengths. I'll run off you, Paul, already.
Yes, definitely Niall Murray in the lead. Jordan Kelly, though, has dropped back. No, he hasn't, because he leaves his braking in possibly late for Beckett's and dives back into second place, but as a result of that late braking, runs a little bit wide, and so coming through in second place, therefore, is Tom MacArthur. So MacArthur is up to second place. Jordan Kelly recovering from that wide moment at Beckett's, but whilst he does that, so he's allowing Niall Murray to get away ahead of him.
And Michael Eastwell being brave round the outside as well, gaining a couple of places. One was from Ian Campbell as they came out of Brooklands that time, but Niall Murray now sort of regrouping, if you like, and getting away once more as the cars come through Woodcote Corner up towards the end of the opening lap of the race then. So Niall Murray leads, and lots of waving as a red flag is being shown. So we have a red flag and a red light. The flag hasn't gone out yet, but the lights are there, and it's because there's drama, I think, over at Luffield that's taken Alex Walker out of the competition. I'm afraid he's got broken suspension.
Drama Beckett's as well, because out at Beckett's, in fact, it's Alex Walker at Beckett's.
Oh, sorry, Paul, right, it's in front of you.
So what you can see on the screen is actually visible through my binoculars if I look out. So Alex Walker then out of the car with damage.
There's another one,
and then the other one that is involved is 143. That's Jaap Blijleven, who has more severe damage to his car, in fact. There's quite a lot of damage on Blijleven's car.
Yeah,
Marshall's
so Blijleven was on the
assistance.
10th row, Walker was on the 14th and making progress, so they've obviously got together, but Alex Walker is done. And yeah, Blijleven's car needing to be removed as well.
Yeah, to the front end of Blijleven's car completely destroyed. Blijleven's out of the car, I hasten to add, but the car being pushed away by the marshals with literally just the two rear wheels enabling the car to be pushed. So Jaap is behind the barrier watching the marshals recovering the car. Alex Walker's car is also with a rear wheel torn off, so must have been a fairly substantial coming together, that one, I fear. Of course, the car's under more load under braking, but the front end of Blijleven's car, the rear of Alex Walker's.
And also bearing in mind how many rows apart they were, so we know Alex Walker would have been making progress and trying to get through the pack, but maybe he came across Blijleven, who was having his own moment. Either way, I'm afraid, stoppage. I've just been passed a note that says there's very unlikely going to be a lunch break. We've got even less chance now. This is it, I think, while we regrid.
Yes, quite so, and the marshals then recovering the vehicles. Alex Walker is walking down to the Silverstone Marshals recovery team bus. I think just to try and get a lift back to the paddock rather than anything else. I was hoping I might be able to persuade him to come up here, but no, he's going to get in the bus and go back. Bob goes off to get Jaap Blijleven's car.
One or two really out of sequence. As the cars are being regridded, it's notable how a few seem to have dropped a long way back. So now the car's being marshalled into place. Jordan Dempsey's car being held for 13th on the grid. Casey Ensor-Smith now being released. Then Jordan Dempsey is allowed to go. So yeah, I think Jordan was another one that made some good progress. And now has to do it all over again. We'll also wait and see whether or not this is going to be reduced, because clearly the timetable's fallen apart and they will have to have another formation lap. So we'll see whether it is going to stay at the full 12 laps.
It would have the implication, if it is reduced, that it will automatically be the slower of the two semi-finals, because it depends on completing the full distance. So that would be good news for Andrew Rackstraw, because it would put him on pole for the grand final.
Although with a 2x2 grid, you can argue you
well,
on
absolutely,
the inside,
yes.
So
that's exactly what I was saying earlier on.
Well, we are getting the last few cars into place, and so over here there is much activity. Over with you, what news of the clear up?
Alex Walker and Jaap Blijleven have been told you can't go in this bus, but you can go in that one. So a ambulance vehicle has been brought for no reason really that's medically required, but just for other reasons they need to be taken back for the medical centre to have a quick check over. Alex Walker's car is already high on the hoist, in progress of being put onto the flatbed. Jaap Blijleven's is just being attached to the hoister now. So 5 minutes,
okay,
I would say, roughly. If you want to eat a sandwich in 5 minutes.
You're going to talk for 5 minutes while I do so. I'll worry about that when we get to a podium, maybe. So the cars then back to their original grid positions, but with these two gaps. The suddenness of which the red flag came out made me think there might be even more involved, but only two. But of course, such a short lap, it had to be scrambled quickly to make sure that people didn't get to you again at racing speed.
Well, exactly so, and the danger with things like that is with cars precariously on the edge of the circuit and racing as hard as it is. I mean, we heard Richard Hayes, wasn't it, saying how close they manage to drive without as many incidents as they do. But you kind of know that disaster is only a cigarette paper away a lot of the time. Hats off to the drivers most of the time, because they judge it perfectly, and we avoid the incidents. But it's inevitable that they do come together occasionally.
Right, now the grid has been gridded up wrongly, in as much as with Alex Walker's demise, that side of the grid have all gone a row forward. So I'm afraid that, again, we've got people in the wrong places. But we have just gained two reserves. So at the very back now, you've got 167, who has joined as first reserve. George Townsend, indeed. And you've also got 83, which is the Monza-based Mattia Tremolada, who has been making a habit of getting in as a reserve today. I think it's the second time he's been able to get in as a reserve at the very back.
The skin of his teeth is wearing out.
Quite. So
both cars are now safely out of the way. We've now just got a little bit of sweeping up to do. If I said 5 minutes before and that was 3 minutes ago, I'll now say 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think a 1 minute board may be imminent. The driver's being told they've got one formation lap as well. But as I say, where Alex Walker would have been, cars have been brought forward to plug that gap erroneously.
That's only on that side of the circuit, though.
As far as I can tell.
Interesting, yes.
Yeah. So engines now fire. And as I say, you've got these two reserves in at the back. And for Mattia Tremolada, he now needs to get himself into the top 18. So we will have the same number of starters, but just a different selection, if you like. They'll get one formation lap, rather, to get a bit more warmth back into the tyres, and then we'll try once again for this second semi-final. It is still showing us 12 laps on the timing display. So as soon as the grid is clear, we'll be good to go. Right then, 30-second board shown, so imminently the cars will be released, and then the final formation lap ready for the second go at the second semi-final. Niall Murray trying to do it all over again, but of course Jordan Kelly has now got a little bit of information about Niall Murray in his armoury that he can possibly use to his advantage on the opening lap as the cars are released once again then. So off they set, down towards Copse Corner, and one final formation lap.
Yeah, and it was the flyer that Tom MacArthur got in the first, for the first time of asking, that put Jordan Kelly under pressure. So rather than Kelly putting the pressure on Murray, it was more Tom MacArthur making the great start and taking Michael Eastwell with him as well. So each of them winners of their respective heats. The front row winners of the respective heats. Tom MacArthur and Michael Eastwell finishing second in their heats. But yeah, certainly Jordan didn't get the best of good starts.
but Jordan Dempsey, I think, did have a good first lap, so he, as I say, has to do it all over again. But we know how good Jordan Dempsey is as winner of the event going back to 2019, and one to watch. Very, very knocked yesterday about the 2 penalties that he picked up in his heat. That's why he's so far back on the grid. He was given a 5-second penalty right at the end of the heat, and then copped another penalty. So he's got a lot of work to do here.
And playing the mind games, he's allowed a big gap to build up. You'll think the grid is complete, and half of them have gone missing, but then Jordan Dempsey is leading the rest of them around.
Well, that's what he did before, and again, Niall Murray has arrived, almost getting the car into a spin, so vigorous was the flicking left and right to get the warmth in the tyres, and now he's parked. Whereas Jordan Dempsey, as you say, trying to play the mind game, but also affect the temperature that stays in the tyres of Niall Murray while he sits on the grid. So, yes, we talk about the Walter Hayes being great end-of-season fun, but if you're in it and you're here to win it, then it's deadly serious, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Yes, there's fun and there's serious fun.
That's right.
This falls into the latter category as far as I'm concerned.
Right, I'm waiting for the second grid, as it were, now. Jordan Dempsey hasn't appeared in view at Woodcote. Niall Murray is about a third of the way through his current podcast that he's listening to on the grid, and Jordan Dempsey trickles into place now, ever so gently. There are cars pouring through Luffield, and I think we're just about there now. Jordan Dempsey making his way up towards the grid. So yeah, he has let everybody go, everybody sit there, get wound up, get all tense.
I wonder to what extent Niall Murray can see any of that going on in his mirror.
Probably not.
I don't know how far back you can see him, Formula Ford mirror, but...
I was just wondering as well whether or not race control may take a dim view of that, because it obviously affects the temperature in people's tyres, but it also sort of delays the start of the race, delays the timetable, and whether or not that's just one of those things or it's frowned upon, we'll find out. However, we do have a grid. It's got those 2 reserves at the back then. So 167 George Townsend, 83 Mattia Tremolada are there. Tremolada's car slots into place any moment, and that means that we are good to go. Again, that other side of the grid has lined up where it was told initially, which is wrong, but it's consistently wrong, and we are good to go then with the green flag shown at the back now. So the 5-second board displayed, and the second semi-final take 2 ready to go, as in a moment the lights will be flicked to red. They are, the engine notes rise, and as they accelerate away, a good start made again by Niall Murray, good start too by Jordan Dempsey as they head towards Copse. Jordan Kelly from the inside of the front row not able to capitalise and make a move, so it's going to be Murray from Kelly from MacArthur again. Jordan Dempsey already on his toes trying to get through the pack as they head out of Copse for the first time.
Yeah, so as they were on the grid, and as you described them, with Murray leading, Dempsey second, MacArthur third, and a spinner all on his own in the middle of the pack there was Thomas MacArthur. No, it wasn't. It was Ian Campbell, sorry. Ian Campbell, who got himself through, but then suddenly the car span through 360 degrees, and he was left on the end. Well, he's stuck on the exit of Beckett's, now gets going again. So Ian Campbell right at the back.
As the leader comes out of Brooklands, and a bit of a twitch from Jordan Kelly's car as he skims the curb, and there's contact then between Kelly and was that possibly MacArthur he got involved in. They both survived it, but more drama then kicking off through the stadium as very, very wide indeed then coming over the curb was one of them. It's Murray leading at the end of lap 1. In second place then it is Tom MacArthur. Michael Eastwell is third. In fourth place already is Jordan Dempsey. Fifth is Callum Grant. Sixth, down to sixth, has dropped Jordan Kelly. Then it's Ensor Smith and Fox, and we might have an interruption here because we've got a parked car. Neil Toft, 117, has stopped on the outside of Luffield.
That would be bad news for Murray, because once again he's opened up a bit of a gap between himself and the second place man, who is Tom MacArthur. Jordan Dempsey, as you say, in a mood to fly in third place. Fourth is Michael Eastwell. In fifth place is Callum Grant in a Janet Cesar car, going very well in the pre-99 category.
Safety car.
And then Jordan Kelly is next up in only sixth place.
So safety car deployed. This is to get Neil Tofts out of the way. And in this restarted race, the safety car comes out. We're getting a replay of exactly what kicked off. So Neil Toft, I think, was up the curb on the inside of Brooklands. He was on the outside, possibly, of Jack van der Ende. There were a couple of cars that collected ahead of him, and he went to the outside and got tangled up in it and ends up with broken rear suspension. So it was Neil Toft trying to avoid other people spinning ahead of him. That's how he ended up in the gravel, and I'm afraid to say that's how Dad's Walter Hayes Trophy has come to an end, although his son Jacob has, as we've seen, progressed. One or two responding to waved yellow flags rather better than others, I noticed, as they come across the line, with the orders still shuffling as they went by. However, we are under safety car conditions, and it is Murray, MacArthur and Dempsey. This is great news for Jordan Dempsey, isn't it? Because it means he's going to be able to get back or right up to the tail of the top two without having to do the hard work.
Well, exactly so, yes. And so he heads down the Wellington Straight in third place, as you described. Michael Eastwell, Callum Grant, then Jordan Kelly, with perhaps a bit of something to prove, in only sixth place, and then Casey Ensor-Smith going strongly, and he's moved up to seventh place ahead of Ayrton Hauk. He's gone backwards from his great grid position.
Yes, he has, you're right, been sort of shuffled back in the queue a little bit, hasn't he? Right, safety car then will bring them round. I think Luffield is pretty much clear already. Excellent work by the marshals over there all weekend. And so we can go back to green as the race gets back underway, and a massive lead has been opened up by Niall Murray as he went through. So absolutely timed that to perfection and left Tom MacArthur battling with Jordan Dempsey, who is battling with Michael Eastwell as the cars come through Copse Corner now. So you'll see Murray long gone, and then the battle is on for second place.
Yes, and in fact Jordan Dempsey being shuffled back down there. Callum Grant has come up on the inside of him. Michael Eastwell has already gone past him on the outside. So poor old Dempsey, we said he was in a good position, and actually dropped 2 places since the safety car withdrew. So great start by Neil Murray. Tom MacArthur perhaps caught a little bit napping there, but battle going on as they disappear underneath the bridge back into your side.
Dempsey with massive late braking, locks up, goes wide, he gained 2 places and he loses 3 because he just couldn't get the car slowed down. He got past MacArthur, got past Eastwell, couldn't slow, and they both jumped him, and so did Jordan Kelly. So 2 up and 3 back for Jordan Dempsey as the race leader Niall Murray comes up over the timing line. In second place is MacArthur, third is Eastwell, fourth is Kelly, and fifth is Dempsey as they go down to Copse. Jordan Dempsey to the inside of Jordan Kelly. They're almost overlapping as they get to the braking area, but Kelly hangs onto the pace as they turn through, while right now Murray leads by over 2 seconds.
Murray has disappeared out of sight, hasn't he? Arno Deuce has joined him from the back, but I think he's going to be pit bound because car not running very healthily at all. So Murray arrives at Beckett's on lap 5. Then it's MacArthur. Behind MacArthur is Eastwell, then Jordan Kelly, then Jordan Dempsey. Behind Jordan Dempsey is Casey Ensor-Smith. But Murray is in a race of his own up there at the front. He'll be loving this.
Yeah, absolutely. As now Jordan Kelly tries to make a move against Eastwell, who's busy making his move around the outside of Tom MacArthur at Brooklands. So on the inside line, the red car for second place. Through now goes Eastwell. A little bit of a nudge, which gets him unsettled. They head up towards the end of the lap, and drama as off the road goes Eastwell, and I think it's Tom MacArthur that's got caught up with him. This is on the exit of Luffield. They're both in the gravel. MacArthur looks like he's got 2 wheels on the curb and might be able to rejoin, but Michael Eastwell's Walter Hayes Trophy looks like it's come to an end in the gravel bed on the exit of Luffield Corner then, as the leaders have gone through. It is Murray ahead of Casey Ensor-Smith. Jordan Dempsey's back up to 3rd. Jordan Kelly is 4th. Ayrton Hauk is 5th. Callum Grant is 6th.
When did you ever see a Walter Hayes Trophy race being led by over 4 seconds? That's the extent of Niall Murray's lead at the moment. Casey Ensor-Smith is best of the rest. Jordan Dempsey has survived all the schmozzles going on, as in 3rd place. Jordan Kelly is 4th. Ayrton Hauk is 5th. Heading back down the Wellington Straight with Callum Grant surviving to be 6th at the moment.
Safety car again because of the Michael Eastwell car being in the gravel. If you can picture the curb of the gravel bed on the outside of Luffield, look right by 2 cars widths, and that's where Michael Eastwell is, stuck in the gravel. But we're going to have to go safety car for the 2nd time of asking in this much interrupted race.
It's in Weaver's Trench, isn't it?
It is, pretty much, yeah. Yes.
Weaver's Trench and beyond.
So up towards the line again comes Niall Murray. Well, he's proved he can get away on the restart. All of this is helping Casey Ensor-Smith, isn't it? 12th he started, 2nd he runs now. Then it's Jordan Dempsey, Jordan Kelly, Ayrton Hauk ahead of Callum Grant. Liam Fox runs 7th, 8th currently James Clark, number 77, 9th Doug Crosby, 10th is Ben Tilley.
You kind of assume that Niall Murray is going to be able to make another clean getaway as soon as the safety car pulls in, but Casey Ensor-Smith may have other ideas. So, as you say, up from further back on the grid into second place now. Dempsey equally threatening in third potentially, and Jordan Kelly, having started on the front row, having to be content at the moment with fourth place.
Tom MacArthur, who was the other one that got embroiled in that with Michael Eastwell, he was able to back out of the gravel because he had two wheels where there was some traction, and he is in 17th place, which means that he would go through into the final. Top 18 go through, and he's 17th. So he's just about got away with it, seemingly. So the race leaders come through. Just having a look at a replay of what went on. It had already got busy. Yeah, Michael Eastwell, I think, ran over. Yeah, there was contact between Eastwell and Jordan Kelly looking at this. So Jordan Kelly on the inside collects Eastwell, launches him, gets sideways, and there was nowhere for Tom MacArthur to go. So it was Jordan Kelly, as I say, who tagged the back of Michael Eastwell, who, with his right rear wheel riding over the front left of Jordan Kelly, briefly got airborne, and as he landed and got sideways, he went into the gravel, and there was nowhere for Tom MacArthur to go. So it wasn't that MacArthur triggered it, he was the innocent party. Jordan Kelly may find himself with a case to answer out of all of that. However, for now, we are still under safety car conditions. We've just started lap 8, and Michael Eastwell's car is out of the gravel. It's being put up against the Armco in a slightly safer place, so fingers crossed we might be able to get things back up and running pretty soon.
Right, safety car coming towards me, as you say, for the 8th time out of 12. So, be 4 to go if the safety car does pull in at the end of this one. Niall Murray so far has not put a foot wrong and looked very strong, but with, as I say, I'll call it a somewhat unknown quantity of Casey Ensor-Smith behind him. Casey having had his own race to run with some difficulties, but he's overcome those. Then the two Jordans.
And the lights are out on top of the safety car, so we're going to go back racing. So Niall Murray, number 5, leads 68 Casey Ensor-Smith, and Jordan Dempsey is there in third place in the red car, red and white car. 4 for blue livery, number 99, Jordan Kelly, and Niall Murray crawling down Wellington Straight. Again, he's busy weaving, and does he accelerate into Brooklands? He does. So coming into Brooklands, he's already started to go, if you like, and that means that he's got quite a lot of the lap left before he gets to the timing line, and he's already gained 3 lengths, maybe a bit more, over Casey Ensor-Smith, who may not have been expecting him to go quite that early, but you've got to say Niall Murray can absolutely master a safety car restart. He comes out of Woodcote then. It's game on for second place as well, as Jordan Dempsey lines up to have a go on the outside line of Casey Ensor-Smith then as they go down towards Copse Corner. The South African on the inside line, the Irish driver on the outside line. Ensor-Smith hangs on just, but they're still side by side through the corner. Murray, however, has got away.
He has done it again, hasn't he? Ensor-Smith manages to keep Jordan Dempsey behind him, then Kelly, with Casey Ensor-Smith behind him, then Jordan Dempsey, Jordan Kelly next one up. There's a debris flag out at Beckett's. Whether that's for oil or a bit of bodywork, I'm not sure, but no, I think it's just for bodywork on the circuit. But Niall Murray opening up the gap already, heading towards you.
And for second place, Dempsey does it round the outside at Brooklands. Nice move by Jordan Dempsey then. Proof that you can overtake pretty much anywhere around Silverstone. Round the outside of Brooklands, you secure the place going up towards Luffield. So now Murray leads Dempsey. I don't think Jordan's going to catch him, but it's going to be interesting to see what he can do, if anything, about the gap, or indeed whether Casey Ensor-Smith can tow himself back into second place. He has a go on the outside line going down towards Copse. Jordan Kelly is there in fourth. The gap between the top two, 1.6 seconds. It is Murray versus Dempsey, but then for second place, Dempsey fending off Ensor-Smith. Kelly is right there as well, and Houck is fifth, waiting to pick up any pieces. They head towards you.
Yes, and Niall Murray having just done the fastest lap of the race, opening up this gap, but it's turning into a four-way battle for second place. Dempsey, Ensor-Smith, behind Ensor-Smith, Jordan Kelly, and behind Jordan Kelly is Ayrton Houck. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Callum Grant and his elderly Van Diemen. Then Lewis Fox is next up in seventh place, but no doubt about who's going to win this one, I don't think, but the battle on for second, heading back down the Wellington Straight.
And they will do so then for the 10th time, and Niall Murray benefiting. Interestingly here, Dempsey can't get away, can't shake off Ensor Smith, nor Kelly, nor Etten Hauk, so he's involved in his own big battle, which isn't helping the quest to get onto terms with Niall Murray, who goes across the line now to complete 10 laps of the race. That means 2 to go, and the margin that he's got is growing, 2 seconds. So what can Dempsey do about the gap? The answer at the moment is nothing, and that's partly because he's trying to fend off Casey Ensor Smith. As we've been making the point in the last half an hour or so, every place you gain is another row further forward, so it's worth Casey doing this.
And Casey having a look on the inside as they come to Maggots. That leaves him on the outside for Beckett's. He's going to try and go around the outside, but you've got to be brave to hang on in there. And Jordan Kelly completes the move, stays on the inside line, and manages to stay in second place behind. So we've got Etten Hauk behind Jordan Kelly.
Hauk goes to the inside of Kelly at the end of Wellington Straight, and he's up to 4th. He's up to 3rd as well, with prodigious use of the curb. Etten Hauk briefly ahead of Casey Ensor Smith, but on the outside at Luffield, he's got to slot back in. So the race leader about to emerge now from Woodcote. So Niall Murray to start the last lap, but 2nd and 3rd is most definitely up for grabs here. It is just at the moment Jordan Dempsey ahead, but Casey Ensor Smith is ahead of Etten Hauk now, who is 4th. 5th is the blue car of Jordan Kelly. Niall Murray's advantage goes up again. It's up to 2.2 seconds. So he's putting down a marker here, isn't he, for the final potentially? And for the last time, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all in a queue head towards you.
Jordan Kelly, though, I think somewhat disappointing, always being elbowed to the back by other driving. Kelly wants to place back, drives up on the inside of Hauk as they come into Beckett's, tries to complete the move going through Beckett's. They're going to be side by side as they come out of Beckett's, but Kelly's going to find himself on the outside line when they get to the left-hander. Brooklands, Hauk on the more advantageous inside line for Brooklands, but Niall Murray has disappeared off into the distance. He's going to win this by 3 seconds, I reckon.
As the leader then is at Luffield, and the second place battle comes into the corner now. Then Gary Newsom has been given a 5-second penalty for track limits, but he's 32nd anyway as the leaders come up towards the checkered flag. So Niall Murray then is going to come through victorious as the checkered flag awaits. Niall Murray wins the second semi-final from Jordan Dempsey and Casey Ensor Smith. 4th Etten Hauk, 5th Jordan Kelly, 6th Callum Grant, just ahead of Liam Fox. Then as the rest come pouring over the line, it is Julian Van der Watt who is 8th, 9th Brendan McCauchen, and 10th Alex Ames, 11th James Clark, Doug Crosby is 12th, 13th Ben Tilley for 14th, number 29, that being the car of Michael Simpson, and then Marius Schulte 15th, Drew Cameron 16th, Andrew Schofield, Adam Quatermain, Tom MacArthur 19th in the end, and Mark McKenna 20th. So MacArthur misses out on qualifying. He was in the progression zone, but he ends up dropping down the order.
And we also have to say farewell to Jack van der Ende.
Yes.
And Stephen O'Connor, who perhaps should have been further up, but again, he'll no doubt have his chance in the Janet Cesar final later on.
So a much interrupted race, but a busy race nonetheless. Niall Murray's pace really impressive. Niall Murray the winner from Jordan Dempsey, and then 3rd Casey Ensor Smith. 4th goes the way of Etten Hauk ahead of Jordan Kelly. Callum Grant takes 6th, Lewis Fox for 7th, Julian Van der Watt 8th, Brandon McCauchen 9th, and Alex Ames 10th ahead of James Clark and Doug Crosby. Ben Tilley, Ricky Simpson I should have said, Marius Schulte, Drew Cameron, Andrew Schofield and Adam Quatermain will round out those that will go into the final. And there's no lunch break, as you will have perhaps guessed, seeing that we're massively behind on the timetable after the delays and stoppages that we've had in the morning. So we will keep going in terms of racing, and we'll head to the pit lane first to hear from our winners with Ian.
Thanks, David. Yes, I've got James Beckett himself doing the honours of handing over the trophy this time. As the 2 Irish drivers, Niall Murray 1st, Jordan Dempsey 2nd, and from South Africa, Casey Ensor Smith in 3rd place. So beginning with Niall. Please come forward, Niall, and you know James obviously hands the trophy. Yeah, you can see he's done this sort of thing before. Now, yes, quick word with you. So you know how to make these starts and restarts, don't you? Do you practice that?
Yeah, I caught the guys off guard a couple of times there. Yeah, no, it was a good race.
Well, it was for you because you were so high out in front.
Yeah. Still have this slight little issue that we had yesterday, the hesitation coming out of the corners. And and it's definitely holding us back a little bit. But yeah.
Sorry, holding back because you're winning by less than you think you should win by.
No, there's something binding in the car. It's like the brakes are sticking or something like that. Just coming out of the corners, I can feel it just bog, and then it releases. Same yesterday, but I thought I might have been hitting the brake pedal on my heel. But anyway, long story short, we're still back to the drawing board trying to fix that.
You're going to carry on thinking about it, see whether you can find the answer, or just live with it?
No, we'll have to try find the answer. I think we have good pace, like a 2 dead on my own there. I was on for a 1.9 the last lap and made a mistake the last corner. But yeah, we can definitely lap in the ones. And I think if we solve this problem, we'll be another couple of tenths ahead.
Well, good luck and hope you can.
Great, thank you.
Thanks very much. Now, then in second place, we've got John Dempsey, and good start. You came from, what was it? You were on the 7th row of the grid, so quite a lot of overtaking to do.
Yeah, a lot of it. Thankfully, I got a lot of it done in the first laps. My starts were really good. I thought I was going to be able to chase down Niall in the first safety car, but unfortunately, I don't know what Tom was doing. He seemed to be slowing it up, and I got past by like 3 or 4 cars. So, yeah, no, happy enough. We've good pace. Raced well there, so I'll have to play for in the final.
Now, you're a regular here, aren't you, at the Walter Hayes? How many have you done?
Probably 4, 5.
Only 4, right.
Yeah, no, I haven't done it in about 6 years, 5, 6 years.
There always seems to be a Dempsey in it.
Yeah, it keeps cropping up.
So, Niall does rather good starts, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, I didn't see it. He was so far ahead of me, I never got to see it. But
yeah, of course, you were in the middle of the grid, weren't you? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I had a bit more work to do, but, got through them fairly quick, so happy enough.
Well, all the best for the final.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much to Jordan. And in third place, Casey Enser-Smith, all the way from South Africa. Have you come over to do this specially? I know you were in it last year, weren't you?
Yeah, I came over to do this race specifically. I came also last year. Last year was my first year doing it, and this is my second year doing it now.
You obviously enjoyed the event.
No, I really did love it. It was an amazing event. It really, really is fun driving around Silverstone, and these cars, they really, really are super fun to drive.
And are you good friends? Do you know Andrew, your fellow South African?
Yeah, me and Andrew, unfortunately I didn't get a race against him in South Africa because he went over to touring cars when I started 1600 in South Africa. And then I knew about him, and then I heard that he went overseas and did the Walter Hayes, and then I started trying to do it. But then only because I turned 16 last year, I was able to do it then.
Right, so are you still set on a single-seater career?
So far, I'm enjoying it, but next year I definitely do want to try and get into a saloon car.
In Europe?
I would like to try and get overseas and everything, because South Africa, it's good racing in South Africa, but there isn't really much there to do, so I'm trying to get over here.
Well, we look forward to seeing you if you can make it, because certainly Andrew's doing exceptionally well, obviously winning the Carrera Cup.
Yeah, Andrew's doing really, really well. I really am super proud of him. Yeah. And if I can make it next year, I really, really will. I'm really excited for it.
Well, in the more immediate future, you've got to win the Walter Hayes Trophy.
I hope it's a plan. I'm going to try and win it this year. If I can, I'll be really, really excited and really happy. If I don't, I might come next year and come try and win it again.
Yeah, you had some problems yesterday. What could you just quickly summarise them for?
Going into... I got a decent start.
Yeah, on pole position.
Got pole position on qualifying. Yeah. Start was pretty decent. I dropped down a second, and then I got past, dropped down a third, and then going into Brooklyn, I went in a little bit hot. Yeah. And then it was just he didn't see me. I went in a little bit fast, and we just collided with each other.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, you've made amends for that. You're in the podium in your semi-final. All you got to do is get on the podium, even win the final.
Yeah, so now we just have to try and get a good start for the final and just make it up to first or top 3.
South African 1-2, perhaps.
I really, really hope so. That would really be amazing.
Well, all the very best.
Thank you so much.
Well done on the race so far.
Thank you so much.
So, Casey Enser-Smith then in third place. And we now look forward to, what is it, a 60-second lunch break, David?
We're in it, and it's about 9 seconds left, Ian, yes, before we get to the Monoposto Reprise IT Tiedemann Trophy second race, and it's going to be from a rolling start this time around. 20 minutes, and fingers crossed we won't have the same dramas on the grid. Right, Alistair has not only come up for warmth, he's also... going to be able to talk about monopostos for me for a few minutes. You can have a different voice for the next 20 minutes plus as the cars, Alistair, head to the grid.
Thanks, David. Yes, a little warmer up here, but actually it's a very pleasant day out there as long as you can get out of the wind, which isn't very easy at Silverstone. But great viewing and really lovely sunny day, although some black clouds over the back of Woodcote. We are, as David says, moving on now to the second race for the Monoposto Reprise IT Tiedemann Trophy Championship. David probably explained what Tiedemann is all about. No, didn't, right? Okay, Frank Tiedemann started Monopostos in, I think, 1958, if I recall. So the... in fact, there it is. Description in your programme tells you about Frank Tiedemann. And it's the Tiedemann Trophy is like their winter series that they run every year, completely separate to the main championship, which concluded a couple of weeks ago. And in the first race, we had a win for James Williams with Andrew Pryke and Matthew Horton completing the podium. Both James Williams and Andrew Pryke in F3A class cars. And Paul Truswell has been following the championship points and may be able to update us, perhaps?
Yes, but as far as F3A is concerned, because the wins have been shared amongst the different winners, James Williams not having participated in the opening round at Cadwell Park, and who else have we had? Tony Bishop hasn't played a part at all this year, so he doesn't play a part in championships. As far as championship concerned, we need to look to the M1000 class. Matthew Horton has achieved a 2-point margin now. Actually, I should say a 1-point margin because that's not yet been confirmed. But Matthew Horton then with a 1-point margin over Kyle Wallace. Matthew in the M1000 class, Kyle Wallace running in the 1600cc class. The other player, if all should go pear-shaped for those two, would be Terry Clark, who runs in the 2000cc class. But as I say, coming into this round, it's Matthew Horton who has the upper hand.
So it's fair to say that if Matthew Horton can finish ahead of Kyle Wallace, he would take the championship.
Well, even if they're running different classes,
yeah,
yes.
Of course.
Even if they both win their class, Horton wins the championship.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we'll keep an eye on Matthew Horton and how he gets on in his class. He did, of course, win his class in the first race earlier on today, the M1000 class. Second in that class was Charlie Locker, some 7 places behind. So we've got the cars out for their green flag lap, which actually I think
pace lap
will turn into a... I was just going to say it's going to turn into a straight rolling start. I don't think they're going to stop them on the grid again in the interest of time. So on pole position, David made a note of who's there. Tony Bishop is there, is he? Right. So James Williams is on pole, and Tony Bishop alongside, 89 and 9 on the front row. And don't forget, if you're watching at Copse, the pole position for a rolling start is next to the pit wall, not on the outside of the circuit as for a standing start. So it's 89 and 9 on the front row. The second row, 24 Matthew Horton and 79 Andrew Pryke. The third row is 93 Mark Harrison and 67 Andrew Wheels. And the fourth row, 75 Tom Hill and 32 Terry Clark. Just completing the top 10, they're coming through Luffield, is on the fifth row, 94 Neil Harrison and 27 Kirsty Mansell, ? She's at the back. Right, thank you very much, David. So Kirsty Mansell will start, but she starts at the back in her Dallara F310. So the car's coming round now in good formation with, on pole position, the black and orange car of James Williams. Tony Bishop in the similar colours with a green stripe as they go down to Copse Corner for the first time. And who gets the best start? Well, round the outside goes Tony Bishop. So a good start, and he spins off into the wide open areas on the outside of Copse Corner. But Paul, you've got the rest of the field coming up to you. Tony Bishop has recovered.
Yeah, James Williams then all on his own, with Matthew Horton making a good start again in the diminutive-looking Jedi there, coming under a little bit of pressure from Andrew Pryke as they head down the Wellington Straight there. So you've got Matthew Horton on the left-hand side of the circuit, Andrew Pryke on the outside, but the pair of them being left for dead at the moment by James Williams.
And knowing which way you were looking at that time, Andrew Wheels has parked himself without hitting the barriers on the outside of Beckett's.
So he has, yes, if I turn around. Marshall's attempting to give him a push to get him back in there, and yes, it is going to move. So he is going to be out of the way, and we should get a green flag here by the time they get here next time.
Well, the cars coming over the line. A problem once again, I'm afraid, for the quite storied march of Neil Harrison, number 94, which has gone over the line rather slowly, but still moving. But he's down to somewhere below the top 10.
Well down.
Yeah, well down. Thank you.
James Williams, I should say, who's storming away at the front of the field. He's 2.5 seconds clear of Andrew Pryke now, who has got himself into second place ahead of the Jedi, Matthew Horton, who's still third, but leads his class still. Then it's Mark Harrison in the Red Bull coloured car, number 93, with Thomas Hill behind him, and then a recovering Tony Bishop. So he's not out of this yet, Tony, up to 6th.
So leader comes through, and it's James Williams completing his second lap. Then we've got a good battle for second place between Andrew Pryke and Matthew Horton, and by 98 thousandths of a second it's Andrew Pryke in second across the line that time. Let's keep an eye out for our recovering Tony Bishop going through. He's not appeared yet, so he's below the top 15 at the moment.
He must have had another moment then, because he was 6 past me.
You're quite right, he is there. Do apologise. Yes, Tony Bishop 6th place.
Right, Pryke second, Matthew Horton just losing a little bit of ground to the Dallara, the little Jedi there, looking not really the plot in all these other Formula 3 type cars. Then Mark Harrison is next up in 4th place. Tony Bishop is now up to 5th now, Alistair, so Bishop's on a charge.
Yes, well, his last lap was a 58.4, which was quicker than the car ahead of him and the car ahead of that, but not as quick as the top 3. And in fact, James Williams goes even quicker with a fastest lap of 55.956, comfortably the fastest lap we've had this weekend, with the earlier race being a little bit damp, quicker than that. So 55.9 for James Williams continues to extend his 5.5 second lead.
Yes, and leaving Andrew Pryke behind, who in turn is leaving Matthew Horton a little bit behind in 3rd place. Mark Harrison's Red Bull Dallara is next up in 4th, also going faster, or losing ground to the car in front of him, but Tony Bishop is next up in 5th, trying to close the gap. Last time around, Tony Bishop lapped good second quicker, a second and a bit quicker than Mark Harrison. I reckon the gap was around about 1.6 when it left me between Mark Harrison and Tony Bishop.
So it could change as he comes around this side of the circuit, because he, as you say, is over a second a lap quicker as they come. In fact, he's right behind the Red Bull car, so Tony Bishop still in 5th place, but right on the heels with a 0.4 second gap to Mark Harrison. A change up at Beckett's, I suspect.
We'll see where he does it. I don't think there's any question that he will. However, as you say, James Williams is pulling away at the front and disappearing off into the distance. Second and third go through still in the same order. Pryke and Horton, then Harrison. No, it's not, because it is now Tony Bishop. So Tony Bishop into 4th place, as you suggested it would be, at Beckett's. And going down underneath the bridge, we've got Tony Bishop now up into 4th place, Mark Harrison back to 5th. Charles Boniface going well in 7th with his Jedi.
Leader crosses the line again, and another fastest lap, quicker every lap, 54.7 now for James Williams. And we're waiting for Tony Bishop to come through. Look at the gap to Matthew Horton. He is indeed in 4th place, as you say. 4.3 seconds to Matthew Horton, and his last lap was around 0.9 of a second quicker. So Tony Bishop closing in gradually on Matthew Horton, and I should have confirmed we are going to have the full 20 minutes in this race. It's not been shortened.
Right, okay, good news. Then we do get the full distance. Tony Bishop heads down the Wellington Straight 3 seconds or so. That was done with a rather delayed thumb on the stopwatch, I'm afraid. But he is closing in on Matthew Horton. So whilst he's not going to win, he could yet finish on the podium, Tony Bishop. Back to your side. In fact, James Williams has probably already passed you.
We have a car stopped on the outside of Luffield, I'm afraid. A mechanical failure, and not a great weekend for Tom Dackins, who was a late entry and then had problems earlier on getting the car going. It's now stopped again, and it's on the outside of Luffield, which, whilst it's not in any any damage to the car, it's right on the edge of the track. So Marshall's already in attendance, but we've certainly got local yellows there. Williams has gone across the line, 12 seconds now ahead of Andrew Pryke in second place. Number 89 leads 79. 24 Matthew Horton in third place, a further 1.8 seconds back. And a fastest lap last time around for fourth place Tony Bishop, number 9, recovering after that first corner spin with a 54.5, quicker than the leader, and 1.4 seconds behind Matthew Horton.
Yes, getting ahead of Matthew Horton on that lap was Tony Bishop. So he has made it into a podium position, having spun back to the bottom half of the top 10, wasn't he, earlier on? So Andrew Pryke is the next man on Tony Bishop's list.
And he's just passed him at Copse Corner, I think. You'll confirm to us.
I will when they get to me, just waiting. Yes, he has, and there he goes now. So Tony Bishop up into second place, Pryke back to third. Matthew Horton still going well, fourth place, leading his class. And 3 cars in the class means that provided nothing goes wrong for him, he will be able to take the championship as a result of this finishing position in the short, as you said, Winter Series Tiedemann Trophy, the Reprise IT Tiedemann Trophy, Cadwell Park, Castle Combe and Silverstone, the 3 rounds of the championship. They also have a champion of Cadwell, which was Matthew Horton, a champion of Combe, which was Kyle Wallace. And if it continues to go this way, then Matthew Horton will also be the Silverstone champion.
3 more diverse tracks you couldn't find, could you? Castle Combe, known as the mini Nürburgring, very old school sort of circuit, narrow and very little runoff. Similar at Combe, old-fashioned type of circuit, very fast though. And then you come to Silverstone with its wide open spaces. We had a situation where the marshals had got Tom Dackins going again, and then it stopped again. So I'm afraid he is. We now have a safety car, which is a real shame. Marshals did their very best to get that car moving out of the way, but it looks like that's a recurrent problem with the engine stopping for Tom Dackins. We also lost much earlier on. I did report that Neil Harrison was going very slowly through past me at Woodcote. Well, he's now disappeared out on track somewhere.
Yes, not quite sure where, but he's not going around anymore, I agree with that. Safety car has picked up car number 14, Charles Boniface's Jedi. Just looking back to see where James Williams' car is. There it is. It's about 7 or 8 cars, 8 cars behind the safety car. So I'm not telling the safety car driver what to do, but it strikes me that we need to wave by 7 or 8 cars to allow them to catch up with the tail end of the field and thus allow the safety car to pick up James Williams, which is heading down towards Brooklands now. And back into your view, Alistair.
Yes, the safety car going round Luffield at the moment. The marshals seem to have cleared Tom Dackins' car to a position of safety behind the barriers in Luffield, so I think we're good to go. But as you say, there is a little bit of sorting out. Yeah, there's the wave by coming up towards you. Actually, you'll get the lapped cars coming past. No, they're here, aren't they? Sorry, they're here. I'm looking at the television screen thinking it's Beckett's. It's not, it's Woodcote. So the wave by has happened. We should therefore get the safety car lights going out on the Wellington Straight next time around, and we will then have around 8 minutes remaining for our Monoposto Tiedemann Trophy race.
Yeah, it doesn't give that much time for the stragglers to catch back up again with the tail of the queue, but they might just about make it, depending how much the safety car slows them down. On the one hand, you want the safety car to slow down to let them catch up. On the other hand, the faster it goes round, the more minutes of racing we'll get. So James Williams has now Tony Bishop behind him. 1, 2, 3, 3 cars separate James Williams from Tony Bishop, 3 back marking cars. separating them, so the race will be back on again. There's then a further three cars actually, between Tony Bishop and Andrew Pryke, who's the next one up. And then Matthew Horton is immediately behind Andrew Pryke. So we could get some good racing going on towards the end here, depending how racy Matthew Horton feels. Safety car underneath the bridge back into your side.
It's interesting that Tony Bishop has been faster in this race by a couple of tenths than James Williams. So if he can get past those couple of slower cars in short order, then he can chase after James Williams. Certainly in terms of a spin at Copse on the first lap and being in second place with a challenge perhaps for the lead is perhaps not what Tony thought he might end up with.
The lights are still on.
They are, yes.
So they are allowing the tail enders to catch up.
Right.
Which is, as I say, fair enough if you're looking at it from their point of view. A bit mean from our point of view because we want to see more racing rather than another lap behind the safety car, but we'll go through again, unfortunately. But as I say, it does give the cars that had to catch up the chance to do so. Charles Boniface, who was the first one to lead the charge. I think by the time they go past you, Alistair, you'll have Boniface right on the tail of the rest of the queue.
Yes, and I heard David asking the question before the first race for the Monopostos about we didn't know Charles Boniface's pace because he didn't take part effectively in the qualifying session with that penalty. He finished in 14th place in the first race. He's now running, having started 14th on the grid, or 12th actually on the grid, therefore. He's running in 7th place this time.
Lights out this time.
Good.
On the safety car, so it'll be James Williams, 3 slower cars, and then Tony Bishop.
So into Brooklands, the safety car comes. James Williams will very shortly take over control of the pack. Tony Bishop is overtaking. I don't understand. Tony Bishop and another car are overtaking through Luffield. I think. Did you say 3 cars between Bishop and James Williams? Yeah, well, there's 2 now. So he did. I thought I saw him overtaking. He must have done because he's 2 cars behind. So I'm not quite sure what was going on there, why he would have done that. He's a very experienced driver. Anyway, they're on the way up to you. Williams leads from Bishop.
Yes, not quite clear on his competition regulations, no doubt. So Williams from Bishop is first and second, not only in the race, but also on the road now. Looking back for Andrew Pryke, and he has Matthew Houghton pulling up alongside him, or trying to get alongside him as they turn through Beckett's, but then the superior power of the Dallara has its effect, and so Pryke's able to open up a bit more of a gap between himself and Matthew Horton, but very close indeed, 3rd and 4th places overall.
And James Williams has decided he needs to get a move on, so he's opened out a gap even on this very first lap away from the safety car. The gap, I'll tell you now as they go over the timing line, is 2.5 seconds over effectively 1 lap. 55.8 and a 56.4 up for those 2 drivers. Pryke is still in 3rd place by about a second from Matthew Horton, and then in 5th place is Mark Harrison, number 93, just ahead of Thomas Hill.
Yes, Pryke, having been challenged by Matthew Horton on the opening lap after the safety car pulled in, has now kind of consolidated his position very nicely there. Then it's Mark Harrison 4 seconds ahead of Thomas Hill, but another Jedi snapping at the heels of a Formula 3 car there, because Tom Hill coming under a lot of pressure from Charles Boniface. That's 6th and 7th places overall.
Leader comes across the line, completes 14 laps, and we have 4.5 minutes remaining in the race. Bishop in 2nd place has lost another 1/3 of a second, but not as much as on that first opening lap, so 2.8 seconds the gap now. Pryke and Horton still close together. Harrison in 5th place as he was, and Thomas Hill in 6th.
Yes, of course, the other thing that the safety car has done, inadvertently in a way, is to clear the road, as it were, because James Williams and Tony Bishop were having to fight their way through traffic. before the safety car came out, but with the bunching up effect that the safety car has done, that meant that everybody is now kind of caught up again, and that's left James Williams and Tony Bishop with clear road ahead, which is good because it enables them to indulge in their battle. But I don't know if you agree with me, Alistair, but James Williams just has the pace, just has a slightly faster car.
Definitely, yes. He's just done. I was just going to say he's just done the fastest lap of the race, 54.2. But Bishop replies with a 54.1, so he has actually closed the gap a tad. It's 2.7 now. But they're both pulling away, of course, from Andrew Pryke, who still has the close attentions of Matthew Horton.
Yes, Andrew Pryke can't relax in his Formula 3 car because Matthew Horton, I should say, is indecently quick in the Little Jedi. Although he's dropped away a little bit more now, pretty much equidistant between Andrew Pryke, Matthew Horton, Mark Harrison in 3rd, 4th and 5th places. Then next up, Thomas Hill with Charles Boniface dropping away just a little bit as well. The Little Jedi's kind of quick for a little bit, but then the longer time passes, the more they drop away.
A problem there for Tony Bishop, which we saw on the live stream. I didn't actually see, was that Brooklands?
He was coming out of Brooklands.
Yes.
It sounds like he's got a gear shift problem, so maybe he couldn't get the gears to go down, and that's why it spun, because when he came past the pits he was fishing for gears as well, so I think Bishop's got a problem.
Right, well he's got going again. I think when he gets to you, Paul, now, you should be able to tell whether he's going at normal pace, but problems for Tony Bishop.
Yes, and Andrew Pryke sniffs 2nd place, so Andrew Pryke is now right on Tony Bishop's tail, heading down the Wellington Straight for the 17th time with 2 minutes to go. So they should get 2 more laps at the end of this one. But yeah, Andrew Pryke certainly has the smell of 2nd place overall here.
Pryke runs a little bit wide at Brooklands in his chase of Tony Bishop, or maybe that's a decent line that he likes to take, but he was certainly wider than Bishop through Brooklands. They come now around through Woodcote Corner, and Tony Bishop does remain in 2nd place.
Disaster at Beckett's because Matthew Horton is out of the race. He's stopped the car, and Matthew Horton, what on earth has happened? Because he's out of the car, he's actually... I was going to say he was running away from it as if he was afraid that it wasn't quite safe, but the marshals have called him back, and he's now coming back to make sure the steering wheel is properly attached, and that gives the marshals a chance to push it away to a place of safety. But disaster for Matthew Horton and disaster for his championship.
Yes. So we can see steam rising from the Beckett's box now as you try and recalculate the championship points.
I thought you meant from Matthew Howden's car.
Yes. So we have a penalty for Tony Bishop for track limits, 5 seconds. That might give Andrew Pryke a good chance of taking 2nd place, because he is remaining with, although he's not catching and challenging Bishop, he's remaining with him at around 1 second. And they're on their last lap now. Williams leads by 12 seconds. Another fastest lap whilst we were talking about other things, 53.889 for James Williams now. Up to you for the last time.
Yes, and he's not put a foot wrong, has he, James Williams? Tony Bishop having threatened on a couple of occasions to close up, but the gap having crept up to over 10 seconds. Bishop now looks more comfortable than he was, clear of Andrew Pryke. That gap's gone up to about 2 seconds, so the top 3 separated by decent margins. But the championship is going to be going the way of Kyle Wallace at this rate.
Okay, 89 just crossed the line. Must have been a second left. I thought it said 0, but anyway, they must be on their last lap now, because the time had ticked to 0 already, but they're getting an extra lap. So on their last lap again for James Williams. Bishop 2nd. He's pulled quite a bit of time back on that last lap. It's 10.7, but not challenging. Andrew Pryke lost a little bit, so he needs to be very careful that he doesn't go 5 seconds further back.
Your eyes didn't deceive you, Alistair. The elapsed time as James Williams crossed the line that time was 20 minutes 1.9 seconds. So yes, to the nearly 2 seconds but we'll forgive them the
yes.
that. And so James Williams, anyway, hopefully won't stop on the last lap this time, heading back and with a good margin of lead, although both the cars behind him lapping more quickly at the moment.
And I can see a board held out, which I think through the netting says 30-second penalty for car number 9. I know not why, but we've got a here we are, 5 second plus 10 seconds, which I make 15 seconds for Tony Bishop. Track limits, whatever happens, he's not finished in second place, he's not finished in third place, he's currently in fourth, but if the board seemed to me to say 30-second penalty, that would push him clearly further back still. We're just waiting for Thomas Hill to come through. There he is, going through now. Does Thomas Hill finish ahead of Bishop? No, he doesn't. So Bishop drops to fourth with those, what we know of a 15-second penalty, possibly even more. Hill finishes just ahead of Boniface, who took another place from Brim Tootle on the last lap. So started 12th, finished in 6th.
And wins his class.
And does indeed win his class, which is the M1000 class that we were following for Matthew Horton.
Indeed, but as it was Charles Boniface's first appearance in the Reprise IT Tiedemann Trophy, he doesn't feature in the championships. No. And as I say, just to confirm, it is going to be Kyle Wallace then who takes the Reprise IT Tiedemann Trophy.
So he finished in 17th place overall, but wins the 1600 class. So congratulations to Kyle Wallace for a win in the Winter Series for the Monopostos. Just to confirm the finishing order with that late penalty for Tony Bishop. First place, as he was in the first race, James Williams, number 89. 20 laps completed in that 20-minute race with a safety car in the middle of it. Fastest lap to Williams as well with a 53.889. The winning margin 13.526 seconds over number 79, Andrew Pryke, in second place, also on 20 laps. Third place, number 93, Mark Harrison, also on 20 laps. And fourth place with that penalty applied, number 9, Tony Bishop, still on the lead lap though, on 20 laps, as was fifth place, number 75, Thomas Hill, and sixth place class winner number 14, which was Charles Boniface. In seventh place, number 26, Bryn Tootle. In eighth place was 32, Terry Clark. In ninth place, 31 was Charlie Locker. And completing the top 10, car number 62, Anya Garner. So that's your top 10. And we are unable to do interviews with our drivers for this one for similar reasons to last time, with the way that they sort of put them into Parc Ferme and then shuffle the drivers out and leave the cars locked in there. But we did speak to James Williams in the first race, and Andrew Pryke I spoke to after qualifying as well. So we've had a chat with our top two. Congratulations to them. And I think we may have a couple of cars out on track to pick up, one of whom was Tom Dackins, and I think he was pushed off the side of the track by the marshals, so that may well be recovered off the side of the track, which won't delay us. There was another car disappeared on track somewhere, which was, of course, Matthew Horton, wasn't it?
Yeah, the flatbed is already there and has already got it on the flatbed, so...
Speedy breakdown, Bob.
Yes, quite. And as I say, they'll be able to minimise the delay. We'll have a short delay before the next track activity, which will be the Mutton Grand Prix, won't it?
Yes, it will. And I've already been asked a couple of times today, what's the name all about? Now, David's going to tell you all about it. And if you really want to read the full story, you can go into the Silverstone Museum, because there is a board in there which gives you the full story of why we are running this, not why we are running this, but how the Mutton Grand Prix got its name in 1947, David.
Well, as far as I understand, it is all to do with local sheep farmers who laid out some barrels and decided they'd have a race, even before Silverstone opened as a race circuit, and they dubbed it the Mutton Grand Prix.
Well, yes, not quite.
Go on.
It was a group of Fraser Nash enthusiasts, locals, who decided that RAF Silverstone in 1947, which of course had been abandoned by then by the RAF, was a great place to have a bit of a thrash round in their Fraser Nashes. So they, as you quite rightly say, they set up a bit of a course with some barrels and charged round, had a lot of fun. I don't think Jimmy Brown was running the farm then, but Jimmy Brown's predecessor for the first few years after the cessation of the war didn't take kindly to these lads rushing around in their Fraser Nashes. Anyway, be that as it may, they had a good race, good fun, except one of the cars hit a sheep. And after the meeting, and I'm sure it was at the Green Man or somewhere similar, they said, that was good, let's call it the Mutton Grand Prix.
Now you know.
Yes.
Right. Well, whether any sheep are harmed in the next 20 minutes, we'll find out. But the cars are about to be brought forward. The Monoposto contingent have again, by the way, disappeared to Parc Fermé. And I understand that there is possibly a penalty for an earlier incident going the way of Jason Smith in the Walter Hayes Trophy, and he is therefore not totally guaranteed to be with us for the final. We'll keep you posted. For now, though, let's just quickly remind you that we have, yes, the Mutton Grand Prix to come, followed by the two older car finals, if you like, the Janet Cesar and the Carl Hamer, the podiums for which will all be done at the end of the day. So we'll go from one to the other because, of course, some cars we need in the grand final itself. And then after the grand final, there will be the podium for the Janet Cesar and the Carl Hamer, as well as the grand final itself. We'll hear from the top three in the final. That'll happen while the other drivers go to the podium, and then we'll get on with the podiums and rattle through. So, the Mutton Grand Prix. I'd given you the changes to the entry earlier on. There's another one, because Nick Strong has got a problem with his Marcos. So, as you do, you have another car with you, don't you? So, 37 Nick Strong now will become 82, and the Marcos 3000 GT will become an Opel Commodore GSE. From memory, it's still 3 litres, and I think around about 1976 as a year. And he'll start at the back accordingly. It's a rolling start. The grid, 23 and 29, the front row. 23, Charlie Kennedy with the Nissan. 29, Pecora Nera. Yeah, right, with the Lamborghini. The second row of the grid, 34 and 14. 34 is David Farrow's BMW. Number 14 is Charlie Besley's Sports 2000 Tiger. Row 3, 92, Dave Williams with his Lola T492 Sports 2000, and number 6, Russ Hurd's Honda Integra. The fourth row, 7 and 118, 7 being Seamus Doyle's Lotus 211, and number 118, Nathan Bignell with the Alfa Romeo 33. On the fifth row of the grid, 2 and 12. 2 is Tom Owen, and 12, Chris Snowden's Alfa GT V6. On the sixth row, 77 and 88. 77 is John Muirhead's Lotus Super 7, 88 Ian McBay's Davrian. On the seventh row, 128 and 18. 128 is Charles Angrave, and 18 is Mark Witherington. On the eighth row, 226 and 166. 226 Nathan Sutton, 166 Ben Brain. Row 9, 80 and 299. 80 Mark Davis, 299 is Jack Smith. On the 10th row of the grid, 53 and 4. 53 Simon Ham's E-Type. And number 4 is John Leslie's much-used Reliance Sabre 6, as the cars now come forward. It's a rolling start. The 11th row, 661 and 44. 661 Wayne Bocock, 44 Jacob Ebury. The 12th row, 64 and 26. 64 Jonathan Wise. 26 is Henry Sharp. On the 13th row, 10 and 84. 10 is Tom Hendry. 84 Ben Haywood. The 14th row, 75 and 110. 75 Anthony Ross. 110 Georgina Bartlett. The 15th row, 66 and 144. 66 Will Sharp. 144 Chris Compton Goddard. Row 16, 3 and 21. 3 Pete Connell. 21 James Marriott. On the 17th row, 33 and 41. 33 is Amelia Brown, and 41 is Martin Ryman. The 18th row, 8 and 30. 8 Tom Pringle, 30 Steve Dunn. The 19th row, 24 and 17. 24 is Tom Waite, 17 Adele Hunt. And the back row should be 86 and 82. 86 Nigel Barnett, I'm not sure was there. 82 Nick Strong was, and I think that brings in the first reserve, number 42, because I've just seen that go past. So that is Nicola Burnside. So Nigel Barnett, I don't think is there. He did have problems in the qualifying session, but 82 Nick Strong, even though he's changed car, is there. Right, so 25 minutes of mutton ready to get underway. And Charlie Kennedy is going to take some stopping in this, in fairness. Pecora Nera, the pseudonymed Brackleyite, lining up alongside him. He's not a regular racer, but it's great to have that Lamborghini, which comes from GT racing in Asia, on the entry. But I think, Paul, it's going to be a case of finding little battles all the way up and down the field here, because pretty much everybody away from the front row has a playmate.
Yes, and even the chap at the front is going to have the interest after the first 2 laps of going through the slower traffic, of which A, there is lots, and B, it's a big speed differential as well. So
Yes.
I think for Charlie Kennedy and Pecora Nera, it is going to be a fairly busy old race.
Which is about to get underway. Cars peeling into Woodcote now then. Lights on the gantry are red, so the Mutton Grand Prix is ready to get underway as the lights will change now, and they blast away. It's a rather untidy start because about the first 4 rows long gone from everybody else, but we're in business, and it's going to be Charlie Kennedy to lead, Pecora Nera in second place, and then David Farrow's BMW third as they go through Copse Corner for the first time. They're still pouring their way into Luffield, and there's a spinner on the formation lap over at Luffield. It's a Clio, no it's not, it's a Citroen Saxo that's facing the wrong way. Mark Davis's car. You've got the leaders.
Yes, I have. Charlie Besley is the one with a problem. He just dropped back a little bit in the little Sports 2000 car, and he's having a great battle there with Russ Hurd in the Honda Integra. I mean, when we see a Sports 2000 car battling with a Honda Integra, well, the Mutton Grand Prix, obviously. So Nissan leads Lamborghini first and second, and then in third place was David Farrow, number 34.
Right, leaders are heading towards the end of lap 1, and they're also heading into Lapri pretty soon. Charlie Kennedy leads the way. Pecora Nera, Black Sheep, in second place. There is a brew called a Black Sheep. I must ask for a pound of Pecora Nera next time. In third place, David Farrow's BMW. Kennedy is long gone, as perhaps expected. Russ Hurd, and then the Sports 2000 battle going on behind him now, where you've got Charlie Besley just ahead of number 92. That's Dave Williams in the Lola, but Charlie Kennedy already presumably out of Beckett's.
Yes, he is. Headlights ablaze on the Nissan, obviously preparing for the fact that he's going to have to somehow attract the attention of the people behind him. The Lamborghini is not having it all its own way. Pecora Nera being challenged by the 1 Series BMW with David Farrow going down the Wellington Straight, and David Farrow fancies his chances there, except for the yellow flag.
Yeah, that's because at Brooklands we've had, I'm afraid, a coming together with 144 Chris Compton Sage's Alfa Romeo Giulia Super somewhat battered around the front, and there's another car that was involved in that as well. So yellow flags at Brooklands, and so no overtaking there, and hopefully that is a situation that can be sorted without the race needing to be interrupted. However, I'm not convinced. So the leader's now already through, and back markers, so he's done 2 laps and he's lapping people. Pecora Nera goes through second, David Farrow for third, and in fourth place is Russ Hurd's Honda. The Sports 2000 battle is now number 92, Dave Williams, ahead of Charlie Besley. The Lotus 211 is next. That's the car in the hands of Seamus Doyle. And then for 8th place now, it is number 2 of Tom Owen, getting a replay. Oh, it was a Clio that had spun, and Chris Compton Sage, all on his own, arrived on the corner, locked up, just skated into him. I think it was possibly Wayne not Wayne Bocock's Clio. Anyway.
It must be absolutely terrifying out there, whatever you're in. If you're in one of the minis because people are coming past you at a rate of knots, or if you're Charlie Kennedy going at a rate of knots with...
safety car.
Well, thank goodness for that.
Yes, indeed. Trying to find the leader's not getting him at the work at the moment, but you're right, the speed differentials are interesting. There is,
yeah, well, quite.
It's not a relaxing race, is it?
As I say, I'm constantly taking intakes of breath. I don't think I've breathed out yet. There's only so many breaths in that you can take.
The leader is coming over the line, in and amongst the back markers. Second is still Pecora Nera's Lamborghini ahead of David Farrow's very, very smart 1 Series BMW, but getting a safety car ahead of Charlie Kennedy now is not going to be the work of a moment, but this is to sort out the dramas over at Brooklands. That Giulia Super, I'm afraid, looking very second-hand.
So that there was contact, you described, David.
Absolutely, yeah. Chris Compton Sage locked up and just skated into a car that had already spun. They didn't do it together. He, I'm afraid, found a parked car and hit it.
Right. So the safety car has done a good job, because there is a Mini between him and the Nissan. So there's that one car which is in the way, as it were, and then Charlie Kennedy will be able to pick up his place behind the safety car. The Mini is that of James Marriott. How long it will take him to catch up with the tail of the field once he is waved by. I suppose he should be a little bit quicker than the safety car, but there's a yes, it doesn't quite look the part somehow as they head down towards you.
It's not often you get an old-shaped Mini, a GT3 Nissan, a TVR, and a Fiat 127 in the same shot.
That's what you have.
I'm reminded of when Carl Jones used to drive in a Fiat 127, or I think it was called a Ritmo in those days. But,
it was the later one, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. He was here a month ago, wasn't he, racing?
Yes, and he had a run in the McLaren M28 Formula One car, which was 30 years in the offing. Yes.
Go to see Motorsport News, I think.
Maybe you used to mention Carl Jones at the Formula Ford Festival, at the World Hayes Trophy.
Right, the Mini is being waved through. The car's going over the line. So the other aspect to all of this is not only how long it takes the Mini to catch up, but how many laps, because how many laps of safety car, because the work still has to be done over at Brooklands, and it's not easy to do that when everybody is strewn around the circuit, and you've got still a very long line that needs condensing before really the marshals can safely be trackside. So you've got a Mini on its own. Go flat out, Paul.
Yes, okay. Pushing without risk. 25-minute race, though, for the Mutton Grand Prix. So, yes, we're losing time behind the safety car, but it's a slightly longer race than some of the others that we've had this weekend. And it as well has the advantage, I suppose, if you're Charlie Kennedy, that once the safety car does pull off, then you're going to have clear track ahead of you for a lap. Which at least is a lap more than you would have done had the safety car not have come out.
This is true. This is true. So the Mini coming up through Brooklands, but yes, you're right about the speed differential. I suspect given a Mutton Grand Prix, one or two of the slower cars are lambs to the slaughter. But coming out of Brooklands and Luffield now is 21. So this is the Mini of James Marriott that's got to try to play catch up. And the marshals are now busy over at Brooklands. The other car that we lost was 110, so that was the Georgina Bartlett Renault. That had spun, and Chris Compton Goddard arrived on the scene and locked up and went skating into the parked car. Right, the leader has got 3 back markers between himself and the second place man, but the lead was never in much doubt anyway for Charlie Kennedy. And through they come down towards Woodcote. Chris Alford, the safety car driver, not going too rapidly, partly to let the field all condense, and so they don't lose too many laps under the safety car conditions. Comes across the line now.
I think they're actually closer together now than they were at the start. We were still having cars coming across the line to start the race when Charlie Kennedy was coming down the Wellington Straight.
I do like the Opel Commodore, blast from the past as well, that car of Nick Strong. So, as I was saying, because the Marcos hit problems, he's managed to wheel out an Opel Commodore. You don't see many of them around anymore, but they were very much the mainstays of international saloon car racing, and certainly production saloons in this country in the late 70s.
Yes, there was one came out a couple of weeks ago here in the livery. Rouse ran them, I think, did he? ICS livery.
Pete Hall's old car.
Pete Hall, that's it, yes. Whether that's the actual car or just the livery, but that was here.
I think it might be the original car, because I know that Stuart, his son, shared it at Goodwood one year. It wasn't very quick because it was a production saloon spec car against Group 1 cars, but even so, it was nice to have it. But yeah, I think it is that genuine car.
Didn't one of those win the Will Hire 24 Hours one year as well?
Paul was probably there.
Yes,
I'm not sure it did. I think that the first year were all the first 3 years were Porsches, 911s.
No, I mean I know of which Alistair was speaking when the wheel hire was for production cars, because initially it was a relay race.
Right. Yes.
But then it became a proper 24-hour race for saloon cars, production saloon cars.
The first all saloon year was a Ford Capri.
There was a Commodore which, by memory, John Clellan and Tony Ann Frankie drove.
And Phil Dowsett, because he kept winning the early wheel hires, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was involved in winning.
Have to look that one up, I think.
Yeah. If it wasn't a winning car, it was certainly there or thereabouts. But anyway, Opel Commodores made their mark on national racing. Right, how are we doing? Because we're down to 16 minutes.
Well, the breakdown truck is now leading the field round with the safety car immediately behind it. So that means necessarily we're going to have one more safety car lap because that breakdown truck was still on track. But that will come into the pit lane, and that means I'm pretty confident we'll get racing again once they're round again to the point where they are now, which is the timing line. The green flags will fly. The Lamborghini in second place, Pecora Nera, has to pass three slower cars, my apologies, before he can get at Charlie Kennedy. The Alpha, I'm afraid, I'm glad that Ian Titchmarsh is at the back of the commentary box. He didn't see that car come under our position, because it's looking rather sad, that the Alpha of Chris Compton Goddard.
Alistair was absolutely right. Opel Commodore has won the Will Hire 24-hour race for the first 2 years, when it was a multi-car team race, in 1980 and 1981. In 1980, sharing the driving was Phil Dowsett, along with Pete Hall, Martin Carroll, Sid Fox, Hamish Irving and Andrew Jeffrey. And a very similar driving lineup was in the multi-car team in 81 as well. First Porsche win was actually in 83, when it was a single car race. Google.
That was a 928, wasn't it?
Yes.
That won that, yeah.
Some longevity in those Opel Commodores, because they were certainly very strong in the mid-70s in European touring car racing, as we get back racing again. And unfortunately for Pecora Nera, he was stuck behind a few cars that weren't exactly quick off the mark behind the safety car, or behind the leader. So a fair lead of 4.8 seconds now for Kennedy.
It's going to be more than that by the time they get to me at Beckett's. Coming across my little timing line here, 6.5 seconds is the lead that Charlie Kennedy has over the Lamborghini of Pecora Nera. Then David Farrow's remarkable little 1 Series BMW. Then it'll be the Honda Integra, which will be the next of the competing cars, or the top position cars, and the Honda Integra, that's Russ Hurd, having a battle, in fact, with Charlie Besley's Tiger, as he did on the first lap. So that's a battle to look out for. The Davrian is taken to the what would be the runoff area on the right-hand side, and I think he's looking for a hole in the wall to retire to. So I'm afraid we no longer have the Davrian in the race.
And if you turn around, you'll see the leader.
I will, and I have, and I do. Yes, he got a lap and a half in before he caught up with the tail end of the traffic. Gets the yellow flag at Beckett's as he comes through. Pecora Nera going a little bit wide there on the exit of Beckett's, indicating how hard he's trying, perhaps, because he's not necessarily going to have the easiest time keeping David Farrow's BMW behind him.
There is something not quite right about a black sheep not winning a Mutton Grand Prix, but Charlie Kennedy, as we've been saying, is very much the dominant driver. He's come through Woodcote again. He's got the tools for the job, and it's a well-driven car, that, as well. It was the type of car, the Nissan GTR, that Alex Buncombe won the Blancpain Endurance Series title with, going back many years. Pecora Nera comes through, getting away this time, actually, from David Farrow. So the Lamborghini distancing itself from the BMW, and after that safety car period, we are down to just 12 more minutes to go, and it's 12 seconds between the top two.
Look out when it gets to you, David, for the battle in Class A. The two Lotuses of 77 John Muirhead, 128 Charlie Angrave. They're having a great battle. They were side by side as they went down the Wellington straight out of my view. Whether they'll be able to maintain that at Woodcote, well, you'll be able to tell us.
And the other battle is for Sports 2000 honours, going through Copse. Dave Williams ahead of Charlie Besley, but Sports 2000 I always thought was a great category, and these original cars, it began in 1977, having a good fight, absolutely nose to tail.
Yes, they are, aren't they? Yes, they're just coming into Beckett's now with 92 just ahead then. The Dave Williams lower ahead of the Tiger, but the Tiger darts one way and the other. You remember many good battles in Sports 2000 in its day, of course. Had some real good drivers driving in it.
And for second place, Alistair?
Yes, over the line, just a fraction, 0.2 of a second, but with the BMW of Dave Farrow actually closing in on the Lamborghini, and that was all about traffic. They were in amongst a whole bunch of cars, some of which must have been going around half the speed of that Lamborghini, so he was having to go left and right. So should be with you now. And sorry, Paul, Sports 2000 come over the line, and it's still Dave Williams ahead just of Charlie Besley in the Tiger.
And for a moment, David Farrow had second place.
What?
He got himself ahead of the Lamborghini. So Pecorinero was caught up in the traffic, and the BMW, slightly more nimble through the traffic, took the advantage. But then down the straight, the Lamborghini was able to pull away again. But they were very close indeed.
Right, the Nissan booms past once more to put 12 laps in the book. Lamborghini around the outside of an Austin A35. I've seen it happen, finally. A Lamborghini Huracan laps an Austin A35. Pecorinero comes through then. David Farrow back behind him, but yeah, for a part-time racer, as it were, Pecorinero doing a pretty manful job in that car. The lapped Jacob Ebery Porsche goes by. Probably Jacob having to juggle cameras as well as the steering wheel.
The two Lotuses are still at it as well. They've just been lapped by Charlie Kennedy. I'm tempted to say for the second time, but it's not. It's only the first time. But Charlie Kennedy then heading down towards Brooklands on his 12th lap. And then the two Lotuses, 77 and 128, absolutely together behind him.
And the Sports 2000 battle is nose to tail, with this time Besley back ahead of Williams, then nose to tail going down towards Copse Corner, but it's the White Tiger that just fends off the green Lola as they go through pretty much nose to tail. This is going to go down to the wire, and we've got 9 more minutes to go. The leading Nissan goes through and very wide that time. Charlie Kennedy out of Woodcote, he was 2 wheels up onto the runoff tarmac, so wide did he go. He's certainly confident in that car, isn't he?
He's willing to push it, that's certainly true. Going through, as you say, the new leader of these Sports 2000 class, Charlie Besley, ahead of Dave Williams. He's opened up a bit of a margin, I would suggest. Thundering past, then goes the Godzilla Nissan.
Watching a video game here with cars slaloming between back markers.
Yeah, it would be all right if it was a video game. As I say, I just think the reality of it is just a little bit terrifying.
Right, the Sports 2000 battle. Besley, having cleared Williams, is getting away a little bit. I'm not sure that's allowed, but they're about to come through Woodcote, lapping a Mini as they do so. So it's Kennedy from Nera from Farrow, the top 3. 4th, Charlie Besley. 5th, Dave Williams. And then Russ Hurd's Honda has just gone a lap down in 6th as the leader goes through again. Charlie Kennedy charges past the pits.
It really is a fascinating mix, isn't it?
It is. What else
there's
can
even
we
a couple
find
of Mazda MX-5s out there to add to the mix. Here come the Sports 2000s with still Charlie Besley ahead of Dave Williams, Tiger ahead of Lola, going past the A35. There's about 15 of those A35s, aren't there? Because they seem to be always being lapped.
That's right. The other impressive thing about all of this, I know we sort of slightly jokingly talked about the speed differentials and the types of cars and all of that, but at the end of a long season of racing, you've got a full grid plus reserves for a non-championship race. You know, when people are talking about how costly it is to go motor racing, the fact that you can entice them to an end-of-season club meeting like this in such number with so many reserves, I think is mighty impressive.
Well, indeed, absolutely, and shows that people can have fun going motor racing, and there's enough people who are willing to go out there and chance their arms.
I think I just found you a Mazda MX-5 going past the pits. Sure, yes, it was Henry Sharp's car. So we have got an MX-5.
Yeah, no, there's 2 MX-5s out there.
Yeah.
The Fiat 127 is perhaps going a little bit more slowly than it ought to. It may just been keeping out of the way of traffic because, of course, you've now got cars coming past to lap you, not partly for the second time, and other cars coming to pass you for the first time. So they have their own battles.
And we've got 7 minutes and counting of the race to go, and Charlie Kennedy now leads by quite a lot from still Pecorinero in 2nd place, David Farrow 3rd. The Opel Commodore up from the very back of the grid. It started 40th, Nick Strong's car. He's now up to 29th, so he's made pretty decent progress. And there's no surprise in Charlie Kennedy having done the fastest lap of the race. He's gone through again and continues to pull away. The Sports 2000 battle's rather interrupted now. Jacob Ebery's Porsche goes by also.
Yes, he's keeping himself out of trouble, isn't he, Jacob?
Yeah. The two, not two Lotus 7s, but the Lotus 7 and the slightly earlier Lotus 6 of Charles Angrave. Still close battle, but they've been joined now by the 118 of one of our extra entries, Nathan Bignell in his Alpha, and also Chris Snowden is just there as well in his Alpha.
Squeal of tyres.
Yes, a squeal of tyres. There's somebody, it's another Alfa Romeo going round and round in circles behind me. Car 166 that's going in. That's Ben Brain's 1750 GTV. But it was all safely gathered in. The yellow flags were also briefly on down underneath the bridge, as if there's something happened at Brooklands.
Yes, car stopped. I think that's Brooklands.
It's Nathan Sutton's MGZR by the look of it, which is a bit smoky. So 226, I think that might turn out to be. It's being pushed away, and Nathan Sutton then out of the race. And we've got just over 5 more minutes of it.
Jacob Ebury goes through, number 44, a bit lonely in his race in the Porsche. Where is he sitting in the running order? He is 18th.
Tom Pringle still going nicely as well in his Alpha. The older Julia, and staying out of trouble.
David Farrow's quite a long way back from second place now. I know you said a few laps ago, Paul, he was briefly ahead of Pecora Nera, but he's fallen a long way behind him now. 7.5 seconds pretty much behind.
Yes, he's I think he might be struggling with brakes because the car looking a little bit unstable as it braked for Beckett's last time around.
I see what you mean about the Fiat 127 as well. Martin Ryman is slow. The leader has just gone charging through yet again. Ryman is not stationary, but the Martin Ryman Fiat 127 is getting slower, you're right. Ryman stationary. So.
There's a Peugeot 205 out there as well, I've just realised, which is also probably one of the slower cars out there.
Charlie Besley, who is 4th on the road, has got a 5-second penalty for track limits now, so that's going to affect the Sports 2000 battle. And the other penalty is to Henry Sharp's Mazda MX-5, I notice.
I think just avoiding running into another car should be deserving of credit. Yes. You have to go off the circuit or not. Here come the Sports 2000 battle, which is rejoined again. Although, as you say, with the penalty for, it was Besley, you said, who got the penalty, the Tiger. Yeah. So he's ahead of Dave Williams. The message won't reach Dave Williams till the end of the race, I don't suppose. But they're continuing to have their battle on the road, but with Besley ahead of Dave Williams.
So Charlie Kennedy has gone by, and he's now done 18 laps. In second place still Pecora Nera, and he is a long way back, but has cleared David Farrow. And then in third spot is Farrow, ahead of the Sports 2000 fight that comes through a lap down. Charlie Besley ahead of Dave Williams, down towards Cops Corner they go. Look left, we see the Clio coming through, number 18, which is Mark Witherington's car. And Pecora Nera, crikey, that was close, went charging through on the inside at Woodcote. Just got ahead of Nicola Burnside's MG Ashley Midget, but that was about as close, I think, as I've seen contact coming. That was about a coat of paint it was avoided by. That was really tight indeed, but the Lamborghini has gone through. Certainly it was a very incisive and precise move, let's say, by Pecora Nera. Much mopping of brow.
The car that he's gone past is now absolutely miles behind, of course.
There's some drama happening over at Brooklyn. Oh, an Alpha's gone bang, I'm afraid. There's a very smoky Alpha Sud Sprint. Tom Hendry's car has left an enormous dust cloud, and it's caught out the leader, who's had a spin. So I think there might be some oil down, but certainly Charlie Kennedy has had a spin coming out of Luffield. He's got the car going again. So we had smoke out of the Alpha. We've had tyre smoke from the Nissan that's gone through, but it might be a rather slippery surface now that they've got to contend with over there.
Which is not what they want at all when you want to have a car that responds to requests for change of direction. Here come the headlights ablaze on the Nissan then, as it comes up to lap the two Lotuses once again, still with they having been involved with that Alfa Romeo. John Muirhead ahead of, as he has been throughout, of Charles Angrave. Charlie Kennedy makes no mistakes and goes storming past.
Right, the reason for all of the smoke was that the Nissan clipped the number 10 Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud. So it was smoke not from an engine, but from contact with bodywork rubbing against a tyre. And the smoke that we could see was Charlie Kennedy lighting up the tyres. So panic not in terms of anything on the road, but it was a very time-consuming spin because he lost about 20 seconds.
So it was just rubber smoke that you were looking through.
Yeah, but there was so much smoke hanging in the air. It looks as though it was from the Alpha, which was then smoking as it came past the pits, but it wasn't. It was tyre smoke as Charlie Kennedy lit everything up to try to rejoin.
Which he managed to do, and the gap has gone down from, over 30 seconds down to 16 seconds.
And we've got a lap to go at the end of this. Leader with you.
Right, yes, here he comes. And on his own for the moment is Charlie Kennedy. There's a Mark 1 Escort up ahead, which he'll catch. Well, anything he'll catch, of course. But Charlie Kennedy, I can't say he's not put a foot wrong, but he's had a very spectacular race in what is a very spectacular car. Lovely to see it. And being properly driven as well by Charlie.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's about to come through to start the last lap. There's another car that he needs to negotiate. Ben Brain's Alfa Romeo just up the road ahead, which will get out of the way. It looks ever so slow against the Nissan, but Ben's a quick driver in that car. So on to his last lap then, goes Charlie Kennedy, booms past the pits again, weaves in and out of the traffic, gets past a Junior Super and a Clio, and he's on to his last lap now then, having absolutely dominated all of this.
If I need a chauffeur to get me down the A34 in a hurry, I'm going to choose Charlie Kennedy, because he's found his way through traffic very nicely indeed.
The way that he rejoined though, lighting up the tyres, was a bit iffy. I mean, he generated so much tyre smoke. It was a sort of Jean Alesi move that. It wasn't the safest, I wouldn't have thought. Anyway, he's on his way, Alistair, down towards the checkered flag, and then you've got to sprint down to go and find him, I think, because he's slowing down like won't be slow.
Yes, I'm not sure we're going to get to speak to him because of the arrangements with these cars.
Oh, they go to Parc Fermé as well?
They go straight in the paddock. So, and they're not being stopped.
Charlie Besley has got a long way clear all of a sudden of Dave Williams. Not quite sure why that gap has suddenly gone out, but Charlie Besley is a long way clear of Dave Williams in the leading 2-litre cars.
Right, checkered flag has been waved at Charlie Kennedy as the race winner, so well done to Charlie Kennedy. He is the latest recipient in a very short line of Mutton Grand Prix winners. Now, in the Sports 2000 battle, Charlie Besley is now up to 30 seconds worth of track limit penalties, so that's about half a lap. Over the line for second place goes Pecora Nera. Over the line for fourth place goes Dave Williams. Charlie Besley might not lose that many places given the fact that he was a long way clear of the next pack, but we'll see where it drops him to, because for second place Nera, for third place David Farrow has gone by.
Yes, I would think he was 30 seconds clear of the next car up, which would have been the Honda Integra Russ Hurd, number 6.
Which he's coming out of Woodcote now, so Russ Hurd will go across the line. Is he within 30 seconds? The answer is yes. So he goes 5th, and Charlie Besley then drops to 6th. Everybody else behind is already home and having taken the checkered flag. So as Alistair was explaining, the cars sadly aren't going to be stopped in the pit lane. They're all waved down the pit lane to Parc Fermé, and so we don't get a chance to hear from Charlie Kennedy, who's already down the pit lane. And he is going to be stopped at the foot of race control. So we do have a winner after all of that. Right, Alistair, you're on. So the winner heads that way.
Apparently there is a very special trophy. So James Beckett vouchsafed to me earlier, I think it was yesterday, wait until you see the awards, he said.
Well,
so,
Charlie Kennedy rather concerned about the damage to the car where he clipped the Alpha going around the outside. So he literally parked the car, got out, ran around the side of it and looked absolutely mortified at the fact that there's damage to it. But anyway, he is there, and Alistair is doing his Usain Bolt bit now to get there in time. So Charlie Kennedy, race winner. Not another car has come down the pit lane, and the next one is also an A35, followed by Jacob Eber's Porsche. And we'll eventually get Pecora Nera, who, being a shy sort of fellow, might not want to be interviewed again. But wonderful to see such different cars. Charlie Kennedy explaining to the officials exactly what happened. But I tell you, the way that he stamped on the gas to try and bring the car back into the right direction generated so much tar smoke, it had to be seen to be believed. Pecora Nera's Lamborghini comes down the pit road, park here. And for third place, we've got David Farrow's BMW. So let's just quickly remind ourselves that we've now got the final 3 races of the weekend. They're all the finals for the Walter Hayes Trophy. The Janet Cesar Memorial is going to be next, then the Carl Hamer, and then the grand final itself. And the podiums for all those 3 races are all going to be done in quick succession at the end of the day. So we might be able to, I don't think we're even going to be able to hear from winners, because in some cases they're needed into the next race. However, Alistair has in double quick time got down the stairs.
Yes, doing my Usain Bolt, as I heard you say. Not quite, but nearly. Charlie Kennedy, I spoke to you after qualifying, and you were really happy with the way the car was going. Slight moment during that race, but...
Yeah, I unfortunately got hit by a back marker, and he spun me round. I think it was number 12 there. It happens, unfortunately, when you've got such a speed difference.
It was number 10.
Number 10, right, yeah, Red Alpha. That happens, it's racing, it's nobody's fault. He didn't mean to hit me, done a little bit of damage on the car, but yeah, as far as weekends go, this was a really good first shakedown of the car, so I feel like we're positive for next year.
And you told me earlier that you're going to hopefully take part in one of the new GT3 Legends series from Motor Racing Legends.
Yeah, we are indeed. So this was basically the test to make sure we're ready to rock and roll for next year. So as it stands now, car's perfect apart from the small damage on the sill. So yeah, we are ready for the GT3 Legends next year.
And it's since British GT here that I've seen GT3 cars, and every time I walk around them, the amount of aero on them is unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, it is absolutely obscene. My tyres are about 10 years old, so they were really letting me down a little bit. But yeah, the aero on the car is unbelievable. My dad's put in a huge amount of effort, time, hours. It's probably been in build for about 4.5, 5 years, and my dad's put some serious hours in. So yeah, I cannot thank Jason enough.
Well done, Jason. Thanks very much, Charlie. Brilliant to see the Nissan here. Let's have a chat. Are you up for a chat, Pecora? Yeah, great. You're taller than me. How was that out in there in the Lamborghini amongst all those A35s?
It's amazing. Yeah. Everyone's so good. All the driving standards are so good. Everyone's very respectful, very aware in a faster car, and they drive awesome. And as I said this morning, thank you to you guys. Thank you to all the marshals. Thank you to Andy, James Beckett for the meeting on. And everyone that's here, because it's just the best meeting of the year. We love it.
Oh, we love it as well. It's brilliant. It's great. And David Addison described you going down the pit straight here from our commentary position as watching a video game because you were left and right round the slower cars.
Yeah, I was just trying to make my way through. I was really conscious of the BM behind me because he's quick, and I'm a rank amateur. So, yeah, I was just trying to get away while I could.
Great, thanks very much, and thank you for bringing that car and for coming along. I know you only come out a couple of times a year, but thank you, Andy. It's great to see that car out.
Yeah, Pecora Nera then taking second spot, and David Farrow for third in the BM.
David Farrow is with me now. It sounds great, your BM.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So it's a 1 Series chassis with the V8 E92 engine in it. So it's a bit of a weapon.
Is that the same basic engine as the Z4 has?
No, it's the M3 engine. So it's the M3 E92 engine, but the engine's completely stock, other than just looking after the bottom end. So it's running standard power. So yeah, to be up here with the big GT3 boys was a bit of it was hard work to keep going, but yeah.
You weren't hanging about?
No, that's the idea. Yeah, I mean, it's no traction control. The only aids it's got is ABS, and it's a manual gearbox as well. So no flappy paddles. So you've got to drive it. You've got to hang out of it, yeah.
And where are we going to see you next year in this car?
To be fair, I'm looking at a lot of things. A bit of classic touring car. I'd like to do some more stuff with HSCC because I've really enjoyed this weekend. So yeah, I mean, my sponsors, Rock Hard, are fantastic. They've supported me massively over the last 2 rounds the car's been out, and they're endeavouring to do some more with me next year. So yeah, I think a bit of this, a bit of CSCC, but basically anything we can get the car into, a bit of anything. It's just an all-round good car that will just perform. I mean, you got to drive it, but it does perform, so it's great.
There's 1 or 2 of them out there racing the 1 Series Saloon as well.
Yeah.
Which 1 or 2 of those about. They are quick, aren't they?
Yeah, they're fast things. I mean, the reason why I like this is there's only one. You know, I've not seen another coupe that's built like this. The car was originally built by Rick Kerry, and I've looked after the car. I went through the car for a little while, and then it's still his car. But obviously he's allowing me to race it and do some bits in it. So yeah.
Because Rick does TCR, doesn't he?
He does. So I actually ran Rick last year in TCR when we won the Gen 1 Cup. So our company name is EDF Motorsport. So we ran him last year. So he's actually endeavouring to run with us next year again in TCR UK, as well as me driving races 1 Series. So yeah, it's all good fun.
Thank you very much.
Not a problem.
Great to see the cars out. What a standing amongst these cars, a Nissan, a Lamborghini and a BMW. Doesn't get better really, does it? Thanks, David.
I'll go along with that. Yes, you are quite right. And GT3 racing, as the point's been made, is now becoming an increasingly popular historic class, which will slightly depress Ian and I, seeing that we were commentating on the first GT3 race when it kicked off at Silverstone quite a long time ago now, it feels like. But GT3 cars haven't half evolved over the years. You go and find some of the very early ones, and they were like a production sports car compared to what you have now with the amount of aero they have. But it's been a massively successful class, and the historic racing movement, I think, is going to be a success as well. Right, let's then turn our attention to the first of the finals. The cars are coming out onto the grid. Let me just quickly explain that for the grand final, Jason Smith has been given a 10-place grid drop for the contact that fired off Rory Smith. Rory Smith protested. The stewards had a look at the live feed as much as anything else and decided that there had been fault on Jason Smith's part. He's been given a 10-place grid drop. That would put him to 13th on the grid, in other words, the 7th row, but he's not convinced he wants to bother from there, so there's quite a lot of effort being made to try and persuade him that, yeah, you can still have a good result from 13th on the grid. Let's hope that we do see him. But this is going to be the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy final. And I'll give you the grid while Alistair runs back up the stairs. Gosh, I tell you, it gets quicker as the day goes on. 21, Alex Ames will be on pole position, and 243, Callum Grant is going to line up alongside. On the second row of the grid, 54, Doug Crosby, and 77, James Clark. On the third row, 48, Ben Tilley, and 148, Dave Parks. On the fourth row, it will be 71, Andrew Schofield, and 44, Paul Mason. On row 5 of the grid, 46, Arno Deuce, 84, Garth Ginn. Row 6, 81 is Sam Street, and 191 is Bob Hawkins. Row 7 is 8 and 106, 8 Nigel Dolan, 106 Andrew Ames. On the 8th row, possibly 143 Jaap Blijleven, although his car was damaged, wasn't it, in the semi-final, and 115 Benjamin Montero. On row 9 it's 17 Klaus-Dieter Heckel and 188 Nigel Thompson. Row 10, 27 Stephen O'Connor, 25 is Matthew Smith. The 11th row will have 190 Henry Campbell, 56 Matt Taylorson. Row 12, 38 John Blanchard, number 50 Dave Porter. On the 13th row, 14 Gerhard Hauschulte and 49 Tim Fitzgerald. The 14th row is 67 Stuart Adam and 24 Wayne Rushworth. Row 15, 177 of Kuhn Barretta and 144 Neil Hunt. And then the 16th row, 94 Simon Hadfield, question mark because we didn't see him earlier on, and 91 Ben Turner. We'll have a look at who is there once they arrive on the grid, and this Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy final then looking after one of our two older sets of cars, these for the pre-99, so 1982 to 1998 is the age group that we are concerned with here, and Alistair Douglas will guide you through what promises to be a very frantic 12 laps.
Thanks, David. Got my breath back now.
Just time that to perfection.
Turn brain from Lamborghinis and Nissans to Formula Fords. Not difficult, because Formula Fords, although they don't perhaps look as exciting as Lamborghinis and Nissans, the racing they provide is absolutely tremendous, as we've seen this weekend, as we always do at the Walt Hayes Trophy weekend. And David's given you the grid. So on the front row, two drivers I think equally capable of winning, and that's Alex Ames and Callum Grant. Alex Ames is one of our ace preparers of historic cars, who is also an ace driver as well. Alex looks after a couple of absolutely fabulous collections of cars, private ownership, including the Ferrari bread van, which if you're a historic racing fan you will have seen that out racing. That's one of the cars that he looks after. He puts himself onto pole position. I spoke to Alex briefly this morning off air, just had a chat, how's he going, and he said the incident yesterday where he ran over the wheel of another car, or somebody ran over his wheel, can't remember which way round it was, had bent the suspension. It was the front, so somebody ran over his wheel, didn't they? That's right.
Alex Walker, I think.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah. Yes, and bounced up in the air. And I was up at Beckett's, and I said I thought Alex Ames had done not a slow lap, but a slower lap, and that's exactly what he did. He just checking it out, and he decided that the car was crabbing and it was not handling brilliantly, but it wasn't going to fall apart, so he carried on, and it was the right decision. Anyway, in the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy race, he's on pole position alongside another serial winner in Formula Ford racing, Callum Grant. Normally runs number 43. He's running 243 today because 43 was already taken, and he is a very, very familiar competitor from Bolton. And David now is able to tell us that we've got 3 cars missing from the grid. Jaap Blijleven, the KLM pilot, unfortunately hasn't been able to get his car repaired after that incident at Luffield. Stuart Adam, Yapla 11, 143. Stuart Adam, number 67, is also missing from row 14, and unsurprisingly, Simon Hadfield, who's had problems all weekend, has not made it to this race. So the green flag flies. It is a 12-lap race for the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy, and the red lights are on, and the cars go away towards Copse for the first time. A tremendous grid of cars as they head off to the right-hander for the first time. We'll get our first idea of who's leading as they turn in, and it's the yellow car of Alex Ames, with immediately behind him Callum Grant in second place as they head off up towards Beckett's and Paul Truswell.
Yeah, just two of them contesting the lead at the moment. Back in third place is that it's James Clark in third place, leading the best of the rest, getting dropped a little bit by the rest of them. Behind James Clark, Dave Parks has made a good start, and having a blue car seems to be a success, formula for success. I think Andrew Schofield is next up in his blue car, spinning and getting going again right at the back of the field. There is kind of a 14, but he will resume, and so yellow flags are withdrawn. That was Gerhard Hausschulter at the back.
And the car's now down into Luffield for the first time, and it is Alex Ames who leads from Callum Grant in second place. And although they looked as though they were going to be getting away in the early stages of this race as they left Copse Corner, they're all bunched up again now, with James Clark in third place, and in fourth place Dave Parks, another of our Irish visitors, as they turn right through Copse Corner. And it's Ames, Grant and Clark, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, so the right yellow car leading blue and gold in second place, but James Clark getting on terms with Callum Grant this time. Behind that is Dave Parks, and Doug Crosby is the next blue car up. So blue cars third, fourth and fifth, and then next up in sixth place is Ben Tilley's white Van Diemen. But as I say, Alex Ames not quite clearing away, but Callum Grant's got his hands full at the moment. James Clark, he wants to get past him, and that's preventing Callum from making any move on Alex Ames.
Well, we had a number of leading drivers trying to break the toe and get away. None of them were successful, except Alex Ames yesterday. He actually pulled away and stayed ahead in his race, one of his races yesterday. He's trying to do the same in this one. He is a little bit ahead of Callum Grant. Callum Grant starting to come under a bit of pressure now from James Clark in number 77. So it's yellow from dark blue from light blue as they turn into Copse Corner. And in fourth place, but starting to lose touch a little bit, is 148 Dave Parks.
Yes, it's definitely 3 for the lead, with Alex Ames, winner of yesterday's pre-final, coming under pressure now from Callum Grant. The pair of them with James Clark in very close proximity as well. Then just a little bit of a gap, Dave Parks. Then another gap before Ben Tilley comes up. He's ahead of Doug Crosby now. And then behind Doug Crosby is another gap. And then Andrew Schofield leading the next little gaggle. But Ames still in front.
Not anymore. On braking for Brooklands, Callum Grant goes straight up the inside. In fact, I'd suggest that Alex Ames offered him that, because he seemed to move across to the right-hand side of the track at a point where, if he was defending, and we've got yellow flags thank you. Yes, we've just got our live stream picture now. It's on the exit of Luffield. It's slightly out of our sight because of the buildings. So Alex Ames seemed to me, and I don't think the yellow flags were out at that point, didn't see them, but Alex Ames seemed to me to say to Callum, after you.
Interesting. So Callum Grant it is then who leads. Ames coming back at him as they go onto the brakes for Beckett's. The Van Diemen pointy nose on the RF90 going right up under the gearbox of Callum Grant's RF91. Then James Clark is the next one going through there. Those three still absolutely together, although being caught now, I reckon, Alistair, by Dave Parks as Reynard.
Yes, indeed, and they've all slowed up. It's Callum Grant who leads, who put his, in fact, he's got his hand up again, just to signify to those behind that he is going slower than perhaps they would expect because of that incident. But they're cleared through that now. The green flag is at Woodcote, so they're able to race again from here. And Alex Ames is going to challenge at Copse Corner. He pulls to the outside. He's going the long way round, but he had a much better run out of Woodcote, and I think he'll sweep round the outside to take the lead. Is exactly what he does. So Alex Ames you will see first. Second is Callum Grant. Third is James Clark.
Yes, oh, there he is. Callum Grant had disappeared behind Alex Ames's car, so close was he to them. So Ames, as you say, back into the lead. Callum Grant then next up. Then it's now in third of that group is still... Dave Parks, and behind Dave Parks, Ben Tilley is right in behind them as well now.
And Tilley can't be counted out. He's another driver who has a huge amount of experience in this type of racing, and he's right in the mix there. In fact, we've got 6 cars now in the lead group. So despite the fact we thought that things were settling down into maybe a 2 or 3 car race at the front, it's now 6 cars involved, and it's Callum Grant who leads from, is it James Clark in second place? Yes, it is. Third is Alex Ames. Fourth is Dave Parks. Then it's Ben Tilley and Doug Crosby at the back of that group in 6th place.
Yeah, so Alex Ames dropping back there, outbraked himself a bit going into Brooklands, and so he's handed the lead to Callum Grant. Callum Grant is now coming under pressure from Dave Parks. So Dave Parks, James Clark, I should say. James Clark leads the way now. James Clark in 77 leading the way. Callum Grant, Alex Ames is third. Then next up in 4th place is Dave Parks, and Ben Tilley not being counted out at all in 5th place, and then behind him is Doug Crosby. The top 6 now beginning to make a bit of a breakaway group.
Another challenge into Brooklands from Callum Grant on the inside of James Clark. James Clark goes the long way round and takes the lead as they go into Luffield, or takes the lead back as they go into Luffield. Callum Grant second, then it's Alex Ames, Dave Parks, Ben Tilley and Doug Crosby completing the top 6. And interestingly, the fastest lap is actually the car in 7th place, Andrew Schofield. So he shouldn't be counted out either if he can close the gap.
A penalty for Ben Tilley out of 5th place for track limit offences. Half distance, 6 laps in the books. Who's going to be coming over the brow of the hill first? It's Callum Grant who we see first. Alex Ames is challenging at Maggots. Going up on the inside of the pair of them is James Clark. Alex Ames get pushed out onto the rough on the exit of the corner, but manages to stay on the track, but has now dropped back to 5th in that little group. So up at the front, it's Callum Grant now with James Clark for company.
Yeah, that was a bit rude, wasn't it, up at Beckett's for on Alex Ames, but it is Callum Grant who leads now as they go into Luffield, coming round to complete half distance with 6 laps to go, and a 5-second penalty you briefly mentioned for Ben Tilley, which takes him out of this challenge for the lead really, because cars are so close. We've gone from 6 cars in the lead group. We've got the next 3 catching them up now, with the fastest lap going to Sam Street, number 81, in 9th place. So the tow in that position in the pack is very strong indeed. But Callum Grant it was who led, but they're coming up through Maggots once again, and I think it's side by side, is it, with James Clark?
Yeah, James Clark back to the lead on the inside line for Maggots, the outside line through Beckett's. That's not really where he wanted to be, because it allows Callum Grant the faster, ideal line through the corner. So Callum Grant back to the front. How many changes of leader we had in this one? Can't count. Callum Grant back to the front, then ahead of James Clark. Dave Parks is there as well. I'll let you sort these out, Alistair.
Thank you. It's James Clark that leads into Brooklands. Not saying that he'll lead out of Luffield, though, with Callum Grant in 2nd place, Dave Parks in 3rd, Ben Tilley, the penalised, but he's there in 4th place. Alex Ames, despite that hip and shoulder up at Beckett's, actually can't be counted out either. He is still in this lead group, and as we saw earlier, the tow from a number of cars in front of you is very strong indeed, as they're coming up on a slower car to be lapped. But it's James Clark who led across the line by 1/4 of a second from Callum Grant, from Dave Parks and Alex Ames in 4th.
There's a back marker who sees what's coming and hops out of the way very energetically, and that was good driving, good awareness from him. So Clark, Grant go through 1st and 2nd. Bit of a gap to Dave Parks, who's next up in 3rd place. Behind him in 4th is Alex Ames, ahead of the penalised Ben Tilley, and they've dropped the next car up in that little group there, which is Arno Deuce, who was having his problems earlier on, but running strongly now in the Janet Cesar class.
And side by side through Brooklands, on the outside was James Clark, on the inside was Callum Grant, having got alongside on braking, but eventually it comes to James Clark as they exit Luffield, so he will lead across the timing line from Callum Grant in second place. We've got it would be 3 laps to go at the end of this one. 3 laps to go as James Clark leads across the line. Callum Grant second, Dave Parks in third, Alex Ames in fourth, Ben Tilley penalised in fifth, and Arnaud Douce, who has appeared in the top 6 over the last lap or so. He's one of our drivers over from France, where they have a very strong classic Formula Ford racing series, so he's got a lot of experience, perhaps not at Silverstone, but of racing these cars, as Alex Ames gets hit again by, I think that will be Dave Parks.
Yeah,
that
Dave
would have
Parks
hit him.
was going up on the inside of him, and Ames finishing up out on the rough stuff on the exit, or in the middle of Beckett's, and has had to rejoin again and has dropped to around about 8th place, I would say, when they come past you. So Clark up at the front, 2 laps still to go when they get to the start-finish line.
And it's Grant at the front now, because he got through at Brooklands. Just to keep up the change of leader numbers. Fastest lap is with Alex Ames, actually. Last time around, not the time he got punted off at Beckett's, but the lap before, 102.841. Across the line now with 2 laps to go. And some more track limit penalties coming in, but not for the leading drivers. 2:43, Callum Grant leads from 77. James Clark in second place, Ben Tilley number 48 in third, but will be penalised. Doug Crosby's now picked up a penalty, I'm afraid.
Yes, not the same as it was as they crossed the line, in fact, because James Clark back to the lead, James Clark back to the lead, then Grant is second. Those two now pulling away from the rest. Ben Tilley is third on the road, but with a penalty to serve. Dave Parks, therefore, will inherit third place.
Except he's got a penalty as well now. So I think we can certainly say, unless penalties appear in the last lap of the race, they're almost starting the last lap now. Callum Grant and James Clark are in the battle for the lead. They're unpenalised, whereas Tilley and Parks are penalised. Arnaud Douce in 5th place is unpenalised. So the leaders come round to start their last lap, and it's James Clark who leads from Callum Grant in 2nd place. Certainly all is not lost for Callum Grant, because you do not want to lead onto the Wellington Straight on the last lap if you've got Callum Grant behind you, because he is an absolute master at diving through at Brooklands.
And I think these older cars, the pre-99 cars, somehow provide more slipstream than the more modern cars, which kind of a little bit more aerodynamic technology going into. But it's James Clark then leading out of Beckett's onto the Wellington Straight, not where he wants to be, as you suggested, Alistair. Those two on their own. Then Dave Parks and Ben Tilley both penalised in 3rd and 4th, and Arnaud Douce is best of the rest as the leaders head towards you.
Callum Grant goes wide, tries to go around the outside, then cuts back to the inside. That will become the outside for Luffield. They're side by side as they turn into the right-hander. They're so close you couldn't put a cigarette paper between their wheels, but they don't touch, and they're still side by side as they come out of Luffield. It's the drag to the line now, and I think the favour is probably with James Clark, but Callum Grant coming fast round the outside. Across the line they go, and by 71 thousandths of a second, the win goes to James Clark from Callum Grant, who tried everything he knew. Up into 3rd place on that last lap comes number 81, Sam Street. Not sure quite where he came from, because he wasn't in the top 6 the previous lap. Started 11th on the grid, so Sam Street, a very good finishing lap there, with a spin at Luffield for 56, Matt Taylorson.
Yeah, finished 5th on the road, but of course with the penalties for Dave Parks up ahead of him, then he managed to get past Arnaud Douce on the final lap. So Arnaud Douce, I say he's in the main World Chase Trophy semi-final, was out with a very misfiring sounding engine, but concentrating on getting the car right for the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy, and finishing in 4th, but as I say, being overtaken for that final podium position by Sam Street.
So the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy final for 2025 goes to James Clark. Now, if you're wanting to see the podiums for these, then we're doing all 3 podiums on the old Grand Prix podium in the pit lane, and by then, of course, all racing will have finished. So once all cars are parked up, they will you will be able to amass yourselves in the pit lane to watch the podium celebrations, and please come along. James Beckett would love to see you there. So we'll be doing the presentations for this race at the end of the day. The cars have been stopped. We were told this wasn't going to happen. So not quite sure. We haven't got anybody down there. Ian Titchmarsh is up here. We weren't expecting to see drivers in the pit lane for this one because some of them need to get on their skates to be in the grand final, which is why we don't do podiums for each individual trophy race until the very end of the day. Anyway, be that as it may, let's give you the result for that one as it stands on the timing screen, with the various penalties applied. First, number 77, James Clark, 12 laps completed and a winning margin of 71 thousandths of a second over 243, Callum Grant in second place. In third place, number 81, Sam Street. In fourth, number 46, Arnaud Douce. In fifth place, 106, Alex Ames, who I think finished 10th on the road, but with those various penalties applied, moved up to fifth place, and along with some last lap overtaking as well. So I think that's probably more than Alex expected, as he was flying through the air at Beckett's on about 3 laps from the end. In sixth place, number 71 was the Andrew Schofield car, and in seventh place, number 84, Gaius Ginn. In eighth place, number 44, Paul Mason. In ninth, 148 was Dave Parks, who we saw in that lead battle for quite a while, but he was penalised. In fact, 106 is Andrew Ames. Sorry, Alex, you did finish 10th. Andrew Ames is 106, and I just saw Ames there and I assumed that Alex had made his way back up, but it's Andrew, his brother. So just regroup. Fifth place, number 106, Andrew Ames. Schofield, Ginn, Mason, Parks and Alex Ames finishes in 10th place, where he started that last lap, so no overtakes for him, number 21, after that incident. Doug Crosby finished in 11th place, number 54. In 12th place was number 8, Nigel Dolan. And in 13th, a driver who's been up and down like a yo-yo in this meeting, Stephen O'Connor. He's had all sorts of issues, but he did get to the Janet Cesar final and finished in 13th place, number 27. Ben Tilley, with his penalty, certainly a front runner in that race, finished in 16th place. So, Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy goes to James Clark in 2025. And we move on to the second of our trophy races before the grand final. And this is the Carl Hamer for the earlier cars, pre-82 cars. Janet Cesar was the secretary of the Silverstone Racing Club for many, many years and a big, big supporter of Formula Ford racing. Carl Hamer was Crompton Lighting, and they were big supporters of sponsorship of Formula Ford racing in the 70s and 80s. Carl Hamer, a huge fan of Formula Ford racing, and one of the drivers involved at that time was the great Jim Walsh, who I believe will be here today. We were hoping to see him, as we always do, at the Walter Hayes Trophy meeting. And those of you that remember the old Silverstone Club circuit with the slightly tighter woodcut corner, which was a tight right-hander then, Jim Walsh coming from maybe 5th in the pack to win races was a fairly common occurrence on the club circuit at Silverstone. So the Carl Hamer Trophy will be, again, 12 laps. And on pole position is car number 51, Joe Ahrens. And alongside number 19, Ben Sims. We saw Ben on the podium in the Last Chance, I think it was, wasn't it? In the Jomo. Loves that car. So 51 and 19 on the front row. The second row, 112 Tom Gadd and 119 Mark McKenna. 112 and 119 on row 2. Row 3 is 18 Jack van der End. And yes, it is the same Jackie van der End as we used to call him, but he prefers now to be called Jack. Jack van der End, number 18, and 125 Chris Porritt. Now, I hope Chris is there. No, he's not. Right, are you saying?
Well, I'm looking at what's going on in the assembly area, but his was one of the cars that was involved in a red flag, wasn't it, earlier on in the day? So I cannot see, I'm afraid.
Right. Well, if he was there, he'd be on the third row. 18 and 125, but perhaps not. Row 4 is 98 Leon Frost, who we can see in the assembly area, and 75 Harrison Morrow. 98 and 75 on row 4. Row 5 is 2 Rick Morris and 130 Dominic Mooney. 2 and 130. And anybody that's been coming club racing for the last, how many years? Yeah, 100 years. 78-year-old Rick Morris. It is the same Rick Morris who famously beat Ayrton Senna, or Ayrton de Silva as he was at the time, by bouncing across the curbs at the old Woodcut corner on the Grand Prix. Much to Senna's annoyance, yes, or de Silva's annoyance. Rick Morris, number 2, and 130 Dominic Mooney on row 5. Row 6 is 31 Robbie Allen and 472 Dominic Shepherd. 31 and 472 on row 6. Row 7 is 167 George Townsend and 52 Anthony Denham. 167 and 52 on row 7. Row 8 is 133 Cal Bennett and 157 Jeremy Kane. 133 and 157 on row 8. Row 9 is 62 Remy Brooks-Johnson and 69 Alan Slater, 62 and 69. Row 10, 13 John Hayes-Harlow and 55 Luke McShane, 13 and 55 on row 10. Row 11 is 141 Paul Unsworth and 58 Jamie Perry, 141 and 58. And row 12 is 41 Nigel Smith and 277 Peter Hannum, if he's there. He retired from his race. In what we were told, thanks Marcus Pye for messaging us earlier, that I suggested it was a very early Lotus Formula Ford car. It wasn't, it's a Nike, or Nike some people call them, but Nike is the Peter Hannum car. But we'll check whether he comes through, because that was in strife this morning as the cars go off on their green flag lap. Joe Ahrens, I questioned him this morning when I was wandering down the pit lane whether it's a new car to him. It's not. It's the same car, but he has 2 sets of bodywork. And he said, I was attacked last year at the Hayes by Jan Magnussen. And Jan broke the side pod on my car, so I've got the other set of bodywork on. So it is actually the same car that Joe raced last year and the year before.
Nigel Smith missing from the back of the grid, number 41. There's a question mark over John Hayes-Harlow as well. I'm not sure that I saw him, but keep an eye. And we mentioned Chris Porritt missing from the third row. Jack van der Ende, possibly a winner. He's certainly got the ability. Whether his car's just a little bit too old remains to be seen, but he's certainly going to be one to watch. And Leon Frost also, remember earlier on in the day, he elected to start at the back of the grid to keep out of trouble. And the driver from West Sussex, one to watch, and somebody with a link to the One Motorsport British Touring Car Championship team as well.
And he
forward to seeing back on the grid next year.
He's being run by Speed Sport, which is Mike O'Brien, who runs Speed Sport here at based here at Silverstone, and Mike's son Michael is here as well. Had a chat with them this morning over the air, if you remember, with Michael, and they're running Leon Frost in the familiar light blue colours of their team, and the Merlin team, and he's starting 7th on the grid. Certainly wanted to keep out of the way of any issues at all earlier on by starting right at the back. So wants to watch. Definitely Joe Ahrens, very quick indeed. He had a great race yesterday, and Ben Sims always at the sharp end in Formula Ford racing, former multiple champion in classic and historic Formula Ford racing with the Historic Sports Car Club, in his very familiar Jomo, which he loves driving. Tom Gadd on the second row, 112, and alongside is Mark McKenna, number 119, and on the third row is Jack van der Ende on his own. That car, the car he's driving, is the car that Jan Magnussen drove last year, the Duckham's coloured car. which he's taken over for the fellow Dutchman. So cars coming round to their grid positions. Good to see Cal Bennett on the grid. Cal's mother used to drive this car in period, about in the 80s. And if I recall, it reappeared on the racetrack about 2-3 years ago, having been languishing in a garage, their garage, for all those years. And the car's now been gradually developed, and Cal 15th on the grid. So the last few cars coming into place. Harrison Morrow, number 75, on row 8 alongside the Merlin of Leon Frost. So we should be getting the green flag very shortly. A 12-lap race, the same. Green flag flies. It's Joe Ahrens and Ben Sims. Blue on the outside is Joe Ahrens. Ben Sims, the white car, on next to the pit wall. And red lights should very shortly be on. Then it's Tom Gadd and Mark McKenna. Look also for the Duckham's coloured car, the blue and yellow colours of Jack van der Ende, number 18 from row 3. Good start by the looks of it from pole position from Joe Ahrens as they turn into Copse Corner for the first time. They're side by side. A great start from Ben Sims as well, but in the end it's Joe Ahrens who wins out, and he'll come over the rise towards Paul for the first time.
Yeah, with the length or so and an advantage over Ben Sims in second place, who just causes a little bit of a concertina behind as Tom Gadd has to brake a little bit harder than he perhaps wanted to. Jack van der Ende is up into fourth place as they charge back down the Wellington Straight for the first time, demoting Mark McKenna to fifth. Leon Frost in sixth place, going nicely.
And down into Brooklands for the first time, and it's still pretty much side by side as they turn into the left-hander, but it's Joe Ahrens just with a nose ahead at the moment from Ben Sims in second place. Third place is the black and red car of Tom Gadd, and through Woodcut for the first time to complete the first lap. It will be Joe Ahrens who leads. Ben Sims then in third place. It's Tom Gadd, then Mark McKenna Mark McKenna's actually been passed by van der Ende, hasn't he? So it's Jack van der Ende in fourth place and Mark McKenna in fifth.
Yeah, waiting for them to come into side, and still it's blue leading the way, although Ben Sims pops out of the slipstream to the left-hand side. That says thank you very much. Tom Gadd dives up on the inside. Jack van der Ende tries to go up on the inside as well, and poor old Ben Sims gets hung out a little bit to dry there as Ahrens goes down the Wellington Straight in command of the situation, with Tom Gadd in second place now. Van der Ende disputing third with Ben Sims as they go under the bridge.
And Ben Sims just kept his tinder dry there at Beckett's, didn't he? Because although it looked like he was going to lose a couple of places, he came out back in second again. So he knew exactly what he was doing there, and he's still behind Joe Ahrens, and it looks like Tom Gadd, the black and red stripe of Tom Gadd, in third place. And then in fourth place it's Jack van der Ende in the blue and yellow Duckham's colours, and McKenna is still in fourth place as they come round to complete another lap. So 2, 4, 6 cars in the lead group, 2 little stragglers behind. Fastest lap goes to Leon Frost. He's going well, isn't he, in the Merlin Mark 20. Quite an early car, the Mark 20A. So 98 Leon Frost in sixth place with the fastest lap of 103.8.
7 cars altogether as they come onto the brakes for Beckett's, but Joe Ahrens holds his nerve at the front of the field. Again, Tom Gadd nips through into second place. I don't know if Ben Sims has got this one under control again, but as they leave my sight, Gadd is up to second, Ben Sims back to third. Jack van der Ende is right there as well, and Rick Morris is kind of not that far off the back of them.
So Rick might well be joining in very shortly. Ben Sims did get back to second place, although he's still side by side with Tom Gadd as they go into Luffield. He's on the outside, which probably isn't the favoured line. He'll try and cut tight. No, he goes for the slipstream, so he stays right behind Tom Gadd. So Ben Sims has dropped to place to third as they come to the timing line, but almost alongside him over the line, Mark McKenna in the white car with the green stripes, and Jack van der Ende has lost a place down to fifth. Leon Frost stays in sixth place. Rick Morris in seventh place. 78-year-old Rick Morris, remarkable. And he took 2 wins in a very competitive classic Formula Ford race here at the HSCC finals meeting 2 weeks ago.
And his upper place is Morris. He's up to 6th place, in fact. And he almost challenges Mark McKenna as well as they went through Beckett. So then he lost out. I mean, if anything, McKenna is challenging the car above in front of him. That's Jack van der Ende. Whilst all this squabbling is going on, Joe Ahrens just making a bit of a break, I reckon, Alistair at the front.
Yes, he's keeping out of trouble, and Ben Sims is back up into 2nd place as they turn into Luffield, so he's got round Tom Gadd. Tom Gadd trying to stay tight, but Ben makes sure there isn't room on the inside through Luffield. Now they're coming towards Woodcote to complete another lap. It'll be 8 laps to go as they cross the line. Sims back into 2nd, Tom Gadd, then Mark McKenna in 4th place, and then Jack van der Ende, Rick Morris in 6th place. I think you mentioned ahead of Leon Frost now.
Yes, he was with me, but then anything could have happened as they went down the Wellington Straight, because they fan out. Even less of a aerodynamic gain on these vintage of cars. So Ahrens still there. Sims this time hands on to 2nd place as he goes through Beckett's. Tom Gadd decides to follow Ben Sims round and see how he does it. Those 3 for Mark McKenna in 4th, Jack van der Ende 5th. In 6th place is still Rick Morris. Then it's Leon Frost and Harrison Morrow, the next 2. Back down the Wellington Straight with Joe Ahrens. I was suggesting he was getting away. Not so sure about that now, Alistair.
I agree with you. Yes, Joe Ahrens has been caught now by Ben Sims. We can see lots of wheels in our live stream coverage as they go through Luffield, and Joe Ahrens now is starting to come under pressure from Ben Sims. I'd put forward that Ben Sims, similar to Callum Grant, will probably be quite happy to be 2nd coming out of Beckett's on the last lap, because he's a bit of a master at closing in and passing at Brooklands on the final lap. But it is still Joe Ahrens that leads. Ben Sims, Tom Gadd in 3rd place, Mark McKenna behind in the predominantly white car, and then Jack van der Ende is back up to 5th. Rick Morris remains in 6th.
Yeah, it didn't do Callum Grant any good, though, did it? Joe Ahrens continuing to lead. Ben Sims still right with him. Then it's Tom Gadd, then it's Mark McKenna. Those 4, for my money, just opening up a bit of a gap between themselves. Jack van der Ende is then on his own a little bit. Then Rick Morris, Leon Frost, making up the next battle coming down the Wellington Straight.
Into Brooklands once again. Joe Ahrens takes a good line through Brooklands, if anything slightly wide, which is a bit of an opening for Ben Sims, but he realises he's not going to get through around the outside, so he drops back in behind. Tom Gadd right behind him, Mark McKenna behind Tom Gadd, and the smallest of gaps to Rick. It looks to me like Rick Morris next up. We got a quick flash of him. Yes, it is Rick Morris next through. So Rick is up to 5th place now, ahead of Leon Frost, and with Jack van der Ende's lost 2 places, back to 8th now.
Yeah, not quite sure what happened to him. He was running strongly when they left me, so maybe something at Brooklands. As you say, 6 laps completed, half distance now. Still Joe Ahrens leading the way, still Ben Sims in 2nd place, still Tom Gadd in 3rd, and then just rounding out the group there, Mark McKenna's Crossley. So we've got a Royale leading the way, Juno in 2nd place, Van Diemen 3rd, Crossley in 4th.
Down into Brooklands once again. They're coming round with 5 laps to go when they complete this lap, so we're well over halfway now as they come down into Luffield. Still, it's Joe Ahrens leads. 2nd place Tom Gadd. Ben Sims has got shuffled back to 3rd and a half because Mark McKenna's going round the outside. And will he make that stick? I think he probably will. So McKenna goes up to 3rd. Down to 4th goes Ben Sims. Rick Morris is now under huge pressure, and it's almost 3 abreast across the line with Morris, Frost and Morrow. With Frost, I think, probably a little bit of momentum. You might find he's ahead of Morris when they get to you.
Well, yes, try and sort them out, because the lead battle fans out 3 abreast as they come towards Maggots, but Ahrens hanging on a bit of tyre smoke there as he kicks up either the water on the inside or locks the brake, not sure. So Ahrens, Gadd, McKenna now ahead of Ben Sims, who's been shuffled back to 4th place. Those 4 well clear of the next little gaggle, which includes Rick Morris, but Rick behind Harrison Morrow as they left me in that next little gaggle of 4 cars squabbling over 5th down to 8th places.
Joe Ahrens it is who leads into Luffield once again, but Tom Gadd sneaks through into 2nd place, Mark McKenna in 3rd, and sitting there at the back of that group is Ben Sims in the Jomo. and he'll come across. He's got the fastest lap of the race, actually, Ben Sims now, with a 1:03.525. And Sims comes across in 4th place. Frost, Morrow, Morris are the next 3 through. So it's still Joe Ahrens leading by a scant 0.2 of a second at the line.
Yes, Jack Van der Ende has actually dropped off the back of that group now. So 3 cars battling for the next place back. Ahrens, Gadd, and it's McKenna with Sims back in 4th place. So McKenna is 3rd, Sims in 4th. Then it's Leon Frost at the head of the next little group. And then behind Leon Frost, Harrison Morrow. Rick Morris is just being left a little bit now. I think he's tiring a bit, perhaps. Leaders, though, turning into Brooklands.
You're taking a few risks this weekend, Paul. It's still Joe Ahrens leading. Mark McKenna and Tom Gadd side by side, absolutely side by side through Luffield, but they'll have to sort themselves out by the time they get to the timing line, possibly. Mark McKenna goes through into 2nd, ahead of Tom Gadd. Ben Sims gets a brilliant tow at the back and pulls out to the inside of Copse Corner. Will he try and go past Mark McKenna or past Tom Gadd, sorry, for 3rd? No, he doesn't. He stays behind. So the order up to you is Joe Ahrens, Mark McKenna, Tom Gadd and Ben Sims.
Yeah, Joe Ahrens, I have to say, is showing impressive stickability here, holding that 1st place despite everything that's going on around him. Mark McKenna was actually in 2nd as they came past, and I think he might be able to get 2nd place back. Tom Gadd and Ben Sims increasingly urgently trying to get on terms with them, but as I say, it's Mark McKenna that's now putting the pressure on Joe Ahrens.
Well, enough that he's gone through into the lead and not pushes physically, but Joe Ahrens runs a little wide because Mark McKenna managed to get up the inside coming into Brooklands. So a new order is Mark McKenna will come out of Woodcote to cross the timing line in the lead. 2nd place will be Tom Gadd. 3rd is Joe Ahrens. Joe Ahrens gets a great tow through Woodcote, goes up alongside Tom Gadd. And they go 3 abreast down into Copse Corner. On the inside is Joe Ahrens. Whether he managed to get through there, I don't know, but with the sun on the cameras, can't actually see the colours of the cars. But I think Joe Ahrens got back into the lead.
I think you're right, Alistair. Yes, as they come towards me, Ahrens, it is back in the lead of the race. McKenna is 2nd. Ben Sim trying to drive around the outside of them as they turn through Beckett's, and Tom Gadd has been relegated to 4th for the moment as Mark McKenna gets elbowed back by Ben Sims there. So Sims is up to 2nd. Ahrens, Sims, McKenna, Gadd is the top 4. 5th is still Harrison Morrow. He's all on his own. And then in 6th place behind him is Leon Frost. And where's Rick Morris? Yes, Rick Morris has gone through in 7th place.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Leon Frost and Rick Morris have both got 5-second penalties for track limits, so I'm afraid they're going to be penalised. Maybe not lose too many places, but let's focus, as we have been, on the leaders, with Ben Sims going up the inside of Joe Ahrens on the run to Copse Corner, but he doesn't get alongside enough to stop Joe Ahrens turning in the lead, so it will be Joe Ahrens leading, Ben Sims in 2nd place. Then it is green and white of Mark McKenna and Tom Gadd at the back, although I think that's changing.
Yes, Tom Gadd is trying to make it change by going up on the inside of Mark McKenna. Wasn't quite able to make it stick then, so Gadd ends up still in 4th place, heading down the Wellington Straight for the last time. Then it's Joe Ahrens trying to break the slipstream between himself, but Ben Sims is right with him.
And Ben Sims breaks later, goes up the inside, he locks up, he runs wide and lets Mark McKenna through on the inside, and Mark McKenna it is who gets to Luffield first. Ben Sims is still alongside Tom Gadd now, and I'm afraid Joe Ahrens has gone right to the back of that group as they come round through Woodcote Corner to complete the race. It will be a win for Mark McKenna, side by side across the line. Leave that to the timekeepers. And in 4th place is Joe Ahrens. So it was Ben Sims and Tom Gadd side by side. Let's see, what do the timekeepers tell us? It goes to Ben Sims by 15 thousandths of a second from Tom Gadd. That was a move at the last corner, effectively the last overtaking opportunity into Brooklands for Ben Sims, which went rather wrong, and it affected Joe Ahrens as well, and he got shuffled back to 4th. Just a little bit too much speed. We're only talking a mile an hour or two, but he just snatched a break coming in, did Ben Sims, and pushed Joe Ahrens wide out onto the outside of Brooklands. So it's 1:19. Mark McKenna takes the win. 12 laps completed in with a winning time. A winning gap of 0.448 of a second over Ben Sims, number 19, in second place. Ben Sims took the fastest lap of the race with a 1:03.525. In third place, number 112, Tom Gadd. In fourth, number 51, Joe Ahrens. And you have to feel a bit sorry for Joe Ahrens. He'd been dominant throughout that race. In fifth place, number 75, is the car of Harrison Morrow. In sixth place, number 98, Leon Frost, after the penalty applied. And Rick Morris in seventh place, also penalised. So he finishes in seventh place, number 2. In eighth place, number 133, Cal Bennett. In ninth place, number 18, Jack van der Ende, who rather faded in the second half of that race. We know not why, perhaps a little bit of mechanical problem for Jack. And in 10th place, car number 31, which is Robbie Allen. So the Carl Hamer Trophy for 2025 goes to Mark McKenna in his Crossley. What a race, David.
Fantastic, and in fact 2 really good races just to whet appetite for the grand final. But we look forward to the Walter Hayes Trophy itself coming up in a few moments' time. Well done, Mark McKenna. Right place, right time, wasn't he? You could see the move coming, and as you described, as Gadd and Ahrens ended up going wide, it was an effort for Mark McKenna to nip through on the inside. The road just opened up for him. So the cars that have already qualified for the grand final are heading to the assembly area. That's rather more relevant for those out of the Carl Hamer Trophy. That's why that goes first, because there's a greater chance of those more recent cars being in the grand final than these older cars. But everybody is waved down to Parc Fermé. And as we've made the point, the podiums, plural, will come at the very end of the day. So we'll do these 2, for want of a better phrase, historic race final podiums, and then the Walter Hayes Trophy itself. So we are set then to get the highlight of the weekend underway. Behind the scenes, there's been a little bit going on, because there was the protest put in by Rory Smith against Jason Smith for the contact that did for Rory in the earlier race. A penalty was given to Jason Smith. He wasn't excluded from the race, but he was given this grid drop that has put him to 13th on the grid, and we are hopeful that he is going to take part. Joe Ahrens, just out of interest, is one that is in the grand final, so they're going to wait for that car to make its way around before they are released. Some great racing we've had all weekend, whether you've been enjoying it here or on the live stream. We've got one more to go, and it's the grand final. Just before that, it gives me a chance to make reference to the efforts of Henry Woodgate, who has spent the last 50 years of an event as an event official. 20 of which have been as a steward at HSCC meetings, but he is deciding that it is time to retire at the end of this weekend. So Henry, from the HSCC, from British Motorsport in general, thank you for so many years of sterling service, and we hope that you've not had too much to worry about as a steward this weekend at Silverstone, and you can enjoy one last race in an official capacity. Let's look at the grid then for the grand final. We will have, as a blast from the past as well, the 2-minute fanfare, but pole position is going to go the way of number 40, Andrew Rackstraw, and he was the winner of Heat 2 yesterday, semi-final 1 today. With him at the front, number 5, Niall Murray, Heat 3 winner, semi-final 2 winner. The second row of the grid, number 3, Jordan Dempsey, 189, Tom Nippers to line up alongside. On the third row, 68, Casey Ensor Smith, and 127, Jacob Tofts, who was the winner of Heat 1. On the fourth row, 9 and 22, 9 Ayrton Houck, 22 Luke Cooper. On the fifth row, 99 Jordan Kelly, Heat 4 winner, 42 Hugh Esterson. On the sixth row, 2, 4, 3 and 7, 243 Callum Grant, 7 Felix Fisher. On the seventh row, 26 Jason Smith, fingers crossed, and 154 Lewis Fox. Row 8, 90 and 171, 90 Anthony Amato, 171 Julian van der Watt. On the ninth row, 172 and 89, 172 Robert Walk, 89 Brandon McCochen. Row 10 is 72 and 21, 72 Brandon Lee, 21 Alex Ames, another one with a quick turnaround. Then you've got 148 Dave Parks and 77 James Clark, who we had as the winner of the Carl Hamer Trophy earlier on. 15, David MacArthur. 54, Doug Crosby. Next, then 20, Charlie Mann. 48, Ben Tilley. On the 14th row, very much one to watch here, Rory Smith after the contact in the semi-final. 29, Ricky Simpson with him. The 15th row, 199, the last chance winner, Connor Willis. And 43, Maris Schulte. On the 16th row, 51, Joe Ahrens. Quick turnaround for him. 12, Drew Cameron. The 17th row, number 4, Pascal Montbaron. 71, Andrew Schofield. And the 18th row, 81, Sam Street. And 73, Adam Quatermain. That then is how they are going to line up. And we've had the drivers then over in the assembly area. They're just going to wait for Joe Ahrens to join. And then we can start the countdown for the grand final, which promises to be quite a race. Andrew Rackstraw then, the man on pole position. We've been saying over the course of the weekend, winner of Carrera Cup GB. He was a race winner in Porsches here back in September. And again, let's just put it in the context of the last 2 seasons. In 2023, he was 3rd in the grand final. In 2024, he was 2nd in the grand final, and he wants to be on that other step this year. Niall Murray, however, has other ideas about all of this. Niall, one of only 2 drivers here who have won the festival and the Walter Hayes Trophy in the same year. It was 2016 that Niall won both. He also would like another victory. He's eager for success this weekend. Jordan Dempsey then, starting 3rd. He was the winner in 2019. He's had a bit of an up and down kind of a day, or kind of a weekend really, what with a penalty yesterday for track limits, as I think we are pretty much good to go. So the countdown is underway. 2 minutes to go to the grand final. 2 minutes to go. So the engines fire in a moment in the assembly area, then the cars can be released down onto the circuit, and Andrew Rackstraw getting himself all psyched up. So too is Jordan Dempsey, who is 3rd on the grid, and on his outside looking down through the assembly area, Tom Nippers in number 189, Casey Ensor-Smith 5th, and Jacob Tofts starting 6th.
Yeah, just thinking, David, particularly with reference to Casey Ensor-Smith, we were saying about where do you go from the Walter Hayes Trophy, or where do you go from Formula Ford. But I mean, there are drivers out there, Casey Ensor-Smith amongst them, still in their teens. Ethan Hauck's still very young, Jason Smith's still a teenager. They may not be making their kind of stamp on Formula Ford, but they do have very much single-seater racing on their career plan. And of course, you have to look back to where Max Esterson went after his win in the Walter Hayes Trophy to say that it's not necessarily a dead end. There are reputations to be forged in Formula Ford and in the Walter Hayes Trophy in particular.
And I can remember being at Brands the year that Conor Daly came to do the festival in the Hayes, and the late Brian Jones talking to Derek Daly, who'd won the festival himself, and talking about the importance of Formula Ford. And Derek Daly saying, and you've heard it again this weekend, it teaches you all about car control and a car moving underneath you. And it is something that is very, very important to drivers. And you can see perhaps in other categories when it's tricky conditions, the knowledge they've got of a car not being perfect from Formula Ford does stand them in very good stead. Right, the car of Jason Smith, I can see, is in the assembly area, so very good news. This is going to be one to watch, isn't it, from 13th. There was initially a fear that he might not bother, thinking couldn't win from there, but Jason is ready to go. And 13th he will start from. So then you've got the rest of the cars in the assembly area. Should we do pick a winner quickly? Alistair, you can go first. Who's going to come out on top?
Yeah, well, my go-to has retired from the meeting after being knocked off the track, Joey Foster. So who am I going to go for? Well, being as I've got first pick, I'm going to go for Andrew Rackstraw.
All right. Paul's going to say the winner will be?
Niall Murray.
Right. Matt James of Motorsport News, who is loitering in the box, thinks the winner is going to be Niall Murray. And Ian Titchmarsh shouts Jason Smith as a real outside bet for 13th. He's certainly got the speed. Let's see how quickly he can get through the traffic early on. And boy, is he going to be fired up. not left me with many other choices, but I suppose Jordan Dempsey would be the other one that one might settle upon.
Luke Cooper as well is on row 4.
Well, such is the jeopardy of this race. I mean, it could be any of them. Tom Nippers is. He was a heat winner at Brands Hatch last weekend, so he's capable of punching up at the front as well, starting on the second row of the grid and on the inside line, which, as I said before, if you can get the car to get away, then any of the front 4 could be leading by the time they get to Cops Corner.
Right, we have the cars in the assembly area. They're going to be released very shortly. We are 1 minute away from the cars being released. 1 minute to go.
David, do we pay tribute to the weather?
You can do.
Because it's been so kind to us. We're running a little bit behind because of the various delays, but we're still starting the race in very good light. And we've had some in the past that have been rather dark and gloomy, but it really could not be better. Beginning of November, here we are.
Exactly.
Sunny Silverstone.
And I think now that we've got the last car, which is Joe Ahrens, they can now be released, can't they? It's been given a few minutes just to get some fuel in the car and get his breath back. But yeah, over the years, we've had some very wet Walter Hayes Trophy finals, haven't we? And this has been a really good weekend, weather-wise and racing-wise. So we await the cars to be released, and when they do so, then they will head for that one formation lap, then onto the grid, and I think we are in business now. The car's being released down the pit lane, so sorry, down the old support race pit lane. It's now the assembly area between the old Priory and Brooklands Corners. So Andrew Rackstraw heads the field, and he's not been headed all weekend. He won his heat under huge pressure. He won his semi-final under huge pressure. Can he do it again?
He's hardly not led a lap, has he?
Correct. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, as I say, he won his heat all the way from the front, the same in the semi-final, so he's always been able to hang on in there. He may have, I think, lost the lead briefly in the semi-final, but he got it back again.
Yes, that's right, absolutely, yeah.
So he's had a great weekend thus far, and already Jordan Dempsey is doing his trick of lagging back and taking the warming up lap at his own pace, so the brinksmanship is underway. Right, everybody sets sail on their formation lap, and it's not going to be the fastest of warming up laps. It's, what time? 4:05. The final was due to start 25 minutes ago, so it's a good job it's a nice day. But hey, who cares? It has been a great weekend of racing. It gives us an opportunity to thank all involved, whether it's been in the rather hectic race administration side or on the bank. I know for all of the volunteer officials it's been another very cold weekend, but thank you, and look on the bright side. One more race to go, and it's still a relatively early finish. Right then, the cars making their way out of Cops Corner, and still very, very vigorous weaving. If somebody doesn't get it completely out of shape and have a half spin, I'd be surprised actually. But Paul, as they head towards you, you'll see just how much effort is being put in to warm up the rubber.
Yes, I mean, it's they're going from the very left-hand curb to the very right-hand curb, so this weaving is going the full width of the track. And as you say, Andrew Rackstraw knows what Jordan Dempsey is up to and is slowing the pace just as much as Jordan is doing. And yeah, there is a I was going to say there is a rule somewhere where they can start the race if the warming up lap takes too long, but of course a timed race that matters in a number of laps race, as this is 15 laps for the grand final. Everybody making their way through, 36 of them on the grid, and at the back there Joe Ahrens, not quite at the back because there are cars behind Joe Ahrens as well, but they are heading down the Wellington Straight back into view. And the tyres, as we've been saying, it's been a chilly day. They're going to take quite a bit of warming up, I think.
So to the grid they will come in a second, and it's going to be then Andrew Rackstraw for that pole position. So Carrera Cup GB champion takes on previous Walter Hayes Trophy winner, ahead of previous Walter Hayes Trophy winner Jordan Dempsey third. Tom Nippers fourth. His dad, you might remember, many moons ago racing in Formula Renault, Michael Nippers, but he's had a pretty decent weekend and he's gone under the radar a little bit, perhaps. He's not drawn attention to himself. Yesterday he had a bit of damage in the car, but as others have been tripping over one another and getting a bit embroiled, he's quietly sailed through to the second row of the grid. I'm not proposing he's necessarily going to be a winner, because there are some very tough people to beat around him, but he has had a very, very impressive weekend to get to where he is. Andrew Rackstraw slows right down coming into Woodcote to a virtual stop and then accelerates away, and Niall Murray does the same thing. If all of them are going to do this, all 36 of them are going to be here for a while, but it's the last chance to get a bit of warmth into the tyres. Tom Nippers flicks the car left and right. Casey Ensor-Smith next to the grid, and then Jacob Toft. He's also had a pretty decent weekend, actually, Jacob. For somebody that's like Andrew Rackstraw, spent the year racing Porsches, different type. He's a Cayman racer rather than a 911 racer, but even so, Jacob, to win the first heat yesterday and to be where he is on the grid on the third row, I'd still say that's been a very impressive weekend. Right then, the last few cars will come into position. Robert Volk, the South African driver in number 172, slots into place on the grid, and is Ayrton Houck missing, possibly number 9? There's a question mark as to whether the American was there or not. Paul, whether you spotted him or not, do shout, but Alistair fears there could be a gap on the grid.
I have no reason to shout that I didn't notice it. Houck.
Right. I can't think why he wouldn't be there. Hang on, where should he be? He's on the fourth row. No, the car's there. Looks like he's all right. The grid looks like it's complete, so he was hidden as they came past us, I think. So the good news is he's there. The last few cars trickle into position. So Rackstraw, Murray for the front row, Dempsey and Nippers row 2, Ensor-Smith and Tofts Jr. for the third row. Rory Smith, last year's winner, starting nearly in Brackley. He's 27th on the grid then. Jason Smith starting 13th, so you've got 2 to watch. Where they will be at the end of the opening lap is going to be absolutely fascinating, because the quicker they can get through the traffic, obviously the better. And can we get through this, please, without any interruption from safety car and have a proper, pure race? We've got the Pascal Montbaron Furman slotting into position. We've got 81 Sam Street on the back row to line up alongside Adam Quatermain. The grid is complete then. 25 years the Walter Hayes Trophy has been delivering action, and the next chapter in the story is about to be written. The green flag shown at the back then. The grid is complete. There are 15 laps ahead of us. The Walter Hayes Trophy final for 2025 ready to go. The 5-second board is shown on the gantry. It is all eyes now towards the lights, which go red. The last race of the weekend, the 25th final, is underway, and a good getaway is made, not by the poleman. Andrew Rackstraw goes very sluggishly off the line, and Niall Murray is away like a stab rat to lead down towards Copse Corner, with going with him into second place Jordan Dempsey, and Andrew Rackstraw has thrown away all the good work by an absolutely woeful start. He's way back in the pack as they go up towards Beckett's for the first time. It's Niall Murray in the lead.
Yeah, but he's not having it all his own way, because Jordan Dempsey isn't that far behind as they go onto the brakes for Beckett's. Is that Casey Ensor-Smith, who's got up into third place. He's had a great start. So Ensor-Smith is third. Tom Nippers, who's been elbowed back, or he always was in fourth, and then Jordan Dempsey is the next one up in only fifth place at the moment. So Jordan Dempsey and Andrew Rackstraw not making the best of starts, falling back.
Dempsey, it is in second place, isn't it? On the outside line, attacking for the race lead as they come down to Brooklands with Casey Ensor-Smith there in third. It is Niall Murray in the lead, but he's not escaping, certainly not yet anyway, as they come 3 for the lead through Luffield for the first time. It is going to be the white car of Murray, the red car of Dempsey, the red, white and blue car of Ensor-Smith that is the top 3, with Tom Nippers in fourth as they come through. Then in the setting sun, it is Murray having to go defensive right up against the pit wall. Jordan Dempsey goes to the outside line as they go down towards Copse. Right in his wheel tracks is now Rackstraw in third place. In fact, he's recovered from that slowy start and he's in the mix in third place. So he is third. It's Nippers fourth, it's Tofts fifth, it's Ensor-Smith down in sixth, and Jason Smith is in seventh. And what about Rory Smith in number 1? He's 21st.
Right, so getting sent back to the way they ought to be in a way, but Niall Murray up in the lead. Jordan Dempsey is in second place. Rackstraw is third. Then Tom Nippers. Then is Jacob Tofts. Casey Ensor-Smith losing another place. He's back to sixth place as they head down underneath the bridge. Niall Murray weaves slightly to the right and to the left to make sure that Jordan Dempsey doesn't come through.
And he's going to try on the outside, is Jordan. We've lost Callum Grant and James Clark to the pit lane, but Niall Murray is not getting away, is he? He might have been really good on those restarts in the semi-final, but right now he cannot shake off Jordan Dempsey, who's got Rackstraw right up behind him, and Jason Smith is about to get through for 5th place, I think, or 6th certainly, as he comes out of Luffield. So Jason Smith is nearly with them. Murray leading, Dempsey 2nd, Rackstraw 3rd, Nippers is 4th, Toffs is 5th, Jason Smith is 6th already. That's 2 laps, he's up into the top 6. He's done the fastest lap. Ensel Smith is 7th. In 8th place it is Luke Cooper. 9th is Ayrton Houck dropping back. Jordan Kelly is in 10th. It's 5 in a line, nearly 6 in a line for the race lead.
With predominantly white at the front, but Jordan Dempsey with the red card trying to challenge, but it's Rackstraw who leads then from Murray who leads. Rackstraw is in 2nd place now. In 3rd place is Dempsey. Nippers is 4th as they head down the Wellington Straight, and again left to right to left again as Niall Murray tries to break the toe. Then he stays on one side of the track.
And to the outside line goes Andrew Rackstraw then, trying to go all the way around the outside. It's brave, and diving up the inside is Tom Nippers to go 2nd. He was 4th coming into the braking area. He's 2nd and a bit because he's on the outside line. Andrew Rackstraw on the in. Jordan Dempsey has now got Jason Smith alongside him. Nippers gets hung out to dry on the outside of Luffield, and so as they come through Woodcote, it's still Murray in the lead. Rackstraw is 2nd. 3rd it's Dempsey. 4th is Smith. 5th is Nippers. 6th it's Toff. 7th as they go across the timing line this lap through. It is going to be Casey Ensel Smith, and side by side for the lead down towards Copse Corner. Rackstraw tries on the outside line now. Wheel to wheel with Niall Murray. He gets run out wide over the curb, but now Rackstraw having a big push for the lead.
Yeah, they're side by side as they come up towards Beckett's, with just Murray holding on, but coming up on the inside of the lot of them is Jason Smith, who's got himself into 3rd place now, ahead of Jordan Dempsey. So Jason Smith is in 3rd place and is challenging as he pulls out of the slipstream. They're going to be 2 abreast as they head down the straight with Jason Smith. You said he was going to be fired up. He is charging.
Is he ever? To the outside line he comes then. This is Jason Smith bid for the lead on the outside. Niall Murray still has the inside for Brooklands. Rackstraw up the curb on the inside. Wide is Smith, but he's got the inside for Luffield. He's a little bit more cautious maybe than he was earlier, but it works for him. He's gone 2nd, and Murray's made a break by a length. Out of Luffield they come this time. So Niall Murray leads the way. Everybody else seems to be 2nd, depending on which angle you look at it. It's going to be Jason Smith ahead of Rackstraw. 4th is Dempsey. 5th is Nippers. Tofts is 6th. 7th is Cooper. 8th across the line, I think, is Ensel Smith. Down towards Copse they go, and it is still Niall Murray in the lead, but this time it's Jason Smith on the outside at Copse Corner. From 13th, he goes round the outside. Is he going to be able to get the lead, Paul?
I think he is. He does have the lead as they come into Maggots. He's just got his nose in front, but Niall Murray's on the inside of him. 2 Irishmen dicing away there. Murray on the inside of him. He's got Jason trying to drive around the outside as they go through Beckett's, and then coming up close behind them on the inside line is Rackstraw, and then behind Rackstraw is Jordan Dempsey.
And so on the inside line, new race leader Jason Smith. He's ahead as they come into Brooklands. Murray, the last of the late breakers, on the outside. He's got the car back into the race lead. He's on the outside line, wheel to wheel racing. Murray goes back through, coming up to Luffield. He's done it. He's got the lead back. Niall Murray leads. Jason Smith is 2nd. Now Jordan Dempsey is 3rd. Rackstraw's got elbowed back down to 4th. It's Nippers 5th. It looks like Tofts for 6th. Nose to tail, the leaders come through. Murray's actually being pushed across the line there by Jason Smith as they go down towards Copse. He's right up against the pit wall on the inside. Smith goes to the outside, under braking for Copse. Again, he tries the outside, then he switches to the in. Right on the back of them is Jordan Dempsey in 3rd place. It's Rackstraw in 4th, and Niall Murray just about ahead.
Just about hanging on there, but Smith's on the inside line as they go onto the brakes for Beckett's, and that's going to enable Smith to go through as long as he doesn't run too wide on the exit. Gets a good exit to the corner. So Smith is back into the lead. Murray is in 2nd place. Jordan Dempsey is 3rd. In 4th place, it's Rackstraw. And Tom Nippers is in there somewhere as well.
And now the toe works in the favour of the white car of Niall Murray, who also gives a toe to Jordan Dempsey. And so again, Murray tries the outside line on Jason Smith. But Jason, I don't think now is going to be denied this. Certainly not on the stadium run this time. He's not. He hangs on to the advantage. Dempsey then comes up to have a go. Round the outside of Murray for 2nd place. And he drifts a little bit wide onto the curb. Into Woodcote Corner they come. It is Jason Smith, 13th on the grid, race leader. Murray down to 3rd, but he fights back on the shorter inside line to get back ahead of Jordan Dempsey past the pits. In 4th place, still with them, is Andrew Rackstraw, but he's going down the order rather than up it. Smith leads, Murray 2nd, Dempsey 3rd, Rackstraw 4th. They are in a bunch as they go round Copse. Nippers best of the rest 5th, ahead of Cooper and Tofts and Ensel Smith and pretty much anybody else you want to add to the line.
Yeah, Cunningham Grant has joined in from the back and he's not that far ahead of them, but it's Jason Smith and Niall Murray in 2nd place. Andrew Rackstraw is 3rd. Nippers nips up on the inside there of Jordan Dempsey as they come out out of Beckett's and might be able to take the place away from Dempsey. No, he's not. So as they head back down towards you, they're completing their 7th lap this time. Jason Smith has already got himself into the lead of this from 13th on the grid.
And Niall Murray is trying to go around the outside of him yet again, and it doesn't work. Jason Smith with a car that seems to grow in width lap after lap. Well, possibly a bit of contact there between Murray and maybe the back of Smith or Rackstraw from behind, but certainly Murray's car had a bit of a wobble, and there was certainly contact with somebody. Up towards Woodcote they come. Smith, though, is about 3 millimetres ahead of Murray as they go down towards Cops Corner. Within the wheel tracks, Andrew Rackstraw trying to work out which toe he wants. They break for the corner. Murray round the outside, back into the lead. Really nice move. Flicks the car around the outside of Jason Smith. So it is Murray from Smith. Then it's Rackstraw in 3rd place. Rory Smith, by the way, struggling in comparison. He's only 16th.
Side by side again as they come into Beckett's this time, but Murray holds the inside line. Jason Smith being forced to go around the outside. Now he's got to use the slipstream of Murray's car. He doesn't even bother with the slipstream of Murray's car. Moves out alongside to try and take the outside line. Seems to be the favoured way through, I have to say, David. The outside of Brooklyn seems to be a very popular move.
And this is what is going to happen for Smith, but actually on the inside, to prove us all wrong, Niall Murray gets the lead and he gets sideways. That scrubs off momentum. Jason Smith on the outside is back ahead at Luffield. So he tried the outside and it didn't work at Brooklands, but the outside at Luffield does because of a little moment from Murray. So Jason Smith says, yeah, done it, finally. He's got himself back into the race lead. That was round the outside at Luffield. So it is Smith ahead of Murray, ahead of Dempsey, ahead of Rackstraw, the top 4. In 5th place it is Nippers, in 6th is Toff, 7th is Ensall Smith, and it's Cooper Kelly and Anthony Amato we've not touched on yet. He's up into the top 10. Jason Smith leads, and Niall Murray's going to be ever so cross with himself. Now, he made a mistake, and that's what's cost him the lead, effectively.
Jordan Dempsey is now trying to punish Murray still further by going to the outside of him, but Murray's got his own agenda here, and that's getting up on the inside of Jason Smith. But Dempsey on a charge there. As I say, he was challenging Murray, and now he's got through past Murray, and he's challenging Jason Smith as they head back down the Wellington Straight this time.
There's 20 quid in it if someone goes and steals the checkered flag, please. This is a brilliant race. Down they come into Brooklands. On the inside line, it's Jason Smith. On the outside line now for the lead is Jordan Dempsey, but he's going to get run out wide. Niall Murray is on the outside at Luffield as they come through. There is a 5-second track limit penalty being offered up for one driver, which I think is Niall Murray, number 5. Another one is going to Rory Smith. So Murray, track limit penalty to number 5. He's in that leading mix as they come across the line then. And as they come through, the car of Jason Smith continues to lead. It is not for Niall Murray, forgive me, so he's okay, but there is one to Rory Smith, number 1, last year's winner. He was having a tough enough race anyway, but getting no better for him. So Murray's okay in terms of track limits for now, and he's not okay in terms of his race position.
No, he's 2nd, or is he 3rd? Because Jordan Dempsey is back into the mix, and Jordan Dempsey has come into 2nd place now. So it's Jason Smith leading the way, and Jordan Dempsey, whilst he's been getting involved in that 2nd place, has just dropped a little bit away from Jason Smith. So Dempsey up into 2nd, and then in 3rd place is still Niall Murray, and then Rackstraw 4th, Nippers 5th.
6th maybe, because round the outside this time tries to go Jacob Toft. Dempsey still 2nd though, and Jason Smith now in danger of getting away a little bit. Jordan Dempsey, having battled his way through, has also now got a couple of lengths to make up against the leader, but a tow coming past the pits might well help. Niall Murray a bit busy defending from Andrew Rackstraw as they go through, and just as we see on the Wellington Straight, so there's a bit of weaving here to try to break the tow. The 2 leaders are together then as they go into Cops Corner, because now you've got Jordan Dempsey going into the final 3rd of the race, back onto the tail of Smith, but Murray not close enough at the moment to attack.
No, not yet. Now into the 1 minute 1s though. We've done 1 minute 18 for race leader Jason Smith. That's the fastest we've been in the Formula Ford so far, and it's Jason Smith, Jordan Dempsey 1st and 2nd. Those 2 have got together. Niall Murray is the next one up in 3rd place, trying to play catch up, but he's got Andrew Rackstraw right behind him, and Nippers is right in behind the pair of those 2.
And Dempsey to the outside line coming into Brooklands. He goes very wide and it doesn't work. He's going to try to get up the inside at Luffield as Smith gets a little bit sideways ahead of him, but there wasn't a full gap. Murray has caught back up with them though now, so we're 3 for the lead. Make that 4 because Rackstraw is there. Make it 5 in fact, because Nippers is on the tail. In fact, let's go for 6, shall we, because Jacob Toft is on the tail of Nippers as the leaders come through to the outside line. There goes Jordan Dempsey. On the inside line past the pits is Jason Smith. They break now for Cops Corner. Jason Smith leads the way. Jordan Dempsey tries the outside, flicks to the in. Niall Murray comes up on the outside line. He's level with Dempsey. He's wide over the curb this time though is Niall Murray, but he's back at the races.
He is indeed, but he's still got Jordan Dempsey in front of him. Nippers is now coming up on the inside again. So Tom Nippers, you were saying earlier on, he kind of plays the waiting game, and he's now moved up into 4th place as Tom Nippers. Leader Jason Smith still, he's led for a couple of laps now, 4 laps now. Andrew Rackstraw still in his wheel tracks, but it's actually Jordan Dempsey who's putting the challenge on as they head out of my sight.
And to the inside for second is Rackstraw, on the outside is Dempsey, but it only takes one corner of battling for Jason Smith just to escape a little bit, so they've got to be good now coming out of Woodcote to use the toe to get back up with Jason Smith. We're running out of laps as well. Jason Smith from 13th on the grid leads the way. Somebody's anorak pocket will tell us the furthest down the grid the final winner has ever started. This has got to be up there fighting for it. Jason Smith goes through. Dempsey in 2nd place. The margin as they went over the line was 0.2 of a second. It's about 2 lengths at Copse. In 3rd it's still Rackstraw, then Nippers, and Murray all of a sudden has been elbowed back down to 5th. There's a car in strife over at Luffield, 2 in fact in strife at Luffield. They're trying to rejoin.
Leaders coming through Beckett's, then they're on their 13th lap out of 15. You said they're running out of laps, they absolutely are, and right with Jordan Dempsey, right with the race leader Jason Smith is Jordan Dempsey as they head down once again, and it's just 2 of them now battling it out again as they head towards you.
And one of those that we lost over at Luffield coming into the pits, Anthony Amato, who was well up early on, so it is still Smith leading, but he's again not getting away. He has got Jordan Dempsey behind him. It's Rackstraw 3rd, Murray trying to get back up into 4th on the inside of Nippers, so they're about to come through to start that 14, 2 to go, and Jason Smith ahead of Jordan Dempsey, who has always been there or thereabouts, hasn't he, in this race, but I don't think he's actually led it yet. Now he's running out of time, running out of options. Side by side, down towards Copse Corner on the inside line. It is Jason Smith. The outside line is that of Jordan Dempsey, who is close to getting alongside, but not quite able so to do. Rackstraw there 3rd.
Yeah, those 3 absolutely together, with Jason Smith still holding sway at the front. Jordan Dempsey is right there with Rackstraw, but Rackstraw is going up on the inside. Rackstraw takes 2nd place back again from Dempsey. So it's Smith leading, Rackstraw in 2nd place, Dempsey 3rd. Those 3 with a little bit of a gap now back to 4th place, which is Niall Murray.
And now Niall Murray has got a track limit penalty. He's 4th on the road. He's got a penalty in the system as Rackstraw gets elbowed out wide at Brooklands. He tried to go round the outside of Smith. It didn't work. He was off the road and he's down to 5th. So now it is really between Smith and the red car of Dempsey with a lap to go. Niall Murray is 3rd, but he's got a Damocletian penalty hanging over him as they come into Woodcote Corner. Jordan Dempsey has got to pull the pin now or never. Past the pits they go to start the last lap of the Walter Hayes Trophy final. As they come across the line, it is just Jason Smith ahead by 73 thousandths. Jordan Dempsey 2nd, Niall Murray 3rd, but you can kind of discount him because of the penalty. They're heading towards you, Paul, for the last time.
Yes, here they come then with the sun setting on one side of me, but Jason Smith holding sway. Jordan Dempsey drives up on the inside of Niall Murray. Niall doesn't know about his penalty, of course. He's trying all he can, gets hung out a little bit on the outside of Beckett's as they turn through Beckett's. That allows Dempsey to just hold 2nd place on the road, but as they head under the bridge, Jason Smith has an all-important, 1/10 of a second advantage. I can't see Jason being beaten at this stage.
But Dempsey's going to have a go on the inside and they bang wheels. Dempsey gets all sideways and he spins. Murray's going to come up alongside him. Jason Smith's on the inside line at Luffield. He's managed to withstand the assault. It was Dempsey that spun, and it is going to be Smith that leads with Rackstraw up the inside line for 2nd place as they come up towards the timing line. It is going to be Jason Smith to win. He's done enough. The checkered flag at the ready. A fantastic final won by Jason Smith from 13th on the grid. Andrew Rackstraw is going to be 2nd. Casey Ensor Smith will take 3rd with a penalty. Then it is Cooper, Kelly, Esterson, Fisher, Niall Murray classified 8th. 9th to the recovered Jordan Dempsey. Charlie Mann takes 10th. What a fabulous way to round out the weekend. A brilliant race, and you've got to hand it to him. A really, really good drive from Jason Smith from 13th on the grid.
Yes, he got up there, and I think he made it very clear that no one was going to come past him, but he managed to hold sway. Jacob Tofts has finished off the circuit here at Beckett's whilst all that was going on, and he's taken somebody else with him. Was that Tom Nippers? No, it's a dark-coloured car, but 2 cars off here at Beckett's then on the last racing lap, and yeah, it might have been Tom Nippers that has gone off then with Jacob Tofts.
Yes,
both of those finishing well down the field, or indeed not finishing, because they are up here at Beckett's having completed one less lap than everybody else.
Yeah, they were missing from that long line for the lead.
So Jason Smith, though, did what he had to do.
Well, fantastic race, wasn't it, to round out the day?
Who was it? Who said Jason Smith was going to win?
It was Ian.
It was, wasn't it?
I went for Jordan Dempsey, and I was close, and Alistair said...
Andrew Rackstraw.
And you were
Close.
Yeah. but a limited number of cigars.
Ian knows what he's talking about.
Well, indeed, and we'll hear him talking again
does.
very shortly.
Jason Smith, only the third person to win the festival and the Walter Hayes in the same year.
Yeah, absolutely good spot. Paul, I know you've got a ferry to catch, so if you're not heading this way, I'll let you say farewell from Beckett's.
Well, I'll say farewell to everybody, and what a fantastic weekend it's been. The Walter Hayes Trophy never fails to disappoint, but it was a fantastic, and indeed the two semi-finals were great as well, leading into the grand final. So superb racing, and yeah, just fantastic. It's been a pleasure to be here, and can't wait till next year.
Next November. Paul Trustwell, thank you very much. Meanwhile, Jason Smith can't believe it. For a man that about an hour and a half ago was threatening to pull out because he didn't think he could win from 13th on the grid. What a turnaround of fortunes. And in fairness, what a drive. Whether he would have been that good had he not been so fired up, discuss. But now the enormity of what he's just done is starting to sink in. That was a proper drive.
It was, and he did the damage really in the very early laps, didn't he? Although it was obviously the last few laps where he put himself in a position to win the race. The reason he was there was because he took, I think it was 7 places in the first couple of 3 laps, wasn't it?
Yeah.
From 13th, and he was, I remember you saying he was 7th, and then of course he was on the back of the lead group. So what a drive from Jason Smith.
Don't forget his father was no slouch, but Jason has proved to be an absolute weapon. To go back to a question that I know Alice has been posing and we've touched on, where do you go after Formula Ford? There's a talent here, and it would be fascinating to see where Jason does go after Formula Ford, but he's done a great job. Jordan Dempsey, incidentally, has just been given a penalty for track limits, kick a man when he's down kind of thing, but I don't think there's anything in the system that's going to affect the top 3. So we'll just remind you again that we're going to have the historic podiums before we get to the grand final podium. Ian might be able to have a word with our winning drivers who are still at the foot of the podium. If you find a happy Irishman, Ian, you'll know he's just won the Hayes final, but I think Jason is in and amongst that throng of people.
Yes, I'll just see if I can break through. We'll go to the podium in a bit. Jason, can we have a...
Get your elbows out, Ian.
Right, Jason. Have a quick word before we go up to the podium. Well, what do you make of that? You were thinking you might not even do the final after your penalty in the semi.
Yeah, I know. Just can't believe it, but everybody knew I was a bleeding demon going into that. Even when I rocked in the park for me, I was just steaming with the penalty I got. But look, I drove my absolute heart out there. Overtaking and defending, nobody can stop me. Nobody.
So we put it this way, without the penalty, you wouldn't have won.
Oh, well, I would have won by more.
Well, that's what I was trying to, point I was trying to make. But it was a 3-part race really for you, wasn't it? Because you had to make your way through the pack, then you had to get through the leaders, and then you had to hang on to the lead for the last part of the race.
Oh, people were throwing digs everywhere at me, side pods being hit and everything. Oh, I didn't even know it was the last lap, I'm going to be totally honest.
Really?
I was just so focused.
So when you crossed the line, I got the checkered flag. You didn't realise it.
I was trying to break the toe coming into the straight, and there was a checkered flag, and I was like, oh my God, there's no way I just won that.
So that's probably the standout race of your racing career so far, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. No, because I showed everything there, like an overtake, defend, pace. It was just unbelievable.
And where do you go from here?
I don't know. That's it. I have no money to go any forward, but if you're looking at that race and you can't back me, I don't know what I can do.
Yeah, amongst the commentators, we all identified who the winner was, and I was the one who chose you, because I can believe that the way you've overtaken, the way you've driven this weekend has been phenomenal.
Well, to be honest, it wasn't a flawless weekend. I made too many mistakes in that heat and that semi. But look, it's all about that last race, all about leading that last lap. I just can't believe it, being honest. Just can't believe it.
Great. We'll go up to the podium now and hand over some trophies to you.
Okay. Well, first up, Ian, we're going to have the historic and the classic podiums, aren't we? So the grand final can hang on. We'll do the Janet Cesar and the Carl Hamer trophies first of all. So we'll let Ian get to the podium. We'll let James Beckett find the relevant drivers that we require, and then we can get the podiums underway. So I'm very, very happy. Drivers and family and team members all down there. I know many of you are heading for warmth, understandably, but thank you for being with us this weekend, whether it's been spectating or competing or marshalling. The Walter Hayes Trophy is always a brilliant weekend, and I think we've had one of the best with some fantastic racing over the course of the weekend. Andrew Rackshaw, I can see stepping forward to say well done to Jason Smith. Andrew, that's 2 years on the bounce as the runner-up. That wasn't quite what the plan was meant to be, but hey, hopefully he'll be back next year and he can try again. Jason Smith's on his way down the pit lane now to go and embrace anybody he can find at the end of what's been a wonderful Walter Hayes Trophy weekend in terms of the racing. As he says, he's made a few mistakes. He needs a bottle of water or some liquid at least to be taken on. We'll get to the winners in full for the Walter Hayes Trophy final in due course. So winners now being rounded up, and hopefully we can get everybody marshalled for the right podium at the right time, because we need lots of different people, and everybody present and correct. So Jason Smith will have to wait his turn, as we understand it. It's going to be the other race podiums first up. So the trophies will be brought forward, and then we can get things underway. Great job done by Jason Smith. That winning margin in the end, just 0.240 of a second, but blimey, it was ever so frantic coming up towards the line.
The Walter Hayes finals are all pretty good, aren't they? But that one was one of the best, I think. We had so many cars involved in that lead battle for so long. It often ends up with perhaps 2 or 3, but we still had 6 or 7. Tremendous race.
Right, so the trophies are ready. We need the drivers for the Janet Cesar or the Carl Hamer race to go first. I forget which order we're going to do them in, but...
I'll let you know as soon as I know.
Yeah, I think it's Carl Hamer's trophy, I think, that's going to be done first. But you need a James Beckett or somebody, I think, for all of this. We can see the silverware, we can see the podium, and the trophies are ready for the first of the podiums. It's a case of getting the drivers, I think, now.
I had a word with Richard. I had a word with Jeremy Hayes, who's here to do the honours. Richard's brother, sons of the great Walter. So that was quite something, that race, wasn't it, Jeremy?
That was extraordinary. I mean, such close on it was just on the edge of your seat watching it. Fantastic.
And only Formula Ford can deliver this sort of racing, I believe.
Well, I have to say, I am biased, but when I watch people watching Formula One and getting excited about the state of the tyres, I think this is really what they should be watching, don't you think?
Absolutely.
Real racing.
And you ought to be able to watch the start of a race and have no idea who out of about 10 people is going to be the winner.
Absolutely, and that was the final. I mean, it was changing all the time, and it had the last gasp, wasn't it, when poor old Jordan went sliding off. I mean, that was an amazing race. It really was.
And the international effect of it as well, because we have drivers from South Africa doing well, drivers from Ireland doing well. So you had quite a few nationalities involved as well, which shows how far Formula Ford has spread.
I think that's one of the nicest things about this race, is that it really does bring in people from all over the globe. And it's extraordinary, I think it's got that drawing power. But when you talk to the people, it's obvious this is something that really is important. It's a really important moment in the calendar. And I hope it carries on like that, because it's fantastic.
Dare I say that this year, I think the standard of turnout of the cars was higher than ever before. I mean, back in the day when Formula Ford started, the drivers were scraping together the money they needed to go racing. The cars never looked quite as smart as they look these days. I know the drivers, again, are struggling to raise the funds, but the cars really look great.
They look fantastic. I know people save up for this. I know they bring the cars out in the best condition they can manage. This is a big event for them, and they want to look their best. And it's a very, very professional event now. It really is.
Well, if he is looking down on all this, he should be very pleased with what he sees.
I think he'd be amazed, actually. He'd be delighted. And it just shows that if you have a really good idea, and it can last for a very, very long time, and long may it continue.
Absolutely, 25 years, and we know hope for the next 25 years.
Absolutely.
Whether you and I will be there, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, a little bit longer.
Right.
You should congratulate you, Ian, on all the service that you've given us. That's fantastic commentary. That's all part of the event.
Well, I've decided after 50 years it's the time to sort of hang up the microphone.
Well, you've done fantastically well. You've kept us all entertained and informed, and you've managed to see everything that's going on, which is amazing.
Well, yeah.
I'd just like to say, could everyone please give a, just to say that Walter Hayes would have fascinated and probably very impressed with this. And I hope we all come back next year for the big Walter Hayes. So, ladies and gentlemen, Walter Hayes is just...
Let's hear it from Walter Hayes. Hip, hip. Hooray! Yes, that's the way. That's what you wanted, Rupert. Rupert, the son of Jeremy, grandson of Walter, loves coming to this event. Sorry to keep you waiting, but we need to have everybody together.
Let's bring it on.
You want us to go off and celebrate, don't you?
Well, let's get on with it then.
No, we've got to wait for the others to turn up. We can't do one prize, because we've got lots of people.
Well, let's get them all up.
Yeah. So we got Jason. Right. James Beckett, who does almost everything here, apart from drive cars in the race these days, although he has done in the past, has now handed me the script, as it were. So the first awards are for the Carl Hamer Trophy, which is the class for cars built before 1982. And the trophies are going to be presented by one of the stars of Formula Ford, particularly at Silverstone, but elsewhere as well in his day. That's the great Jim Walsh, who's going to come on and present the trophies. Hi, Jim. So in reverse order, in third place, Tom Gadd. Hope he's lurking somewhere around the screens. Tom, fight your way through the... Here we are.
Not here.
He's on...
Not here.
Oh, right, okay. Right, second, Ben Sims. Now, they heard you were handing over the trophies, Jim, so they... Ah, Ben, off you go. Yes, go and say hello to Jim. Get the trophy for second place in the Carl Hamer Trophy, and the Carl Hamer Trophy itself goes to Mark McKenna, which is worth a cheer. The first of our many Irish visitors to the podium. We'll get, or Jim, of course, is from Ireland as well. Where's Mark? Here we are. Head over to the top of the podium. I think he's still looking as though he can't really believe that he won it. But he did in that dramatic final lap. Spare a thought for Joe Ahrens, who just missed out. So trophies aloft. And Ben, would you like to climb onto the top now to create the podium huddle?
Guys, look straight ahead down there. Look at the trophies.
Oh, yes. Is that how you like it, Jacob? Who's just been racing earlier on, a few minutes ago. Mark, let's have a word before you start spraying stuff. Are you able to jump down? Yeah. I think you probably were slightly surprised to win that, weren't you?
Well, I was happy anyway. And the race was close the whole way through. And when Ben got to the inside heading down to the complex, I knew he was going to make a move. So it was just a case of staying out of trouble and waiting for it nearly. It's the last lap of a big trophy race. You know it's going to happen.
Yeah, in your career, Formula Ford mainly, is it you've raced in?
Yeah, Formula Ford, and then I've done the British Series here in the Z-Tech, and I would have had a third at the British Championship here, and I would have been on this podium back in '98, so I'm delighted to be back.
Well, it's good to see you, and well done on that win. Tremendously good. And you've got 2 trophies there, yeah. Ben, another podium in your lengthy Formula Ford career. You're pretty happy with 3rd place, or wish you'd been 1st?
I was 2nd, but yeah, I'm quite happy with it. Yeah.
Sorry, you were 2nd, yes.
Yeah, no, it was a good race. We had a good scrap. Obviously, I'd got to do something different to get past Joe. There was only one way to have a go, and if you don't try, you don't succeed. So we gave it a go, and 2nd, I'll take that.
Well done, Ben. Congratulations on your 2nd place. See you again. Right, now the next. Next up are the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy for Formula Ford 1600 cars, manufactured from 1982 through to 1998. Don't go away, Jim. Walsh, come back. Have you sent him away? Oh, here he is. That's not get me worried. Just have a quick word, Jim, because the Formula Ford Festival is probably something you raced at, but here, the Walter Hayes Trophy, did you ever race in it?
Not at the festival for the Walter Hayes, but no, this has been the best racing I've seen for a long time.
It was brilliant, wasn't it? I mean, you were in the middle of it in the mid-70s. Well, 1970s was your, through to the 1980s were your days in Formula Ford and winning championships here.
Yes, yeah, back in the 70s and early 80s.
And Carl Hamer, who we remember with the other trophy, this is the Janet Cesar, but of course Carl Hamer was the man behind all those brush fuse gear races.
He was indeed, yeah, a great friend and a great backer.
Have you ever felt you'd like to get back out there?
After today, I think I might have another look.
There we are, right, we got that at concession. Right, so we can now ask Jim to present trophies. First of all, in 3rd place, Sam Street, who rose to the podium position on, I think, more or less the last lap of the race. Well done, Sam. Good cheer for him. In 2nd place, Callum Grant. Historic Formula Ford champion, amongst other things, over the years. Well done, Callum. Gets 2nd place. And the winner, also with a historic racing background, James Clark, young James Clark. Well done, James. Good to see you. Right, if we could hand over trophies. He's never won so many. He's got a hat to put on as well. There we are. And trophy. Yeah, if you could do as Jacob Ebry says. He's our photographer-in-chief. Right, a word with you. James, starting off with you as the winner. Did you expect to be the winner with about 2 laps to go?
I certainly hoped... Just step down. I certainly thought we had a chance. Obviously, I knew the car was quick the whole race. And when, unfortunately, I don't know what happened to Alex Holmes, but saw him in the mirrors, and that was sort of made it a bit easier. But it was then sort of a bit of a 2-horse race when we got a bit of a gap. And yeah, it's a lot easier to beat one guy than it is to beat about 7. So you can then put all your effort into that. But yeah, I thought I had a bit of a gap on the last lap, and I thought, whatever you do, don't make any mistakes, and you might be able to have a clean run to the end. And then obviously, basically cocked up turn 1, and then Callum was right on the back of me, so I had to defend the rest of the lap. But yeah, it was also awesome to do it again, obviously. Won it in 22, but on the road this time, which is nice. And yeah, just big thanks. This is the only race I've done this year, so obviously I need my...
This is your first race meeting of the year?
Yeah, haven't been out since September last year, so...
Is it going to help you? I know you've been working so hard to try and get a budget to go racing over the last few years. You won Clubman's Championship, and you've raced in Lotus Cortinas and won championships in that. So the quest for a budget continues.
Yeah, hopefully we'll have a little bit more to play with next year. Might do 2 races, not just 1. But yeah, it's one of those where if you're only going to do 1, then you save it up for the Hayes and make sure you're here, and obviously got a good car and good team and everything, and have a proper stab at it. And just nice that, yeah,
Well, good luck for the future. Let's hope you can find some means of keep going in racing, James. Well done.
Thank you, thank you.
In second place, yeah, disappointed, but it was a good scrap.
Yeah, it was great fun, and especially coming around Luffield side by side on the last lap. It's fantastic. Big shout out to all the marshals for sticking with us all weekend. They've done a great job, and thanks to James Beckett for organising this.
Yes, James does a fantastic job, doesn't he? And you've raced with the HSCT now for a good few years, Callum, but this must be one of the best Formula Ford races, at one of the best Formula Ford race meetings.
Oh yeah, every year everybody wants to do well at the Hayes. Well done to Jason, he did an amazing job and won it. I was going to wait and see if I could see him in the mirrors because I had a problem in the final, but it was, yeah, well done to everybody and thanks for having us.
Oh, well done to you as well, Callum. Thank you very much. And a word with Sam Street, who suddenly, because from way back on the grid, you were quite a long way down the grid, weren't you?
Yeah, so I mean, we even started P19 yesterday in the pre-final, and we sort of had some bad luck last year. So the sort of goal was just to make it roughly into around sort of the top 10. So I thought 11th, I think. But yeah, really chuffed. Coming P3 with our first race of the year since last year when we DNF'd with a split chassis. And yeah, I think I just want to thank Wayne Poole and the team for really putting together a car that's just so drivable, really. And it's just really mega. Yeah, and I want to thank my dad as well.
Well done, Sam. Presumably this is your last race of this year, but you'll be back next year with be able to do a full season.
Yeah, fingers crossed we'll be out a bit more next year. Who knows, maybe a go-kart arrive and drive later in December.
Never the optimist, yes.
Yeah, I think I can scrape the budget together for that. But yeah, fingers crossed we'll be out a bit more next year, and we're definitely eyeballing a higher position, I think, next year.
Well, it's a good way to end this season, isn't it?
100%, and I cannot wait to have a nice hot bath when I get home.
Yeah, off you go, Sam. Thank you very much. Well done. Now we've got the SDC trophy. SDC, long-time sponsors of Silverstone activities. The SDC trophy presented to the highest place finisher in a classic Formula Ford car, classic Formula Ford Championship car. And it's good to see that he's actually got something because he was going to be in the top 3, but as it is, he finished 4th in the race. Joe Ahrens. So, yes, a rueful smile onto the podium. And Alan Cork's going to do the honours with the of Royale. Hand over the trophy to Joe, who was driving a Royale. Yes.
Yes, indeed.
So hold the trophy up. Put your hat on. Come on. Yeah, but... Yeah, more photographs. Can you jump down, Joe, so we can just have a quick word?
That's yours. Well, that's yours. Okay, thank you. In fact, that's the second time he's done it.
Because we were looking at you as though you were going to be in the top 3 as you started the last lap, but it wasn't to be. You just kind of got out-fumbled.
Yeah, and the Carl Hamer, yeah. There was a bit of excitement on the last couple of corners there, but that's racing, isn't it?
Yeah, but because you led almost the whole of that race, didn't you, the Carl Hamer?
I did, yeah. I think I lost the lead once across the line, and other than that, I had it, but that's the way it goes sometimes.
Well, the old cliche, there's always next year.
There is indeed, exactly. I've got 4 wheels, so I don't owe Alan any money.
This time.
Anyway, well done.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations then to Joe Ahrens. Right, a new award this year is the Jacob Ebury Trophy. Jacob is standing at the other end of the podium at the moment, and This is the Jacob Ebury Photography Star of Tomorrow Award for the highest placed debutant in the Walter Hayes Trophies. Tempting fate that, because we quite often have a debutant who's well into his 40s. Anyway, this award this year won by Ricky Simpson, and it's going to be, hop up there, Ricky, and Jacob himself is going to hand over the trophy and then photograph himself handing over the trophy. Ricky, a quick word, if I'll hop down. So this is your first Walter Hayes Trophy meeting?
Yes, sir, it is. It is absolutely insane.
Insane? Why? You've had a good weekend, haven't you?
Yeah, I was looking a bit rough in the semi. I mean, we started 24th, but the run that we had to finish, I believe it was 11th. It couldn't have been done without the support of Tom Marginson Racing and Ivy Engines as well. I can't thank them enough.
Well, you've got the trophy to show for your efforts, and hopefully you'll be coming back next year.
Hopefully, and if so, I look forward to it.
Well, well done on this year. And where in the end did you finish?
I believe 11th.
Right, won't argue with that. Right, well done. Yes, pretty good.
Great. Thank you, guys. Thank you for everything. Thank you again to TM Racing, and thank you to Ivy Engines as well.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Ricky. All right, the next trophy is in memory of somebody who was a great strength in various races, in various categories over the years, but sadly contracted motor neuron disease, from which he ultimately died. The Neil Cunningham Trophy. The Neil Cunningham Trophy awarded to the highest placed finisher in a heritage class, that's pre-1993 Formula Ford car, in the overall Walter Hayes Trophy. This trophy was won by Neil himself in 2005, in the 2005 Walter Hayes Trophy. This year it's going to be presented by James Beckett, and the winner is Alex Ames, who probably raced against Neil, if I remember rightly. We'll ask him about that. Getting his trophies. Well done, Alex. Can you, yes, get your photograph first. Stand on the top of the podium. Hold your trophies up so that Jacob Ebury and his colleagues can take photographs of you. That's the way. Alex, yes, hop down. Is that right? Did you would have raced against Neil?
I think I raced against Neil a few times, but it feels quite an honour to have this because actually I'm driving Neil's car that Dave Morgan used to have. So Neil raced this in '91. So yeah, it's a bit special, that.
Have you enjoyed this year?
This year's been great, yeah. Haven't done much Formula Ford, but no, the grand final, that was just such a buzz in a tow of all these other cars and racing with all these great people. And yeah, James does a fantastic job.
Yes, well, it's a great event, and you'll keep on. When was your first? It must have been 2 or 3 years ago.
It's 2005, I think, was my first Walter Hayes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, but very well done, Alex, and we look forward to seeing you back at Silverstone, whether it's in Formula Ford or one of the other various types of cars that you race.
That's great. Thanks very much.
Well done. Thanks. So that's Alex Ames, winner of the Neil Cunningham Trophy.
He's not here, so we're going to skip straight on to the final.
So the podium we're now moving to is for the grand final, and we'll do it again in 3-2-1 order. So in third place from South Africa, Casey Enser Smith. So I was rushing James a bit there, and his son Freddie. Well done, Casey. The trophies are going to be presented by Jeremy Hayes, And Jeremy, could I ask you to come forward? We'll do them so the focus is on each of them individually. So in third place, Casey Enser-Smith. In second place, also from South Africa, I think it's the first time we've had a South African double on the podium, Andrew Rackstraw. Presented by Rupert Hayes. To second place, Andrew Rackstraw, and the winner of the Walter Hayes Trophy for 2025. It is, of course, after that incredibly good drive, Jason Smith from the 10th row of the grid. Well done. Well done, Jason. We've spoken to Jason already, but we'll get back to him. So congratulations to Jason Smith in particular for a strong drive. We'll go back to you if I may. I know we've chatted already. Could you hop down? And we'll. Oh. Sorry, James.
Dad, where's your name here? What's going on?
It's now, you can't get down yet. We're having the national anthem of the winning driver.
Maybe next year, maybe next year.
The national anthem of Ireland, and makes you proud, I should think, doesn't it, Jason, to hear that playing here at Silverstone?
Yeah, no, it's the first time it's ever been played for me, so yeah, no, that's just special, just so special. Whole weekend and everything, I thought it was done. Oh, it just shows you can never give up.
Well, it just shows never give up. You said to me earlier on how you were determined because you were so wound up by the penalty you had.
Yeah, no, I was just like a demon. Nobody could talk to me when I was in Park Fairway or nothing. I was just totally in the zone, totally in the zone. And that first lap, there was some instances where it was definitely going to be an accident, and I just kept it pinned because I knew if I didn't get on straight away onto Niall, because Niall has so much pace, it was unreal. And as soon as anybody broke or Jordan or anything, that was it. But I took so many chances, and it was just so clinical. Just everything was just worked out. It was like it was written in the stars.
Well, is your dad here?
Yeah, no, he is.
He's been on the podium in the Walter Hayes Trophy on many occasions, and I guess you've followed him as he made his career, and then he's probably helped you a fair amount.
Oh no, definitely. Sure, he's given me the car. Like to do that is just like the way he sets it up, the amount of work he puts in. The whole team, Dolan, just we're such a family, and it's just unreal. I can't thank even Niall enough. Niall's came in here, and the way he's pushed me and the way I had to change my driving style and everything like that, it's just like, even Niall, it just shows them how good everybody is up here, and the racing is just unreal. You cannot match that anywhere.
Where are you going to head next year?
Well, to be honest, coming into here now, I wasn't going to be doing any racing next year. I was going to be doing maybe the festival in the Hayes, but that was it, because I don't have the money to do anything. But anybody out there, just, I need money, I need sponsorship, anything. Just if that's as much as I could do. Like, if that doesn't say anything, I don't know what does. It is what it is if I can't progress from here.
Before the race, I chose you as the winner when we had the grid. I'm afraid I didn't put any money on you. I should have put some money down, shouldn't I? I had the courage of my convictions. Then perhaps some of it could have found its way to you.
Yeah, no, you would have made millions.
Anyway, very well done, Jason. It's been a tremendous weekend.
No, thanks very much. And to do the double with Mark McKenna as well, 2 Irish doing the double at the festival and the Hayes.
Well, talking of doubles, of course, you've done the Brands Hatch Festival before you won here.
Yeah, no, to do both of them back-to-back and the English Championship is just unreal. I think the worst finish I've had all year was second place.
Really?
So, yeah, even throughout the semi-finals and through the Walter Hayes and the festival and everything, like, it was just an unbelievable year.
So where's the party going to be now?
Anywhere there's drink, I'm going.
The Guinness. Anyway, very well done. Let's have a word with Andrew.
We've got to get on with champagne.
Right, we're going to have the champagne spray, so we get out of the way. As darkness falls over Silverstone, more photographs. Now is it champagne? Champagne time! He's not won that much champagne in his life, I don't think. There we are. Right. Andrew, could you... Right, oh, James. Back on the podium.
The reason that they are letting them go, but not you, is because there's one more podium to go, everybody. Many of you may realise that after 50-plus years of sterling service to commentary at Silverstone and across the UK and Macau and Monaco and Radio Le Mans, Ian Titchmarsh has decided that this is going to be the retirement year and his final weekend. And Ian, we couldn't let you go without some sort of send-off. So please, onto the podium you go. Stuart Pringle from Silverstone is going to step forward. Stuart, you and I have grown up listening to this man. This feels rather strange that we're saying not goodbye, but au revoir.
Indeed. Hello, Ian. Thank you. Thank you. Ian, I'm here on behalf of all of the fans of British motorsport and everybody here at Silverstone to thank you for 50 years of utter dedication, for being the person that explained, brought this to life, grown a passion in all of us, given me a job, for which thank you also. Tried to stop people running onto the track at the end of the Grand Prix. Was that 87 or 92? 92, right. Ian, thank you on behalf of all of us. A very, very small thank you from Silverstone for 50 years of your life.
I'll let Stuart hand over a special token from Silverstone and from motorsport fans, from fellow commentators all round. Normally at this stage of the day, we would say thank you all for coming, thank you all for participating in the Walter Hayes Trophy. Well done to James Beckett for organising it, well done to all of our winners. Thank you to all the marshals, and from Paul Trustwell and Alistair Douglas and Ian Titchmarsh and me, David Addison, it's good night. But it seems rather impertinent to do that, because today, of all days, the final word should go to Ian Titchmarsh.
Well, I am actually slightly overcome by this, because I arrived yesterday and find that the race programme has something about me written in it, which I knew nothing about, and this now. But I've loved being involved in Silverstone and the BRD. Well, I continue to be involved with the BRDC, but not commentating at Silverstone anymore. I just, at the age of 50, I'm not the age of 50, after 50 years, at the age of something I won't mention, it's about time I hung up the microphone and think about some of the wonderful races that have taken place at this home of British motor racing, the great Silverstone circuit. So thank you to those of you who've been so kind to say nice words. Thank you for coming and supporting Silverstone, and come back next year. It'll be another great Grand Prix. Let's hope, first of all, that Lando wins the wins the World Championship. That's what we've got to achieve now. Right, is that enough? You let me off now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. It's very, very thoughtful of you. If I don't, I look at the BRDC hat.
This weekend at Silverstone for the Walter Hayes Trophy, we are recognising 50-plus years of commentating from Ian Titchmarsh, who said at the start of the season, I think I'm going to retire, but we managed to persuade Ian to come back, at least for one last weekend. We couldn't let you go without a few final memories and recollections, because you've been the voice of Silverstone for so long. But it all started, didn't it, through writing for Autosport initially. So how did commentating come about?
Commentating came about because at Thruxton in 1974, well, go back a little bit further, I got a phone call from an old friend of mine, Simon Taylor, who some people may have heard of. He said, do you want to come and commentate with me at Thruxton this coming weekend? This was 1974. So I said, yes, sounds like a good idea. In those days, as you say, I was writing for Autosport. And so I made my way down to Thruxton, had a jolly day in the commentary box at the complex, and my lap charter was a certain Robert Fernell, who was writing for Autosport in those days. And no, he moved on to Silverstone. That's right, he'd become the press officer at Silverstone. Anyway, so he came and sat down beside me and did the lap charts for me all day. And he must have been quite happy with my commentating. Right. So we were gathered together at the Clubman's finals here at lunchtime, Peter Scott Russell presiding, PSR. And as a friend of Neville Hayes, who wasn't the best commentator in the world, I won't mention his name. Okay. And anyway, Neville said, I won't do a Neville impersonation, I'll leave that to you. Why don't you get in to do a race? And Robert said, that sounds like a good idea. And Robert had the benefit of the Thruxton experience, if it was a benefit. So I commentated on the Clubman sports car race, which began with a big accident on the grid involving Frank Sittner, who stalled on pole position, and the rest of the field, not exaggerated to say the rest of the field, a number of other cars piled into him. So there was quite a bit of clearing up needed. Unfortunately, Clubman's was one of my favourite sorts of racing. So for the next, it must have been something like 20 minutes. It was quite a while anyway. I just chatted away about Clubman sports car racing whilst they cleared up Frank Sittner's mess. And Jimmy Brown was listening, and his wife Kate was always his other pair of ears. And reported back, and apparently it was okay. So, and PSR was, Peter Scott Russell was doing the main commentary. So come 1975, they said, would you like to do some race meetings? So I then was in the ridiculous situation of commentating at Silverstone. Donington Park was about to open up, and Ian Phillips was the circuit manager at the beginning, and I knew Ian very well because he was the editor of Autosport. And I carried on writing for Autosport, so my then wife didn't see very much of me. At the end of 1976, I thought one or the other, and I decided, well, the best thing about commentating is you don't have to finish a day by writing a race report. Writing race reports used to occupy the whole evening after you'd finished, wherever you were, whether it was Silverstone, Mallory Park, Alton Park, not so bad, because that was on a Saturday. So I retired from Autosport, except the occasional race meeting, and concentrated on commentating initially here, Silverstone. That's where we are at the moment, if you haven't made the point. and at the newly opening Donington Park.
And here, as you mentioned Peter Scott Russell, I know you've always talked very fondly of PSR. He was a big influence.
Oh, he was an influence because although Peter gave the impression perhaps that he wasn't serious, he was. He did take it seriously, but in a light-hearted way. We're hoping that the jingle, do you remember the Silverstone jingle that he used to sing along with? James Beckett is threatening to dig that out of the archives for tomorrow. Okay. Will you say okay? You'll be singing. You'll be doing the Scott Russell bit. But no, Peter was, because one of his points, he believed in entertaining. And this is a guy who'd been there and done it as a driver. He'd raced in international sports car racing, done the Mille Miglia. I suppose most people don't know what the Mille Miglia is these days, but it's a long road race around Italy. And Peter was in that twice, and used to tell the most. They weren't exaggerated stories; they were true about how. I told Sterling before the race started that as soon as I saw him in the mirrors, I'd move over and let him through. I'd wave him past, and sure enough, that's what happened. Peter was a great influence.
Just reflect on how not only Silverstone has changed over all that time, but also how commentating has changed.
Well, how commentating has changed. Commentating has changed in that you now have all this tech equipment. But when I started, you had a wind-up telephone over in the commentary box on the other side of the circuit that had been left over from the war, I think. You were reliant on somebody doing a lap chart. You didn't have any electronic timekeeping. And so now you've got all these screens. You didn't have screens. It sometimes happens at other circuits today that you don't have screens because they collapse. Those are, I suppose, the main changes.
Where we're standing now, which is now the circuit commentary box, used to be the timekeeper's room. So I have a recollection of being here in the 80s and hearing you, from being up here, walking up and down and having to peer over the shoulder of the timekeepers, yes?
Where Alistair is sitting, just come in, and Alistair Douglas is sitting, is where I was sitting when Keke Rosberg did his 160-mile-an-hour laps. Right. I stress the word laps because he did it twice in that one qualifying session on a still damp circuit. That's where I was, yes. And if I wasn't sitting there watching out of the window, I was walking around looking over the timekeeper's shoulders, yes.
But it wasn't instant timing then. So how long between Keke finishing the lap and you being able to give the time?
I can't remember. It wasn't very long. I mean, it was probably down at Copse Corner. Okay. Alice's mum, of course, Joan, was one of the timekeepers. So there was a family support there. And it was amazing how quick the timekeepers were at doing the mental arithmetic required to produce a lap time. Sometimes they got it wrong, but they corrected it. And so that's how you got the times, yeah. That's a big change. I remember the first 6-hour race, World Championship sports car race, I had Jeremy Shaw, well-known journalist, he was doing the lap chart alongside me up in the box. And he was able to work out with his stopwatch, one stopwatch, that if it carried on the way it is and the Porsche that had to make the extra pit stop, refueling pit stop compared with the BMW that went on and won, that it would be a nose-to-tail finish, a Silverstone-type finish, a Peter Scott Russell phrase. And it was... that's exactly what happened. They crossed the line nose to tail. John Fitzpatrick in the BMW, just ahead of Hans Heyer in the Porsche.
In terms of commentary boxes at Silverstone, you've been shunted around a bit. The good old tower went. You then had you were still on the outside of Woodcote, but lower, and now we're over here. And some views have been better than others.
Yeah, well, I'll be careful what I say here. The first box I commentated from was in the Dunlop Tower, which subsequently became named Autosport Tower, but it was essentially Dunlop, then Lucas, then Autosport. And it was purpose-built under the direction of Jimmy Brown, the circuit manager. And he understood the need to have a decent commentary position where you could see things. And if you look in old pictures of photographs of Silverstone in the 1950s, before the one that I first encountered was built, it was again a high box on scaffolding overlooking Woodcote Corner. Fantastic. And it's just got worse ever since, until there was a suggestion one year, and the person concerned, I won't name, but he doesn't work for Silverstone these days, said that for the Grand Prix, you might have been involved in this if it had happened this way, you can sit in the grandstand, can't you, opposite the pits? What? Just sit out in the open? I mean, that was the what you had to battle against at times.
Let's turn to one or two great races. You've touched on the Silverstone 6 hours, but I'm inclined to suggest the 1981 British Grand Prix.
Well, for a whole host of reasons. It was won by John Watson. It began with a Gilles Villeneuve triggered accident when he lost it on the curb in the middle of the chicane, and half a dozen cars ended up in the catch fencing to a greater or lesser extent. One of them, to a lesser extent, was Watty. But René Arnoux was out in front of the Renault. Watty was gradually catching it. The Renault was gradually wilting. The crowd was getting really behind John Watson. I was getting quite excited as well, to the extent that in the Daily Express the following Monday, I was accused of being excessively chauvinistic, more chauvinistic than Dorian Williams, who used to do the show jumping commentary.
Chauvinistic or jingoistic?
I think it was chauvinistic. Well, I can't remember. It's one or the other. But yeah, I mean that was a great day. Watty's drive was a great one to watch. And at the end of the day, I've said this many times because I remember I was still in the box. Watty was made driver of the day, unsurprisingly. But there was still another race after the Grand Prix. Well, the Grand Prix wasn't the last race of the day. Anyway, he was presented with the drive of the day. He hung around, came to the little trolley that was wheeled out at the foot of the Dunlop Tower for the presentation of the Drive of the Day award. And then he stayed there for an hour signing autographs. I mean, it was just amazing. You wouldn't get that happening today, but he was just, doing absolutely perfect way of winning a Grand Prix and being recognised.
Fast forward a decade, you're looking down on Mansell-mania, 1992 British Grand Prix, and
well, that's not a highlight. That was awful. It was the year that the track was invaded by Mansell-mania people. I still, to this day, don't understand the mentality of people who think it's okay to run onto a racetrack when there were still cars racing, because it was when he took the checkered flag, Mansell took the checkered flag, and the others were still sort of halfway around the lap, so they hadn't finished the race. And Michele Alboreto was dicing with somebody, I can't remember, it was for sixth place, the last point. And fortunately, Formula One cars then, let alone now, had very, very powerful brakes. He slammed on the brakes. But I could see from the box the track filling up with people and cars still racing through Woodcote who couldn't see the pit straight. No, it was appalling. And for the next however many years, I can't remember, for many years after that, there was always a policeman in the box with me in the closing laps of the Grand Prix to ensure there was no track invasion.
And I think even now we still have the sign on the pictures saying "Don't invade the track." But I was thinking really that must have been a great era to describe a Grand Prix, because you had big crowds. You know, there was all that support around Nigel Mansell, whether you were a fan or not. But the audience was.
Yes, any more of a fan. I mean, the first Grand Prix I went to wasn't at Silverstone; it was at Aintree, which, as a lot of people forget or didn't even know, was a Grand Prix circuit. And that was one of the great catch-up, rather like Watty's drive in 1981. It was by Watty catching, it was Sterling Moss catching up from ninth, taking over Tony Brooks's car from ninth place, the Van Wall, and coming through, and he was catching and catching and catching, and then suddenly the race unfolded or changed as Jean Barra and Mike Hawthorne retired at Beechers just in front of us. But the commentators, one of them, I bet he regretted it ever since, but he wrote a letter to Autosport saying that he felt that the commentators played a role in making the race really exciting, which I totally agreed. I mean, we were there without any TV pictures that you could get on your phone or anything like that. And it was touch and go whether Sterling was going to make it and get the lead of the race in the Tony Brooks car. And then suddenly it all fell into place, and the opposition fell by the wayside, and he won the race.
So yeah, those are and that Silverstone sports car race, another catch-up race. They're the ones to commentate on.
And what about Lewis Hamilton's era, for example? Because you had GP2 as well when he pulled off his amazing move at Beckett's, and people took notice of him, and then he arrived in Formula One.
Well, I suppose it's true to say that GP2 moment was one of the highlights, one of the highlights of his early career, because until then he'd raced in Formula 3, got beaten by Jamie Green, who commentates with you these days in the European Championship, but he was clearly very good. And I remember when we had the opening of the Silverstone Museum that I'm still involved in, I chatted to Lewis about that. So I remember when you were here in that GP2 race, and he was clearly pleased to be reminded of something that wasn't all about Formula One and what he'd done. But yeah, he a remarkable guy. It's disappointing that it hasn't worked out with Ferrari.
For you, it's not just been here. You talked about Donington and other circuits, but another mainstay for many, many decades was Macau.
Well, Macau began. Yeah, I don't know whether the name Stuart Glass rings a bell with you, but he was from the Glass's Guide family, and he raced in Clubman's cars, a pink car. And I got a phone call one day. Would you like to go to Macau?
Where's Macau?
No, I didn't. I was aware where Macau was, but I didn't. Anyway, that was for 1981. He through his company that was based in Hong Kong, covered the cost. So that was the first Macau. Remember the winner?
Oh, I want to say somebody like Bob Earl or something.
Bob Earl is right, driving
Rolt RT4? No, too early.
A Japanese car. Okay, not a Hyundai, but I've forgotten the name now. It begins with an H. But it was for Formula B or Formula Atlantic cars, Formula Pacific cars. But there was also the gear race, which is an hour-long or perhaps more than an hour-long touring car race, which included somebody called Mark Thatcher, son of. And I remember being able to look down from where the commentary box was then, just by the first corner, which isn't the first corner these days. And halfway through the race, which was, to be fair to him, it was quite a hot day, he comes into the pits, and probably the most dramatic effect of heat I've ever seen from a driver is he fell out of the car, fell on the ground, lay on his back, and gave the impression of having just driven 24 hours on his own, but he'd driven about 30 minutes or 45 minutes. So that's a memory from the very first one. I think the race itself was won by Winkelhock, I think, the BMW. Yeah. So yes, Macau for many years, and Radio Le Mans for quite a time as well. Monaco Historics.
We could have this conversation all evening, and eventually it's got to stop. So I'll offer you a time machine, and it can go to one event from whether you've been there already or not. But if you had one opportunity to go to a race from the start of the sport, which would you choose?
Well, either whether I've been to it or not. Well, I mean, the 1957 European Grand Prix, British European Grand Prix at Aintree, partly because it's Aintree, which wasn't the greatest circuit in the world, but it was down the road. It was a bus ride away for me. That's one. And I suppose the first Radio Le Mans that I did, the year the Silk Cut Jaguar won, I mean, that was... It was so close all the way through, and it ended up with the two first and second place cars on the same lap. But one of the highlights, I was talking to somebody about it the other day, about Jan Lammers in that race, who was in the Jaguar, and Hans Stuck was in the Porsche on Sunday morning. It started raining, and we all said, what did we know? That in those conditions, Stucky is the best. It's wet, and he's in his element. But Jan just stayed ahead and began to draw away. You saw the tightness, because obviously, a Le Mans lap takes a while compared with most circuits. And you could see lap by lap, the gap was coming down. Le Mans, I don't know what it's like these days, so I don't go, but it's a meaningful race. It always has been, always will be. More so, I think, than the other 24-hour races, but they have their place in the sport. And whether it's races I was at, or whether it's previous races I was too young to go to. Yeah, I mean, the first Le Mans was 1970, not as a commentator, just as the winner of the Motoring News quiz. Yeah, but there was, yeah, Richard Atwood still has a joke about that with me, yeah.
Ian, enjoy the second day of the Walter Hayes Trophy, but more importantly, for 50 years plus of informing us and educating us and exciting us and entertaining us. Thank you very much.
You're very kind, David. It's good to be able to talk about it, I suppose, in a way. So do we now go to a place where they sell curry?
I think we do. Ian, thank you very much.